doesn't work. Also pushing the idea that there needs to be immediate action to help households. She said the next step also was to make sure there were plenty of jobs for young people. Beth is with me, was listening to that speech too. Beth, was that a leadership bid from Angela Rayner?
Look, I think Angela Rayner there reiterated what she said in a statement, a very lengthy statement she released last night, when she said Labour has not met the moment, the Prime Minister needs to meet the moment, we have to have real change. And there has to be an urgency in that. She then set out a number of different policy ideas. But then the other thing she said again, right at the top of that speech, was, of course, Andy Burnham should have been let back into Parliament, and we have to end the factionalism, as she put it. So I think what we saw really there was a sort of a verbal, visual version of what Angela Rayner said last night, and she's clearly there indicating that she wants Andy Burnham back in Parliament. That is the view of many soft-left Labour MPs. But I also am pretty sure that if a leadership bid was triggered and Andy Burnham was not able to stand, that Angela Rayner would stand. But just going back to this letter from Catherine West, it's really unclear as to what she's actually trying to do, because under the rules of the party, she needs to have 81 MPs backing her as challenging for the leadership to trigger the contest. That's not what she's doing. She seems to be trying to collect names of those MPs that would like Keir Starmer to stand down. She would like the leadership to set a timetable for the election. But under the party rules, they're not under any obligation to do that. And so then the question is whether or not this becomes an organising exercise for another candidate to then take those names and put their name to it. But as it stands, even if Catherine West got over 80 names to back her in this timetable, that would not automatically trigger a contest. So it's very, again, just very unclear what's going to happen in the next 24, 48 hours.
What was her demeanour, Catherine West? Because you got off the phone to her in the hour.
Look, I think she was... You can see her there in the comments. I mean, she sounded regretful.
Really?
I mean, in the sense that she seemed saddened that it had come to this, but she was very clear. She said that the losses were too great across the country just to ignore this, and that someone had to step forward, and she had decided she wanted to do that. She said she didn't want to become Prime Minister. She doesn't want to do that, but she felt that she had to take action because something needed to change to give Labour a fighting chance of winning the next general election, and she was very clear about that. But she is... I mean, I know that this weekend a lot of people have been... She didn't tell me this, other people have told me this. I didn't get into this with her. But I know a lot of people have been trying to get Catherine West to change her mind, to step back, to not go ahead with this. And from my conversation with her, she is very resolute. She's not someone that is going to back off. But in a way, the fact that she's now trying to collect names to gauge support for a timetable of Keir Starmer's departure is a bit of a softening from where she was over the weekend. I think there's a really big question about what Andy Burnham tries to do. There's been lots of talk about whether or not there's an MP willing to stand down to make way for Andy Burnham. I was told that they thought that they had a candidate that would do that. But there's a question about whether the National Executive Committee of the party, that's the ruling party of the Labour Party, would allow him to come back. Starmer asked about this, just deflected today. But I think the predicament of the Prime Minister is such it would be very difficult now to block Burnham. But it would involve a Greater Manchester mayoral race and a by-election at a very dicey time for Labour.
And costly too. Beth, thank you so much. Well, let's hear from the Prime Minister in that speech earlier this morning, saying that he was taking full responsibility for Labour's disastrous showing in Thursday's elections.
The election results last week were tough. Very tough. We lost some brilliant Labour representatives. That hurts. And it should hurt. I get it. I feel it. and I take responsibility. But it's not just about taking responsibility for the results. It's about taking responsibility to explain how, as a political and electoral force, we will be better and do better in the months and years ahead. Because we are not just facing dangerous times, but dangerous opponents, very dangerous opponents. This hurts not just because Labour has done badly, but because if we don't get this right, our country will go down a very dark path. So just as I take responsibility for the results, I also take responsibility for delivering the change that we promised, for a stronger and fairer Britain that we must build. I take responsibility for navigating us through a world that is more dangerous than at any time in my life. And I take responsibility for not walking away, not plunging our country into chaos as the Tories did time and again, chaos that did lasting damage to this country. A Labour government would never be forgiven for inflicting that on our country again. I know that people are frustrated by the state of Britain, frustrated by politics, and some people frustrated with me. I know I have my doubters, and I know I need to prove them wrong, and I will.
The Prime Minister earlier today in that make or break speech, lots of moving parts to this story. Sam, what's the latest from your point of view?
Well, you'll notice somebody has joined us in the studio. We've got some breaking news now. This is Chris Curtis. Chris Curtis is the leader of the Labour MP Growth Group. He's got thoughts on the future of the Prime Minister after this morning's speech. Chris Curtis, do you have confidence in Keir Starmer as Prime Minister?
Well, I should start by saying, as I think many other of my colleagues have said today, that I have immense respect for the Prime Minister. The decisive election victory that he gave us, his response, for example, over the war in Iran. But I think the moment, the dramatic situation that we face, the geopolitical context, the fact that we had such a difficult economic inheritance does mean that we need more radical change than the government has set out so far. I don't think we saw a plan from the Prime Minister this morning in order to implement the kind of change that this country needs, and I therefore think it's time for us to look for new leadership. And I think what that means is the Prime Minister rightly now setting out a timetable and an orderly process for a leadership election, and one in which Labour has a discussion about the vision for the country and what changes we think are needed in order to face the very real challenges that Britain currently faces.
This is a big moment. I hope you don't mind me saying you look sort of visibly shaken. How do you feel about Keir Starmer right now?
I think it's always incredibly sad to reach this point. I voted for Keir Starmer quite proudly in the Labour leadership election campaign. Before we worked together in my former career as a pollster, I did polling for the Labour Party, for Keir in opposition, and also for that Labour leadership campaign, because I knew how important it was for us to take back the Labour Party, to change the party, and Keir successfully did that. But it wasn't enough to change the Labour Party. We also needed a plan to change the country. We haven't seen any economic growth really in Britain since the financial crash. The Tories failed to deliver that, but we, particularly with a majority of this size, can't fail to deliver that either. And the Labour Party needs to ensure that we've got leadership at the top of the party and politicians right across the party who come together in order to deliver the radical change that's necessary in order to fix the problems facing Britain. It is clear to me that that is unfortunately not possible under Keir's leadership.
You were one of those MPs who just this morning was saying you were going to wait and see the Prime Minister's speech before coming to a determination on his future. Was it really that underwhelming?
I think there was some good bits in the speech. I think he was right on, for example, British Steel, to move forward with nationalisation. But look, we've discussed these kind of challenges before. We've got a housing crisis in this country where too many young people can't get on the housing ladder. And we need to have radical planning reform in order to ensure that we can build enough homes. This government hasn't pushed forward quickly enough on that, so we're probably not going to hit that 1.5 million housing target. Whilst China is pushing ahead and building hundreds of kilometres of high-speed rail, we've still got in HS2 a problem with building enough rail infrastructure. We've still got a broken energy market that isn't getting cheap, clean energy to people's houses, and we're not reforming the system. We need a government that takes on those big challenges and the trade-offs involved, and we didn't hear enough, I think, from the Prime Minister on how we were going to address that.
But if we replace the Prime Minister, there will still be next to no money left because we're borrowing so much. You will still be bound by a Labour manifesto. It will still be the same Labour MPs blocking or approving stuff in Parliament. Changing the face isn't going to make any difference, is it?
No, I think that's a completely fair point. And I hope as we go through the next few months, we have conversations not just about the occupant of number 10, it's just a building, and the Prime Minister's just a job, but actually those kind of wider reforms that we need in an incredibly constrained environment, those kind of reforms that we need to deliver. In the Labour Growth Group, which I run, we've been working with MPs from right across the political spectrum and thinkers from right across the Labour movement at what those kind of reforms will be. We've put together a report, and that will be out tomorrow. And we'll be speaking to as many people as we can, up to and including the current leadership, because that's what we need to be discussing, not just the leadership of the
Time
Labour
is short.
Party.
A few quick questions. Is the dam bursting? Do you think there are many people who are going to do the same thing as you now?
I'm only speaking for myself, and it's for others to speak up for them. I just think it's important. If you
But
put
from
your name
your
forward in
conversations,
politics,
do you seem to feel like the mood of the parliamentary party is starting to give way? This is unstoppable.
We've obviously seen lots of people express their frustrations over the coming days, and I think we'll probably see some more people express their frustrations now.
You say you're going to sign up to Catherine West's letter. That defers any leadership contest to September. That's months of a zombie government that can't take the decisions at a critical time when prices are going up and there are international and domestic challenges aplenty. Isn't that irresponsible to wait for so long?
I think there's a fair challenge sitting in there somewhere, Sam. I certainly think the timetable should be much shorter than the one that Catherine set out in her letter. Obviously, leadership processes take time and there's some open questions that still need to be answered, but that's a fair challenge and we can quibble on those details. But I think what we need to see is the Labour Party coming together with a plan for how we're going to have a timetable and an orderly transition.
In a word, do you think that we'll see an overwhelming number of people come out this week asking for Keir Starmer to set out a timetable?
Possibly.
Chris Curtis, thank you. Chris Curtis there, who is a significant figure, a new MP in 2024, the head of the Labour Growth Group, although he speaks at a personal capacity. Him and the Growth Group are going to be putting out suggestions for policy ideas for what he hopes will be a new Prime Minister within months. It feels, Leah, like the dam is bursting with figures like Chris, influential in his generation of MPs coming out now. It's ratcheting up. The speech maybe didn't do the job that number 10 expected.
Yeah, it's really interesting because the pressure still remains there, and we heard from Angela Rayner, didn't we? Searching for the soul of the country, she describes the fight now. You are watching Sky News. After the break, we'll continue to discuss the mounting pressure on Sir Keir Starmer. 39 Labour MPs call for him to stand down.
Hello, you're watching Sky News Today with me, Jane Secker. It's 1 o'clock. These are the headlines. The Prime Minister insists he won't walk away from number 10 as he admits he's failed to convince the British people that their lives will improve.
I know I have my doubters, and I know I need to prove them wrong, and I will.
Labour MP Catherine West backs down from the leadership challenge but confirms she is gathering the names of her colleagues to elect a new leader by September. Also, former Deputy Prime Minister Angela Rayner hits out at the decision to stop Andy Burnham from seeking a seat in the Commons.
And we can start by accepting that Andy Burnham should never have been blocked. It was a mistake that the leadership of our party should put right.
Hello, good afternoon. It's been a dramatic day so far in Westminster. Speaking this morning following his party's bruising local election defeat, the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, has vowed to prove his doubters wrong. But pressures continue to mount on the PM, with backbench Labour MP Catherine West urging fellow Labour MPs to set out a timeline to quit. And in the past few minutes, the Labour MP Chris Curtis told Sky News the Prime Minister isn't the right person for this moment. 40 Labour MPs are now calling for Sir Keir Starmer to go. Our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, is here. Sam, it's been quite the morning, hasn't it? We've just had one of those MPs, Chris Curtis, on air say that he was one backing the Prime Minister. How significant do you think is this list of 40 names so far?
Well, I think the fact that the list is growing after the Prime Minister gave his make-or-break speech this morning is particularly significant. There are lots of moving parts, but you just heard an extraordinary, it was almost quite emotional interview with Chris Curtis, a 2024 New Intic MP. He's head of the Labour Growth Group. He was speaking in a personal capacity, but he's very well networked, Chris. He's very influential, and he speaks to a lot of people across the Labour Party. He is not going to be particularly out of step with the mainstream of the Labour Party.
And it's a big thing, a new MP, relatively, saying this, coming on air and saying this about the leader.
Now, I'm going to play you a little bit of the interview that I did with him. I actually referred at one point to the fact he was shaking as he did the interview. Watch his hands, maybe you can see a bit of that. But let's listen to what he had to say to me.
But I think the moment, the dramatic situation that we face, the geopolitical context, the fact that we had such a difficult economic inheritance does mean that we need more radical change than the government has set out so far. I don't think we saw a plan from the Prime Minister this morning in order to implement the kind of change that this country needs, and I therefore think it's time for us to look for new leadership. And I think what that means is the Prime Minister rightly now setting out a timetable and an orderly process for a leadership election, and one in which Labour has a discussion about the vision for the country and what changes we think are needed in order to face the very real challenges that Britain currently faces. I think it's always incredibly sad to reach this point. I voted for Keir Starmer quite proudly in the Labour leadership election campaign. Before we worked together in my former career as a pollster, I did polling for the Labour Party, for Keir in opposition, and also for that Labour leadership campaign, because I knew how important it was for us to take back the Labour Party, to change the party, and Keir successfully did that. But it wasn't enough to change the Labour Party. We also needed a plan to change the country. We haven't seen any economic growth really in Britain since the financial crash. The Tories failed to deliver that, but we, particularly with a majority of this size, can't fail to deliver that either. And the Labour Party needs to ensure that we've got leadership at the top of the party and politicians right across the party who come together in order to deliver the radical change that's necessary in order to fix the problems facing Britain. It is clear to me that is unfortunately not possible under Keir's leadership.
Well, we couldn't quite see his hands there, but you could sort of see the tension from him. You could sort of see his body slightly moving. How much momentum is there now behind this growing number? So
it's completely correct to say there's a growing number. There's a growing number of people that want Keir Starmer out. None of this is at all good for the Prime Minister. But there are a couple of sort of different things going on at the moment, and the picture is rapidly changing. There are, according to the Sky News tally, 40 MPs that want the Prime Minister gone one way or another, or at one point or another. Now, Catherine Webb, the unexpected sort of leader of the backbench rebellion, who only emerged on Saturday night to challenge the Prime Minister, has in the last couple of hours changed what she's doing. She is now contacting every single Labour MP to ask whether or not they back a call for a leadership contest, not now, but in September. So maybe that delays a contest, maybe it doesn't. One person said to me it's not for Catherine West to determine what happens next. There might be some like Wes Streeting that determine that it's in their best interest to get this done earlier rather than wait for Andy Burnham to come back in Parliament. There are all sorts of machinations going on below the surface, but the general direction of travel is clear, and we'll just see whether more MPs come out over the coming hours.
And what of his speech in itself this morning? What of the content? What of the delivery? This was meant to be a big speech, a big moment for him. Did he deliver?
Well, it was the kind of speech that you got from Keir Starmer at conference time, but we've had 5 or 6 of those. I mean, he put a bit of pep into it, and well done for showing the sort of energy that you want. There are a couple of announcements in there about nationalising British Steel subject to a public interest test, so we'll see what actually happens, and some unspecific language about movement closer to the EU, but apparently for now staying within our red lines of not rejoining the customs union and single market. But that doesn't seem to have been enough for some Labour MPs who are still coming out. So I think that what the Prime Minister achieved was a kind of perfectly reasonable Monday morning event, but it needed to turn things around, and I think on that score it didn't. The big message, the meta message from the Prime Minister was there are risks with changing Prime Minister. You're probably more likely to have Nigel Farage in number 10 if you get rid of me than if you keep me, and I think that was the message he was trying to land. The question is, are enough of his colleagues listening?
So, didn't save his skin permanently, but possibly saved his skin till September?
Well, I think even just a delay is, in terms of a formal challenge, is a small win, if that's what happens. As I say, you know, again, all eyes on Wes Streeting this week. We're not expecting anything today from Wes Streeting, but lots of his allies are pressuring him, because if he waits, and he waits for instance, September, when Andy Burnham might, if he can get a seat and win a seat, be back in Parliament, an election would be all but impossible for Wes Streeting with the Labour membership in the driving seat of the choice. So does he try and go earlier in order to give himself back himself as the next Prime Minister? This isn't done, Jane. If it does delay everything to September, I mean, right now, today, this morning, I think Downing Street would take that as a win, but I suspect inside that big black door, behind that big black door, they're living hour to hour.
OK, Sam, thanks very much. We'll be coming back to you throughout the afternoon. Well, let's just hear now from the Prime Minister himself in that major speech that he gave earlier. He said he was taking full responsibility for Labour's disastrous showing in Thursday's elections.
The election results last week were tough, very tough. We lost some brilliant Labour representatives. That hurts, and it should hurt. I get it. I feel it. And I take responsibility. But it's not just about taking responsibility for the results. It's about taking responsibility to explain how, as a political and electoral force, we will be better and do better in the months and years ahead. Because we are not just facing dangerous times, but dangerous opponents, very dangerous opponents. This hurts not just because Labour has done badly, but because if we don't get this right, our country will go down a very dark path. So just as I take responsibility for the results, I also take responsibility for delivering the change that we promised, for a stronger and fairer Britain that we must build. I take responsibility for navigating us through a world that is more dangerous than at any time in my life. And I take responsibility for not walking away, not plunging our country into chaos as the Tories did time and again, chaos that did lasting damage to this country. a Labour government would never be forgiven for inflicting that on our country again. I know that people are frustrated by the state of Britain, frustrated by politics, and some people frustrated with me. I know I have my doubters, and I know I need to prove them wrong, and I will.
Keir Starmer a little earlier this morning, when in a speech just a few minutes ago, Angela Rayner said the Labour Party has to do better and hit out at the decision to stop Andy Burnham from seeking a seat in the Commons.
We, as a party, have to do better than this. And we can only prove we mean our Labour values by putting the common interest ahead of factionalism. And we can start by accepting that Andy Burnham should never have been blocked. It was a mistake that the leadership of our party should put right.
Well, let's bring in Max Wilson, former Labour Party political advisor, and we will come to Angela Rayner in a short while, Max. But let's go back to the Prime Minister's speech first of all. He had a lot to deliver this morning. Did he do it?
I don't think a political speech is ever the answer to any political problem or challenge. I think that in framing this speech as being that sort of answer, some allies of the Prime Minister were frankly setting him up to fail. So I don't think there was any speech he could have given that could have sorted this for him. That being said, there were certainly some interesting parts into it, but there were also a lot of aspects of that, certainly policy-wise, which have been previously, if not announced, and certainly briefed in advance. So unfortunately, no, I don't think this speech was going to achieve what he had hoped it would do.
And is that because Keir Starmer, and I'm being polite here, a lot more disparaging, isn't perhaps a natural orator? We've had other Prime Ministers in the past, and whether or not you agree with their politics, you think about people like Boris Johnson, who are able to captivate a room, and Tony Blair too. Keir Starmer's not quite in that league, is he?
Well, possibly not, but this isn't an oratory challenge, it's a political challenge. We've just come off the back of these local elections, which have been devastating to the Labour Party. Over the weekend, almost 40 Labour backbenchers, 10% of the PLP, have come out asking for a timetable for a leadership challenge. And there are so many other political challenges facing the Prime Minister that I just think as he could have been Neil Kinnock giving a conference speech in '85, and still this speech wouldn't have solved the political problems he's got in front of him, because they can't be solved by a speech alone. And those challenges, unfortunately, largely remain for the Prime Minister.
What would you have advised him to do today?
There's an old phrase in political parlance that you can't fatten the pig on market day. And I think that there is an element of that here, in that, unfortunately, what we're seeing unravel at the moment out of Downing Street is not the result of what happened in one speech this morning. It's not the result, or even, of what happened across the country on Thursday in elections. It's what's been happening for months now, and this has been bubbling up for a long, long time. If I were to be advising the Prime Minister, I would be saying that he should have been doing further engagement with his MPs in advance of this, and taking further steps to secure his premiership, which now seems precarious, to say the least.
I was struck at the beginning of Keir's speech. We heard from Jade Botterill, who was Denby Dale new MP. She, I thought, put her finger on it. She said voters she'd spoke to felt ignored, forgotten, overlooked. They felt left behind. I mean, it felt like an indictment of Keir Starmer's leadership.
A little bit. I think that when the Prime Minister was elected in 2024, he did so explicitly on a manifesto of change. And whilst the Labour government has achieved huge amounts of change, really important stuff for the good of the country, I don't think that the public are necessarily feeling that. And I think that that is one of the problems that we're now facing. How does the Labour government embody that change that the country is crying out for? And I think that we've got to a point where it's very difficult for the Prime Minister as an individual to communicate that, to embody that, and to bring about in policy terms, substantive policy terms, that that change. And I think that's one of the reasons why we're seeing some of these problems over the last few days, and more to come, I'm sure.
So what do you think the future is of the Labour Party? We heard from Angela Rayner this afternoon. Is that the direction you think the party should be going?
Not for me to say, but I think that there is a strategic challenge for the Labour Party now, where on the elections on Thursday, you saw huge swathes of inner city councils splintering towards the left, with the Greens doing very well, but also in the Labour heartlands, Reform absolutely dominating in certain areas and sweeping the board in terms of council seats. So the trouble for Labour is that for so long, we've been trying to triangulate between these two challenges, but rather than achieving that by ideally rising above the everyday and articulating an overall vision of where the country needs to go, one which voters in the north, the south, left, right, wherever can get behind. The problem is that instead, we've ended up falling between two stools, I think. And I think you've got to the stage where the electorate doesn't really know, in some ways, what Labour stands for, even though the Labour government is actually delivering and achieving. And I think that problem needs to be answered. I think the leadership contest over how it develops will be a part of that.
So whose fault is that if policy messages aren't getting through? Is this about policy, or is it about personality, or is it about the backroom teams?
It's a number of different things. It's always, in my opinion, it's often lazy to blame comms for some of these political challenges. It's not comms, and it is partly leadership, I think. I think we're starting to see many Labour MPs now realise that as well. I think that you've got to communicate what you're doing well, but you've also got to substantiate what you're doing well. You've also got to articulate it into an overall vision that not only your colleagues on the backbenchers can get behind, but also the public can understand as well. It's in telling that sort of narrative and that story, that is how you inspire people, and that's how you can help to solve political problems, especially when you're having to face a multifaceted electoral landscape where you're facing different opponents in different areas. And that sort of political challenge requires that bold political leadership. And I think that what we've seen over the weekend is many Labour MPs unfortunately conclude that Keir Starmer might not be the man to answer those political challenges.
What about him bringing in Gordon Brown and Harriet Harman over the weekend? Are they the right people to turn the party around?
I'm a huge admirer of both of those Labour politicians. They are absolute icons of the Labour movement. I had the privilege of working for Harriet Harman as well as her political advisor, so I have huge respect. However, I don't think that the message that the electorate was sending out on Thursday was one of let's go back to the answers or the individuals or the personalities of 15 years ago. I think that the message on Thursday was that the British public want change. And if they're not going to get that change from this Labour government, they're going to look elsewhere. And so my concern would be that by sending out a message that Labour is listening to icons of our Labour movement, but people from the past, then that might send a message that we're not looking towards the future.
Max Wilson, a former Labour Party political advisor, interested to talk to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're watching Sky News Today. Coming up, we'll bring you a lot more reaction as Keir Starmer insists he won't walk away from number 10 despite mounting pressure. The number of MPs now calling for him to stand down stands at 40. Well, speaking following his party's bruising local election defeat, Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer has vowed to prove his doubters wrong. But pressure's continuing to mount on the PM, with backbench Labour MP Catherine West urging fellow Labour MPs to set out a timeline to quit. The Labour MP Chris Curtis joined those calls, telling Sky News in the last hour that the Prime Minister isn't the right person for this moment. A total of 40 Labour MPs are now calling for Sir Keir Starmer to go. Well, in that major speech, the Prime Minister said he was taking full responsibility for Labour's disastrous showing in Thursday's elections.
The election results last week were tough, very tough. We lost some brilliant Labour representatives. That hurts, and it should hurt. I get it, I feel it, and I take responsibility. But it's not just about taking responsibility for the results. It's about taking responsibility to explain how, as a political and electoral force, we will be better and do better in the months and years ahead. Because we are not just facing dangerous times, but dangerous opponents, very dangerous opponents. This hurts not just because Labour has done badly, but because if we don't get this right, our country will go down a very dark path. So just as I take responsibility for the results, I also take responsibility for delivering the change that we promised, for a stronger and fairer Britain that we must build. I take responsibility for navigating us through a world that is more dangerous than at any time in my life. And I take responsibility for not walking away, not plunging our country into chaos as the Tories did time and again, chaos that did lasting damage to this country. A Labour government would never be forgiven for inflicting that on our country again. I know that people are frustrated by the state of Britain, frustrated by politics, and some people frustrated with me. I know I have my doubters, and I know I need to prove them wrong, and I will.
Well, political editor Beth Rigby was in the room, and she put this to the Prime Minister after his speech.
Back in 2021, when Labour lost hundreds of council seats in the Hartlepool by-election, you thought about resigning as Labour leader, explaining, this is quoting you, "I didn't feel I should be bigger than the party." But these results, this moment, is so much worse than then. You've lost nearly 1,500 councillors, 40 councils, you've lost Wales. Haven't you, for one moment, thought you should step aside in the interests of the party and country? And if you haven't, why haven't you? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Beth. I think what we witnessed with the last government was the chaos of constantly changing leaders. And it cost this country a huge amount, a huge amount. And I'll tell you who paid the price. It was working people. They paid the price of this. They are still paying the price of this. A Labour government will not inflict that on our country again. We were elected with a mandate to change this country because of what had gone before. And that is what we will do. Yes, I acknowledge the frustration. Yes, I acknowledge the results are tough. Yes, I acknowledge that we've lost brilliant representatives across the United Kingdom. And I have a responsibility for that. But I also have a responsibility to deliver the change that we were elected and that we promised this country. And I'll deliver on that. Thank you very much, Beth.
What did Victoria, what's Vic said to you this weekend?
Vic is a rock, and we talk everything through together, as you know.
Well, Deputy Labour leader Lucy Powell said ministers have to do better to avoid Reform UK taking power at the next election.
Keir is the leader of the Labour Party, he's the Prime Minister, and therefore he gets the most stick. He's the most well-known of all of us. He's the personification of the Labour Party, the Labour government. And, you know, we actually all have a responsibility, each of us, with our different roles, to make sure that we turn things around. We've got to do better.
And you can do it, Kelly.
And he made that clear today. He's got to do better. We've got to do better to turn things around because the stakes are really high. If we don't turn things around as a party, as a government, then we'll see Nigel Farage walking up Downing Street, and that is a disaster for this country, and it's not something we're all going to stand by and let happen.
Right, let's get a look at the weather.
Dinner under the stars tonight?
That reminds me of our travel insurance.
You mean All Clear Skies?
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors Sky News weather.
A generally northern flow will keep it chilly this week, and there's still no sign of any substantial rain in the south. Today's looking cold just about everywhere, but mainly light winds mean it won't feel as chilly as yesterday. Most places will be dry with lengthy sunny spells into the evening, but southern England and South Wales will be cloudier with 1 or 2 showers. Eastern England may see the odd coastal shower as well, while the far northwest will see patchy rain moving in later. Any evening showers in the south will soon fade tonight. Then England, Wales and the south of Ireland look mostly dry, clear and calm, with a patchy frost developing out of town. Scotland, Northern Ireland and the northwest of Ireland, meanwhile, will see rain moving in.
All Clear Travel Insurance proudly sponsors Sky News weather.
You're watching Sky News today. Coming up, pressure continues to mount on Sir Keir Starmer, with 40 MPs now calling for him to step down. It's been a dramatic day so far in Westminster. Pressure's continuing to mount on Sir Keir Starmer, with a total of 40 MPs now calling on him to step down. But in a make-or-break speech this morning, the Prime Minister vowed to prove his doubters wrong. Sir Keir Starmer insisted he won't throw the country into chaos by resigning as leader. Rob Powell, our political correspondent, is here. And Rob, you've been down to Number 10 for the daily lobby briefing, where insiders from Number 10 answer journalists' questions, some on the record, some off the record. But I'm more interested in what was the feeling, what was the mood in there?
Well, it's sort of difficult in the lobby briefing because the person doing the briefing,
face on, aren't they?
But also they're a civil servant, so they can't give political answers. So you can't really ask them things like, do you really think that speech was enough? Or, you know, what those kind of political questions, which, you know, Beth Rigby and other journalists put directly to the Prime Minister, because all they say is, well, you've got to talk to the spinners, basically, the political people, my colleagues. What the spokesperson can do is basically flesh out sort of some of the policy that he talked about as well from a government perspective. So there was a lot of attention on that decision to nationalise British Steel and questions about, you know, why now? Was this always the plan? I think it looked inevitable that we would probably get to this point on British Steel, but it's clearly being painted by Keir Starmer today as sort of an example of the radical action that he's prepared to take. No answer, though, on what the cost would be to the Exchequer of doing this. And then maybe the most sort of politically significant area that we went over was the stuff about the EU and about this youth mobility scheme. The spokesperson for the PM was asked whether there was any thought being given to crossing those red lines of going back into the single market and customs union, and said, look, those red lines stand, but intriguingly said those are in the manifesto for this Parliament. The next manifesto is a matter for the party. So I think what you're getting is this sort of nodding, hinting, as far as really PM's civil service spokesperson can go, at saying, you know, there might be more if you just stick with him. It's basically kind of like showing a bit of leg, really, to the kind of pro-EU folks. And then there was also questions around the youth mobility scheme, about whether that's capped. And I think an indication that it would still be capped, so it wouldn't be a sort of return to free movement as some of the Brexiteers worry about. But again, on the condition that this was a red line for this Parliament, and it might change. Very final thing as well, which might cause trouble if Starmer is still in his place, I guess, in the days ahead, is we had been expecting the second dump of the Mandelson documents to come quite soon after the state opening of Parliament. We're now told by sources that that won't be coming this week, but that is something to keep an eye on, because, you know, if they manage to kind of put a lid on this for now, it could all come roaring back politically when those documents are dumped.
And we're keeping tally of the number of members of the Parliamentary Labour Party who have said that they would like to see a leadership challenge. It's now standing at 40. That's 10% of the Parliamentary Labour Party. But you've been talking and getting a sense of some of those on the other side, the 90% who haven't put their head above the parapet yet. What are they saying?
Yeah, I've been getting a bit of a download, I guess, of some of the nervousness among MPs that haven't necessarily, as you say, put their head above the parapet and called for Keir Starmer to go, aren't necessarily fully in the Keir Starmer camp and think that he's doing a brilliant job and this is all fuss over nothing, but are just a bit worried. I was told that there was quite a lot of worry about potentially a change of leadership leading to an early general election. I mean, look, you would wonder whether any incoming Prime Minister would want to risk that, but if you are a Labour MP with reform breathing down your neck, that kind of latent worry of a general election is always there when there is talk about changing a leader, because clearly the new leader comes in and doesn't have a mandate. And I think there is also just a feeling that some don't know what comes next and aren't convinced about what comes next. I think Angela Rayner's sort of
I was going to say, is that just because of a lack of a clear successor?
Partly, and it's also down to individual concerns about each of the possible successors. I think while Wes Streeting has popularity within the Parliamentary Labour Party, even a lot of his backers might privately admit that he probably wouldn't win a membership ballot against a left-wing candidate. There is concern over Angela Rayner as well, and you do feel like maybe her stock has dropped a little bit among MPs in the last few days. Perhaps an indication of that was that statement that she put out yesterday, which I thought was quite striking, in that she sort of suggested she wanted Burnham back, and I read that as her basically saying if Burnham was back and fought a leadership contest, she would probably fall in behind him. There is obviously the tax stuff connected to her as well, which I think unsettles and worries some MPs. And then the big worry, though, over Andy Burnham is that he would have to fight a by-election and it would trigger a Manchester mayoralty election as well. Can he win that? If he doesn't, you could have a by-election going out of Labour's favour and you could have the Manchester mayoralty being lost as well. So some of the quotes that I was being sent by someone...
And he's lost as a potential future leader.
Absolutely. And where does that leave, where the party goes? I mean, some of the messages that I was sent by someone that were doing the rounds in WhatsApp groups today amongst people that were nervous and perhaps not dead set on changing the leader is sort of the old classic, better the devil we know. Someone else saying we're better than the Tories, we don't ditch our leader when the going gets tough. Intriguingly, I was walking out of Parliament a little earlier after grabbing a bit of lunch in Portcullis House, over in where lots of MPs have their offices, bumped into a former minister from the Boris Johnson era, sort of grinning, and came up to me and went, I'm just so glad this isn't happening to us anymore.
Yeah, because it does have echoes of the Boris Johnson day. I was on shift that day as well, when all of a sudden we saw a huge number of Conservative MPs suddenly saying that they wanted him to go.
Yeah.
In some ways, the momentum isn't quite there yet.
Yeah, you haven't got the cabinet level revolt that I
are.
guess you had with Boris Johnson then and the ministers resigning quite yet. It does feel like it is getting away from Keir Starmer a little bit, though. I think the immediate big pressing question for today, though, is what does Wes Streeting do? We know Angela Rayner isn't going to hit the button in the hours ahead. Does Wes Streeting reach the conclusion that actually if he doesn't go now, this seems to be coalescing around the orderly transition plan, which is code for go long, allow Andy Burnham to get a seat and come back. Allies of Andy Burnham say there are a few seats in play that they're confident could be won. Look, I was talking to someone from the Green Party last night when rumours started going around about Clive Lewis in Norwich resigning his seat, which he has denied. He said that's not happening.
You've been there before with that conversation.
Yeah, and they said, look, we would chuck everything at a by-election that Andy Burnham, as would Reform, and I suspect you could have some of the usual suspects that enjoy fighting by-elections, the George Galloways of this world, chucking everything at those by-elections as well. And that's what's unsettling some MPs as well. So really, we're in the sort of same position that we've been in for months and months and months. Everyone grumpy about where we are right now. Lots of people, most people, grumpy about Keir Starmer with very little faith that he's got what it takes to really beat Reform in a few years' time. But then once you go through the various sort of the mental arithmetic of what we do next, they reach the start again and go, well, maybe we'll just stick with what we've got.
OK, Rob, thanks very much for that. Well, Sky's Cathy Newman has been getting reaction to the Prime Minister's speech this morning. She's been talking to the Culture Secretary, Lisa Nandy.
Lisa Nandy, was that it? Was that enough for Keir Starmer to safeguard his job?
Well, no, it's not enough to go out and make a speech, but it is certainly the right thing to have done in this moment, to go out and acknowledge the mistakes that have been made, to acknowledge the role that he's personally played in that and the frustration that is quite personal that has been levelled towards him, and to acknowledge that we haven't been big enough to meet the moment and the scale of change that is required for people's lives. I think it was an important step, but as he said rightly, what happens next is most important. So going forwards, what you're going to see from this Labour government is a Prime Minister who will go out and wear his heart on his sleeve, who will show that he is prepared to go out and fight any system that stands in the way of making people's lives better, and take on the big change that is necessary, not just the incremental change, with an urgency and a pace that shows people that we're on their side and that things can get better.
Let's talk about your friend, the Manchester mayor, who Keir Starmer sort of hinted today he wouldn't have a problem if the NEC decided to let Andy Burnham back to Westminster. He wouldn't have a problem with it. Do you still think that Andy Burnham would be an asset in Westminster?
Yeah, I do. I mean, he's an asset as the Mayor of Greater Manchester, and he was as my neighbouring MP in Leith for 7 years when I first got elected. I think he'd be an asset in Westminster too. And I said at the time when the NEC blocked him from standing in Gorton and Denton that I thought that was a mistake. I think you need your strongest team on the pitch, and he is undeniably one of those politicians who goes out and fights for people, and people see it and appreciate it. In the north of England, we remember very much that at the moment when we were most struggling during the pandemic, when the Tory government refused to properly compensate us for that and to treat us fairly like other parts of the country, that he went out and fought for us. And I think that is the sort of politician that we need in these times. I think you saw that from the Prime Minister today, and I think that we need to be a strong and united team. We have a Prime Minister. This is not about trying to swap out the Prime Minister or change the Prime Minister, but I do think we need to stick together as a team, come together as a team, field our strongest players and go out and make that change that people were promised and that we owe it to them to deliver.
Listen, Andy, talking to Cathy Newman there, and you can watch the full interview on the Cathy Newman Show tonight here on Sky News at 7 o'clock. Right, let's talk now to Sonia Soda, journalist and broadcaster, who's been keeping across all the events of the day. And Sonia, first of all, the Prime Minister's speech, what did you make of it?
I thought it was as lots of us predicted it was going to be. It was a very Keir Starmer speech. It was quite wooden, didn't say very much new. There were slight bits of new content. It certainly didn't seem like it was going to sort of send the message to his party that things were really going to change. They didn't need to worry anymore. And indeed, I think that's what the reaction to it has shown.
Do you think it's clear what Keir Starmer stands for?
No, I think that's always been unclear. And I think the issue really dates back to Labour's electoral strategy going into the 2024 election, which was essentially to win as many votes as possible to mop up all those disaffected voters who had left the Conservatives behind and decided they didn't want to vote for them by saying kind of as little as possible. So it was a very effective electoral strategy in the sense that it won Labour this huge but quite shallow majority. But as a strategy for government, it didn't really work, because essentially what the pitch was to the country was vote for us, we're much more competent than the last lot and things will get better under us. The economy will grow, we'll have lots more money to invest in public services. And I think, to be fair to Labour, there were some ministers going into government who genuinely believed that, but that never constituted a plan for government. And the pledges around tax also proved to be a massive constraint on Labour, because the economic circumstances changed very quickly. And that's why you saw the Labour government having to go to a tax on employers, national insurance on employers, which I think has made things very difficult economically. So no, I don't think there was ever a true plan for government.
Do you think that voters have lost faith in the Labour Party because of all of those things that you've detailed, because of the policies and how they've affected them personally? Or do you think that they've fallen out of love with the personalities?
I think it's a bit of both. So I think when you look at the polling, it's very clear that Keir Starmer himself personally is very unpopular. And indeed, he's more unpopular than the Labour Party. And that's why there's been constant speculation about his future, because it's very, it's not wise for parties to go into general elections with leaders at the helm who are less popular than the party brand. So it's definitely partly about Keir Starmer. But I think what's going on here is actually bigger than just the Labour Party. I think it's a mark of real levels of disaffection amongst the public with mainstream politics. I think that's why so many of them switched away from the Conservative Party at the last general election. I think voters are really sick of being told by politicians, vote for us and things will feel better, and then things don't start changing within the time frame that voters predict. So I think people were willing to give Labour a chance at the last election. They weren't necessarily sold on Keir Starmer or the Labour Party. They were willing to give them a chance, and they've been disappointed. And I think that goes back to a lack of honesty from the Labour Party going into the last election, because it really was the pitch of vote for us and things will get better. And I don't think that Labour politicians levelled with the public about some of the very difficult trade-offs that our country faces after growth has been anaemic for 20 years, living standards have basically been stagnant for 20 years. So I think it just doesn't work anymore to say to the public, hey, vote for us, we've got these solutions, and then it turns out to be stuff that it's very difficult to deliver on when you're in government. I think that just fuels the sense of disaffection that the public have with politics. And I think this is why we're seeing voters look at populist parties of the right and left, like Reform and the Greens, which I have to say don't have the solutions either. But I think voters think, well, we're really cheesed off with Labour and the Tories, so you might as well give these other parties a look.
Yeah, and in terms of what Keir Starmer said this morning, he did reflect the fear and exhaustion, I think, of many people in his speech. But in terms of those opposition parties that are coming down the line, he said, you know, this is a battle for the soul of our nation, and we can only win with a stronger version of Labour, not a weaker Reform or Greens. It felt like quite a dark message that he was basically saying, in some ways, you know, this is as good as it gets. You know, the alternatives are not palatable.
Yeah, and I think you've put your finger on it there. That's a very difficult line to sell. It's not what the public want to hear. If you're in government, essentially saying, well, on the left, the Greens are worse, and on the right, Reform is worse, so you better stick with us, guys. It's not a very effective or palatable message to voters. And I think, you know, we know these messages of fear, oh, the other lot are terrible. That's not really going to work for Labour, not least because they're losing votes on the left flank of the party and the right flank of the party to both of these parties. I think what works is when you're able to rise above the fray and say, look, this is what we stand for as a party. This is the positive vision. This is actually why people, sometimes with quite different values, can vote for our party, because this is what we stand for. The problem for Keir Starmer is that he didn't do that in opposition. He didn't develop that vision in opposition. And it is so much harder to do when you're actually in government than when you're in opposition, pitching to the country for the right to run the country. So I think this is why Labour is in the mess that it's in.
Sonia, really good to talk to you as always. Thanks very much, Sonia Soda there. You're watching Sky News Today. Coming up, more reaction to that speech from the Prime Minister. He's insisting he won't walk away from number 10 despite growing calls for him to step down.
I'm Dominic Waghorn, Sky's International Affairs Editor, covering a world that seems to be unravelling.
It's not his country, it's ours.
Sky News, the full story first, free wherever you get your news. It's half an hour now past the deadline that Hamas issued, and we've now seen a third barrage of rockets coming in.
Gives you the very best of Sky News wherever you are. Breaking news, videos and analysis.
Evidence of the crisis.
Podcasts, watching us live. I'm live in Jerusalem.
Wherever you get your podcast.
All in one place and all at just the touch of a screen. The Sky News app. Get the full story first.
I'm Mark Stone and I'm Sky's correspondent based here in Washington, D.C.
There seems to be some sort of a shooting. What appear to be shots fired at the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
It was a jam-packed interview. I'll tell you what he told me, and I'll explain why you can't hear the call.
100 days in and back with the grassroots of this MAGA movement.
It feels a little bit like he's a king, not a president.
He is a king.
I've witnessed the remarkable passion for politics here, but the anger too.
Immigration rates?
Unbelievable we've come to this.
So I'm observing what you're doing.
This post of Trump, it's a big shift. It's very positive.
Have you seen what Donald Trump's been up to? In the Rose Garden, in the East Wing.
What's the best thing about being a Sky News journalist?
Who's funnier?
Being a Sky News journalist.
A special edition of The World with me, Yalda Hakim.
Pakistan had the right to respond.
You're like, what?
Historic day here today.
Congratulations, this is a huge moment.
But what happens now?
More now on the pressures that's continuing to mount on the Prime Minister, who, despite growing calls for his resignation, has vowed to prove his doubters wrong. But a total of 40 Labour MPs have now called for Sir Keir Starmer to go. After his speech this morning, we got the reaction of Labour MP Carl Turner, who lost the whip in March and is currently sitting as an independent.
It was a well-rehearsed speech. It was delivered well, but it was done by way of autocue. I texted the PM yesterday. We've not spoken much in recent weeks and months because we've had a bit of a fallout, which is fairly public. But I said, look, if you go into the room tomorrow and read from autocue, it's good night. It's good night, Vienna, unfortunately, because you've got to speak from the heart. But I suspect what the advisers were saying to him in Downing Street yesterday is, look, the strategy, Prime Minister, is to get you over this week. Is to get Catherine West to drop the idea of challenging. That's what they're doing. They're going from day to day to get the Prime Minister into a position where he survives for the day. But if that's the speech to persuade the country that things are going to change, I'm afraid it won't work. Why? Because it's just more of the same with a bit more drama. There's nothing in that speech that's going to get people in East Hull revved up to the point where they're saying, I wished I'd not voted Reform the other day. And there's his problem. So what is the decision he wants to make, right? Who does he really want to speak to? Does he want to write off the red wall? Seats like Barnsley, Sheffield, Hull? Is that the seats he wants to give up on? Because if he does, fine. Say you're going to rejoin the European Union. Tell the country that's your plan. We might win a few seats off the Lib Dems. We might win a few seats off the soft Tories. We might win a few seats from places we'd never expect, Plaid Cymru at all, if the position is we're going to go back into the EU. But let's not pretend that he's going to move the dial in any constituency in the north of England with that speech today. God bless him. He's doing his best. And the question you asked me is, should he stay or should he go? Well, look, in some ways it's academic, because I can't win, can I? If I say the Prime Minister should stay put, they say to me, well, hang on a minute, you're only saying that because you want the whip back. If I say, no, be off with you, Keir Starmer, we're sick to death of you, we've had enough, the answer to that is, he's bound to say that, he's been suspended over jury trial curtailment of all things. Come on, look, the Prime Minister had an opportunity today to deliver a speech from the heart. I can do it. I've spoken for the last 7 minutes without a breath. Why can't the Prime Minister do it? For goodness sake.
I'll give you a chance to take a breath, Carl. It's Sam Coates. Carl, do you think that there is any scenario, if Keir Starmer stays, that we won't just end up in an endless psychodrama over whether he's up to the job now? Do you think that the Labour Party, with maybe 40-plus MPs coming out calling for him to go, more MPs coming out just since the speech finished, that we can ever put questions of his leadership behind him and the Labour Party can get a clear run? Or so long as he's in number 10, are we not just doomed to more and more and more of these conversations?
Sam, you are an incredibly well-regarded journalist in Parliament. And you know as well as I do that the whips can't count. So when it was the jury stuff, they were briefing that there'd be 20 people abstain. It ended in 91 abstentions. And me and John McDonnell had a row because his version was, go over the wall, vote against this bill now. And I said to John, no, we've not got the numbers. Because I partly believed that we didn't have the numbers. But whips can't count. If there's 40 MPs going over the thing, prepared to put the name to an idea that he's got to go, it's more like 120 MPs. But let me just give the PLP a bit of a warning. This idea, Sam, that somehow Andy Burnham's going to waltz in to a safe seat 6 months after the NEC said you're not coming back in because it's a costly, expensive venture for your own ego. The idea that they're going to change the tune now is for the birds. Second point is, we've now seen the electoral reality. How is Andy Burnham going to win a seat? Is there any safe seats left for him? So what I'd advise Andy, McDonnell, John, McDonnell, any of my colleagues, good people I've got the greatest respect for, those that are wanting Andy Burnham in, what I would say to those people is the prospect of Andy coming in anytime soon is not likely. So you've got a choice. You either stick with the Prime Minister, I'm happy to do that if that's the decision of the PLP, but we either go for the Prime Minister as is, or we go for West Streeting, or we go for Angie Rayner, or even potentially Ed Miliband. But you can't have Andy Burnham when he's not in Parliament. I'd like to win the lottery at the weekend, but I've got to put a quid on to get the chance to win. Andy Burnham's got to be in to win it. He's not.
Right, let's get a look at the weather.
You're looking happy.
Well, the forecast looks good.
So you've sorted the travel insurance then?
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors Sky News weather.
A generally northern flow will keep it chilly this week, and there's still no sign of any substantial rain in the south. Today's looking cold just about everywhere, but mainly light winds mean it won't feel as chilly as yesterday. Most places will be dry with lengthy sunny spells into the evening, but southern England and South Wales will be cloudier with 1 or 2 showers. Eastern England may see the odd coastal shower as well, while the far northwest will see patchy rain moving in later. Any evening showers in the south will soon fade.
All Clear Travel Insurance proudly sponsors Sky News weather.
You're watching Sky News Today. Coming up, 40 Labour MPs are now calling for the Prime Minister to resign, but Starmer vows to prove doubters wrong and stay in number 10. Hello, you're watching Sky News Today with me, Jane Secker. It's 2 o'clock. These are the headlines. The Prime Minister insists he won't walk away from number 10, but admits he has failed to convince the British people that their lives will improve.
I know I have my doubters, and I know I need to prove them wrong, and I will.
Labour MP Catherine West backs down from an immediate leadership challenge, but 40 of her backbench colleagues are now calling for Keir Starmer to go. While the former Deputy Prime Minister Angela Rayner hits out at the decision to stop Andy Burnham from seeking a seat in the Commons.
And we can start by accepting that Andy Burnham should never have been blocked. It was a mistake that the leadership of our party should put right.
Hello, good afternoon. Sir Keir Starmer set out his stall this morning, insisting he wasn't going anywhere and vowing to prove his doubters wrong, despite Labour's catastrophic showing in last week's elections. But many of his backbenchers don't appear to be listening. 40 of them, and counting, are now calling on him to go. The former Minister Catherine West, who threatened over the weekend to launch a leadership campaign, has effectively backed down. Rather than launching an immediate contest, she's now urging fellow Labour MPs to call on the Prime Minister to set out a timeline to quit by September. But many others want more immediate action, among them the head of the influential Labour Growth Group, who's spoken to Sky News this afternoon.
But I think the moment, the dramatic situation that we face, the geopolitical context, the fact that we had such a difficult economic inheritance does mean that we need more radical change than the government has set out so far. I don't think we saw a plan from the Prime Minister this morning in order to implement the kind of change that this country needs, and I therefore think it's time for us to look for new leadership. And I think what that means is the Prime Minister rightly now setting out a timetable and an orderly process for a leadership election, and one in which Labour has a discussion about the vision for the country and what changes we think are needed in order to face the very real challenges that Britain currently faces. I think it's always incredibly sad to reach this point. I voted for Keir Starmer quite proudly in the Labour leadership election campaign. Before we worked together in my former career as a pollster, I did polling for the Labour Party, for Keir in opposition, and also for that Labour leadership campaign, because I knew how important it was for us to take back the Labour Party, to change the party, and Keir successfully did that. But it wasn't enough to change the Labour Party. We also needed a plan to change the country. We haven't seen any economic growth really in Britain since the financial crash. The Tories failed to deliver that, but we, particularly with a majority of this size, can't fail to deliver that either. And the Labour Party needs to ensure that we've got leadership at the top of the party and politicians right across the party who come together in order to deliver the radical change that's necessary in order to fix the problems facing Britain. It is clear to me that that is unfortunately not possible under Keir's leadership.
Well, Deputy Political Editor Sam Coates is here with me in the studio. And for relatively new MPs, like him, coming out and putting their head above the parapet like this is quite difficult, isn't it?
It was, and you could see him visibly nervous as he spoke to us. And I think he's exactly the kind of person who was part of Keir Starmer's Praetorian Guard. He was the sort of person that arrived in Parliament proudly announcing that he was prepared to vote for the tough stuff and that he would back difficult decisions and legislation to get things growing again in this country. He's head of the Labour Growth Group, means he's quite well connected in Labour circles, and although he was speaking in a personal capacity, I'm sure there are a fair few Labour MPs have been talking through with him what he's doing in the last few days. And I think just his intervention underscores just this sense that the dam is slightly starting to burst.
And in terms of those who are joining him, I mean, this is Catherine West's initial letter, isn't it? She was the one who put her head above the parapet first and said that she wanted the Prime Minister to go. She's kind of rowing back a little bit on timing.
So Catherine West has basically said that she wants to work out how strong the strength of feeling is in the Parliamentary Labour Party against Keir Starmer. And she doesn't want to stand herself as a leadership contender, but she wants to see how many people want basically a contest in pretty short order. But I've got some breaking news for you, Jane. In the letter that she publicised earlier, she said that she wanted to set out a timetable for the election of a new leader in September. Now, she's just clarified to our colleagues on Politico that she's made a mistake and that she shouldn't have written in September. I can see your eyebrow going up.
Well, yeah,
quite right.
That's the key thing that's different, isn't it?
I know. I shouldn't have said it was written in September. I should have written by September. And she wants the contest to begin soon and a new leader in place by September the 1st. So that's the scoop of Andrew McDonald of Politico. But, I mean, half an hour ago, we were all chasing down the idea that basically Catherine West was sort of coming to Andy Burnham's aim by delaying the contest so that he would have a chance to stand in Parliament, to get to Parliament so he could stand in the leadership contest. Now she's saying, no, I didn't. That was a clerical error, and we should just get on with it. Then, again, throwing into the air kind of the assumptions of the people that had thought that they were signing up to a letter which said one thing, but possibly maybe now. So, I mean, it's just a mess. It's just a mess.
It is a mess, isn't it? It kicks the can down the road, but not as far as we thought. It's more of a tap than a great big full-throttle thwack.
Look, although that element of it is a mess, I feel like there is just a steady drip of people coming out. There have been more. Luke Meyer has come out and he has said at this point in Parliament, he's another Labour MP, I believe that a change in leadership may provide the fresh authority needed. We're seeing the dam break, I think. There are 403 MPs. Not all of them have, not many of them proportionately have put their head above the parapet. But to have anybody coming out on the day of a prime ministerial big speech to, you know, say actually he should go is a big deal, as we were just discussing. So it doesn't sound like what we heard earlier today has necessarily stemmed the damage.
Well, let's remind our viewers what we did hear earlier today. Let's hear from the Prime Minister himself. In his speech this morning, he insisted he was taking full responsibility for Labour's disastrous showing in Thursday's elections.
The election results last week were tough, very tough. We lost some brilliant Labour representatives. That hurts, and it should hurt. I get it. I feel it. And I take responsibility. But it's not just about taking responsibility for the results. It's about taking responsibility to explain how, as a political and electoral force, we will be better and do better in the months and years ahead. Because we are not just facing dangerous times, but dangerous opponents. Very dangerous opponents. This hurts not just because Labour has done badly, but because if we don't get this right, our country will go down a very dark path. So just as I take responsibility for the results, I also take responsibility for delivering the change that we promised, for a stronger and fairer Britain that we must build. I take responsibility for navigating us through a world that is more dangerous than at any time in my life. And I take responsibility for not walking away, not plunging our country into chaos as the Tories did time and again, chaos that did lasting damage to this country. A Labour government would never be forgiven for inflicting that on our country again. I know that people are frustrated by the state of Britain, frustrated by politics, and some people frustrated with me. I know I have my doubters, and I know I need to prove them wrong, and I will.
Well, in a speech this lunchtime, the former Deputy Prime Minister, Angela Rayner, said the Labour Party has to do better. And she also hit out at the decision to stop Andy Burnham from seeking a seat in the Commons.
We, as a party, have to do better than this. And we can only prove we mean our Labour values by putting the common interest ahead of factionalism. And we can start by accepting that Andy Burnham should never have been blocked. It was a mistake that the leadership of our party should put right.
Well, Sam is still here in the studio. Sam, maybe now's a good point to talk through the possible successors. Angela Rayner has her own challenges to overcome before she could be in that position, couldn't she? But we have her, we have Andy Burnham, we have Wes Streeting, all there, sort of waiting in the wings, potentially, and possibly even Ed Miliband.
Yeah, all with their problems. And that's why this hasn't happened, because there is not one neat, easy solution to what to do post Keir Starmer, if that's the direction that the Labour Party wants to take. Let's take them in turn. Wes Streeting, he's possibly the most ready of anybody. His team say he's not going to go today, he's not going to be the challenger. But, you know, he is on the right of the party and figures on the left commonly win. And he's been a bit of a factional warrior. So I think whether or not he actually is the choice of the membership is the worry of some of those
He's got a big
around
speech on Thursday, hasn't he?
There's NHS data out on Thursday, so he'll come out then, but not before then, and things are moving pretty quickly. Angela Rayner, well, she's still not sorted out her tax affairs, and her polling, Jade, is really, rock bottom of all the various leadership contenders amongst the general public. And in the end, that does matter, because people want to be re-elected, these MPs who are possibly rolling the dice with Starmer. And then Andy Burnham, well, many positives in the eyes of Labour MPs. It's just he's not an MP. And I was chatting to somebody from the NEC, and it's going to be 6-7 weeks at the earliest, even if he finds a seat today, before he could get in. But would he win a by-election? You saw those results across, there's a Greater Manchester region where all those, red councils turned turquoise blue. I would venture that if all the other parties threw everything at stopping Burnham, they might just be successful. I mean, I don't know. You can't know, but you can't say it's a slam dunk that he would win. So sort of problems everywhere you look. Ed Miliband said repeatedly he doesn't want it. If there was a contest now and the soft left had to choose between Angela Rayner and Ed Miliband, maybe they go for him. But Ed Miliband was rejected by the public in the 2015 general election, quite famously. So to then have the Labour Party impose somebody who the public did not want in recent living memory on them as Prime Minister, I think would be a reputational challenge for the Labour Party.
There were people going into this speech who were saying that Keir Starmer needs to make it clear which direction the Labour Party is going. Is it going to appeal to those Liberal left that have gone to the Greens, or should it be appealing to the working-class northern vote who see a future in Farage? But it struck me that what we got from his speech was it's more of the same.
It is more of the same, but I actually think he made a choice in the speech. There was nothing on immigration. There was nothing on borders. Instead, it was all themed around issues that would appeal to the kind of progressive left. So he talked up nationalisation. There was an announcement about wanting to nationalise British Steel. There was something quite vague on getting closer to the EU, but staying within the existing manifesto red lines. All of that is designed to peel back Green and Liberal Democrat voters.
So do you think he's more scared of Zach Belansky than he is of Nigel Farage?
I put it slightly differently. I think he knows that it is easier, and political scientists like Rob Ford was saying, it's probably an easier job for the Prime Minister to get back a former Labour voter that's defected to the Greens or the Liberal Democrats or one of the other sort of left parties or a nationalist party than it is to get back a voter that's hopped from Labour to Reform or has, or as the Labour pool of votes shrunk and the Reform one grew. Just to bolster the number of Labour votes from the left flank is easier than getting them back on the right. So it does look like this is a pivot from the first 18 months of his premiership. But yes, he does look like he was picking the left side to sort of look after, target and appeal to, rather than that kind of harder-edged migration and industrial heartland appeal that he started off his premiership by looking towards.
Really interesting. Thanks very much, Sam. Well, let's delve into that a little bit more with Kitty Donaldson, who is the chief political commentator at the iPaper. I don't know if you're able to hear Sam there, Kitty, but he was just pointing out, that he felt that this speech slightly more went towards winning back Liberals. Do you think the Labour Party have given up on those members of the Red Wall who might now vote for Farage?
I don't think they've given up on them, but I think Sam was right to point out that the bits in the speech that spoke to the left were more prominent than anything else. And this is a debate that's raging on in the Labour Party. Which way do you go to try and get back the votes you've lost to left and to right? But to be honest, the speech wasn't very full of anything. So I think using this speech as a kind of yardstick as to where the Prime Minister is heading is probably a mistake. It was a very opaque speech. It was sort of like, I don't know, Keir Starmer's like a guy who cleans the windows but doesn't rub off the spray. You're left with more streaks afterwards than you thought that were there before. We didn't come out of it knowing more about his direction than we did going in, and I think that's what's prompting Labour MPs to either reply to Catherine West's email and say yes, go for this 6-month delay, or to just sort of come out and say how miserable they are, like Chris Curtis, the growth group guy, did on your show earlier.
So given how opaque you felt this speech was, are you surprised that perhaps more people aren't coming forward, or perhaps that we haven't had more senior members of the Labour Party, cabinet ministers, putting their head above the parapet?
I was just listening to Lisa Nandy, the Culture Secretary, on the BBC at lunchtime, and she was very much saying, stick with the Prime Minister. Peter Card, Business Secretary, was saying the same thing this morning, stick with the Prime Minister. But we do know there are others behind the scenes who don't agree with that, who think that the Prime Minister... in fact, I was talking to a cabinet minister yesterday who said that only most of the cabinet now supported him. But there's a big difference between that and sort of not thinking he's great to coming out in public and sort of blowing everything up, because the minute a cabinet minister did that, then it's basically game over, I think, for the Prime Minister. At the moment, when there's kind of slightly weird holding pattern where we're waiting for people to reply to Catherine West's email and say yes to go ahead with this kind of slightly weird, not in the rules leadership challenge thing that you sort of made up as you went along this morning. But I don't think we're going to get an answer today. I think Catherine West is basically out of action for the rest of the day, and we might only know tomorrow whether she gets to the number of votes or the number of supporters she needs to go to the Prime Minister and say, look, set out a timetable.
And do you think, as the Prime Minister made clear in his speech, that he would stand if there was a leadership challenge, do you think that is the right thing for him to do?
I think he's very good at compartmentalising Keir the man and Keir the politician. I think he sees it as his sort of duty, having been elected, to carry on. And the point he makes about, look, we're in the middle of a global energy crisis, Labour are facing existential threats. I think that those are speeches that he's convinced by, but I just don't think that the large majority of the PLP, the Parliamentary Labour Party, are hearing that anymore. I think that they've moved on and they've sort of gone, you know, we like you, Keir, you're a decent enough bloke, but you've made too many mistakes. And look what happened in the local elections last week. It's just, you know, it's time's up, basically. It's time to move on.
How much do you think this is about Keir Starmer as a man and as a leader, and how much were the results last week a feeling that people genuinely are moving away from mainstream politics?
Yes, it's an interesting one. He came up a lot on doorsteps. People are viscerally opposed to him for reasons that I find quite baffling, knowing him a bit. I find him perfectly nice, a decent bloke. In fact, he's been very kind personally to me. So when you go out and I think I've talked to pollsters and analysts about this, and they say this all dates back to when he was standing for the Labour leadership. They think that people think, in focus groups this comes up, that he's a bit slippery, that he tacked left in order to get elected Labour leader and then sort of abandoned the principles he'd set out. So I think the rot set in quite early. But he does seem to bring out this sort of visceral reaction in people that is completely disproportionate to sort of, you know, someone who's basically quite an ordinary bloke, really. So there's that bit. But then, of course, there's the kind of the sort of sped up nature of British politics. People want change and they want change quickly. And it's quite attractive. The messages from some of these guys on the you know, what were once fringes, some of these messages are now quite attractive. We are hard men, or we can change things quickly, as opposed to this kind of you know, slow churn of legislation and kind of not meeting housing targets, and, you know, waiting lists coming down, NHS waiting lists coming down, but not quickly enough, and the sort of grim reality and inflation and I mean, some of it's not the fault of this government. You know, they couldn't have predicted Trump was going to go into Iran. But equally, you know, they went for growth. They pinned the house on growth, economic growth, and it just hasn't happened.
It's an interesting study, isn't it, on why people vote and what they vote for. And as you say, a man standing for the Labour Party who's come from a pretty working class background and has worked his way up through education and hard work, compared to somebody who's had a great deal of privileges, but one is able to speak clearer to a particular group. I find it absolutely fascinating. In the meantime, we've got Angela Rayner sort of... Is she hovering? Is the angel of death in the corner here, do you feel?
What a horrible image. She is, I think, waiting. I think everyone's in a sort of holding pattern. I don't know if Angela Rayner absolutely wants to be leader herself. I think there's a bit of her that would fall in behind Andy Burnham. If Andy Burnham came back to Parliament, I also think there's a bit of her that might fall in behind Ed Miliband if say Wes Streeting prompts a challenge. I mean, this is what we're now waiting for. We're waiting for two things. One is for Catherine West to come back and say, I've got sufficient numbers to prompt something. And then if she does that, then the road is kind of clear for Wes Streeting to make a challenge. If Wes Streeting makes a challenge, then Angela Rayner will block him. But that doesn't necessarily mean she will end up as leader. She might come to some sort of accommodation with Ed Miliband. or they might try and do some sort of holding pincer movement to delay things until a seat can be found. And as Sam was saying just now, it takes a long time for a seat in a by-election. And all those seats that Andy Burnham might go for up in Manchester or the Wirral, around those parts, did pretty badly to reform in the local elections, which I think just goes to show you that if Nigel Farage chucks the kitchen sink at a by-election, there's actually no guarantee that Burnham could return to Parliament. And then what happens is you've lost the mayoralty of Greater Manchester and a by-election, and then what sort of mess are you in then? So I think that's partly why the Cabinet are so sort of reticent to come out and say one way or the other, because it's just a kind of unconscionable mess, really, if you start sort of unpicking this. And if there was an obvious successor, if we had a Gordon Brown waiting in the wings, who'd battered away all kind of, potential challengers and had sort of established themselves as a kind of great big beast of British politics, just waiting for Tony Blair to, exit, then things would be different. But we don't. We've got sort of 3 or 4 untested, more junior politicians who, as one cabinet minister said to me last week, the public don't really know them properly, and the Labour Party would be taking a massive punt to abandon Starmer for what? Is it better the devil you know?
I mean, he hasn't got Gordon Brown in the Cabinet, but he has got Gordon Brown in number 10, hasn't he? I mean, do you think that is the smartest idea Keir Starmer's ever had?
I think Gordon Brown is very good at what he does, which is basically knock heads together at international financial institutions. And he did make a success of his 2008 London summit. I remember covering it back in the day. That was a triumph for Brown in the wake of the financial crisis. But he does smack of 2008, I'm afraid. I don't think he really smacks of 2026. And it also went down quite badly, I think, in the PLP, people I was speaking to over the weekend saying, some were being quite rude, actually saying, like, talk about bring out your dead, when they were saying Gordon Brown and Harriet Harman going into number 10. And, this doesn't look like the future, it looks like the past. But it wasn't just that kind of tipped people over the edge. It was this interview the Prime Minister gave to The Observer on Sunday, in which he said 10 more years, I'm going to serve a second term. And that kind of hubris really hit home. And I think that's what sort of tipped people over the edge on Sunday. Whereas on Saturday night, everyone had sort of not really been taking Catherine West's bid particularly seriously. And there were lots of jokes flying around, lots of memes on WhatsApp. By Sunday, the Observer interview and the appointment of Gordon Brown had sort of tipped people over into kind of slightly more sort of nihilistic kind of something's got to change. It's sort of like, I don't care what it is, but something's got to happen. And that was kind of mood shift I detected over the weekend. I think where people are today is slightly kind of gloomy, actually, like kind of looking over the edge and thinking, what next for the Prime Minister? And this speech, I think there's a lot of people who'd wished this speech this morning had been a bit better. And the fact that it wasn't has just sort of made the mood in the Labour Party just tip that bit further downhill.
Katie Donaldson of the I newspaper, the chief political correspondent there. Really good to talk to you. Thank you very much. Let's just bring you a bit of breaking news coming to us from America. And this is about 31-year-old Cole Thomas Adam. You may remember that he is the man who's accused of firing gunshots near the main security screen at the White House Correspondents' Dinner in Washington. This was back on April the 25th. He is in court today. He has pleaded not guilty to all charges. He is a 31-year-old. Prosecution alleged that he intended to target multiple Trump administration officials. He was arrested as he ran through that screening area. In the court at the moment, he has pleaded not guilty. We will bring you more reaction to that from America very shortly. In the meantime, we are going to take a short break. We will also be bringing you a lot more reaction to what's happening in the murky political world. What is going on behind the door at number 10 this afternoon? We will try and glean all we can. Stay tuned to Sky News. Well, let's bring you more on our breaking news. The suspect charged with the attempted assassination of President Donald Trump has pleaded not guilty to all charges. This is 31-year-old Cole Thomas Allen, who was arrested last month after running through security at the White House Correspondents' Dinner with guns and knives. Let's get more on this from our US correspondent Mark Stone, who was, of course, there in the room that evening. Mark, so just give us the update from the court.
Yeah, I just come out of the courtroom. I mean, first of all, to see the alleged gunman face to face was fascinating. He came into the room, the 31-year-old Cole Thomas Allen from California, brought into the room by US Marshals. He was wearing an orange jumpsuit. He was shackled but his hands were shackled together like this. His legs were shackled as well, making it quite difficult for him to walk. And the first thing that happened is that the judge asked him to approach the stand, and then the charges were read out, and he was offered to make a plea against all 4 of those charges. And through his lawyer, she made the plea on his behalf, not guilty to all 4 charges against him, attempting to assassinate the President of the United States. That the first charge against Cole Thomas Allen. And actually, just hearing those words, attempting to assassinate the President of the United States, what an extraordinary case this is, and yet it seemed almost procedural at the same time. The second part of the brief hearing that we were in, it lasted about 20 minutes or so. The second part of it was very interesting, because what Cole Allen's defence are trying to do is recuse the district attorney, Jeanine Pirro, who is, of course, the district attorney for the District of Columbia, for Washington, D.C. She's also a close friend of President Trump, appointed by him, and she was also at the dinner. And so the argument by the defendant's defence is that she is, in a sense, a victim, and that she can't be part of this process because she was at the dinner, is a friend of Trump, and therefore cannot be seen as properly impartial. So they put that case to the judge, and then both sides are going to go away and have a think about it. But it's a very interesting dynamic to this case, that the defence is arguing not only that Jeanine Pirro, the district attorney, should be recused from this whole process, but actually that the acting Attorney General, Todd Blanche, should also be recused from the process, because he too is a friend of President Trump, indeed was once President Trump's lawyer, and was also at the dinner as well. So an interesting dynamic there, whether that whole apparatus, that whole prosecution apparatus, is removed from the process, if the judge agrees that it should be, and then perhaps the whole case is moved to a different state. We just don't know that yet. But a procedural process today, but not without the sort of wow factor of seeing Cole Thomas Allen in the dock, face to face, in those shackles and in that orange jumpsuit.
Mark, thanks very much. Well, let's come back to the UK and get more on our developing story this afternoon. The growing calls among Labour backbenchers for the Prime Minister to step down, despite his speech this morning, in which he vowed to carry on doing the job. Our political editor Beth Rigby was in the room and put this to the Prime Minister after his speech.
Back in 2021, when Labour lost hundreds of council seats in the Hartlepool by-election, you thought about resigning as Labour leader, explaining, and this is quoting you, "I didn't feel I should be bigger than the party." But these results, this moment, is so much worse than then. You've lost nearly 1,500 councillors, 40 councils, you've lost Wales. Haven't you, for one moment, thought you should step aside in the interests of the party and country? And if you haven't, why haven't you? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Beth. I think what we witnessed with the last government was the chaos of constantly changing leaders. And it cost this country a huge amount. A huge amount. And I'll tell you who paid the price. It was working people. They paid the price of this. They are still paying the price of this. A Labour government will not inflict that on our country again. We were elected with a mandate to change this country because of what had gone before. And that is what we will do. Yes, I acknowledge the frustration. Yes, I acknowledge the results are tough. Yes, I acknowledge that we've lost brilliant representatives across the United Kingdom. And I have a responsibility for that. But I also have a responsibility to deliver the change that we were elected and that we promised this country, and I'll deliver on that. Thank you very much, Beth.
What did Victoria, what's Vic said to you this weekend?
Vic is a rock, and we talk everything through together, as you know.
Well, let's talk now to Kim Johnson, who's the Labour MP for Liverpool and Riverside and doesn't anymore support the Prime Minister. Kim, why not?
Well, in 2024, we won the general election with a massive majority. And I would have to say that I believe that we've squandered that opportunity to do what we said we were going to do, create change and provide hope. We've done anything other than to provide change or hope. You'll know that within weeks of gaining power, one of the first actions that this government did was to take away the winter fuel allowance from many vulnerable pensioners. And so that was the start of our decline, I believe. And I just think, Starmer is now on a very borrowed time. And I do think that there is a need for a leadership challenge.
Was there anything he could have said today that would have won you over?
Ta-ra, sorry.
Sorry, was there anything that just ta-ra, just going?
Well, that would have been helpful, or a discussion about when and how he wants to go. People have talked about a just transition. And I think the longer he stays, the worse it's going to become for a lot of people. The results on Thursday were devastating, a really dark day for the Labour movement, and we've lost so many hard-working, dedicated Labour councillors and prospective councillors. And I've not heard sorry. I'm sad to say I've not heard Starmer say sorry for what's happened to all of those people, and how our country feels about the Labour Party. And we need to be big and bold to make those changes that have a positive impact on people's lives. And we're not hearing that.
Who should be in charge, do you think?
So who's to be in charge, is a question that will come down the line. We haven't had people put their hats in the ring yet. And when that does happen, then I will look at the candidates and make my choice and decision. But at the end of the day, it's not just having a leader. What we also need is a change in direction. We need different policies, and we need to get rid of the cronyism, because I don't know who's writing his speeches. That wasn't a good speech, in terms of rallying the country and rallying MPs.
In terms of possible successors, obviously Angela Rayner's up there, Wes Streeting's being talked about, even Ed Miliband. Andy Burnham, though, a key potential successor, but he's not an MP. Would you stand down? Would you give up your seat if you thought that he possibly had a chance to stand?
Sorry, no, there's no way. I would stand down. I'm the first and only black MP there's ever been in Liverpool, and I'm not going to give up my seat for Andy Burnham. I'm committed to supporting and championing and challenging the issues in my Liverpool Riverside constituency. It's not something I'm prepared to do. I know others have mentioned that they would, but, you said he's not an MP. The NEC blocked his position last time. Is there? There's nothing that I've heard that says that they're going to change their position this time. And where will there be a safe seat? We know what happened on Friday with the election results. The Greens and Reform have gained lots of ground in this country. It would make it very difficult, I would say, maybe for Andy to gain a safe seat somewhere.
So for you personally at the moment, do you really feel strongly about any of the candidates who could replace Keir Starmer, or is it simply anyone but Keir?
I would say it can't be anybody in the cabinet, because at the end of the day, those cabinet members were responsible to bringing on the chaos that we're currently experiencing, and why people are turning their back on the Labour Party.
If it's no one in the cabinet, then it might be somebody who's not potentially a household name. there is a lot of chaos, isn't there, at the moment at the top? I mean, this is something that the Labour Party, when it came to power, promised exactly what we wouldn't have, isn't it?
Well, exactly. And Starmer promised a lot of things, during his leadership election as well, in terms of public ownership, and those things were reneged on. We've seen lots of things not being carried out. We've seen a number of U-turns, whether it's a winter fuel allowance or welfare benefits and WASPy women. But we need to be committed. We need to build trust and confidence again in this Labour Party. Too many people have left us and have turned our back on us. Those people who have been committed Labour Party members and supporters. And we need to be big and bold in terms of our policies to ensure that we deliver for our constituents and we do provide a hope and change for all of those people that so desperately need it.
His announcement today on British Steel didn't go any way to winning you over, bringing that back into government control.
Bringing British Steel back into public ownership is great, but what about all the other, whether it's water, the post office, and all of those other services that have been hived off to the private sector, with people making lots of money out of dividends on the back of the public sector. We need to be looking at what more we can do to bring those services back in-house.
Given what happened at the local elections last week, how worried are you that when it comes to a general election that we'll see Labour lose and that this will be the last Labour government for a very long time?
Well, there's no sugarcoating the fact that we are in scary times and we need to do everything we have in the years before the general election to put things right. We have the opportunity to put things right with big, bold policies and policy changes that have a significant impact on those constituencies who are feeling so let down at the moment.
And in terms of what you were hearing when you were out on the doorsteps last week, I presume you were campaigning for your local councillors. It seems from what you're saying that you feel that Labour needs to be moving more to the left, that will win over voters. But, we've seen so many of these red wall areas and so many of these working class areas voting to the right, voting to Farage. How can you win those over as well?
So Liverpool didn't have elections last week. We were twinned with Knowsley and I was out in Knowsley. But for me, it's not about left or out. It's about policies, our Labour Party values. It's about providing greater opportunities in terms of housing, education, employment, and improving our national health. That's what people want. That's what people are calling out for. And that's what people expected in 2024 when they voted in a Labour government.
And do you not feel that Keir Starmer embodies those Labour values?
Well, I think Keir Starmer is part of a project that has failed, starting with McSweeney and Mandelson, and we need to get back to our Labour Party roots and our values. And if we do that, we have a chance of redeeming ourselves and providing hope and change in our constituencies.
Kim Johnson, Labour MP for Liverpool and Riverside. Good to talk to you. Thanks so much for sharing your thoughts today.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Well, some 40 Labour backbenchers, including Kim Johnson, are now calling for Sir Keir Starmer to step down. But so far, no cabinet ministers have broken rank in public, at least. My colleague Cathy Newman has been talking to the Culture Secretary, Lisa Nandy.
Lisa Nandy, was that it? Was that enough for Keir Starmer to safeguard his job?
Well, no, it's not enough to go out and make a speech, but it is certainly the right thing to have done in this moment, to go out and acknowledge the mistakes that have been made, to acknowledge the role that he's personally played in that and the frustration that is quite personal that has been levelled towards him, and to acknowledge that we haven't been big enough to meet the moment and the scale of change that is required for people's lives. I think it was an important step, but as he said rightly, what happens next is most important. So going forwards, what you're going to see from this Labour government is a Prime Minister who will go out and wear his heart on his sleeve, who will show that he is prepared to go out and fight any system that stands in the way of making people's lives better and take on the big change that is necessary, not just the incremental change, with an urgency and a pace that shows people that we're on their side and that things can get better.
Let's talk about your friend, the Manchester mayor, who Keir Starmer sort of hinted today he wouldn't have a problem if the NEC decided to let Andy Burnham back to Westminster. He wouldn't have a problem with it. Do you still think that Andy Burnham would be an asset in Westminster?
Yeah, I do. I mean, he's an asset as the Mayor of Greater Manchester, and he was as my neighbouring MP in Leith for 7 years when I first got elected. I think he'd be an asset in Westminster too. And I said at the time when the NEC blocked him from standing in Gorton and Denton that I thought that was a mistake. I think you need your strongest team on the pitch, and he is undeniably one of those politicians who goes out and fights for people, and people see it and appreciate it. In the north of England, we remember very much that at the moment when we were most struggling during the pandemic, when the Tory government refused to properly compensate us for that and to treat us fairly like other parts of the country, that he went out and fought for us. And I think that is the sort of politician that we need in these times. I think you saw that from the Prime Minister today, and I think that we need to be a strong and united team. We have a Prime Minister. This is not about trying to swap out the Prime Minister or change the Prime Minister, but I do think we need to stick together as a team, come together as a team, field our strongest players and go out and make that change that people were promised and that we owe it to them to deliver.
And you can watch the full interview with Lisa and Andy on the Cathy Newman Show tonight here on Sky News at 7 o'clock. Well, let's bring in our political correspondent, Rob Powell, who is here. And Rob, you've been down to Number 10 today for the daily lobby briefing where Number 10 officials talk to journalists. What was the mood like, I suppose, one among the journalists, but also Number 10?
Yeah, I think what the Prime Minister's spokesperson was trying to do in that briefing was kind of send some messages out that what you heard from Keir Starmer in that speech was not it, that actually, even after this Parliament, he could go further, especially on things like the EU. Obviously, that was a big part of the speech this morning, and it was asked whether the red lines in the Labour manifesto still stuck, that no entry into the customs union, again, no single market. And he basically said, look, yes, they did, but the next manifesto is a matter for the party. So I think it's getting at this sort of suggestion that is aimed quite squarely probably at MPs like Kim Johnson that you've just had on, that they will be trying to pivot as much as possible to a version of the Labour Party that she would like to see now, but that there would be more when they're free from the constraints of their manifesto. Because you heard Kim Johnson there talk about Keir Starmer being part of a project that's failed. So they see him as sort of the person put there by the right of the party, led by people like Morgan McSweeney and Peter Mandelson. They want to see a decisive break with this. I think what Number 10 is trying to do is sort of nod and wink at them that that's what they're going to do. I think clearly for MPs like Kim Johnson, that's all come too late. The open question is where the other, there's 400 Labour MPs, where the rest of them are.
It was interesting also that she said that she absolutely categorically wouldn't give up a seat for Andy Burnham. So, you got the impression that she isn't that enamoured of an Andy Burnham follow-on from Keir Starmer, and not the first MP who's on that list who said that today as well.
Yeah, and I think this is where you find, process and reality getting in the way of, it's sort of fairly easy to put out a post online and say that Keir Starmer should go. What's a lot more difficult is to come up with a realistic series of events that could actually take place that would mean him leaving office and someone else coming in. We've seen Catherine West, the Labour backbencher, have a hack at that. She has stepped back from saying that she will trigger a leadership contest, which is quite crucial because if she had decided to challenge Keir Starmer and had got enough names that a formal leadership contest was set in motion, it may well be that that was the point where people like Wes Streeting say, well, I haven't triggered the contest, I haven't wielded the knife, so to speak, but I am going to pile in now. And that's where you may have ended up with something in the short term happening, a leadership contest happening in the short term. The fact that Catherine West isn't doing that now matters because it is now up to, I think, Wes Streeting as the principal character to decide whether he wants to go or not. So far, he's been uncharacteristically quiet.
OK, Rob, thanks very much. We'll keep an eye on that. You're watching Sky News Today. Coming up, we will continue to bring you all the latest on this developing story about the Prime Minister's future.
I'm Dominic Waghorn, Sky's International Affairs Editor, covering a world that seems to be unravelling.
It's not his country, it's ours.
Sky News, the full story first, free wherever you get your news. It's half an hour now past the deadline that Hamas issued, and we've now seen a third barrage of rockets coming in.
Our app gives you the very best of Sky News wherever you are. Breaking news, videos and analysis.
Evidence of the crisis.
Podcasts, watching us live.
I'm live in Jerusalem.
Wherever you get your podcast.
All in one place and all at just the touch of a screen. The Sky News app. Get the full story first.
I'm Mark Stone and I'm Sky's correspondent based here in Washington, D.C.
There seems to be some sort of a shooting, what appear to be shots fired at the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
It was a jam-packed interview. I'll tell you what he told me, and I'll explain why you can't hear the call.
100 days in and back with the grassroots of this MAGA movement.
It feels a little bit like he's a king, not a president.
He is a king.
I've witnessed the remarkable passion for politics here, but the anger too.
These immigration rates?
Unbelievable we've come to this.
I'm observing what you're doing.
This post of Trump, it's a big shift. It's very positive.
Have you seen what Donald Trump's been up to in the Rose Garden, in the East Wing?
What's the best thing about being a Sky News journalist?
Who's funnier?
Being a Sky News journalist.
A special edition of The World with me, Yalda Hakim.
Pakistan had the right to respond.
You're like, what?
Historic day here today.
Congratulations, this is a huge moment.
But what happens now?
After Sir Keir Starmer's speech this morning, in which he vowed to carry on, we got the reaction of the Labour MP Carl Turner, who lost the whip in March, currently sitting as an independent and, as you can tell, not an enormous fan of the Prime Minister.
It was a well-rehearsed speech. It was delivered well, but it was done by way of autocue. I texted the PM yesterday. We've not spoken much in recent weeks and months because we've had a bit of a fallout, which is fairly public. But I said, look, if you go into the room tomorrow and read from autocue, it's good night. It's good night Vienna, unfortunately, because you've got to speak from the heart. But I suspect what the advisers were saying to him in Downing Street yesterday is, look, the strategy, Prime Minister, is to get you over this week. It's to get Catherine West to drop the idea of challenging. That's what they're doing. They're going from day to day to get the Prime Minister into a position where he survives for the day. But if that's the speech to persuade the country that things are going to change, I'm afraid it won't work. Why? Because it's just more of the same with a bit more drama. There's nothing in that speech that's going to get people in East Hull revved up to the point where they're saying, I wished I'd not voted Reform the other day. And there's his problem. So what is the decision he wants to make, right? Who does he really want to speak to? Does he want to write off the red wall? Seats like Barnsley, Sheffield, Hull? Is that the seats he wants to give up on? Because if he does, fine. Say you're going to rejoin the European Union. Tell the country that's your plan. We might win a few seats off the Lib Dems. We might win a few seats off the soft Tories. We might win a few seats from places we'd never expect, Plaid Cymru et al. If the position is we're going to go back into the EU. But let's not pretend that he's going to move the dial in any constituency in the north of England with that speech today. God bless him. He's doing his best. And the question you asked me is, should he stay or should he go? Well, look, in some ways it's academic, because I can't win, can I? If I say the Prime Minister should stay put, they say to me, well, hang on a minute, you're only saying that because you want the whip back. If I say, no, be off with you, Keir Starmer, we're sick to death of you, we've had enough, the answer to that is, he's bound to say that. He's been suspended over jury trial curtailment of all things. Come on. Look, the Prime Minister had an opportunity today to deliver a speech from the heart. I can do it. I've spoken for the last 7 minutes without a breath. Why can't the Prime Minister do it? For goodness sake.
I'll turn it there. I'm joined by our chief political correspondent, John Craig. He's been down the library. He's got a hard back. Tell us why you've brought that along, John.
Well, actually, more importantly, here is the Sky News spreadsheet, the very latest. We're up to 41 now calling
who's
for
the new
PM
name?
to go. Catherine McKinnell, who is the MP for Newcastle North on Tyneside, and there was a minister sacked. A few sacked ex-ministers amongst this list here, yeah. So the number, it's a trickle, I think. We'd hardly call it a flood, but the most recent ones are Marcus Campbell-Savers, Chris Curtis, Luke Meyer, Catherine McKinnell, literally a minute or so ago. The reason I got this is the House of Commons guide. I mean, the mischievous thought is, why doesn't Andy Burnham go for Arbroath and Broughty Ferry, where we're expecting a by-election because, of course, Stephen Gethins has been elected to the Scottish Parliament. Labour are only 859 behind. Marginal.
So
and then there's
talking...
Stephen Flynn's going to quit in Aberdeen South as well. Bigger majority there, though.
I mean, could he do that? Go for a constituency, a Scottish seat that's miles from where he lives that he has no links to?
He could. I mean, there's plenty of examples of MPs who are not from the area they represent.
They always claim some sort of...
I mean, I'm being a bit facetious here.
I know.
But I'm intrigued. A number of things intrigue me. One, who is Catherine West trying to help? Is it Wes Streeting? Is she trying to help the Prime Minister by showing there isn't the support for a leadership challenge? I don't think that's the answer. I think it does help Wes Streeting. I think supporters of Andy Burnham will be very frustrated with the fact that this is all happening very quickly. Angela Rayner has very bluntly today said he should be allowed back into Parliament. But every time we ask some of these Merseyside or Greater Manchester MPs, are you going to stand aside? Up to now, they've said no. So the way back into Parliament for Andy Burnham quickly is not very easy at all. So if Andy Burnham is going to become a Labour MP, Labour candidate, Labour MP again, then the whole thing, they've got to slow down, really, the process, because at the moment, he's shut out of Parliament. Why do
you think that is amongst those MPs? Do you think he's seen as being more of the same, a bit more like Keir Starmer, a bit, dare I say it, middle class?
Well, he's a Cambridge graduate who was born in Aintree in Merseyside, Cambridge graduate, worked for the late Tessa Jowell in the 90s, became special advisor to Chris Smith, who was Culture Secretary in Tony Blair's first term. I remember being at Hustings when he stood for the leadership in 2010, and he said, no more special advisors parachuted into safe seats. Well, his critics would say that's exactly how he got into Parliament. There was a long-serving Labour MP called Lawrence Cunliffe, who'd been a whip, and he suddenly retired, and there was Andy Burnham, MP for Lee. He did also say, of course, in 2024, when he got re-elected as Greater Manchester Mayor, that he would serve a full term. So that'll be thrown at him if and when he is a candidate.
OK, John, thanks very much. Thanks for bringing your book. Right, let's get a look at the weather.
Dinner under the stars tonight?
That reminds me of our travel insurance.
You mean All Clear Skies?
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors Sky News weather.
A generally northern flow will keep it chilly this week, and there is still no sign of any substantial rain in the south. Today is looking cold, just about everywhere, but mainly light winds mean it won't feel as chilly as yesterday. Most places will be dry, with lengthy sunny spells in the evening, but southern England and South Wales will be cloudier, with 1 or 2 showers. Eastern England may see the odd coastal shower as well, while the far northwest will see patchy rain moving in later. Any evening showers in the south will soon fade tonight. Then England, Wales and the south of Ireland look mostly dry, clear and calm, with a patchy frost developing out of town. Scotland, Northern Ireland and the northwest of Ireland, meanwhile, will see a little rain moving in on strengthening winds, with the scattering of showers following to the north.
All Clear Travel Insurance proudly sponsors Sky News weather.
You're watching Sky News today. Coming up, 41 Labour MPs are now calling for the Prime Minister to resign. But Starmer vows to prove his doubters wrong as he fights to stay in number 10. Hello, you're watching Sky News Today with me, Jane Sacker. It's 3 o'clock. These are the headlines. The Prime Minister insists he won't walk away from number 10, but admits he's failed to convince the British people that their lives will improve.
I know I have my doubters, and I know I need to prove them wrong, and I will.
Labour MP Catherine West backs down from an immediate leadership challenge, but 41 of her backbench colleagues are now calling for Keir Starmer to go. While the former Deputy Prime Minister, Angela Rayner, hits out at the decision to stop Andy Burnham from seeking a seat in the Commons.
And we can start by accepting that Andy Burnham should never have been blocked. It was a mistake that the leadership of our party should put right.
Also this hour, the man accused of attempting to assassinate Donald Trump at the White House Correspondents' Dinner pleads not guilty. Plus, the latest on the number of hantavirus cases. Later this hour, we'll be talking live to the UK Health Security Agency about those isolating in Britain. Hello, good afternoon. Sir Keir Starmer has insisted he isn't going anywhere and vowed to prove his doubters wrong, despite Labour's catastrophic showing in last week's elections. But many of his backbenchers don't appear to be listening. 41 of them, and counting, are now calling on him to go. Former Minister Catherine West, who threatened over the weekend to launch a leadership campaign, has effectively backed down. Rather than launching an immediate contest, she's now urging fellow Labour MPs to call on the Prime Minister to set out a timeline to quit by September. But many others want more immediate action, among them the head of the influential Labour Growth Group, Chris Curtis, who spoke to Sky News this afternoon.
But I think the moment, the dramatic situation that we face, the geopolitical context, the fact that we had such a difficult economic inheritance does mean that we need more radical change than the government has set out so far. I don't think we saw a plan from the Prime Minister this morning in order to implement the kind of change that this country needs, and I therefore think it's time for us to look for new leadership. And I think what that means is the Prime Minister rightly now setting out a timetable and an orderly process for a leadership election, and one in which Labour has a discussion about the vision for the country and what changes we think are needed in order to face the very real challenges that Britain currently faces. I think it's always incredibly sad to reach this point. I voted for Keir Starmer quite proudly in the Labour leadership election campaign. Before we worked together in my former career as a pollster, I did polling for the Labour Party, for Keir in opposition, and also for that Labour leadership campaign, because I knew how important it was for us to take back the Labour Party, to change the party, and Keir successfully did that. But it wasn't enough to change the Labour Party. We also needed a plan to change the country. We haven't seen any economic growth really in Britain since the financial crash. The Tories failed to deliver that, but we, particularly with a majority of this size, can't fail to deliver that either. And the Labour Party needs to ensure that we've got leadership at the top of the party and politicians right across the party who come together in order to deliver the radical change that's necessary in order to fix the problems facing Britain. It is clear to me that that is unfortunately not possible under Keir's leadership.
Well, this morning, Catherine West confirmed that she's gathering the names of Labour MPs to call on Sir Keir Starmer to resign. In it, she said, "I've listened to the Prime Minister's speech this morning. I welcome the renewed energy and ideas. However, I've reluctantly concluded that this morning's speech was too little too late. The results last Thursday show that the PM has failed to inspire hope. What is best for the party and country now is for an orderly transition. I'm hereby giving notice to number 10 that I'm collecting names of Labour MPs to call on the Prime Minister to set out a timetable for the election of a new leader in September." Well, a leadership challenge would require 81 Labour MPs to publicly back any motion. As it stands, 41 MPs have explicitly called for Sir Keir Starmer to resign, with 4 of those coming in the hours after his make-or-break speech. The architect of the latest challenge to Starmer is Catherine West, with the former junior minister calling for the Prime Minister to set a timetable for the election of a new leader in September. She's at the top there. She added his speech this morning was good, but doesn't outweigh the results from last Thursday. Well, let's tell you a bit more about Belle Ribeiro Addy. She was one of the MPs to call for the Prime Minister's resignation following his speech this morning, saying it is clear that the Prime Minister does not have a credible plan. He must now set out a timetable for departure. Chris Curtis, who is the leader of the Growth Group of MPs, said, "I don't think we saw a plan from the Prime Minister this morning in order to implement the kind of change that this country needs. I therefore think it's time for us to look for new leadership." He was talking exclusively to Sky News. And let's tell you about Ruth Jones. She is the MP for Newport West and Ilswyn. She said Starmer should consider his position following last week's disastrous election results. She's on the right-hand side there, especially in Wales, where Labour lost control for the first time since devolution. And back to the top line, one of the figures within Blue Labour, Conor Naismith, he's at the far left there at the top. He lent his name to the challenge to Starmer, saying, "It is clear to me that we need new leadership." Well, there are some of his doubters. Let's hear now from the Prime Minister himself. In his speech this morning, he insisted he was taking full responsibility for Labour's disastrous showing in Thursday's elections.
The election results last week were tough, very tough. We lost some brilliant Labour representatives. That hurts, and it should hurt. I get it. I feel it. And I take responsibility. But it's not just about taking responsibility for the results. It's about taking responsibility to explain how, as a political and electoral force, we will be better and do better in the months and years ahead. Because we are not just facing dangerous times, but dangerous opponents. Very dangerous opponents. This hurts not just because Labour has done badly, but because if we don't get this right, our country will go down a very dark path. So just as I take responsibility for the results, I also take responsibility for delivering the change that we promised, for a stronger and fairer Britain that we must build. I take responsibility for navigating us through a world that is more dangerous than at any time in my life. And I take responsibility for not walking away, not plunging our country into chaos as the Tories did time and again, chaos that did lasting damage to this country. A Labour government would never be forgiven for inflicting that on our country again. I know that people are frustrated by the state of Britain, frustrated by politics, and some people frustrated with me. I know I have my doubters, and I know I need to prove them wrong, and I will.
Well, also in a speech this lunchtime, the former Deputy Prime Minister, Angela Rayner, said the Labour Party has to do better. She also hit out at the decision to stop Andy Burnham from seeking a seat in the Commons.
We, as a party, have to do better than this. And we can only prove we mean our Labour values by putting the common interest ahead of factionalism. And we can start by accepting that Andy Burnham should never have been blocked. It was a mistake that the leadership of our party should put right.
Well, let's talk to our chief political correspondent, John Craig, who's with me in the studio. So she's very clear that she thinks Andy Burnham should have been allowed to stand. We've got 41 names on this list now. You've been looking at that list and also the possibility of seats that he could stand in.
Yes, in Scotland. I think that's unlikely, but I was intrigued. Stephen Gethins, who's the MP for Arbroath and Broughty Ferry up in Scotland, he only had a majority of about 850 over Labour, so marginal seat. Aberdeen South, of course, is Stephen Flynn's seat. These two have been elected to Scottish Parliament, say they're going to quit Westminster. Just picking up on Angela Rayner, she's talking about Andy Burnham there. The Prime Minister, during a pretty long question and answer session after his speech this morning, was asked specifically about Andy Burnham, and he said, it's a matter for the National Executive. Well, we know that last time the National Executive, when he wanted to stand in Gorton and Denton, that was the by-election at the end of February, the NEC voted something like 8-1. Mr. Sir Keir was one of the 8. The one, I think, was Lucy Powell, the deputy leader. Now, is he suggesting, is that a hint, perhaps, that there might be a different approach next time if Andy Burnham applies to fight a by-election? I think it probably was a bit of a hint that perhaps he may be going to relent there. But the other thing I've... look, this is the Sky News spreadsheet. There it is.
Colour-coded.
Colour-coded, of course, yes. And of the 41 names, 6 have added their names to this list since the speech. So, I mean...
It's not a stampede.
No. It's a trickle of names, really, isn't it, rather than... Yeah, you're right, it's not a stampede. But, of course, there may be more later today. Also, bear in mind, Parliament is not sitting today and tomorrow. MPs are back at Westminster on Wednesday, King's Speech. Prime Minister referred to that, said there'd be lots of goodies in it, as you might expect. We may get more in the next 48 hours or so. And I think the Prime Minister will be disappointed that more names have come forward since his speech. I mean, the most recent I mentioned a few moments ago, Catherine McKinnell. Now, she's MP for Newcastle North, was a junior education minister sacked in the recent reshuffle. She says it's vital we now see a swift and orderly transition so we can get on with the delivering on our promise of change. Well, is it going to be swift and is it going to be orderly? Leadership contests tend not to be. I mean, a swift transition, well, that almost suggests she wants a coronation. That's not going to happen. I mean, it's likely there will... If and when this happens, it's likely that Wes Streeting will be a candidate. It's quite likely that Angela Rayner will be a candidate. And, of course, if he is back in Parliament, Andy Burnham will certainly be a candidate. But Andy Burnham's not in Parliament at the moment, and his hopes of getting a seat in the northwest of England. He was previously MP for Lee in Greater Manchester. He became an MP in 2001, rose up the ranks, junior minister at the Home Office, Health, joined the Cabinet, Chief Secretary to the Treasury, Culture Secretary, Health Secretary, and then he stood for the leadership in 2010 when he came 4th out of 5. That was when Ed Miliband won. He stood again in 2015, and, of course, he was runner-up to Jeremy Corbyn then, and that, of course, is when he didn't serve under Jeremy Corbyn, when 2017 became Mayor of Greater Manchester. He's been elected 3 times, the most recent in 2024, when he did so, he was going to serve a full term. You'll remember that last autumn, in the run-up to the Labour Party conference, he gave a couple of interviews in which he said he was being urged to stand. And that rather backfired, and he went a bit quiet after that. But clearly, he's on manoeuvres now, as are... well, it's very interesting listening to Angela Rayner. Her statement the weekend, Saturday afternoon, I think it was, wasn't it? It read a bit like a manifesto, really, for her own leadership pitch. So, as ever with Labour leadership elections, there's bound to be 3 or 4 candidates. The left will put up a candidate. I suppose the most likely is perhaps Richard Bergen. He's the most high profile of the campaign group. People like John McDonnell have stood before. Diane Abbott, who's not currently a Labour MP, she stood before. Andy Burnham beat her in 2010. All those MPs wanting a swift and orderly transition, not sure that's going to happen. But, of course, there is a move. A lot of the MPs are saying, set out a timetable. That's what Gordon Brown's allies pressured Tony Blair to do back in 2006. Mr Blair announced that he would go in 2007. And, of course, Gordon Brown was elected unopposed. He wasn't opposed, as I recall. And look how well that went.
John, thanks very much. So we're up to 41 Labour backbenchers now calling for Sir Keir Starmer to step down. So far, though, no cabinet ministers, as John was saying, have broken rank, in public at least. My colleague Cathy Newman has been talking to the Culture Secretary, Lisa Nandy.
Lisa Nandy, was that it? Was that enough for Keir Starmer to safeguard his job?
Well, no, it's not enough to go out and make a speech, but it is certainly the right thing to have done in this moment, to go out and acknowledge the mistakes that have been made, to acknowledge the role that he's personally played in that and the frustration that is quite personal that has been levelled towards him, and to acknowledge that we haven't been big enough to meet the moment and the scale of change that is required for people's lives. I think it was an important step, but as he said rightly, what happens next is most important. So going forwards, what you're going to see from this Labour government is a Prime Minister who will go out and wear his heart on his sleeve, who will show that he is prepared to go out and fight any system that stands in the way of making people's lives better, and take on the big change that is necessary, not just the incremental change, with an urgency and a pace that shows people that we're on their side and that things can get better.
Let's talk about your friend, the Manchester mayor, who Keir Starmer sort of hinted today he wouldn't have a problem if the NEC decided to let Andy Burnham back to Westminster. He wouldn't have a problem with it. Do you still think that Andy Burnham would be an asset in Westminster?
Yeah, I do. I mean, he's an asset as the Mayor of Greater Manchester, and he was as my neighbouring MP in Leith for 7 years when I first got elected. I think he'd be an asset in Westminster too. And I said at the time when the NEC blocked him from standing in Gorton and Denton that I thought that was a mistake. I think you need your strongest team on the pitch, and he is undeniably one of those politicians who goes out and fights for people, and people see it and appreciate it. In the north of England, we remember very much that at the moment when we were most struggling during the pandemic, when the Tory government refused to properly compensate us for that and to treat us fairly like other parts of the country, that he went out and fought for us. And I think that is the sort of politician that we need in these times. I think you saw that from the Prime Minister today, and I think that we need to be a strong and united team. We have a Prime Minister. This is not about trying to swap out the Prime Minister or change the Prime Minister, but I do think we need to stick together as a team, come together as a team, field our strongest players and go out and make that change that people were promised and that we owe it to them to deliver.
And you can watch that full interview with Lisa Nandy on the Cathy Newman Show tonight here on Sky News at 7 o'clock. Now to the United States, and the suspect charged with the attempted assassination of President Donald Trump has pleaded not guilty to all charges. 31-year-old Cole Thomas Allen was arrested last month after allegedly running through security at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, armed with guns and knives. Well, our US correspondent Mark Stone was in the room when that all happened. He is in Washington now, was in court. What was it like, Mark, coming face to face, as it were, with this man that could potentially have created a very different outcome to the evening?
Well, you know, it was kind of a curious experience because in one way it was a very procedural hearing, and yet it was such an unusual thing to have happened. Of course, the words were read out in court. The first count, attempting to assassinate the President of the United States. I mean, that is extraordinary. And yet, so it felt sort of kind of procedural and yet remarkable, truly remarkable at the same time. Court 2, just down the road from our bureau here, is where he appeared. He was wearing an orange jumpsuit. His hands were shackled together like this. His legs were shackled as well, so he had difficulty walking as he went to the stand to enter a plea. And I think for me there were three elements to this quite brief hearing. The first was just seeing him face to face. The second was the plea itself, not guilty on all 4 counts. Those counts being 1, attempting to assassinate the President of the United States; 2, assaulting an officer with a deadly weapon; 3, transportation of a deadly weapon with intent; and 4, using and brandishing a weapon. Not guilty, he pleaded on all 4 of those counts, which paves the way for a trial. Now, the other interesting part of the hearing was the second half of it, where his team, his defence team, argued or began to put in place an argument that I think they will pursue, that the US District Attorney, Jeanine Pirro, should not be part of the prosecuting team for two reasons. One, because she's a close friend of the president, who is the person alleged to have been the target in this crime. And two, because she was at the dinner and therefore could be seen as a victim and therefore would not be seen as correctly impartial. So I thought that was very interesting. And the judge asked a couple of questions. He said, did she, Jeanine Pirro, and the acting Attorney General, Todd Blanche, who also potentially could be recused for the same reasons, friends with Trump at the dinner, did they see the alleged gunman, the judge asked, and do they see themselves as victims? If the answer is yes, they do see themselves as victims, then potentially there is a conflict of interest there. So I thought that was really interesting. There will be further discussion, and there's due to be a status hearing. That's the next time we'll see him in court, and that's on the 29th of June.
Mark, thank you very much. This is Sky News Today. Coming up, 20 British nationals who were trapped on board the cruise ship hit by hantavirus are back in the UK. We're going to talk to the UK Health Security Agency. Twenty British nationals who are trapped on board the cruise ship hit by hantavirus are back in the UK. The passengers who landed in Manchester last night are now in isolation at the Arrow Park Hospital on the Wirral. Meanwhile, a French traveller has tested positive for hantavirus, with officials saying that her condition is deteriorating as they work to trace who they've come into contact with. Well, our correspondent Shingi Marariki has the latest from the Wirral.
There are now 20 British nationals self-isolating at this hospital here. That's a 72-hour period. If they are found to be asymptomatic at the end of the period, they'll be sent to their homes or other relevant or other appropriate addresses where they'll continue to self-isolate for 42 days. In terms of those who show symptoms as they're being checked over and monitored here, they will then be taken to Royal Victoria Hospital in Liverpool, which is the centre in this region for infectious and tropical diseases. Now, the hospital are at pains to show people how they are continuing to maintain the safety of the general public, with the people who are self-isolating being kept in separate buildings, which used to be the staff quarters and are usually used for staff who are staying on site at the hospital. They've also told people that this virus is much less transmissible than COVID-19, meaning that the public should not be alarmed. But for those people who were brought here from Tenerife and then to Manchester Airport and brought to this hospital, they'll be thinking about the fact that on the 1st of April they set off for a cruise, hoping to see some of the wonders of the world, to have a special time, and instead they are now self-isolating at this hospital on the Wirral.
Well, let's get the latest from the UK Health Security Agency. I'm joined by its Chief Scientific Officer, Professor Robin May. Very good to talk to you, Professor May. So, the people that have been brought back to the UK who are now isolating in the Wirral, how long will they have to stay in this facility, and then what happens?
Yes, thanks. So as you've just been hearing, they're based in the facility at Arrow Park. They're going to be there for about 72 hours, and we're obviously a few hours into that already. During which time they're being tested quite extensively, as you'd expect, for any presence of the virus or any antibodies that may be present to that disease. Once that's cleared, provided everyone is asymptomatic and virus-free, we'll be moving them on to appropriate isolation locations afterwards. For many of them, we hope that will be their homes, but it depends very much where they live and their living circumstances. So we're looking at each individual person and their circumstances, who they live with, any vulnerabilities, the kind of physical setting of the house, and we'll be deciding and working with them to come up with the most appropriate place for them to isolate for the remaining 42 days after that period.
And what precautions are they going to have to take for that 42 days? It's a long old time, isn't it?
It is a long time, and we're hugely grateful to them for working with us and very much sympathise with them. Needless to say, we'll be supporting not just their testing over that period of time, but also their emotional needs and indeed many of the practical needs associated with being isolated. Essentially, we're asking to isolate in a way that's very familiar to many of us from COVID days, and so they'll be based for many of them at home probably, but limited contact with other people for the next 42 days. We may revise that number. As we've been saying all the time, this is a virus which we're learning a lot about every day, and so we may change that period of time over the course of the 42 days, but for the moment we're setting in for that 42 out of a sort of abundance of caution, really.
And on the virus, on that strain, the Andes strain, how much more do we need to learn about the virus and its behaviour, its transmissibility, the potential public health implications of it?
Yeah, so I think there are sort of three areas in particular that's really important. We need to learn more about the actual biology of the virus, and key for this strain in particular is understanding why it is that this strain apparently can transmit human to human, whereas other strains of hantavirus do not. So that's the kind of a high priority. Secondly, there's obviously the therapeutic and prevention angle. We already had some quite extensive work underway into things like vaccine development. That's not yet anywhere near the clinic, but I think we need to really work hard on that and to work out, for example, whether existing antivirals might be effective against this disease. And then the third part, I think, is understanding the epidemiology, both of this outbreak itself. So where might these passengers have acquired the virus from? How did it spread on the boat, if it did? But also more broadly to understand more about this as an organism that is clearly one that is of concern, particularly for people in South America where it's endemic.
So it's fair to say that there's a significant amount about this virus that we really still don't understand.
Yeah, so it's a virus that we have known exists for quite a long time. But the amount of disease we see, fortunately, is relatively low. And because it is typically not in areas like the UK, for example, there's not been a huge amount of work. We, as an agency, have been working on it for some years because of its very high virulence, as have similar sister organisations in the US and Europe, for example. But as you can imagine, working on a virus that is actually really quite dangerous is quite difficult and slow. And so I think this will re-emphasise our efforts and those of others around the world to kind of really understand much more about this disease.
So is research now being speeded up? Is more now happening?
I think there is more underway with us and with many others. And also, I think what's very important here is the kind of coordination effort. This is really, and particularly with WHO's leadership, has really helped us to coordinate internationally. And of course, in one, ironically, one advantage in some ways of these kind of outbreaks is that we understand a lot more about the virus. Clearly no one would have wished this to happen, but because we are in the circumstance where we have it, we are hoping to learn a lot. And I have to say, again, very, very grateful to those people affected on board, both for their willingness to work with us and their willingness to engage with research that we will need to do going forwards. They are a really, really critical part of us understanding more about this virus and hopefully preventing similar outbreaks in the future.
And back to the Brits who've come back now to the UK. How are they all doing?
Yes, so happily they are all asymptomatic and all tests are negative so far, so that is very encouraging. We're going to continue to support them very closely, as you can imagine. For them, an exhausting and emotionally very draining period, so they're going to need a lot of support and the good wishes of all of us, I think, over the coming days. But yes, happy to say medically they are all looking well at the moment.
And how long will it be until they know that they are not at risk? Is that as simple as the 42 days?
Yeah, so the total 45-day periods of the 72 hours and the 40 days afterwards is based on the kind of most extreme example we know of. So that is that we believe the maximum period for which the virus can be kind of hiding and then re-emerge. And as I say, we're doing a lot of work that might actually change that period going forward, but that's the maximum. Clearly every day that goes past when they remain symptom-free and virus-free is another encouraging step in the right direction. But it will be quite some time until they and we are able to say definitively that the risk is over.
And if they are all going home to different parts of the UK, how will that isolation be enforced?
So they were, as I said earlier, their particular circumstances of isolating will depend very much on where they live, who they live with. And so we're working with each of them to come up with the best possible arrangement. For some of them, that will be their own homes. For some of them, it may well not be their own home, either because it's not suitable or perhaps out of choice that it's not the right place for them to be based. Once they're there, we're going to be working very closely with them. We'll be visiting them regularly for samples, for ongoing testing, but also very much supporting them both medically and emotionally going forwards. They have been absolutely superb so far in working with us, and I can't credit them enough with that the kind of team effort they're doing under very trying circumstances. And I'm sure they'll continue to do so for the next 42 days.
And briefly, how concerned should the rest of the population be?
Yes, not is the short answer. So if you're not directly associated with the cruise, you're not someone that we've contacted already because you were, for example, next to a passenger who was affected on a flight, then you really have no need to worry. This is not a virus that transmits easily between people. It's not like COVID or flu, so not a cause for concern if you're not directly associated with the outbreak.
Professor Robin May, the Chief Scientific Officer at the UK Health Security Agency, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right, let's get a look at the weather.
You're looking happy.
Well, the forecast looks good.
So you've sorted the travel insurance then?
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors Sky News Weather.
A generally northern flow will make it chilly this week, and there's still no sign of any substantial rain in the south. It's looking mostly dry and sunny to end the afternoon, but southern England may see the odd shower, while the far northwest will see a little rain moving in. Lingering showers in the south will soon fade tonight. Then England, Wales and the south of Ireland look mostly dry, clear and calm, with a patchy frost developing out of town.
All Clear Travel Insurance proudly sponsors Sky News Weather.
You're watching Sky News Today. Coming up, calls for quartz kitchen countertops to be banned to protect the young workers producing them from an incurable lung disease. Let's get more on the developing story this afternoon. The growing calls amongst Labour backbenchers for the Prime Minister to step down, despite his speech this morning in which he vowed to carry on doing the job.
This is nothing less than a battle for the soul of our nation. And I want to be crystal clear about how we will win it. Because we cannot win as a weaker version of Reform or the Greens. We can only win as a stronger version of Labour, a mainstream party of power, not protest. And I also want to be really clear on this, because I will never stop fighting for the decent, respectful, diverse country that I love. I will never give up on the hope we can unlock in this country, the hope of renters for security in their home, of workers for fairness at work, of public services freed from austerity, the hope of European solidarity, of community pride, of the people who paint over the graffiti that is racist, a country taking control of its future, our spirit unchanged, our resolve unbroken, the hope of a country that can and will become a stronger, fairer Britain. That is the hope I'm fighting for. That is the hope we are fighting for. That is the Labour choice.
Well, joining me now is the Guardian columnist, Zoe Williams. That was his land and hope and glory moment at the end there, wasn't it, Zoe? Did he win you over?
I mean, the MPs, to give them credit, did sound like they were won over. I thought it was, you know, it was highly rhetorical. It was very unlikely that he was going to give a speech in which he didn't pull out all the stops in terms of his commitment and love of nation and all the rest of it. It's tricky because both as a politician and as a rhetorician, when he tries to sound sincere, he ends up sounding kind of angry. So he's taking responsibility, and he lent into that hard in quite a repetitive way for the local elections or the kind of indeterminate failures that had led up to them. But he doesn't sound like he's taking responsibility. He sounds like he's quite cross.
Do you think there's anything he can do to win back the support of the people whose support he's lost?
It's really difficult for him because everybody seems to object to him for a different reason. One pollster described it to me some time ago that his problem is that he has no floor, and that's F-L-O-O-R, not F-L-A-W. You know, there's no hard core of people who will support him no matter what. Boris Johnson had a hardcore, Jeremy Corbyn had a hardcore, but Keir has no hardcore. So there's no limit to how unpopular he can get. Now, the problem with that is that you're not always looking at the same thing. So even though everybody might report a negative feeling towards him, their negative feelings might be based on extremely different inputs. So, you know, some kind of classic Labour supporters will really loathe his language on immigration of 18 months ago and loathe Shabana Mahmood as his emissary and her language now. But others will be kind of looking for, you know, they'll be talking about cost of living issues. There's no obvious angle he can tilt to win them back. And that, I think, it's a really unenviable position to be in.
Yeah. I mean, given that, do you think that he should just resign?
It's really, again, it's a tricky one. If he resigned now, it wouldn't necessarily deliver the most stable outcome for the Labour Party because the likely candidates aren't ready. You know, Angela Rayner has made it explicit today that she doesn't want to stand. She would throw her weight behind Andy Burnham. Andy Burnham isn't even in Parliament, so couldn't stand. The only person who's ready to stand of Andy Burnham, Angela Rayner and Wes Streeting is Wes Streeting. But there's absolutely zero possibility of Wes Streeting standing unopposed because so many in the party consider him to be to the right of it, and frankly, of the same segment, you know, of the kind of Morgan McSweeney gang that many supporters of the party would hold responsible for so many of the disasters of Keir's term. So this isn't the right time, but things very rarely do happen at exactly the right time when they happen in such a chaotic fashion.
During the speech, he seemed to favour moving the party more to the left in terms of some of the things he raised, closer relationship with the EU, etc., far more than pivoting to those who maybe have gone to reform in the last local elections. Do you think that's the right direction that he should be taking the party in?
Well, I mean, there's so many different questions there. I personally think that's the right direction because I personally think that aping reform did nothing for that party. It did not win over a single reform voter, I don't believe. But what it did do is absolutely alienate their core. It absolutely alienated everybody for whom reform symbolises everything that's bad about politics. So if he was standing up there to say, OK, I've stopped trying to chase reform votes, I'm trying to get those Green votes back, then these would be the obvious two policies, the nationalising the steelworks and closer relationship with the EU. But the problem with that is that the steelworks are already effectively nationalised at a cost of £600 million to the taxpayer, and nobody really feels more stable or more kind of on top of things as a nation because that's been the case. And the EU, he might say that he wants closer alignment, but none of the red lines in the manifesto and none of the super softly approach that he's taken thus far, which is like that doesn't deliver us any of the economic benefits, but does at least save some of the kind of diplomatic embarrassment, would actually change. So he's got into this situation again. I was listening to a Birmingham MP on the radio earlier who said she'd already had complaints from constituents by 1 p.m. about the fact that Keir was trying to take us back into the EU when everybody had voted Brexit, when actually in real life there's nothing in what he said that suggests any closer relationship with the EU. It just suggests business as usual.
Is the party turning in on itself? This is exactly the opposite, isn't it, of what the Labour Party said that they were going to produce and the kind of stable government without drama that they promised.
Yeah, I mean, that's the promise, wasn't it? No drama, Starmer. It's really difficult, and I've never known such a disconnect between the kind of Westminster bubble, if you like, and people who just, look at it from the outside and say, what on earth? Parties always have bad local election results. There's midterm blues. The problem does look existential, and it doesn't look like a managerial issue. It does not look like Labour MPs just aren't being disciplined enough or they aren't getting their heads down enough. It's been really unfortunate that there hasn't been a single month since 2024 when when some external pressure hasn't come in to derail what Labour would have preferred to be talking about. So I wouldn't say that the fact that they look like they've got no sense of direction and the fact they haven't achieved anything, nobody feels that their promises of hope and improvement have really been realised. I actually wouldn't lay that entirely at their door, but some combination of constantly reacting to external pressures, even if those pressures are from Nigel Farage, which they should have been able to deal with in a more dignified and more values-led way. They look like they're just kind of flipping from one thing to another, and they're not in control. And I think that probably is bigger than an internal problem. That is a problem for the government.
Zoe, thanks ever so much. Now, a rising number of workers producing luxury kitchens are dying from an incurable lung disease that experts warn could be the new asbestos. The manufacture of quartz stone is banned in Australia over health concerns, and there are now growing calls for a ban here. Sky's Katie Barnfield has more, and a warning it does contain references to suicide.
So our gorgeous worktops are white Carrara quartz.
On social media, quartz worktops are everywhere. They've exploded in popularity, giving the look of natural stone, but often at a fraction of the cost. But behind these luxury makeovers is a hidden shame, a deadly disease that's taking the lives of young workers.
The dust just is finer, it has a smell to it, has a taste to it.
When Ryan Fenton started cutting quartz at his job, he knew something was different. What he didn't know was the dust was killing him. He'd contracted silicosis, a progressive lung disease for which there is no cure.
3 years ago, I had a stroke. They run a load of testing. I had some shadowing on my chest, and that's when I was diagnosed with silicosis.
Did you know at the time what that was and what that meant?
I had no idea what it was. I'd never heard of it before. They didn't hold back. They literally told me that it could potentially kill you.
Ryan is one of around 50 workers in the UK who have now been diagnosed with silicosis linked to engineered stone kitchen worktops. 4 have already died, including Marek Marczak, a father of 3 from London.
There's a reason these kind of worktops are causing silicosis. Engineered stone, often known as quartz, is a modern worktop material that's made by crushing up stone and binding it together with resin. It's not dangerous once it's installed, but the cutting process releases high levels of a dust called respirable crystalline silica. And breathing that in can cause serious and permanent lung damage.
Cases have already started exploding around the world. California has now seen more than 540 cases and 30 deaths, while Australia saw similar numbers by 2022.
From today, Australia will enact a world-first ban on stone bench tops.
In 2024, Australia became the first country in the world to ban engineered stone, thanks to campaigning from workers like Kyle Goodwin.
It just beats you down and beats you down every time you go back to the specialist. Hey, guess what? The news is worse. By the way, there's no treatment.
Kyle is now living on borrowed time. After being diagnosed with silicosis in 2018, he was only given 8 years to live.
There was a point where taking my own life felt like an option. It just goes to show you just how helpless you feel after being told something is not only preventable, but is going to kill you as a young man.
The UK needs to ban this product. It's like, sorry. It's awful to watch the people that get diagnosed, what they're going through. So this is a chest X-ray of a patient who has silicosis.
2 years ago, Dr. Joanna Feary led the team that discovered engineered stone silicosis had taken hold in the UK.
We're seeing a high number of cases of accelerated disease, which means that it's happening after a very few years of working with the product. And it means it's affecting a young workforce, so people in their 20s, 30s and 40s. I'm absolutely sure there are people who have silicosis who are unaware that they have it walking around the UK at the moment.
All of the UK's big construction unions told us they want to see a ban on engineered stone.
But Britain's workplace safety regulator, the Health and Safety Executive, told us it's done extensive scientific research into the dangers, and there are existing well-known controls that do prevent exposure.
The worktop industry is also arguing that a ban is not the answer. Some companies, like here at Granite House, have spent thousands on safety measures to prevent silicosis.
We're taking it very, very seriously because it is totally preventable. Don't cut dry, don't breathe it in, and don't take it home with you.
Australia became the first country to ban engineered stone outright a couple of years ago. I mean, they spent a lot of time looking at this and ultimately came to the conclusion that there is just no safe level of breathable silica.
Their decision, we don't see necessary in the UK. It is controllable with the right control measures.
MPs are now pushing for a parliamentary debate on this outbreak. Experts fear without some intervention, the deaths we have seen could be just the beginning. Katie Barnfield, Sky News.
Well, if you've been affected by this story and want to talk to someone, you can call the Samaritans free on 116 123 or visit samaritans.org. This is Sky News Today. Coming up, 41 Labour MPs are now calling for the Prime Minister to resign, but Sir Keir Starmer vows to prove his doubters wrong.
I'm Dominic Waghorn, Sky's International Affairs Editor, covering a world that seems to be unravelling.
It's not his country, it's ours.
Sky News, the full story first, free wherever you get your news. It's half an hour now past the deadline that Hamas issued, and we've now seen a third barrage of rockets coming in.
gives you the very best of Sky News wherever you are. Breaking news, videos and analysis.
Evidence of the crisis.
Podcasts, watching us live. I'm live in Jerusalem.
Wherever you get your podcast.
All in one place and all at just the touch of a screen. The Sky News app. Get the full story first.
I'm Mark Stone and I'm Sky's correspondent based here in Washington, D.C.
There seems to be some sort of a shooting, what appear to be shots fired at the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
It was a jam-packed interview. I'll tell you what he told me, and I'll explain why you can't hear the call.
100 days in and back with the grassroots of this MAGA movement.
It feels a little bit like he's a king, not a president.
He is a king.
I've witnessed the remarkable passion for politics here, but the anger too.
These immigration rates?
Unbelievable we've come to this.
I'm observing what you're doing.
This post of Trump, it's a big shift. It's very positive.
Have you seen what Donald Trump's been up to? In the Rose Garden, in the East Wing.
What's the best thing about being a Sky News journalist?
Who's funnier?
Being a Sky News journalist. A special edition of The World with me, Yalda Hakim.
Pakistan has the right to respond.
You're like, what?
Historic day here today. Congratulations, this is a huge moment. But what happens now?
Let's get more now on our top story. 41 Labour MPs have called for the Prime Minister to step down, despite his speech this morning in which he vowed to carry on doing the job. Our political editor, Beth Rigby, was at that speech and put this question to him afterwards.
Back in 2021, when Labour lost hundreds of council seats in the Hartlepool by-election, you thought about resigning as Labour leader, explaining, and this is quoting you, "I didn't feel I should be bigger than the party." But these results, this moment, is so much worse than then. You've lost nearly 1,500 councillors, 40 councils, you've lost Wales. Haven't you, for one moment, thought you should step aside in the interests of the party and country? And if you haven't, why haven't you? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Beth. I think what we witnessed with the last government was the chaos of constantly changing leaders. And it cost this country a huge amount. A huge amount. And I'll tell you who paid the price. It was working people. They paid the price of this. They are still paying the price of this. A Labour government will not inflict that on our country again. We were elected with a mandate to change this country because of what had gone before. And that is what we will do. Yes, I acknowledge the frustration. Yes, I acknowledge the results are tough. Yes, I acknowledge that we've lost brilliant representatives across the United Kingdom. And I have a responsibility for that. But I also have a responsibility to deliver the change that we were elected and that we promised this country. And I'll deliver on that. Thank you very much, Beth.
What's Vic said to you this weekend?
Vic is a rock, and we talk everything through together, as you know.
This time a little earlier, while Scotland's First Minister John Swinney was asked about Keir Starmer and his feature in that speech in the last few minutes.
Do you think Starmer is toast?
I think the Prime Minister's days are numbered. I think today's speech was, just another one to add to the list of underwhelming speeches that have been made to try to salvage his position. I think the Labour Party is now trying to work out how to move on from Keir Starmer, and I think that's how I would generally sum up the conclusions of today. The Prime Minister's on his way out. His party is trying to work out what's the most elegant and convenient way to do that.
But weren't you able to do reasonable business with this Prime Minister on a whole range of subjects? Wouldn't you rather that he was still there?
I was able to do that for a while, but let's just say conditions have soured somewhat in recent months, and I would essentially trace those back to the preparations for the election, when the United Kingdom government has gone out of its way to make things as difficult for the SNP government as is possible, and to do as much as possible to engineer the election of a Labour government in Scotland. Well, they failed on Thursday. They failed absolutely demonstrably. And what I would simply say to the Prime Minister, for however long he's got in office left, is to act to improve relationships with the Scottish Government.
John Sweeney there giving his reaction to Keir Starmer. Right, let's get a look at the weather.
I hope we haven't forgotten anything.
Travel insurance, I tick that box.
Yeah, but remember what you forgot last year.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors Sky News weather.
A generally northern flow will make it chilly this week, and there's still no sign of any substantial rain in the south. It's looking mostly dry and sunny to end the afternoon, but southern England may see the odd shower, while the far northwest will see a little rain moving in. Lingering showers in the south will soon fade tonight. Then England, Wales and the south of Ireland look mostly dry, clear and calm, with a patchy frost developing out of town. Scotland, Northern Ireland and the northwest of Ireland, meanwhile, will see a little rain moving in on strengthening winds with a scattering of showers.
All Clear Travel Insurance proudly sponsors Sky News weather.
You're watching Sky News today. Coming up, growing pressure on the Prime Minister as the number of MPs calling for him to resign increases. It is now up to 44. We will bring you a reaction from a former head of policy for Jeremy Corbyn in the next hour. Stay tuned. Hello, you're watching Sky News Today with me, Jane Secker. It's 4 o'clock. These are the headlines. The Prime Minister insists he won't walk away from number 10, but admits he has failed to convince the British people that their lives will improve.
I know I have my doubters, and I know I need to prove them wrong, and I will.
Labour MP Catherine West backs down from an immediate leadership challenge, but more than 40 of her backbench colleagues are now calling for Keir Starmer to go. While the former Deputy Prime Minister Angela Rayner hits out at the decision to stop Andy Burnham from seeking a seat in the Commons.
And we can start by accepting that Andy Burnham should never have been blocked. It was a mistake that the leadership of our party should put right.
Also this hour, the man accused of attempting to assassinate Donald Trump at the White House Correspondents' Dinner pleads not guilty to all charges. And we'll speak to a friend of one of the passengers from the hantavirus-stricken cruise ship who is now self-isolating back in Ireland. Hello, good afternoon. Sir Keir Starmer has insisted he isn't going anywhere and vowed to prove his doubters wrong, despite Labour's catastrophic showing in last week's elections. But many of his backbenchers don't appear to be listening. 44 of them and counting are now calling on him to go. The former Minister Catherine West, who threatened over the weekend to launch a leadership campaign, has effectively backed down. Rather than launching an immediate contest, she's now urging fellow Labour MPs to call on the Prime Minister to set out a timeline to quit by September. More on this in a minute, but first let's take you across the World Health Organization, who are holding a press conference about the hantavirus outbreak. We're going to hear from Olivia de Polan, who's Epidemiology and Analytics for Response at the WHO.
ERCC EU Liaison Officer. ERCC stands for Emergency Response Coordination Centre. He's with EU Civil Protection, and he's in Tenerife for this response. He's been there for 4 or 5 days, and he'll let us know more about that. Thank you, Matteo. Please stand by, and we'll come to you in a moment. I wanted to first give the update, what's happening today, basically. So the last remaining passengers and the crew who are disembarking will have disembarked by the end of today. They are departing Canary Islands by specially arranged flights. Matteo will speak a little bit about that. Nobody is traveling on commercial flights, and I know there's concern about that, which is why we mentioned it yesterday. We're mentioning it again today as well. WHO's Director General, Dr. Tedros, and other WHO staff are still in Tenerife. Some of them are moving onwards to Madrid today. We have had a team of 8 WHO staff in Tenerife coordinating with the Spanish authorities and others on site, and that's exactly what Matteo will speak about. 30-plus crew members, a little bit more than 30 as I understand, will remain on the ship and bring that ship onwards to Rotterdam, which is travel of a few days. Olivier, can you just give us, and just quickly, because I want to get to Matteo as quickly as possible, just what the latest case count is?
Thanks, Nika. So quickly, as of today, we've got 9 cases, 7 of whom are confirmed, and we've got 3 deaths among them. The latest case was reported by France among one of the passengers who disembarked yesterday, is currently in isolation and has been confirmed today. Not counted in this total is one person from the ship who was repatriated and had an inconclusive laboratory result. We are awaiting further confirmation, hopefully later today, to get the clarity on numbers.
So the latest case, we say cases, but these are people who are sick and very worried. But the latest person who's counted as a case was reported by the French. We usually don't mention nationalities, but because there might be a bit of confusion, we are mentioning that the person is French and was announced by the French Ministry of Health. So that brings the case count to 9. And then there's one inconclusive that we haven't put in that case count at this point. I'll come back to you, Olivier, on some questions around epidemiology. But first I want to go to Matteo, who, as I said, is with the ERCC EU Liaison Officer. He's with EU Civil Protection. He's in Tenerife and the Canary Islands. Matteo, can you tell us what your role is there?
Yes, first of all, good afternoon. Sorry, it's a very windy day here in Tenerife, so I think and I hope that you can hear me well. Indeed, I'm Matteo Noce. I'm the liaison officer from the ERCC Emergency Response Coordination Center of the European Civil Protection Mechanism. My role here is to ensure support to coordination operations and to ensure the high level of coordination between the Emergency Response Coordination Center and the stakeholders, in particular the Spanish authorities, Ministry of Health, and of course WHO. is a complex operation, so many stakeholders are involved in this, and there is a clear need to make sure that everything is going smoothly. Yeah, thank you.
Yep. Chris, can I just ask you to turn the room volume up a little bit? It's hard to hear Matteo. Matteo, we can hear you. I know there's wind, but it's we can still hear you. So you were talking about the coordination. You're coordinating in particular with Spanish officials. You mentioned coordinating with WHO officials who are on the ground and others. And where have you been located these last few days? Where have you spent your time?
Yeah, indeed, that's correct. During the last 2 weeks, I was in the port, connected from now. And this is the place in which it's part of the most important place. I think that you can see just behind me the ship. Probably as aware indeed, this is the place in which the disembarkation of the passengers is from here, sorry, there is now also a plane. Here, are transferred today according to the different flights. This is in the level of coordination with passengers, particularly because the European civil protection mechanism is coordinating in particular the flights.
Well, I'm sorry about the sound quality there. It would be nice to hear what he was saying, but I think we're all really, really struggling. But the key thing that we've heard from that press briefing from the World Health Organization in the last few minutes, 9 cases, 7 confirmed, 3 are dead. The latest case to be confirmed is a passenger who is self-isolating or in isolation in France. We will continue to bring you updates from the World Health Organization. We're also expecting a briefing from America this hour as well, after American passengers landed in Omaha a little earlier. But back to our top story. Some 43 MPs are calling for Starmer to go, among them the head of the influential Labour Growth Group, Chris Curtis. He spoke to Sky News a little earlier.
But I think the moment, the dramatic situation that we face, the geopolitical context, the fact that we had such a difficult economic inheritance does mean that we need more radical change than the government has set out so far. I don't think we saw a plan from the Prime Minister this morning in order to implement the kind of change that this country needs, and I therefore think it's time for us to look for new leadership. And I think what that means is the Prime Minister rightly now setting out a timetable and an orderly process for a leadership election, and one in which Labour has a discussion about the vision for the country and what changes we think are needed in order to face the very real challenges that Britain currently faces. I think it's always incredibly sad to reach this point. I voted for Keir Starmer quite proudly in the Labour leadership election campaign. Before we worked together in my former career as a pollster, I did polling for the Labour Party, for Keir in opposition, and also for that Labour leadership campaign, because I knew how important it was for us to take back the Labour Party, to change the party, and Keir successfully did that. But it wasn't enough to change the Labour Party. We also needed a plan to change the country. We haven't seen any economic growth really in Britain since the financial crash. The Tories failed to deliver that, but we, particularly with a majority of this size, can't fail to deliver that either. And the Labour Party needs to ensure that we've got leadership at the top of the party and politicians right across the party who come together in order to deliver the radical change that's necessary in order to fix the problems facing Britain. It is clear to me that that is unfortunately not possible under Keir's leadership.
Well, this morning, Catherine West confirmed she's gathering the names of Labour MPs to call on Sir Keir Starmer to resign. In her letter, she said, "I've listened to the Prime Minister's speech this morning. I welcome the renewed energy and ideas. However, I've reluctantly concluded that this morning's speech was too little, too late. The results last Thursday show that the PM has failed to inspire hope. What is best for the party and country now is for an orderly transition. I'm hereby giving notice to Number 10 that I'm collecting names of Labour MPs to call on the Prime Minister to set a timetable for the election of a new leader in September." Well, a leadership challenge would require 81 Labour MPs to publicly back any motion. As it stands, 44 MPs have explicitly called for Sir Keir Starmer to resign, 4 of those coming in the hours after his make-or-break speech. The architect of this latest challenge that we've been telling you about is Catherine West, seen at the very top of your screen. She's a former junior minister, has called for the Prime Minister to set a timetable for the election of a new leader in September. She added his speech this morning was good, but doesn't outweigh the results from last Thursday. One interesting name to the left of your screen is one of the figures within the blue Labour, Conor Naismith. He's on the top row. He lent his name to the challenge to Starmer, saying it is clear to me that we need new leadership. Another notable name to have spoken out is Ruth Jones, coming up on the right of your screen, who is the MP for Newport West and Isthmian. She said Starmer should continue his position following last week's disastrous election results, especially in Wales, where Labour lost control for the first time since devolution. To the other screen, Belle Ribeiro Addy. She is in the middle. She was one of the MPs to call for the Prime Minister's resignation following his speech this morning, saying it is clear the PM doesn't have a credible plan. He must now set out a timetable for departure. And next door to her, Chris Curtis, who is the leader of the growth group of Labour MPs. He said, I don't think we saw a plan from the Prime Minister this morning in order to implement the kind of change this country needs. I therefore think it's time for us to look for new leadership. He was speaking exclusively to Sky News. Well, that is the group that you can see who have added their names to the list for now. But as you can see from those grey boxes, and there is a whole other screen to the left, there is quite a lot of names that we still need to take it up to that 80 mark. Well, let's hear now from the Prime Minister himself. In his speech this morning, he insisted he was taking full responsibility for Labour's disastrous showing in Thursday's elections.
The election results last week were tough, very tough. We lost some brilliant Labour representatives. That hurts, and it should hurt. I get it. I feel it. And I take responsibility. But it's not just about taking responsibility for the results. It's about taking responsibility to explain how, as a political and electoral force, we will be better and do better in the months and years ahead. Because we are not just facing dangerous times, but dangerous opponents. Very dangerous opponents. This hurts not just because Labour has done badly, but because if we don't get this right, our country will go down a very dark path. So just as I take responsibility for the results, I also take responsibility for delivering the change that we promised, for a stronger and fairer Britain that we must build. I take responsibility for navigating us through a world that is more dangerous than at any time in my life. And I take responsibility for not walking away, not plunging our country into chaos as the Tories did time and again, chaos that did lasting damage to this country. A Labour government would never be forgiven for inflicting that on our country again. I know that people are frustrated by the state of Britain, frustrated by politics, and some people frustrated with me. I know I have my doubters, and I know I need to prove them wrong, and I will.
Well, in a speech this lunchtime, the former Deputy Prime Minister, Angela Rayner, said the Labour Party has to do better. She also hit out at the decision to stop Andy Burnham from seeking a seat in the Commons.
We, as a party, have to do better than this. And we can only prove we mean our Labour values by putting the common interest ahead of factionalism. And we can start by accepting that Andy Burnham should never have been blocked. It was a mistake that the leadership of our party should put right.
Our chief political correspondent, John Craig, is here to muse through all of this. Successors, should we talk about them first? I mean, Angela Rayner, a potential.
Yes.
Andy Burnham,
I thought her statement at the weekend was very much a manifesto for a leadership bid. Andy Burnham, well, yes, I mean, he has stood for the Labour leadership twice before, 2010, when he came 4th out of 5. That was when Ed Miliband won. And 2015, when he came 2nd to Jeremy Corbyn, served in the shadow cabinet for a year or so, and then, of course, got elected as Mayor of Greater Manchester in 2017. Ed Miliband, you mentioned. Ed Miliband has publicly said he's done the job. He did it between 2010 and 2015, doesn't want to do it again. But he does have his supporters. There are those who think that perhaps he'd prefer to be a sort of kingmaker and would like to be Chancellor of the Exchequer. So I think if you were to ask me who are the 3 most likely, it's Wes Streeting, who we haven't mentioned, Angela Rayner, and if he can get a parliamentary seat, Andy Burnham. Now, we heard Angela Rayner there criticising the decision which was taken by the National Executive of the Labour Party back in February to block Mr Burnham from standing in the Gorton and Denton by-election, which was won by Hannah Spencer for the Green Party. Mr Burnham campaigned pretty hard for Labour in that by-election, but they didn't win it. Of course, his supporters claim he would have done if he'd been the candidate. I should also mention the numbers are creeping up. Here's the latest spreadsheet. We're having to add to it by the minute almost, and we're up to 44 now.
So these are people that have put their name to Catherine West's letter.
Yes.
Saying that the Prime Minister needs to set out a timetable to go.
Yeah, let me tell you about the most recent ones. Lorraine Beavers, she's the MP for Blackpool North and Fleetwood. Very left-wing. She calls herself a proud socialist, been known to wear the Palestine scarf. She says, I believe the PM should announce a timetable for leaving office. Alan Gemmell, MP for Central Ayrshire. He's a former diplomat and civil servant. I listened to the PM today. So these are ones since the Prime Minister's speech. I think it's 9 now, might be 10. I listened to the PM today. Sadly, I don't believe he can lead us into and win the next election. Therefore, he must now set a date for his departure. And the most recent, a few minutes ago, Fred Thomas, ex-military man, who defeated another ex-military man, Johnny Mercer, in Plymouth Moor View. Fred Thomas is a Winchester public school educated former captain in the Marines, former boxing champion. Well, he's landed a blow on the Prime Minister this afternoon. Sadly, it's clear now that to deliver on the promise of change and to secure Britain's future, we must look to a new leader. Now, supporters of the Prime Minister will say a lot of these MPs are the usual suspects. Yes, the familiar names are there, but quite a few of the 2024 intake as well, and quite a few, like, for example, Fred Thomas, absolutely not one of the usual suspects, military background, won a seat off the Tories. Quite a few of them are the 24 intake are MPs who have won a seat from the Conservatives at the last election, clearly worried about defending the seat in a few years' time.
John, thanks very much. So, 45, is it? 44 Labour backbenchers now calling for Sir Keir Starmer to step down. I was listening. So far, though, no cabinet ministers have broken rank, in public at least. My colleague Cathy Newman's been talking to the Culture Secretary, Lisa Nandy.
Lisa Nandy, was that it? Was that enough for Keir Starmer to safeguard his job?
Well, no, it's not enough to go out and make a speech, but it is certainly the right thing to have done in this moment, to go out and acknowledge the mistakes that have been made, to acknowledge the role that he's personally played in that and the frustration that is quite personal that has been levelled towards him, and to acknowledge that we haven't been big enough to meet the moment and the scale of change that is required for people's lives. I think it was an important step, but as he said rightly, what happens next is most important. So going forwards, what you're going to see from this Labour government is a Prime Minister who will go out and wear his heart on his sleeve, who will show that he is prepared to go out and fight any system that stands in the way of making people's lives better and take on the big change that is necessary, not just the incremental change, with an urgency and a pace that shows people that we're on their side and that things can get better.
Let's talk about your friend, the Manchester mayor, who Keir Starmer sort of hinted today he wouldn't have a problem if the NEC decided to let Andy Burnham back to Westminster. He wouldn't have a problem with it. Do you still think that Andy Burnham would be an asset in Westminster?
Yeah, I do. I mean, he's an asset as the Mayor of Greater Manchester, and he was as my neighbouring MP in Leith for 7 years when I first got elected. I think he'd be an asset in Westminster too. And I said at the time when the NEC blocked him from standing in Gorton and Denton that I thought that was a mistake. I think you need your strongest team on the pitch, and he is undeniably one of those politicians who goes out and fights for people, and people see it and appreciate it. In the north of England, we remember very much that at the moment when we were most struggling during the pandemic, when the Tory government refused to properly compensate us for that and to treat us fairly like other parts of the country, that he went out and fought for us. And I think that is the sort of politician that we need in these times. I think you saw that from the Prime Minister today, and I think that we need to be a strong and united team. We have a Prime Minister. This is not about trying to swap out the Prime Minister or change the Prime Minister, but I do think we need to stick together as a team, come together as a team, field our strongest players and go out and make that change that people were promised and that we owe it to them to deliver.
Well, you can watch the full interview with Lisa and Andy on the Cathy Newman Show tonight here on Sky News at 7. Well, joining me now, the former head of policy for Jeremy Corbyn, Andrew Fisher. Andrew, really good to get your thoughts today. Do you think Keir Starmer's speech will have won over many people on the far left of the Labour Party today?
I don't think it will have won over anybody on the centre left or indeed in the centre of the party. There was nothing new in it, unfortunately. There was some new, some pretty old and recycled rhetoric, I'm afraid, and 3 policies that had already been announced. One about public ownership of steel, one about a youth mobility scheme with the EU, and one about the youth guarantee, which has already been announced. So nothing, I think, that if the electorate had heard that or it had been emphasised more ahead of Thursday, would have changed a single vote or a single result in those elections. The scale of crisis that people feel themselves in, whether it's around the public services they're interacting with or their own household finances, is what is driving this. That's what drove the Tories out of office in 2024. People were fed up with the fact their lives were getting harder and worse. And that hasn't improved under Labour, or at least not to any great extent. And that's the problem Keir Starmer has got to reckon with. His policies are just too small. And unfortunately, the 2024 manifesto just didn't address those things. It was too small for the crisis that Labour was inheriting because they didn't want to have any attacks on them from the Tories and from the press. They didn't want to make an argument. These are times that call for a politician to lead, to make an argument. And we didn't hear that today either.
Do you think, therefore, that it's no surprise that we saw more people gravitating towards parties like Reform and the Greens at the last local elections? And do you think that Labour's fate is now sealed?
I think Labour's facing an existential crisis. You look at Wales, the party has gone from leading the country for the last 100 years to a distant 3rd place. Plaid Cymru is clearly the progressive option in Wales now, and that's how most voters in Wales see it. You look at English cities, and the Labour vote was heavily eroded by the Greens in London, in Newcastle, in Leeds, in Sheffield, in Birmingham. And you look at the towns, especially in the north, and indeed some cities as well, Reform have made gains as well. So clearly Labour, it's hard to see where a Labour heartland is. Labour went backwards in Scotland as well, which obviously was lost a while back. But it's not making progress there either. So Labour is at risk of really ceasing not to exist if it doesn't pull its finger out. That's much more than about Keir Starmer and whether he stays. It's about changing the direction of the party and meeting the severe nature of the times, which is people are getting worse off. The NHS is in a state. People can't get a GP appointment still. University education is prohibitively expensive and lands you with a lifetime of debt. Housing is in crisis. Energy bills are going up, water bills, rents. It's, there's a lot to deal with, and the policies just aren't there to deal with those things. And that's what is feeding people's frustration.
That is a grim assessment that you think this could be the actual end of the Labour Party.
Yeah, it could be. And I think the electorate are telling us that. And if we're not listening to the electorate, you know, these Labour politicians in the cabinet and Keir Starmer himself keep telling us we've got to listen to voters. Voters are telling you they're not interested in what you're saying anymore. Because you haven't dealt with the crisis they're facing. They're voting for the Greens. They're voting for reform, which is terrible from a left-wing perspective. You know, they're just scapegoating migrants. They haven't got any solutions to Britain's problems. But in Scotland, they're voting for the SNP. In Wales, they're voting for Plaid Cymru. Labour is in danger of losing any sort of base. Its membership has collapsed. It's more than halved since Keir Starmer took over. The unions are basically saying we're cutting back our funding, and if things don't change, that could be the end of our relationship. Labour is in a real crisis, and unless the other 400 MPs pull their finger, or 350 MPs pull their finger out, the party may not last to the next election.
Who do you think will be the next Prime Minister?
Well, I think there's a possibility it could be Andy Burnham. It depends on the timescale. If we get an interim leader in and time for a by-election in the Northwest, if there is an MP willing to stand down, as is rumoured, then it could be him. He's clearly the only politician in the UK, whether at Labour or anyone else, who actually polls even semi-decently at this time. So there's a lot on him. If it isn't to be him and he doesn't want to do it, or there isn't a route back into Westminster, then, you know, perhaps it's Ed Miliband, somebody with experience, who's got policies, who's got a bit of a radical edge about him. That seems to me the only other feasible prospect of the current cabinet, anyway.
Interesting stuff. Andrew Fisher, former head of policy for Jeremy Corbyn. Thanks very much for joining us today.
Thank you.
This is Sky News Today. Coming up, a man appears in court charged with attempting to assassinate President Trump.
I urge you not to look away. If Hamas hands the hostages over, they will end this conflict. The world has been watching. Good to see you again. How are you? Did she say how he was?
The conditions are awful.
The jets were ordered to come back. Historic day here today. How will you respond if India does launch airstrikes?
They will be all out to war.
I'm just going to put some body armor on. I'm Yalda Hakim.
The best thing about being a Sky News journalist... Hi, darling.
Beth Rigby, Sky News.
...is being a Sky News journalist. You said to people, I'm not coming back for more, but you have come back for more. Well, let's kick off and make a statement. What can our Prime Minister say to you to not impose tariffs? He's coming out! What more do you need?
We're trying to see as much as we can. We're in an area that's just been reclaimed.
Mr. Zuma, Sky News.
People are directly protesting.
The whole neighborhood is rallied around her. It's been impenetrable to journalists over the last 2 years of war in Sudan. I've been waiting for this for 2 years. It doesn't feel like a big homecoming. It was never going to be pretty. War isn't pretty.
To the United States now, and the suspect charged with the attempted assassination of President Donald Trump has pleaded not guilty to all charges. 31-year-old Cole Thomas Allen was arrested last month after allegedly running through security at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, allegedly armed with guns and knives. Our US correspondent Mark Stone, who was at the event, was also in court for the hearing this afternoon.
Well, you know, it was kind of a curious experience because in one way it was a very procedural hearing, and yet it was such an unusual thing to have happened. Of course, the words were read out in court. The first count, attempting to assassinate the President of the United States. I mean, that is extraordinary, and yet so it felt sort of kind of procedural and yet remarkable, truly remarkable at the same time. Court 2, just down the road from our bureau here, is where he appeared. He was wearing an orange jumpsuit. His hands were shackled together like this. His legs were shackled as well, so he had difficulty walking as he went to the stand to enter a plea. And I think for me there were three elements to this quite brief hearing. The first was just seeing him face to face. The second was the plea itself, not guilty on all 4 counts. Those counts being 1, attempting to assassinate the President of the United States; 2, assaulting an officer with a deadly weapon; 3, transportation of a deadly weapon with intent; and 4, using and brandishing a weapon. Not guilty, he pleaded on all 4 of those counts, which paves the way for a trial. Now, the other interesting part of the hearing was the second half of it, where his team, his defence team, argued or began to put in place an argument that I think they will pursue, that the US District Attorney, Jeanine Pirro, should not be part of the prosecuting team for 2 reasons. One, because she's a close friend of the president, who is the person alleged to have been the target in this crime. And 2, because she was at the dinner and therefore could be seen as a victim and therefore would not be seen as correctly impartial. So I thought that was very interesting. And the judge asked a couple of questions. He said, did she, Jeanine Pirro, and the acting Attorney General, Todd Blanche, who also potentially could be recused for the same reasons, friends with Trump at the dinner, did they see the alleged gunman, the judge asked, and do they see themselves as victims? If the answer is yes, they do see themselves as victims, then potentially there is a conflict of interest there. So I thought that was really interesting. There will be further discussion, and there's due to be a status hearing. That's the next time we'll see him in court, and that's on the 29th of June.
Right, let's get a look at the weather.
Dinner under the stars tonight?
That reminds me of our travel insurance.
You mean all clear skies?
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors Sky News weather.
A generally northern flow will make it chilly this week, and there's still no sign of any substantial rain in the south. It's looking mostly dry and sunny to end the afternoon, but southern England may see the odd shower, while the far northwest will see a little rain moving in. Lingering showers in the south will soon fade tonight. Then England, Wales and the south of Ireland look mostly dry, clear and calm, with a patchy frost developing out of town. Scotland, Northern Ireland and the northwest of Ireland, meanwhile, will see a little rain moving in on strengthening winds, with a scattering of showers following to the north. Northern and central parts of the UK will see a fair few showers running in tomorrow morning, fading in the northwest later.
All Clear Travel Insurance proudly sponsors Sky News weather.
You're watching Sky News today. Coming up, as British and Irish nationals return from the virus-stricken cruise ship to self-isolate, I'll be talking to a friend of one of them.
What's the best thing about being a Sky News presenter? Perfect. Let's bring you some breaking news. Being a Sky News presenter. I began by asking...
Thank you so much.
...trusting us to tell her story. The battle for number 10. Sky News has been given exclusive access. Let me give you a sneak peek. It was the day those present would never forget. Why did you decide to open up and tell your story?
20 British nationals who were trapped on board the cruise ship hit by hantavirus are back in the UK. The passengers who landed in Manchester last night are now in isolation at Arrow Park Hospital in the Wirral. Meanwhile, a French traveller has tested positive, with officials saying her condition is deteriorating as they work to trace out who they have come into contact with. Well, our correspondent Shingi Maruriki has the latest from the Wirral.
There are now 20 British nationals self-isolating at this hospital here. That's a 72-hour period. If they are found to be asymptomatic at the end of the period, they'll be sent to their homes or other relevant or other appropriate addresses where they'll continue to self-isolate for 42 days. In terms of those who show symptoms as they're being checked over and monitored here, they will then be taken to Royal Victoria Hospital in Liverpool, which is the centre in this region for infectious and tropical diseases. Now, the hospital are at pains to show people how they are continuing to maintain the safety of the general public, with the people who are self-isolating being kept in separate buildings, which used to be the staff quarters and are usually used for staff who are staying on site at the hospital. They've also told people that this virus is much less transmissible than COVID-19, meaning that the public should not be alarmed. But for those people who were brought here from Tenerife and then to Manchester Airport and brought to this hospital, they'll be thinking about the fact that on the 1st of April they set off for a cruise, hoping to see some of the wonders of the world, to have a special time, and instead they are now self-isolating at this hospital on the Wirral.
Well, earlier I spoke to Professor Robin May, Chief Scientific Officer at the UK Health Security Agency, who gave an update on the passengers who are isolating.
They're based in the facility at Arrow Park. They're going to be there for about 72 hours, and we're obviously a few hours into that already. During which time they're being tested quite extensively, as you'd expect, for any presence of the virus or any antibodies that may be present to that disease. Once that's cleared, provided everyone is asymptomatic and virus-free, we'll be moving them on to appropriate isolation locations afterwards. For many of them, we hope that will be their homes, but it depends very much where they live and their living circumstances. So we're looking at each individual person and their circumstances, who they live with, any vulnerabilities, the kind of physical setting of the house, and we'll be deciding and working with them to come up with the most appropriate place for them to isolate for the remaining 42 days after that period.
Well, let's talk now to Aubrey McCarthy, who is friends with one of the Irish passengers who was repatriated yesterday. Aubrey, good to talk to you. Tell us how she's doing. This is Anne Lane, isn't it? She's 79. She's had quite the few days, hasn't she?
Well, hello from a beautiful sunny Dublin, Merrion Square. So yes, we're delighted to have Anne and her friend back home in Ireland. She arrived at 9 o'clock last night, so now into quarantine and self-isolating. And so it's a good news story. Everything has worked out well. And I just want to say a huge thanks to our own Prime Minister, the Taoiseach, and our Minister for Health and our Minister for Foreign Affairs, who worked closely with the Spanish government to get Anne and her friend back home.
What's Anne told you about what her experience has been like, you know, when she suddenly realised that actually something was very seriously wrong on board this ship?
Well, initially I received the updates of the virus on the ship, and of course all of the online speculation was about, you know, it was a rats virus, it was caused by rodents. However, Anne said this couldn't be further from the truth, and the ship ocean-wide was absolutely immaculate, and it's often portrayed as a cruise ship, but of course this is an expedition ship, and Anne has gone on record herself by saying this is her 6th expedition. She loves expeditions. So the people that were on board for the last 6 weeks, they were out to the Antarctica, travelling the world, but as I said, it was not a cruise, it was an expedition. The food was second to none, the service was second to none, so a number of them have said that if they were to be offered another expedition on ocean-wide, they would absolutely jump at the chance.
So she's definitely seen the positive in it, but it must have been quite scary, one would imagine, especially for a lady of her age, knowing that there was something on the ship that was potentially contagious.
The reason many of the news agencies have contacted me is that Anne is one of our volunteers at our homeless outreach for Tiglin, the lighthouse in Dublin city centre. So a lot of people would know her, that she's a strong lady, and certainly she is strong enough to go through an episode such as this. However, when you're docked off the likes of Cape Verde, psychologically it must be so traumatic being told that you cannot come on shore. So that would be a big issue, I presume. So then in the last number of days, when that has been fixed and working with the Spanish authorities, that has really changed everything, and it's a very good news story. And it's the first rescue mission for our own government jet, which was only purchased a number of weeks ago. To see that landing in the Canaries, Tenerife, yesterday, and of course we all tracked it then arriving back in Baldonnel here in Ireland. The whole mission from start to finish was very professional, and it worked out second to none.
And what happens to Anne now? How long is she going to be monitored for and having to isolate?
So the experts are saying that there's a 42 quarantine period. I know that there's debate whether the incubation is a week or so many weeks. So, but definitely the isolation, the quarantine here will be 42 days. I saw last night that in Baldonnel, our own military airport run by the Air Corps, 2 ambulances collected both Anne and her friend separately, and then they were brought to an isolation facility separately. And but all is going well, and they're being treated very well.
And obviously she's a lady who likes to explore. She's clearly very, very active. How is she going to manage for 42 days having to isolate?
Anne has written 2 books before, all about sculptures, all about touring around Ireland. So no doubt she'll keep herself busy, and she will research, she will read. An avid reader, an avid researcher, and a well-rounded person regarding educating herself.
Aubrey McCarthy, really good to talk to you and hear about Anne, who is back safely in Ireland, and we hope all remains well for her over the incubation period. Let's take you from that across to America, where President Trump has been speaking about Iran.
Yeah, ultimately reach a peace I think so. Well, you have 2. You have the moderates and you have the lunatics. And I think the moderates are more respected. The lunatics want to fight till the end. You know, it'll be a very quick fight. But I call them. You have, just like our country, we have lunatics too. I call them lunatics. I call them stupid people too. But in Iran, they have the moderates that are dying to make a deal, and then you have the lunatics, and I guess they're a little bit afraid of the lunatics, but and why not? The level of ferocity for protests. You know, the people are watching it. They want to go out on the streets. They have no weapons. They have no guns. We thought the Kurds were going to give us weapons, but the Kurds disappointed us. The Kurds take. They have a great reputation in Congress. Congress says, oh, they fight so hard. No, they fight hard when they get paid. So I'm very disappointed in the Kurds. But they were given, I said it wasn't going to work, by the way. I just have to say it. I disagreed with what they did. They gave it. I said, they'll never get there. And I was right. I like to be right. In this case, too bad. But we sent some guns with ammunition, and they were supposed to be delivered, but they kept it. I said they're going to keep it, but what do I know? I've only been doing this a short period of time. What do I know? For the time being, the ceasefire remains in place.
What?
For the time being, the ceasefire remains in place.
You know, it's unbelievably weak. I would say. I would call it the weakest right now. After reading that piece of garbage they sent us, I didn't even finish reading it. They said, I'm not going to waste my time reading it. I would say it's one of the weakest. Right now, it's on life support. They understand. These are all medical people. Dr. Oz, life support is not a good thing. Do you agree?
Bad prognostic.
I would say the ceasefire is on massive life support, where the doctor walks in and says, sir, your loved one has approximately a 1% chance of living. Yeah.
Mr. President,
Daniel, go ahead.
Yep.
One of the best reporters in Washington.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Oz referenced this a little early. 2 questions on healthcare, if I can. The Council of Economic Advisors released a report saying that the most favored nation drug deals will generate about $529 billion in domestic savings over the next 10 years across all markets. How transformative are these deals?
And makes people better.
Yeah, it does. How transformative are these deals for millions of Americans? And do you believe that the most favored nation drug deals are the Republicans' golden ticket to the midterms?
I think the Republicans should walk away with the midterms. Now, typically, whoever is president, they vote the other way. Nobody knows this. Do we have a psychiatrist in the group? Nobody knows why, because I think we've had the best president. A lot of people have said, even some radical left lunatics have said that we've had the best presidency, the best first year of any president. Look, I stopped 8 wars, got the largest tax cuts in history, the largest regulation cuts in history, all the things we've done, so many, like all of this that we've done. Medically, we've done so much. You know, we did a thing called Right to Try at my first, and I could never understand it when I was a civilian, which wasn't so long ago. I haven't been doing it that long, but I always used to marvel at the fact that if they had a great drug and it had to go through the FDA, and the FDA guarded it and said, you can't use it, and if a person was terminally ill and the drug was showing great promise, the person's terminally ill, they wouldn't give it to the person because they didn't want to hurt the person. And I said, well, we need something on that. And it was very important to me. And I had no idea it would be so hard to get, but we got it in total. We got it in full. It's called Right to Try. That if you're terminally ill, you have the right to try a drug that has not gone even anywhere near final. If it shows even a little promise. And we've saved thousands of lives. It was very hard to get because the insurance companies didn't want it, the doctors didn't want it, because the doctors didn't want to be blamed. The drug companies didn't want it because if it didn't work, they didn't want it on their record. So what we did is we said, we're not going to count it on your record. If somebody's terminally ill and they take the drug, doesn't work, we're not going to count it on your record. We'll have another record, you know, a little smaller one that not a lot of people look at, but we're not going to count it on your record. So Right to Try has been one of the great successes. Again, nobody talks about it. We've saved thousands of lives on us, but you know what is maybe even more important? We've learned very quickly that some drugs work and some drugs don't. In other words, some drugs take a person who's terminally ill, and there are numerous cases, and without waiting 7 years, 10 years, by the way, we think we've cut it in half, but you do need a period of time. Without waiting many, many years, we know the drug works because we've taken people that were dead. We had a person given the last rites, gone. The kids are crying and started them on this drug, and the person became better. It works, you know, and some don't work. But you learn really fast. It's called the ultimate test, I think, right? You know, they test all these things. They use animals all over the place. They use everything to test. Person's going to die. So they didn't want it because they didn't want to be sued for, you know, the drug companies didn't want to be sued if it didn't work. The country didn't want to be sued. So I got everybody into a room, and I said, we're going to do this, but if anybody uses it, they have to sign a document. They sign a very strong document that they're not going to sue the doctor, they're not going to sue the country, they're not going to sue the manufacturer, the pharmaceutical company, they're not going to sue anybody, but we're going to give it a shot. It has been, Right to Try has been so successful. It's been amazing. Nobody talks about it, but everyone knows how successful.
Mr. President, there was a young man that we visited on, actually in Los Angeles, who's taking advantage of this program. Katie actually spoke to him by phone. It's from Alabama. That he reached out to you directly, and this is the same program that benefited him. And just to put numbers on the Council of Economic Advisors, it's between 500 and whatever it was, 30 million that you said, and $700 billion in savings. So we estimated $600 billion in total savings, and the impact on the American people, Mr. President, is 1 in 3 Americans leave a drugstore without their medication because they can't afford it. Even though they got a doctor's prescription, they know they can make a difference in their lives. That will no longer happen with the most favored nation drug pricing. And we're giving drugs like which, as you call it, the fat shot, the weight loss drugs to all beneficiaries of Medicare. Every senior in America can get them for $50 starting on July 1st. These are just inconceivably good prices, and they're so good, in fact, that we actually save the taxpayer money by reducing the downstream effects of obesity, diabetes, and hypertension. Mr. President, all possible because you took brave action. And again, the quick question we should be asking ourselves is why didn't this happen a decade ago? Katie, what do you think about that young man?
That he is he has a new lease on hope, and it's because of you. I talked to his parents, and they said, we feel so good about our country that we literally have the president and Dr. Oz and Secretary Kennedy doing everything possible to give our son a fighting chance. They said before, no one was listening, but you, Mr. President, took action. And Will Roberts, he is such a great young man.
Well, right
He's
to try
inspired
is
so many people.
Nobody talks about
We're with him.
thousands of people, but it's also like this incredible laboratory of people that they're finished, they're terminally ill, they're not going to live, and we weren't given. And this went on for years. This went on. Madam Secretary, you're doing such a good job with prices, agriculture. How's the beef doing? We got to get the beef down.
We're working on it.
It's the only thing. We got to get the beef down. But
it's becoming more affordable.
This was so incredible because, and I marveled at it for 30 years. I'd say, why? I'd have friends that were terminally ill. You'd meet people. They were really in bad shape. They weren't going to make it, and they couldn't get a drug that looked like it was going to work. They couldn't get it. They asked me to get it. You have contacts. Could you get it? You couldn't get it. You go to jail if you get. And they were going to die. They'd die 3 weeks later, 4 weeks later. And we're saving a lot of people that were gone, that were terminally ill. And what we're doing is producing almost immediately. You can almost immediately approve these drugs. But it was very, look, legally it was a disaster because everybody would be.
We're going to step away from that press conference that President Trump is giving ostensibly about healthcare in America, but also touched on the situation in Iran. He says in his mind, the ceasefire between the US and Iran is on massive life support. Right, let's get a look at the weather.
You're looking happy.
Well, the forecast looks good.
So you've sorted the travel insurance then?
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors Sky News weather.
A generally northern flow will make it chilly this week, and there is still no sign of any substantial rain in the south. It's looking mostly dry and sunny to end the afternoon, but southern England may see the odd shower, while the far northwest will see a little rain moving in. Lingering showers in the south will soon fade tonight. Then England, Wales and the south of Ireland look mostly dry, clear and calm, with a patchy frost developing out of town. Scotland, Northern Ireland and the northwest of Ireland, meanwhile, will see a little rain moving in on strengthening winds, with a scattering of showers following to the north. Northern and central parts of the UK will see a fair few showers running in tomorrow morning, but they will fade in the northwest later on. Southern Britain and Ireland, meanwhile, look dry. There's going to be sunny spells, but Ireland may catch the odd shower. And temperatures will be up on today's, but it is still going to feel chilly in the wind. For the southeast of England, they will see showers later on, while northern England and Wales is going to dry up.
All Clear Travel Insurance proudly sponsors Sky News weather.
You're watching Sky News today. Coming up next, we've got the News Hour with Mark Austin. The number of Labour MPs now calling for the Prime Minister to resign has risen to 46, but Starmer vows to prove his doubters wrong as he fights to stay in number 10.
We're trying to see as much as we can. We're in an area that's just been reclaimed. Mr. Zuma, Sky News.
People are directly protesting.
The whole neighborhood is rallied around her. It's been impenetrable to journalists over the last 2 years of war in Sudan. I've been waiting for this for 2 years. It doesn't feel like a big homecoming. It was never going to be pretty. War isn't pretty.
What's the best thing about being a Sky News presenter? Perfect. Let's bring you some breaking news. Being a Sky News presenter. I began by asking.
Thank you so much.
Trusting us to tell her story. The battle for number 10. Sky News has been given exclusive access. Let me give you a sneak peek. It was the day those present would never forget. Why did you decide to open up and tell your story?
It's 5 o'clock. I'm Mark Austin. This is the News Hour. Our top stories so far this evening. Labour's leadership drama. More MPs call on Starmer to go after the speech he hopes will save his job.
I know I have my doubters. And I know I need to prove them wrong, and I will.
As the MP pushing for a leadership contest now says it should be delayed until September, many wonder if Andy Burnham is the leader in waiting. And what happens next could depend on the Health Secretary, Wes Streeting. When will he make his move? And breaking news this evening, in the last few moments, Donald Trump has warned that the ceasefire with Iran is on life support. Good evening. We're in our Westminster studio this week as an embattled Prime Minister tries to save his skin. He rolled up his sleeves for a crucial reset speech to win over the doubters this morning, but this evening that would appear to have largely failed, with an increasing number of his own MPs going public to say he should go. The former Minister, Catherine West, who threatened over the weekend to provoke an immediate leadership campaign, has backed down to an extent. She is now urging fellow Labour MPs to call on the Prime Minister to set out a timeline to quit by September, potentially giving Andy Burnham time to become an MP. So tonight, Keir Starmer may at best have bought himself more time, but this is a fast-moving and unpredictable story. Our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, is right here. Sam, where are we with all this evening?
48 Labour MPs out of 403 have called for Keir Starmer to go. 13, Mark, have made that call since Keir Starmer did his make it or break it speech in mid-morning this morning. I mean, I'm just looking at and it's starting, the trickle is getting a little faster. Sarah Smith has just posted on Instagram. Jazz Atwell has just said that with deep regret, he concludes it's in the national interest for Keir Starmer to step down. The Crawley MP, Peter Lamb, has said too many mistakes. Prominent figures from a lot of intakes, lots of different generations of Labour MP are now saying publicly they think it is time for Keir Starmer either to go immediately or to set a timetable for his departure. And, Mark, I'm told that there's more coming. I'm told that in the coming hours there may well be resignations from people in ministerial jobs. That's a lever that hasn't yet been pulled yet. I am told that more MPs are looking at coming out. But most importantly of all, tomorrow morning, Keir Starmer faces his cabinet. And at that cabinet, a lot of the cabinet in private want him to go. However, they are divided in what should happen. Should there be a contest now or a contest in the future? There are private discussions amongst individual cabinet members about what the plan should be, with some members, Peter Carl, Steve Reid, resisting the call for change, but others trying to work out what to say tomorrow morning to Keir Starmer when they come face-to-face with him.
Right, so is that the crucial thing here, the cabinet, rather than the number of MPs? I mean, I assume if the number of MPs just keeps ticking up, at some stage that will put pressure on. But is it the cabinet, really, do you think, that is the key thing here?
Well, a bit of this depends on Keir Starmer's fortitude. Right, there is one formal mechanism that can be deployed, and that is that if 81 MPs sign up to a challenger candidate, then there will be a formal contest. That hasn't happened. That, frankly, isn't happening at the moment. Nobody has put their head above the parapet at the moment. What is going on at the moment is this little-known Australian backbench MP, Catherine West, is trying to work out how many MPs want Keir Starmer to set out a timetable now in order to trigger a leadership contest before September. That is, again, a numbers game, but in theory, Keir Starmer could just turn round to them and to more than half his cabinet and say, I'm afraid I disagree, I think I should stay on, similar to what he said from the podium this morning. Then could we be into resignations territory? Cabinet resignations, does Keir Starmer just replace them? It becomes a battle of wills, Mark. I would only observe that we've had this battle of wills several times over the last decade. Really, since Brexit, we've seen this extraordinary turnover of MPs. Prime Ministers cling on, and there just becomes a moment where the resolve breaks and the politics just becomes too much. I couldn't tell you whether that moment's tomorrow or next week or in 3 months' time, but we're getting closer and closer to that point.
Right, and just on Andy Burnham, he presumably is in a better place if this whole thing is pushed back to September.
Make no mistake, there are enormous amounts of games. There are 3 leading contestants, candidates potentially in this. This slipped the tongue, but you can see why my brain fed me that word. Yeah. And each one favours a slightly different set of circumstance. Wes Streeting, well, he's never looked stronger. His main opponent, Andy Burnham, isn't on the pitch. He has the field pretty wide open. Angela Rayner, another possible contender for the leadership, hasn't solved her tax affairs with HMRC. Why doesn't he go this week, ask some of his allies. Andy Burnham, well, he's just not an MP. The minimum amount of time, if he identified a seat tomorrow to get into Westminster, is 6 to 7 weeks. But, Mark, he still has to win a vote. He still has to win that by-election. And if you look across the whole of Manchester, the results saw Labour councils turn turquoise reform all across the region that he would presumably want to stand. Nothing is certain. You go long to help Andy Burnham, he doesn't end up getting a seat. Where Streeting goes now, he ends up being defeated by somebody on the soft left of the party, of somebody of a different ideological persuasion to him. There is a tide going out for Keir Starmer, but it is absolutely not clear what replaces him yet.
OK, Sam, let's talk a little later. Thank you very much indeed. Well, it was billed as the make or break speech. Sir Keir Starmer addressed his party earlier today and insisted he was not going anywhere.
The election results last week were tough, very tough. We lost some brilliant Labour representatives. That hurts, and it should hurt. I get it. I feel it. And I take responsibility. But it's not just about taking responsibility for the results. It's about taking responsibility to explain how, as a political and electoral force, we will be better and do better in the months and years ahead. Because we are not just facing dangerous times, but dangerous opponents. Very dangerous opponents. This hurts not just because Labour has done badly, but because if we don't get this right, our country will go down a very dark path. So just as I take responsibility for the results, I also take responsibility for delivering the change that we promised, for a stronger and fairer Britain that we must build. I take responsibility for navigating us through a world that is more dangerous than at any time in my life. And I take responsibility for not walking away, not plunging our country into chaos as the Tories did time and again, chaos that did lasting damage to this country. A Labour government would never be forgiven for inflicting that on our country again. I know that people are frustrated by the state of Britain, frustrated by politics, and some people frustrated with me. I know I have my doubters, and I know I need to prove them wrong, and I will.
Well, the head of the influential Labour Growth Group, Chris Curtis, told Sky News a plan by September was not good enough.
But I think the moment, the dramatic situation that we face, the geopolitical context, the fact that we had such a difficult economic inheritance does mean that we need more radical change than the government has set out so far. I don't think we saw a plan from the Prime Minister this morning in order to implement the kind of change that this country needs, and I therefore think it's time for us to look for new leadership. And I think what that means is the Prime Minister rightly now setting out a timetable and an orderly process for a leadership election, and one in which Labour has a discussion about the vision for the country and what changes we think are needed in order to face the very real challenges that Britain currently faces. I think it's always incredibly sad to reach this point. I voted for Keir Starmer quite proudly in the Labour leadership election campaign. Before we worked together in my former career as a pollster, I did polling for the Labour Party, for Keir in opposition, and also for that Labour leadership campaign, because I knew how important it was for us to take back the Labour Party, to change the party, and Keir successfully did that. But it wasn't enough to change the Labour Party. We also needed a plan to change the country. We haven't seen any economic growth really in Britain since the financial crash. The Tories failed to deliver that, but we, particularly with a majority of this size, can't fail to deliver that either. And the Labour Party needs to ensure that we've got leadership at the top of the party and politicians right across the party who come together in order to deliver the radical change that's necessary in order to fix the problems facing Britain. It is clear to me that that is unfortunately not possible under Keir's leadership.
Well, also speaking today, the former Deputy Prime Minister Angela Rayner. She said her party had to do better and hit out at the decision to stop Andy Burnham from seeking a seat in the Commons.
We, as a party, have to do better than this. And we can only prove we mean our Labour values by putting the common interest ahead of factionalism. And we can start by accepting that Andy Burnham should never have been blocked. It was a mistake that the leadership of our party should put right.
Well, my colleague Cathy Newman has been getting reaction to what the Prime Minister had to say from the Culture Secretary, Lisa Nandy.
Lisa Nandy, was that it? Was that enough for Keir Starmer to safeguard his job?
Well, no, it's not enough to go out and make a speech, but it is certainly the right thing to have done in this moment, to go out and acknowledge the mistakes that have been made, to acknowledge the role that he's personally played in that and the frustration that is quite personal that has been levelled towards him, and to acknowledge that we haven't been big enough to meet the moment and the scale of change that is required for people's lives. I think it was an important step, but as he said rightly, what happens next is most important. So going forwards, what you're going to see from this Labour government is a Prime Minister who will go out and wear his heart on his sleeve, who will show that he is prepared to go out and fight any system that stands in the way of making people's lives better, and take on the big change that is necessary, not just the incremental change, with an urgency and a pace that shows people that we're on their side and that things can get better.
Let's talk about your friend, the Manchester Mayor, who Keir Starmer sort of hinted today he wouldn't have a problem if the NEC decided to let Andy Burnham back to Westminster. He wouldn't have a problem with it. Do you still think that Andy Burnham would be an asset in Westminster?
Yeah, I do. I mean, he's an asset as the Mayor of Greater Manchester, and he was as my neighbouring MP in Leith for 7 years when I first got elected. I think he'd be an asset in Westminster too. And I said at the time when the NEC blocked him from standing in Gorton and Denton that I thought that was a mistake. I think you need your strongest team on the pitch, and he is undeniably one of those politicians who goes out and fights for people, and people see it and appreciate it. In the north of England, we remember very much that at the moment when we were most struggling during the pandemic, when the Tory government refused to properly compensate us for that and to treat us fairly like other parts of the country, that he went out and fought for us. And I think that is the sort of politician that we need in these times. I think you saw that from the Prime Minister today, and I think that we need to be a strong and united team. We have a Prime Minister. This is not about trying to swap out the Prime Minister or change the Prime Minister, but I do think we need to stick together as a team, come together as a team, field our strongest players and go out and make that change that people were promised and that we owe it to them to deliver.
Lisa Nandy there, and you can watch Cathy's full interview on her show tonight here on Sky News right after the news hour at 7 p.m. Away from Westminster now, Donald Trump has described Iran's proposal to end the war as stupid. The US president has been speaking in the last few minutes at the White House. Let's have a listen.
For the time being, the ceasefire remains in place?
You know, it's unbelievably weak, I would say. I would call it the weakest right now. After reading that piece of garbage they sent us, I didn't even finish reading it. They said, I'm not going to waste my time reading it. I would say it's one of the weakest right now. It's on life support. They understand these are all medical people. Dr. Oz, life support is not a good thing. Do you agree?
Bad prognostic.
I would say the ceasefire is on massive life support, where the doctor walks in and says, sir, your loved one has approximately a 1% chance of living. You know, in war, you have to change. You have to be flexible. You have a lot of plans, but you have to do different plans in different days. But I have a great plan. But the plan is they cannot have a nuclear weapon. And they didn't say that in their letter.
Let's bring in our US correspondent, Mark Stone. A piece of garbage, he called it. It's on massive life support, talking about the ceasefire. What do you think happens next?
Well, I mean, it's very hard to tell, I'm afraid. Last night, if you'd asked me that question last night, I think I'd have told you that overnight the war may have restarted. After all, we had Trump yesterday saying that the proposal that the Iranians sent to the Americans was totally unacceptable. He's now called it garbage, claiming he hasn't even read the whole thing. But he then spoke to Netanyahu on the telephone. And I think the general vibe that we were getting was that he had kind of lost patience and that he was going to, you know, hit Iran hard once again. Against that sort of strategy, though, would be the fact that he is going to China tomorrow for a massive trip, possibly the most important overseas trip he will make, he has made in his presidency, second presidency so far. And he doesn't want to be in an active shooting match with Iran while he is in China. It just doesn't sit well. He doesn't really want to be going to China while this war is still ongoing. After all, Mark, he postponed the trip to China, which was due a couple of months ago, because the war was ongoing. And that in itself is an indication that he thought it would be done by now. It's really very hard to tell what he will do, because he's effectively dismissed Iran's proposal. So the question obviously is, what now? I mean, the nuclear issue seems to be the real problem. Iran has agreed to end the war. It's agreed to guarantee no new attacks. It appears to have asked for sanctions relief. It wants restrictions removed on oil, on all oil exports, I should say, frozen assets as well. But what it won't negotiate on, it seems, is the nuclear issue. It wants to be able to retain its nuclear infrastructure. That's not to say that it wants to be able to build a nuclear weapon, because the Iranians have said all along they don't want to do that, believe them or not. They've said they don't want to do that. They want it for medical purposes. But what they won't do is dismantle their nuclear capabilities, the infrastructure to be able to enrich uranium. And that, for the Americans, clearly is a big, big problem. But it's very hard to tell what he'll do. I don't think he will now hit Iran before this trip to China this week. But maybe we should be keeping a close eye on what happens once he leaves China on Thursday.
Right, OK. And Mark, the suspect charged with the attempted assassination of the president has appeared in court. I think it's the first time he was standing in front of a judge. What was said in court?
Yeah, I mean, a fascinating morning. It was a brief hearing. In many ways, it was kind of routine, but it was also very, very remarkable too, because of what he is accused of. The first count, attempting to assassinate the President of the United States. This, of course, was the White House Correspondents' Dinner a few weeks ago now. I was there among 2,000 or so people, and then was in court this morning and saw him face to face in an orange suit, shackled, both his arms shackled, his legs shackled as well, unable to walk very easily, but walk he did to make his plea against those 4 counts. Count 1, attempting to assassinate the President of the United States. Count 2, assaulting an officer with a deadly weapon. Count 3, transportation of a deadly weapon with intent. And Count 4, using and brandishing a weapon. And through his lawyer, he pleaded not guilty to all those 4 counts. There was also, Mark, a fascinating argument which will rumble on, I think, about whether the district attorney for New York, Jeanine Pirro, should be recused, should be disqualified effectively from leading this, the prosecution of this case for two reasons. One, because she's a close friend of the president, and two, because she was at the dinner and therefore could be seen as a victim and so not suitably independent of the case itself. So a debate around that, whether she and perhaps the acting Attorney General, Todd Blanche as well, should be recused of any involvement in this case. But for now, it's been adjourned until June the 29th, a status hearing then. But it was a moment for sure, seeing him face to face.
Mark, thank you very much. You're watching the News Hour. Coming up, the latest on the virus-stricken cruise ship as France and the US both identify new hantavirus cases.
I urge you not to look away. If Hamas hands the hostages over, they will end this conflict.
The world has been watching. Good to see you again. How are you?
Did she say how he was?
The conditions are awful.
The jets were ordered to come back. Historic day here today. How will you respond if India does launch airstrikes?
They'll be allowed to war.
I'm just going to put some body armor on. I'm Yalda Hakim.
The best thing about being a Sky News journalist... My darling.
Beth Rigby, Sky News.
...is being a Sky News journalist. You said to people, I'm not coming back for more, but you have come back for more. Well, let's kick off and make a statement. What can our Prime Minister say to you to not impose tariffs? He's coming out! What more do you need?
We're trying to see as much as we can.
We're in an area that's just been reclaimed. Mr. Zuma, Sky News.
People are directly protesting.
The whole neighborhood has rallied around her. It's been impenetrable to journalists over the last 2 years of war in Sudan.
I've been waiting for this for 2 years. It doesn't feel like a big homecoming.
It was never going to be pretty. War isn't pretty.
20 British nationals who were trapped on board the cruise ship hit by hantavirus are back in the UK. The passengers who landed in Manchester last night are now in isolation at the Arrow Park Hospital on the Wirral. A French traveller who tested positive for hantavirus has tested positive, with officials saying her condition is deteriorating as they work to trace who they've come into contact with. Our correspondent Shigi Mariiki has the latest now from the Wirral.
There are now 20 British nationals self-isolating at this hospital here. That's a 72-hour period. If they are found to be asymptomatic at the end of the period, they'll be sent to their homes or other relevant or other appropriate addresses where they'll continue to self-isolate for 42 days. In terms of those who show symptoms as they're being checked over and monitored here, they will then be taken to Royal Victoria Hospital in Liverpool, which is the centre in this region for infectious and tropical diseases. Now, the hospital are at pains to show people how they are continuing to maintain the safety of the general public, with the people who are self-isolating being kept in separate buildings, which used to be the staff quarters and are usually used for staff who are staying on site at the hospital. They've also told people that this virus is much less transmissible than COVID-19, meaning that the public should not be alarmed. But for those people who were brought here from Tenerife and then to Manchester Airport and brought to this hospital, they'll be thinking about the fact that on the 1st of April they set off for a cruise, hoping to see some of the wonders of the world, to have a special time, and instead they are now self-isolating at this hospital on the Wirral.
Well, Professor Robin May, Chief Scientific Officer at the UK Health Security Agency, gave us this update on the passengers who are isolating.
They're based in the facility at Arrow Park. They're going to be there for about 72 hours, and we're obviously a few hours into that already. During which time they're being tested quite extensively, as you'd expect, for any presence of the virus or any antibodies that may be present to that disease. Once that's cleared, provided everyone's asymptomatic and virus-free, we'll be moving them on to appropriate isolation locations afterwards. For many of them, we hope that will be their homes, but it depends very much where they live and their living circumstances. So we're looking at each individual person and their circumstances, who they live with, any vulnerabilities, the kind of physical setting of the house, and we'll be deciding and working with them to come up with the most appropriate place for them to isolate for the remaining 42 days after that period.
Well, our correspondent Sadia Chowdhury is in Tenerife. Sadia, what's happening to the ship itself?
So the ship itself is able to stay here for about another hour, and then it has to move. And we believe that is because of the weather conditions. We were told before that there was a strict deadline of 7 p.m. this evening to get the passengers off the ship and for the ship to sail away from here and then head towards Rotterdam to Netherlands, where it is due to be disinfected. That is a very strict deadline that has been given by Spanish officials, and they remain very calm this afternoon. When we arrived and we saw how choppy that water is and how windy it is here, we were reassured that actually that wind is southerly facing, and therefore it's not going to affect the operation, and it can go ahead as planned. And that plan is that there are 54 passengers and crew who are remaining on board that need to be evacuated off for 2 flights to the Netherlands today, and of them 28 have to be removed tonight. And that seems to be going all ahead as planned. It's a very quick operation. We expect it to happen in the next few minutes, so it should start. But really, the Spanish officials here very calm on the other front as well, about the 2 now positive PCR resulted cases that have emerged since the evacuations here began yesterday. The first, as you say, the French passenger who presented symptoms on that flight to France yesterday, and a second passenger on the US flight. Both of those individuals currently at health facilities and being monitored there. When we saw the health minister, the Spanish health minister, Monica Garcia, earlier today, cool as ever, she said that they've thought of every scenario, they're ready for whatever needs to happen, they've got all the assessments and protocols in place. Have a listen to what else she had to say. OK, well, we don't have that to play for you just now, but as I say, about 90 minutes now until that ship has to be moved out of here. So it's a very quick operation that needs to happen in the next few minutes.
Sadia, thank you very much indeed. Sorry about that. We'll try and get that interview to you, but we do have Sam Coates, and the reason is, Sam, the number of MPs basically saying that Keir Starmer should go. These are Labour MPs saying Keir Starmer should go, is ticking up now 50.
We have reached a milestone. Clive Betts, the most senior Labour MP in the Commons, has added his name to demands for Keir Starmer to quit. Now, for an MP that was first elected, Mark, in 1992, who has seen a fair few leadership challenges, who is not a member of the usual suspects, he's neither one of the hot-headed new intake, nor is he one of those on the left of the party who might be seen as agitated. But solid, reliable, sometimes minister Clive Betts has now become the 50th Labour MP to call for Keir Starmer to go. Look, drip, drip, drip. This is the main story today. We don't know who the stalking horses might be, who the contenders in an eventual leadership race might be. We don't know when the leadership race might be, because there are different camps that want different things. But we know that 50 out of 403 MPs, 402 if you exclude Keir Starmer, now want him to go. And that is a number that has expanded a lot since the make or break speech this morning. Clearly, it was more break than make.
And what do they want exactly? Are they supporting this idea of a kind of delayed timetable? In other words, a leadership contest, I think it's by September.
Well, it's the Labour Party, so different people want different things, and there is no one common consensus. Those who want Andy Burnham to become the next Prime Minister, and that's the Tribune group of Labour MPs, sort of Lou Haig and Vicky Foxcroft and figures like that, they want to delay the contest until at least September, because it's going to take 6-7 weeks at minimum to get Andy Burnham into Westminster. Those who perhaps want an earlier contest might favour somebody like Wes Streeting, who's pretty much ready to go. He said he won't fire the starting gun on a contest, but it must be incredibly tempting given all of his main opponents just aren't ready. There's Angela Rayner. Well, she hasn't resolved her tax affairs, HMRC negotiations still notwithstanding. She's also not that popular with the public at large. Other figures like Ed Miliband now being mentioned. Ed Miliband, of course, defeated by the public in the general election of 2015, although that in a vote where he got many more millions than Keir Starmer did in 2024.
But we're still talking 50 out of the number you mentioned, 400 or so.
But don't forget that 100 of those, roughly, are on the payroll. They're paid money by the government to be loyal, and they'd have to give up that money and resign if they were going to do that. There is talk, Mark, that might happen. There may be resignations. There may be a cabinet challenge, as I was saying half an hour ago, tomorrow morning. We don't know how this is going to go. People are talking about these things right now.
So what impact will the number of MPs saying they want Keir Starmer to go have on the cabinet, do you think?
I mean, enormous. Politics doesn't always necessarily incentivise the brave. Often politicians want to move with the herd. But whereas 24 hours ago, the herd was staying silent about Keir Starmer, there is now signs that the dam is breaking, that the herd is starting to move against him. As Boris Johnson said, when the herd moves, it moves. That's the phenomenon that we're watching out for. At some point, that number, which has gone up so steadily since that speech today, becomes more than the cabinet can ignore, and then that is a trigger for action. What I can't tell you, Mark, is whether that's tomorrow morning or not. What I can tell you is that they're all talking about it.
And isn't that exactly the point? That when the leadership becomes the story, when that's all anybody at Westminster is talking about, isn't that basically it? The game's up? Because it kind of sets the narrative, and policy issues or bold initiatives kind of get lost?
When a government isn't functioning, when it is just focusing on its own future, it cannot get complex legislation through Parliament because everybody's worrying about their own future. It cannot take bold and difficult decisions. We're in an environment where there isn't a lot of money for the Treasury to play with because we are already borrowing so much. There are enormous challenges with inflation, debt interest rates, the public finances coming down the track. The idea of paralysis for months, which is what some people are prescribing if we delay a leadership contest till September, will feel very weird when we're in July and August and dealing with all these price rises and challenges. But at the same time, if it's not nixed now, then this is a conversation that just feels like it won't go away and will crowd out almost anything else. Britain's problems don't get fixed when MPs are in perma-discussion about their leader's future and always on the brink of getting rid of them. It's not good news for those that want the challenges that Britain face to be solved.
Listen, we've got to take a break, but is there a chance that Keir Starmer does what he says he's going to do, just carry on and survive all this?
Yes, there's a chance. It's just a lot slimmer than it was a few hours ago.
OK. Sam, thank you very much indeed. Speak a little later. You are watching the News Hour. Coming up, we'll speak to the MP for Ipswich, Jack Abbott, on what next for Keir Starmer. He is supporting Keir Starmer.
What's the best thing about being a Sky News presenter? Perfect. Let's bring you some breaking news. Being a Sky News presenter. I began by asking...
Thank you so much.
...trusting us to tell her story. The battle for number 10. Sky News has been given exclusive access. Let me give you a sneak peek. It was the day those present would never forget. Why did you decide to open up and tell your story?
Let's speak now to Jack Abbott, Labour MP for Ipswich, who is supporting Keir Starmer. I'm now being told that 51 of your colleagues are saying that the Prime Minister should go. Why are they wrong?
Well, look, I clearly have a difference of opinion with my colleagues. I think I watched the speech this morning, and from the Prime Minister, I saw a huge amount of humility and reflection on the fact that although we've done really good work in the last 2 years, I think we failed to really articulate sometimes who and why we are doing what we're doing. And look, as I say, I have a different opinion, but I also have a long memory and indeed a short one. And we saw the chaos the Conservative Party descended into when they got into this merry-go-round of prime ministers every time the going got tough. And it wasn't just prime ministers, it was chancellors, it was housing ministers, it was energy ministers. It's little wonder we had the inheritance we did when we came into government.
But
so
I mean,
for me,
just stick with
the name of the game. Sorry.
Yeah, just to stick with Keir Starmer for a moment. I mean, taking your jacket off, rolling up your sleeves does not a transformative speech make. What has he said that is new? What has he said that suggests to you that things are really going to change?
Well, as I was saying, Mark, I think he had real humility and reflection on our first 2 years in government. It wasn't just a clothes change. I think you kind of quite disparagingly described it as. I think he had real substance there about the fact that, yes, we haven't made the changes that people voted for in the last 2 years. Important thing. And I think what he touched on, and I think is a really good example, was the day we all got pulled in on Saturday to save British Steel. That was, acting decisively at pace to save thousands of jobs. I think what he was describing there is we need more of those moments. We need to continue that sort of change. And so I think, obviously Wednesday we've got the King's Speech, which is going to be the fuller policy agenda for the next coming Parliament. But I think that was a really notable key change in sort of the energy and the pace that he really wants to get down to work on.
Isn't this the point, though? Isn't this the point, though? How many people who voted Reform or voted Green last week will this evening be saying, actually, do you know what? I think I was wrong?
I don't think it's a case of calling voters wrong, and I don't think anyone did that. I think it's recognising their concerns. And I heard them loud and clear on the doorstep in Ipswich, the town I'm really proud to represent, and across Suffolk, that they felt that they voted for change 2 years ago and they haven't yet felt it. And I think, as I say, that is something the Prime Minister touched on, recognised and was reflecting on. And that's exactly what we've got to change. We've got to make sure that people feel a difference in their lives, that they see their towns getting better, that they feel a bit more money in their pocket and that public service work for them when they need it. Now, as I said, I think we've done a lot of good work in the last 2 years, but I don't think we've articulated that very well. And I certainly don't think enough people are feeling that. So
but what has he said? But what has he said today that is going to change that reality about the financial hardship for families? What is he said today that's going to change the reality about economic growth in this country? Because that is arguably the real problem.
Well, look, as I said to you, I think what's really noticeable about today's speech was that he reflected on people's concerns and he's listened to them and he wants to change that dynamic. He touched on the case that people are fed up with the status quo. The status quo isn't working for people. I go back to that example about British Steel, but also a key point of his speech today was talking about things like youth mobility. Making sure the next generation for them. That's crucially important. And as I said, there's more detailed policy that's going to be coming forward on Wednesday in the King's Speech. Okay. And I do think we've done a huge amount of good stuff in the last 2 years. But I think this was a clear line in the sand from the Prime Minister who really clearly recognised people's frustrations, that things haven't got better quickly enough and that people aren't feeling that sort of change that they voted for.
Isn't the other problem here this, and it's a pretty simple truth, when the leadership itself becomes the story, isn't it pretty clear that the game is up?
In what sense, sorry, Mark?
That once the narrative becomes the leadership of your party and not policy and not new bold initiatives, once it becomes about the individual leading your party, that until something happens, nothing changes. Effectively, the game is up.
Well, look, I think all of us have a part to play. I have a part to play this as an MP. My colleagues do in the Labour Party. This isn't up to one man, although he may be the Prime Minister. This is about our government, and I include all of our MPs in that, pulling in the same direction to make sure we're delivering the change on which we were elected. That isn't agility on his shoulders. So actually the narrative, and this is what the voters are telling us, they hadn't felt change in their lives. That's what the narrative is. And I absolutely recognise that and understand that. I do feel we're doing good things, but we've all got the part to play. And as I said, and I know you didn't want to talk too much about the merry-go-round of the past Conservative Party, particularly over the last half decade in power, but that stuff matters. If you don't have stability as a government, if you cannot govern properly, the impact isn't just on you as an individual party or as your MPs, it's on the whole country. They feel it in their pockets, they see it in their public services. That's exactly what happened before, and I absolutely do not want to go down that road again.
OK, Jack, well, thank you very much indeed. Sam Coates is still here. Well, I mean, he didn't really make the point about what was announced in the speech that was materially going to change things.
If I may, that MP was making the point that Keir Starmer was saying the status quo is failing people. Conference 2025, September last year, we must never find ourselves defending a status quo that has manifestly failed working people. That was Keir Starmer then. March 2025, there must be fundamental reform of the British state and we can't keep the status quo. The idea that bit of the speech was new, with the greatest respect to that MP, is for the birds, right? There were two new bits in the speech, arguably. One was the possible nationalisation of British Steel in Scunthorpe, which is resolving an unresolved issue that the government had sort of put in train but not seen through fully. And the other was some kind of tiptoeing towards a closer relationship with the European Union. Well, those discussions are underway, but as far as we can tell, the red lines, no return to the single market.
Aren't they,
yeah, no return to the single market, no return to customs union, no return to the EU, says Lisa Nandy. To our colleague Cathy Newman, you know, what is new about what we saw today, other than shirt sleeves? And to be honest, Mark, I've seen shirt sleeves before.
OK, Sam, let's speak in the next hour. But let's join now historian and political author Sir Anthony Selden. Good evening, Anthony. Thanks for being with us. You know a bit about the comings and goings of prime ministers. How much trouble do you think Keir Starmer is in this evening?
Well, historically, Mark, which is what I can talk about, it's almost never happened for a prime minister to walk back from such a predicament and to be promising a reset speech and then to have it so threadbare. Well, of course, there is the King's speech on Wednesday, so maybe not. There'll be more fresh in that. But, you know, once the slide is under you, as Sam was saying, quoting Boris Johnson, you know, once the herd starts moving, it's impossible for the Prime Minister to regain initiative. Now, look, they may remain in power, but they won't have any effective power. They may have the title of Prime Minister, but they've lost it. They've lost their ability to do anything significant. And so that's the state that he's in. It is almost impossible, bar, as happened with Boris Johnson, an invasion like Ukraine kept Boris Johnson there. He did pretty well on that, strong leadership, kept him there for 4 or 5 more months. But once the skates are under you as Prime Minister, once it's clear that so many people have come out against you in public, it's not recoverable, and the country needs to have a strong leader. So
I mean, do you think the game's up then? It sounds as if you think the game's up. It's just a question of time.
Mark, if history is any judge, anything to go by, and history is a pretty good judge of what has happened in the past, he's not going to get back. He could maybe carry on till July, maybe till September, but the skates are under him. I cannot think of anybody who has recovered from this predicament in modern history.
So what do you think will happen then? We've got this, Catherine West, the MP, is now thinking about some sort of leadership contest in September. It had been thought she was going to try and do something immediately. That gives Andy Burnham the chance to take part. Do you think that will be how it turns out?
Maybe. Look, it's a really bad look if the only reason that the Prime Minister is remaining in 10 Downing Street is because the party cannot agree on who should take their place. That is now, I think, the territory that Labour is in. And it would seem that the party would prefer Andy Burnham perhaps to Angela Rayner or Wes Streeting. He's got to find a seat. How quickly can that be expedited? So it's unknowable, isn't it, what can happen? But what I can say is with the market so volatile, Britain is in a very perilous financial state, owing so much money to those people. 96% of GDP is owed. The debt interest on that is enormous, on top of everything else, plus all the knock-ons from Iran. What a moment to be having a leadership struggle.
Yeah, well, I'm just going to ask you if there's anything you think Keir Starmer could do to change things. You had suggested bringing in Gordon Brown. He's done that at the weekend. That doesn't seem to have won over, certainly not the MPs.
To be accurate, Mark, I suggested that back in January. Why doesn't he get somebody in to create a growth ministry who can actually generate growth, because growth is the biggest single lack that this government has, to really focus, get a absolute galvanizing head of steam behind growing the economy. I also suggested bringing in people who can show how number 10 works, because he has not had anyone who's been telling him.
Didn't you also suggest Tony Blair coming in as Foreign Secretary?
And why not? David Cameron made a big difference to Rishi Sunak. I know it's a wild suggestion, but
to New Labour.
Crisis times, well, look, it would allow, if he had a really big hitter in as Foreign Secretary, it would allow him to concentrate on domestic policy, which he has not been giving the attention to that a Prime Minister needs. And at a moment of this grave international crisis, arguably the biggest crisis since the end of the Cold War, why would you not want to have somebody, or a David Miliband kind of figure, who knows all the big people, who is a really influential figure in the White House and in all the other major capitals, with Ursula von der Leyen, and in New Delhi and Beijing? Why would you not want that? So these are suggestions. I think the moment's past, Mark. I think, I said it back in January.
On Gordon Brown, he might take your advice on David Miliband, but we'll see. We'll see whether that moves the dial for Keir Starmer. But,
well, I think he had the opportunity back in January. It might have saved him then.
Right. Okay. Anthony Selden, thank you very much indeed. Right. Let's get some sport now with Mike.
James, can you do a big clap in front of your face? Perfect. OK, mate, in your own time.
One word to describe James Milner.
Legend. Unique. Consistent.
Dedicated.
Intense.
Brilliant.
He just loves to win.
I think he's everything you'd want to be in a footballer.
The Premier League loves James Milner.
Hi James, congratulations on breaking the all-time Premier League appearance record, and how hard it is to keep going. You've done phenomenal, so well done.
To be appreciated by your teammates and appreciate what you give, that's pretty special.
England's future looks healthy, and here at Leeds United's training ground, they reckon they're once again grooming tomorrow's World Cup stars.
The board now are realising that you've got to have your money in your academy, you've got to believe in it, because the spiralling costs of everything within the game, I think you've got to try and bring people through that you've blooded yourself.
Yeah, it was an amazing time being in the academy, and then you've seen the likes of those guys come through. I remember Alan Smith scoring his first touchdown. He was my hero. From being really young and going with my family, and as a Leeds fan, you know, it was a dream really being at the club and being in the academy of a team you supported.
James had a mentality that you would associate with an older, good professional.
Lucky enough to sign the old YTS back then at Leeds, and then we ended up sharing a room together. It was only Phils and Orsies, and then I think it was on the old PlayStation. We had a snooker game, and we were obviously competitive and trying to get 147.
It was a training session basically, and this young lad got called in, and straight away you're all having a look at him, you know, what's he like, who's he, whose team's he going to be on. I would say 10 minutes into him coming over from, I think it might have been under 12s then, how old was he? He's only like 16, wasn't he? He did this one thing straight away, and everyone straight away went, oh, who's this lad here?
Young James Milner's only 16.
didn't think I was going to get on, and to be fair, Terry gave me the nod to go on. Lee Bowyer passed me a ball with my back to goal, and I tried to.
Thank you very much indeed. You're watching the News Hour. Coming up at 6, we will have much more on what is going on behind those doors. Keir Starmer under clear pressure this evening. 52 Labour MPs are now calling on Sir Keir Starmer to either resign immediately or to set out some sort of timetable for his departure as Prime Minister. This after Keir Starmer made what was being billed as a make-or-break speech this morning when he insisted that he would carry on and he would prove his doubters wrong, adding his government had made mistakes but had got the big political choices right. The Labour backbench MP, Catherine West, has backed down from her threat to trigger a leadership challenge against Starmer, but called on him to go by September. So, an increasing number of his own MPs are this evening saying that Keir Starmer has reached the end of the road, and either there should be some sort of challenge against Starmer now, or at the very least by the end of September. We'll have much more on this with our Deputy Political Editor Sam Coates at the top of the hour.
The best thing about being a Sky News journalist... My darling.
Beth Rigby, Sky News.
Is being a Sky News journalist. You said to people, I'm not coming back for more, but you have come back for more. Well, let's kick off and make a statement. What can our Prime Minister say to you to not impose tariffs? He's coming out! What more do you need?
What's the best thing about being a Sky News presenter? Perfect. Let's bring you some breaking news. Being a Sky News presenter. I began by asking...
Thank you so much.
...trusting us to tell her story. The battle for number 10. Sky News has been given exclusive access. Let me give you a sneak peek. It was the day those present would never forget. Why did you decide to open up and tell your story?
It's 6 o'clock. I'm Mark Austin. This is the News Hour. The top stories so far this evening. Labour's leadership drama. More MPs call on Starmer to go. That's after the speech he hoped would save his job. More than 50 now calling on him to quit.
I know I have my doubters, and I know I need to prove them wrong, and I will.
As the MP pushing for a leadership contest now says it should be delayed until September, many wonder if Andy Burnham is the leader in waiting. And what happens next could depend on the Health Secretary Wes Streeting. When will he make his move? Plus, Donald Trump warns that the ceasefire with Iran is on life support. Good evening. We're in our Westminster studio this week as an embattled Prime Minister tries to save his own skin. He rolled up his sleeves for a crucial reset speech to win over the doubters this morning, but this evening that would appear to have largely failed, with an increasing number of his own MPs going public to say he should go. The former Minister, Catherine West, who threatened over the weekend to provoke an immediate leadership campaign, has back down to an extent. She is now urging fellow Labour MPs to call on the Prime Minister to set out a timeline to quit by September, potentially then giving Andy Burnham time to become an MP. So tonight, Keir Starmer may at best have brought himself more time, but this is a fast-moving and unpredictable story, and the number of backbenchers calling on him to go is now at 54. Our political editor, Beth Rigby, is in Downing Street. Beth, I gather you have some breaking news.
Yes, Mark. This story is moving very quickly, and the breaking news is that a PPS has resigned from government. This is the most junior rank in government, and a PPS has resigned. Tom Rutland, who is the Parliamentary Secretary to Emma Reynolds, the Environment Secretary, he has said, with regret, I believe the Prime Minister should now set out a timetable for his departure. It's not compatible to hold this view and continue to serve on the front bench, so I have resigned as PPS to the Environment Secretary. Meanwhile, Sally Jameson, a Home Office PPS, has also said the Prime Minister should stand down. She said, I feel the Prime Minister should set out a timetable for his departure, so not standing down but calling for him to leave. Now, why is this really significant? It's the first front bench resignations, and I was told a little earlier, but an hour ago, from two very well plugged in sources, to expect some resignations of PPSs, that these were going to be the very junior government resignations, and that this was going to begin. And then my sources were suggesting to me that this was the beginning of a trigger that then might compel the cabinet to go in and tell Keir Starmer his time is up. Now, it's very uncertain whether the second part of that will happen, but what is clear tonight is that this story is now moving. We've had over 50 backbenchers calling for Keir Starmer to go. Now we're beginning to see some junior government resignations. And does this now go up towards the cabinet? Two sources telling me that they thought this was the beginning of a concerted push now to approach Keir Starmer and perhaps ask him to set out this timetable. We know that privately Ed Miliband, the Energy Secretary, has privately spoken to Keir Starmer about trying to set out a timetable. Keir Starmer has been absolutely resolute and was this morning in that speech saying, I'm not going anywhere, I will fight a challenge. But it really is stepping up again now. We've had backbenchers resigning and coordinating. Now we're seeing that move up to junior ministerial ranks, and it's moving very quickly, and it's very uncertain what happens next. But will this trigger more senior figures in the party to decide it's time for Keir Starmer to call time on himself?
Right. If the cabinet is split, though, Beth, this makes presumably tomorrow's cabinet meeting highly significant.
Yes, Mark. I mean, all of this is highly significant and highly uncertain. As I said, my sources were telling me shortly before these resignations happened that we should watch for them come in, that it could be the beginning of a movement that moves up the party from the backbenchers to the junior ranks of the government, perhaps up to Cabinet, to talk to Keir Starmer about setting out that timetable. But it's very uncertain as to what will happen next, because within the Cabinet there is not a settled view on who should succeed Keir Starmer or whether he should go or not. Some Cabinet ministers, very loyal, publicly saying that he should stay on. We had Steve Reid on earlier speaking to me, saying that Keir Starmer should stay on. Lisa Nandy spoke to Cathy Newman earlier today, saying that Keir Starmer should stay on. So it's very, very uncertain at the moment as to... I've got a breaking statement here. Joe Morris, the Health Secretary, Wes Streeton's PPS, has also put out a statement saying it's in the interests of the party that the PM set out a timetable to ensure a new leader in place. And of course, Joe Morris is the parliamentary aide to Wes Streeton, a figure obviously that has been talked about endlessly about challenging Keir Starmer. As I understand it, Wes Streeton has made it clear that he will not directly challenge the Prime Minister, but that if a leadership contest happens, he will put his name into the ring. And you saw Chris Curtis, someone on the progressive wing of the Labour Party, someone who is known to be a supporter, a friend of Wes Streeton, publicly calling on the Prime Minister to go earlier today on Sky News. So it's moving quite quickly now. We've now had 3 PPSs in a matter of minutes beginning to put out statements calling on the Prime Minister to go, and that looks to me like quite a coordinated effort.
OK, Beth, thank you very much indeed. Well, it was billed as a make-or-break speech. Sir Keir Starmer addressing his party earlier today, insisting he wasn't going anywhere.
The election results last week were tough, very tough. We lost some brilliant Labour representatives. That hurts, and it should hurt. I get it. I feel it. And I take responsibility. But it's not just about taking responsibility for the results. It's about taking responsibility to explain how, as a political and electoral force, we will be better and do better in the months and years ahead. Because we are not just facing dangerous times, but dangerous opponents, very dangerous opponents. This hurts not just because Labour has done badly, but because if we don't get this right, our country will go down a very dark path. So just as I take responsibility for the results, I also take responsibility for delivering the change that we promised, for a stronger and fairer Britain that we must build. I take responsibility for navigating us through a world that is more dangerous than at any time in my life. And I take responsibility for not walking away, not plunging our country into chaos as the Tories did time and again, chaos that did lasting damage to this country. A Labour government would never be forgiven for inflicting that on our country again. I know that people are frustrated by the state of Britain, frustrated by politics, and some people frustrated with me. I know I have my doubters, and I know I need to prove them wrong, and I will.
Well, our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, is here with me. That was this morning. This is this evening. A few hours is a long time in politics.
Certainly is, and it has gone up as gear, as Beth Rigby was saying. Let me explain what's going on, why it matters. we've got something that looks quite a lot like a coordinated push on Keir Starmer right now. 3 PPSs, that's the most junior rung of government. It's an unpaid position, but they're still members of Keir Starmer's government, announcing that they no longer have confidence in the PM. Some of them have been sacked or resigned. Some of them, like Sally Jameson, still appear to be in their post as all of that gets resolved. They've not heard that they've lost their job. But the coordination is one factor that's people are noticing. But listen to this, because in the last few seconds, I've heard from effectively some of the Starmer loyalists, and they've just said of the coordinated group, if they are indeed coordinated, Wes's firing squad, off they go, tweet, tweet, tweet. These are all Wes's people. He's using up his best people. It's the best hope it works. Now, I'm sure some of those people would deny that they coordinated with Wes Streeting. Wes Streeting's team say that he's not going to fire the first bullet in a leadership contest. But nevertheless, loyalists of Keir Starmer are going to try and paint what we're seeing as coordinated by one wing of the Labour Party to a sort of factional interest trying to get their way with what's going on. All sorts of detail in the statements that these different MPs have put out. Sally Jameson is talking about how there should be a departure by Keir Starmer in September and that all potential candidates should be allowed in. That actually makes it sound not like she's a Streeting supporter, but potentially actually wants to ensure that Andy Burnham is in the race. And others others have basically said that they want a contest as soon as possible. So I think the moment where we get members of the government going, you can feel it coming up and up and up and up the chain. So I think it's going to be a long night.
Well, it's interesting because we were talking to the historian and, Prime Ministerial biographer Anthony Selden in the last hour, and he said when these things start to slide, they really start to slide.
And there's a reason for that, which is you can't walk back a call for the Prime Minister to resign. If you thought he wasn't fit to represent the country and you've, as it were, gone through the pain barrier of announcing that, the disloyalty to your leader, making it clear that you just don't think he's the right figure, you can't then 2 weeks later say, actually, do you know what, I changed my mind, he was rather good all along, right? This is a one-way door by 50 members of the Labour Party. And yes, there are 403 of them. 100 or so of them take money from the government, 80 or so are on the government payroll. But 50 MPs in perpetuity set their face against the leader. We didn't see them come back from that in the Tory years.
No, but not united behind any one successor. So isn't this the problem here, that you could have this momentum towards Starmer has to go, but we're still not really any closer to knowing how. We're still not closer to knowing whether there's going to be some sort of coronation down the line. It could turn out that what that MP was saying at the beginning of the programme, that MPs supporting Keir Starmer, we could just be making the same mistake as the Tories ends up in chaos and the voters hate us.
It absolutely could do. But, Mark, I refer you back to the Tory years. Boris Johnson, he got kicked out. Did we know who was going to replace him? No, it ended up being Liz Truss. Liz Truss gets kicked out. Did we know who was going to end up replacing her? No, it ended up being Rishi Sunak. Look, I don't think that any of this is straightforward, but I think a Prime Minister can hit the rocks before the country and the party know who the successor is going to be. Now, it's an uncomfortable position for political parties. It means them taking even more of a leap into the dark. But the bottom line, Mark, is that the moment that we go into a leadership contest, there'll be more than one candidate and the outcome will not be clear at all. So the Labour Party is pressing the button on uncertainty. You can't get your way. You're killing a Prime Minister or in the business of bringing him down. There is going to be chaos as a result of that. You can't do this politely and nicely and in a stitched-up, organised fashion. That was the politics of 2006-07 with Tony Blair into Gordon Brown, but took a huge amount of political work. That's just not where we are in 2026.
And I suppose there's also a factor in this that we're not perhaps considering. What is Keir Starmer going to do himself? Because presumably he could come out tomorrow and say, right, I'm going, this is when I'm going, there will be a leadership contest, and by the conference or whatever, Labour will have a new leader. He could do that, but he might not.
Exactly. Look, Keir Starmer's tactic up to this point has to be to present himself as stubborn as possible. which, by the way, was Liz Truss's tactic and Rishi Sunak's tactic. He stayed to the election. Boris Johnson's tactic and Theresa May's tactic. They don't say that they're not going to hang on until they are forced out of office. That's what happens. You're in until you're out. There is no halfway house. And I think that he will cling on until he's suddenly not. He has got, potentially, members of his cabinet, potentially as soon as tomorrow morning, telling him that they don't have confidence in him. Does he sack them? Does he just keep going? He will have his closest political friends and allies, and there aren't many of them in Downing Street anymore.
Well, he's lost a lot, hasn't he?
He's lost an awful lot of people. It's rather a sort of empty office. And in the end, he will just have the dark night of the soul and the conversations with his wife, Victoria, with whom he repeated today he speaks to about everything. Could there be a moment where she just turns around and says, Keir, for the good of the family, for the good of you, maybe you need to rethink where you are? Or maybe he is just resolute, ploughs on until a mechanism forces him, drags him from office without that much dignity. Is that the path that he chooses? Tonight, we just don't know.
No, we don't. And there's a lot we don't know. Sam, don't go away. We should listen to this. The head of the influential Labour growth group, Chris Curtis, told Sky News that a plan by September was not good enough.
But I think the moment, the dramatic situation that we faced, the geopolitical context, the fact that we had such a difficult economic inheritance does mean that we need more radical change than the government has set out so far. I don't think we saw a plan from the Prime Minister this morning in order to implement the kind of change that this country needs, and I therefore think it's time for us to look for new leadership. And I think what that means is the Prime Minister rightly now setting out a timetable and an orderly process for a leadership election, and one in which Labour has a discussion about the vision for the country and what changes we think are needed in order to face the very real challenges that Britain currently faces. I think it's always incredibly sad to reach this point. I voted for Keir Starmer quite proudly in the Labour leadership election campaign. Before we worked together in my former career as a pollster, I did polling for the Labour Party, for Keir in opposition, and also for that Labour leadership campaign, because I knew how important it was for us to take back the Labour Party, to change the party, and Keir successfully did that. But it wasn't enough to change the Labour Party. We also needed a plan to change the country. We haven't seen any economic growth really in Britain since the financial crash. The Tories failed to deliver that, but we, particularly with a majority of this size, can't fail to deliver that either. And the Labour Party needs to ensure that we've got leadership at the top of the party and politicians right across the party who come together in order to deliver the radical change that's necessary in order to fix the problems facing Britain. It is clear to me that that is unfortunately not possible under Keir's leadership.
Well, our political editor, Beth Rigby, has been speaking to the Housing Secretary, Steve Reed.
I don't think it's a good idea to ape the behaviour of the Conservatives and think that just by changing Prime Ministers you can somehow fix very deep-rooted problems. The way that we do that is to come together as a team, focus on what needs to change for this country, and then make sure that happens.
Are you 100% confident that Keir Starmer will still be the Prime Minister by the end of this year?
I'm confident he'll still be Prime Minister at the end of this year.
100%.
Absolutely right. Yes, of course I am, because the Labour Party is not the Conservative Party. They showed us what happens if you doom scroll through leader after leader after leader. You're not focused on the British public if you're talking to yourselves. This government can and must focus on the British people.
And Beth is still at Downing Street for us. So, Beth, what is it, 55 Labour MPs calling on Keir Starmer to go, as you've just been reporting, the junior-most ministers, a few of them now saying that, or resigning and saying the Prime Minister has to go. How worried will they be in that building behind you?
Well, I think they will be very worried because, as I was saying earlier, a couple of very well plugged-in sources had told me this afternoon that this was the beginning of something bigger, that the backbenchers were coordinated. We've now seen over 50 call for the Prime Minister to go. Then you would see resignations of the most junior ranks in government, the parliamentary PPSs, the bag carriers, if you like, to cabinet secretaries and ministers. ministers, and the past half an hour, we've seen 3 of them go over the top and call for Keir Starmer to go, 2 of them resigning and saying that they cannot, in good conscience, continue to serve in government with the view that Keir Starmer is not the right man to be Prime Minister. And it's beginning to look, isn't it, quite coordinated, that you've seen the backbenchers move in to the PPSs. And one of my sources who had predicted this and told me to watch out for it said that they thought the Cabinet would then, as this began to build, that some of the Cabinet would go in and say to Keir Starmer that, to quote them, the game is up. Some of the older guard of the Cabinet is what someone else is saying to me, another government source saying that it might be the likes of Yvette Cooper, John Healey, who's actually in there at the moment, that they would go to the Prime Minister and say the game's up. Look, that's what I'm being told by some of my sources. We're some way off that yet, but I think it's fair to say this evening that things are now moving quite quickly. It's very febrile and it's very uncertain as to what's going to happen next, and we'll be all eyes on whether or not, as this moves from the backbenchers to the very junior ministerial ranks, does it keep moving up the government until some of the Cabinet tell Keir Starmer that it's time for him to set out a timetable. One of my sources pointed out to me that many in the Cabinet are not loyal to Keir Starmer, that they have been sitting on their hands, but maybe this groundswell from the parliamentary party will convince them that this situation is just not sustainable, because what we're seeing now really is a Prime Minister fighting for his political life, trying to hang on, but there's such ill discipline now in the party. It's all broken open. Catherine West really putting the rocket boosters under it over the weekend when she came out and said that she was going to try to challenge Keir Starmer, that she thought it was time to call a leadership race. So it's very febrile and uncertain. I should also say that whilst in terms of the PPSs, one of them is Joe Morris, who is Wes Streeting's ministerial aide. Obviously, Wes Streeting would be a clear runner in this race. There is a massive group of MPs absolutely determined to have Andy Burnham, the Greater Manchester Mayor, in this race back in Parliament. And of course, he has not got a seat. He's the Greater Manchester Mayor. Getting him back into Parliament involves a by-election to get him re-elected as an MP, and then would also trigger a mayoralty race in Greater Manchester. And I think that if this race gets triggered without Andy Burnham being able to have a stab at it, that will also make a massive group of the party deeply unhappy. So it's chaotic, it's fraught, it's very uncertain, but it feels tonight like it is beginning to really now move.
Yeah, and a lot is happening very quickly, but from what you're saying, no consensus at all about who the successor should be, Beth, and no consensus really about when that leadership contest should take place.
Yeah, sorry, Mark, I'm not listening to you. I'm just checking my phone. I'm not. I am paying attention. Yeah, a couple of things on that. You're right. There is not consensus about who should take over. Wes Streeting's on the progressive wing of the party, more on the right of the Labour Party. Then there's a big group of soft left MPs. They quite like Andy Burnham, but I think Angela Rayner, who was speaking today and put out a statement last night, has made it pretty clear that if Burnham is not back in Parliament and a race was triggered, that they would not let Wes Streeting just fight it uncontested, that the soft left of the party would put forward a candidate, and would that candidate be Angela Rayner? So you're absolutely right. There's no consensus in Cabinet or in the party about a successor. And what does that lead to? Well, it's really uncertain, so I don't want to prejudge anything that might happen, but if it emerges that Keir Starmer cannot command the confidence of his Cabinet and has to set out a timetable, if that happens, and it might not happen, but if that did happen, it's really uncertain as to the timing of that. I mean, Catherine West, in her letter to MPs, said that she wanted to set out a timetable for succession to have a new leader in place in September. Could they draw that out potentially to try and get Andy Burnham back into Parliament? There's so many sort of unknowns in all of this. And sorry, I've just got someone saying to me that Wes Streeting's allies are marking themselves out by calling for a swift rather than a clear timetable. So you can already see the politicking going on here, because those that would want Andy Burnham to be able to come back and fight this election, should it happen, they would want to have a clear timetable, but not necessarily a swift one. It works better for Wes Streeting to have this contest now, because the biggest challenger, which is Andy Burnham, is not yet in a position to stand.
Yeah, well, it sounds as if the scrap is well and truly underway. Beth, thanks very much indeed, just for the moment. Deputy Political Editor Sam Coates is here. Well, is this starting to have the sort of whiff of a well-coordinated a coordinated campaign? How well remains to be seen.
Yes, I think it absolutely does. Look, there's a big, big unknown here right now, which is what's going on in Keir Starmer's head. Because I think he's going to be, he's facing enormous pressure probably unlike he's ever faced in his political life or in his life at all. And to have just wave after wave of his own MPs telling him that he is no longer somebody that they have confidence in, it will be incredibly personally painful. But the question is, an intensely difficult political one for the country, which is, does he yield now or does he hang on? Does he face down 50, 60 odd, and I am told that there are more government resignations coming this evening, or does he accept the fate that the party is delivering to him and, as it were, in the morning perhaps do some kind of concession that he will move on before the next election? He is a stubborn, in some ways enigmatic, in some ways unknowable guy, but what's going on in his head and the conversations he is having, particularly with his wife, will be absolutely critical today, because, as we've been talking about, the party is split. There's no clear answer. Is Wes Streeting about to launch the campaign to get the leadership? Would he even win it if he did so? All of these things are unknown. Nobody can foresee what happens in the next week.
No, but presumably a contest sooner rather than later clearly would suit Wes Streeting, whereas for Andy Burnham, he has got a problem because he's not an MP. It's going to take time for that to take place, and who knows? He's got to win a by-election.
Yeah, but both of those things are well repeated, oft repeated in Westminster, and there is a lot of truth to them. But the bottom line is, even if Wes Streeting went now, we couldn't bank on him winning. There is often a soft left challenger. The heart of the Labour membership that ultimately decides this content will not be with a figure from the right of the party. They're much more likely to default to a figure from the soft left, from the Ed Miliband wing. Could Ed Miliband emerge, or is it Angela Rayner, or is there somebody else? And for your other assumption in the point that you make, it is far from certain to me that Andy Burnham definitely wins a seat in Westminster. If there is a by-election that he contests, just look at the areas in the north of England that went from Labour-led to Reform last week in the local elections. You couldn't say hand on heart for certain that Andy Burnham, even the King of the North, would definitely win a by-election in this political environment.
No, interesting. Sam, thanks very much. Let's just go back to Beth Rigby, who is in Downing Street. And Beth, what was it Boris Johnson said? When the herd moves, it moves. It moves. And we've just heard Anthony Seldon say, when the slide starts historically with prime ministers, the slide really does start. What's your hunch here? Is the herd moving?
Look, Mark, I just don't want to prejudge anything because, as I said earlier, I was told by two very, very well plugged-in sources to watch for ministerial junior parliamentary aid resignations, and then what would flow from that is it moving up the chain and eventually to the cabinet, who might quietly go in and say to Keir Starmer, maybe some of the old guard, look, it's time to set out a timetable. You've lost the confidence of your party. That's what I was being briefed. I was very careful about reporting that until it happened. And now we're in a situation where three of those ministerial aides have gone over the top and called for Keir Starmer to go. And that tells me that this is, yes, beginning to move. And now we are waiting to see how much it moves by and whether it moves to the cabinet. My source is telling me they think that that is what is going to happen. But as Sam was saying, it can be that the cabinet go into Keir Starmer and say, you know, you don't have the confidence of your cabinet. But it's equally true that Keir Starmer has loyalists in that cabinet. He does have some loyalists. He has the likes of Steve Reid, who has been out publicly batting for him, Nick Thomas-Symonds. He has Richard Hermer. So there are some in cabinet that are clearly loyal to him as well. So I think it is, to be honest, as these things often are, it's not particularly clear. It is not entirely coordinated, and it could become very chaotic and messy, and it's really unclear as to what's going to happen in the coming days, how Keir Starmer will react, if he tries to dig in as long as he can, if he insists that he will try and fight. And also Wes Streeting, the Health Secretary, I'm just a bit jumpy in case a Cabinet Minister pops out, but Wes Streeting, the Health Secretary, he has got support among a lot of MPs, but there's also an acceptance that within the Labour Party, within the membership tend to be on the left of the Labour Party, and Wes Streeting is not. So there's questions about whether or not Wes Streeting could be successful with the membership. There are questions about whether a lot of the party would want a timetable to be set that would allow Andy Burnham back. There are questions about if they do it now and Andy Burnham can't fight an election, will the next leader have legitimacy should that happen, given that there are a load of MPs that want Andy Burnham to have a shot. There's so many unanswered questions and complexities. But dealing with what we do know, we have over 50 MPs now publicly calling for Starmer to go or set out a timetable for his departure. And we also have these junior ministerial aides resigning, and I think we could see more of those resigning. And I think that what could happen is a group of the cabinet, as I was saying, confront the Prime Minister, perhaps at cabinet tomorrow, and call for him to go. But how that happens, how it's coordinated, as I understand it, there is a view that a group of the old guard of the cabinet are going to, tell him that this is not sustainable, that he doesn't command the confidence of the party, and there's a crunch cabinet meeting now tomorrow. And I think what we need to see now in the coming hours is more of these ministerial aides resignations happen. One person is telling me that we're going to see, look, we've just had another one, Sam Carlin apparently. Sorry, I've got another one. Sam Carlin apparently is resigning. I think we could have a rolling load of these, Mark, into the evening, setting the scene for that cabinet potential showdown tomorrow morning.
Right. I mean, look, this is, well, on the one level, this is a masterclass in reading your messages and broadcasting at the same time. But just
Sam Carlin is an MP, by the way, not a ministerial aide. Sorry.
OK, but just a point to make about Keir Starmer, who is sitting in that building behind you in his office, probably wondering what to do next. He is a man, a Prime Minister, who's lost a lot of key advisers, people very important in him coming to be Prime Minister, people who are very important in his political life. He has lost them.
Yeah, that's right. He's increasingly isolated. He's lost, 2 chiefs of staff. He's lost, I think, 4 communication directors. He's lost his political strategist. He's had a massive churn in number 10, and it's really been hollowed out. And he is quite isolated in that he does not have a bunch of advisors that have been with him for a number of years, because he's basically churned through them. And I think that that is hard as well, that he's not been a politician, actually, that's particularly political. He would acknowledge himself he didn't come into politics until his mid-50s. He was, before that, a lawyer. He was a civil servant. He was running the Crown Prosecution Service. And when he did come into politics, he didn't really have a political gang, if you like, you know, his political soulmates, the ones he worked with. And he did have a trusted team of aides. But as he has struggled through the first couple of years of this premiership, he's discarded a number of them along the way, and that does leave him quite isolated. I'd also say that within the cabinet, he doesn't command huge loyalty. He does have some cabinet ministers, I was saying, that are loyal to him, but really it's quite a workman-like relationship that he has with a number of them. We know that Ed Miliband, the Energy Secretary, who is actually his oldest political friend, if you like, they have known each other for a long time. They live very near each other in London. Ed Miliband, I think, helped Keir Starmer first get elected as an MP. We know that Ed Miliband has privately suggested to Keir Starmer that he should set out this timetable for his departure. Keir Starmer has absolutely resisted it. And one other cabinet minister was saying to me over the weekend that they could see why he'd resisted it, because as soon as you set out a timetable, you're a lame duck. So that was, you know, a reason for him to not do that. But are the cabinet now going to force it? As I understand it from sources, a group of the cabinet are getting ready to confront the Prime Minister at cabinet tomorrow, but it's unclear at the moment about what they're actually going to ask of him. So this is moving very quickly this evening.
OK, Beth, thank you very much indeed. Sam Coates is still with me, and we're also joined by Anne McElvoy, the executive editor at Politico and co-host, of course, of Politics at Sam and Anne. So we've got them both here. We're also joined by Rachel Sylvester, the political editor at The Observer. Good evening, Rachel. And, well, Rachel, now, you spoke to Keir Starmer, I think, at the weekend. It was certainly published at the weekend, and he was talking about, what was it, a decade, this term and then another term, and carrying on and not giving up. Well, he's probably going to have to rethink that, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, I said to him, look, are you going to fight the next election? Are you going to stay for the whole second term? Do you want 10 years in power? And he said yes. And I think to quite a few MPs that sounded a bit tin-eared, and given the sort of backlash and the frustration and the pain that MPs felt after those local election results. And now things are really slipping away quite fast from him, I think, aren't they? So almost 60 MPs now are calling for the Prime Minister to either stand down now or set out a timetable for his departure. And the situation does feel as if it's spiralling. The kind of seniority of those MPs is going up and up. We've got to the sort of junior ministerial age level, and speculation that it could go higher to junior ministers or even cabinet ministers, suggesting to him that it could be time to consider his position.
Yes, and it just seems such a long time ago now, this speech that he made, the make or break speech. What did you... I mean, well, obviously he hasn't changed the dial for a serious number of MPs.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it, looking back over that speech as I did today to write about it in a bit more detail, and noticed that really it was very clearly put together by some of his most trusted aides to kind of hit all of the notes and the different demographics and groups of MPs that he needed to keep on side. So if you were on the left of the party or the further bit of the soft left and you wanted to hear about nationalisations, you got a sort of effectively a kind of re-announcement of the reality that you had in Scunthorpe, practically committed to nationalise the steel business there anyway after the Chinese withdrew. But you had it all kind of repackaged a bit more in the language of the left, and had people cheering in that speech bizarrely, about the idea of nationalisations as if it was the late 1970s. And then you also had, well, if you want the security vote, you said these are very different times. We have to move closer to Europe, effectively because of the threat from Russia. So he was picking off all these different groups. But as Rachel's just pointed out, and actually Beth Rigby before her, it's not working. It's like a sort of gangrenous limb, It's not healing. And every hour or couple of hours, you get worse news, and you get these people who are just now prepared to come out and say, I don't think this is working. It doesn't matter what you promise us. We don't want it from you. And I think that's the very painful thing for a prime minister. We've seen this happen before. It's very traditional in a way. It takes us all back to the fall of Major, the fall of Thatcher, the fall of Blair, although he hung on for a lot longer, but he had a lot more capital to start with. It's really, once you get to this level, it tends to take on a life of its own. And tomorrow looks like a day that may end up being that big day.
Yeah, it does look like that. I want to bring your podcast pal in just briefly, Sam, because what are you hearing?
I agree with everything Anne says. But more importantly, couple of bits of updates. Right, Sam Carling has gone. That's a bit of a moment. You might not know his name. He is the youngest MP. About an hour ago, I told you about the most senior MP, Clive Betts. Well, we've now got the youngest. We've got both ends of the spectrum. I'm told that we could get one more name roughly every 15 minutes till 10 o'clock tonight. That tells us two things. First of all, a definite degree of coordination between those who are now trying to take out the Prime Minister, and a sense that this is going a lot further than we have at the moment. That is very bad for Keir Starmer. So I think we're in this world where, we're waiting for the cabinet move that Beth was talking about. Now, I was talking to somebody who was part of that discussion 90 minutes to 2 hours ago, and they said, look, there are a lot of people around the cabinet table, not everybody, but a lot of people around the cabinet table who basically accept that Keir Starmer's got to go. But there is an absolute split as to when the contest should happen, because when the contest should happen possibly determines who wins, and allies of Andy Burnham want it to be later and allies of Wes Streeting want it to be sooner. And so they couldn't work out a message. And that's where we are.
Right.
Agreement over Starmer, but not over what we do next.
Right. So, Rachel, what do you think is likely to happen? I mean, presumably, Wes Streeting, if he wants to make a move, better done sooner, I guess, if he doesn't want Burnham in the fight. What do you think is going to happen?
Well, and the interesting thing is the MPs who are coming out, they're splitting between those who are saying they want Keir Starmer to go immediately. Those tend to be more of the Wes Streeting supporters, and those who are saying they want him to set out a timetable for his departure, who are the sort of Andy Burnham supporters. It's quite hard to see how the thing slows down enough for Andy Burnham to get back in time. So I think it's really hard to predict how the next few days play out, even the next few hours. But things do seem to be moving quite fast now, possibly too fast for Andy Burnham. But then I think that's a problem in a way for the Labour Party, because if Burnham isn't in the contest, there'll always be this sense of could he have won? Was he the king over the water? There'll always be this sense of an alternative figurehead who they could have gone for if they'd had the chance. So I think that in itself is quite problematic. Even if I were Wes Streeting, I sort of want Andy Burnham to have a chance to stand so that everyone knew whether or not he could win a by-election, which is by no means certain, what would happen then in the mayoral contest, which Labour would really struggle to win in Manchester after he went, and then have all the cards on the table, if you like.
Well, it's interesting, Anne, that, isn't it? Because I suppose you could have a situation where you had an immediate or fairly immediate election contest, then nothing really changes on the economy. Growth is still sluggish. People are getting fed up again, and if Burnham sorted himself out with an MP, you could have another contest down the road.
Well, you couldn't actually. At that point, you would be into an early general election because it is bad enough, and I don't think we've reflected enough of that. All of us just so busy with this sort of Labour leadership collapse. How is this going to look to the public if this continues to go on? Where is the government? Who is actually getting on the business of governing? I mean, the opposition parties have got the biggest open goal ever out of the last few days. One option is, of course, that Keir Starmer bethinks himself, and that when he sees this, and this will be on screens all around Downing Street, it can't be hidden from him, and he's going to have that very difficult cabinet meeting tomorrow. And he will, though he is rather distant from a lot of people in his party, but there will be people, I think, who will see it as their responsibility to say to him, what you could do is you could say, I understand now, I have lost this battle, but for the sake, exactly to avoid the scenario that Rachel lays out, that it's seen as a contest in a rush, in a panic, that isn't entirely representative, and that could really store up many defeats, I think, ahead for Labour, and possibly mean that it loses power quickly. He could say, well, I'm prepared to go in September, but he could try to be the person who says, I will do that long handover. Tony Blair also wanted to do that. It's always difficult in practice, but you could say, I understand that the party needs a choice. I am not the person. But then he has to walk back, I'm afraid, a lot of the bravado and the shell that he put on this morning. But he also, I think, will be forced to conclude by these events that it simply hasn't worked.
Yeah, Rachel, when you did the interview with him and he came out with all this stuff about staying on and serving this term and then another term, and what was his mood? Could you see in him that actually, he didn't quite believe this?
No, I mean, he was in defiant mood. But I think the problem was, and I think the problem also with the speech this morning, is what was the substance? What was the really dramatic policy announcement that was going to really change things? And that wasn't there when I spoke to him on Saturday, and that wasn't there today. And I think that's what the problem is, that in the end, there's all of this who's up, who's down. It's all about personality at Westminster. But in the end, what matters is, does the government have a programme that can change the country in the way that the voters have demanded repeatedly from their politicians? And Keir Starmer this morning, when he stood up, and Saturday when I saw him, he didn't have a sufficiently distinctive message or change of policy platform or new agenda. That it was he talked about incrementalism isn't enough, but actually on the EU he was refused to rip up the red lines. It was about the youth mobility scheme, which is a very good idea, but it's not enough for a lot of Labour MPs or to get the economy going. Similarly, what's the radical idea on education for young people? What in policy terms does that mean? I think that was what was missing this morning.
OK, Rachel, thank you very much indeed. And thank you very much, Sam. Stay with us. But for the moment, thank you. Let's speak to the Labour peer, Lord Foulkes. Good evening. Thank you for being with us. So, it's a busy night.
You're enjoying all this, aren't you?
Well, it's a busy night. Where do you stand in all this?
I think you should stay. He's doing a good job. He was elected. He has a large majority, and he has the confidence of the majority of Labour MPs.
So, do you think many people in the Labour Party support what you're saying? Because what we're hearing about at the moment are all the MPs. What is it? How many is it now, Sam? 58. 58 now, saying he should go.
There are 400 MPs, and those who support him are staying quiet. It's only the people who are objecting who are coming public about this. And he's doing a good job. And as soon as, if he was to resign, and there was election, there would be a lot of uncertainty during the time of that election, wouldn't help the country as a whole. At times when we're in great difficulties, when there's a war in the Middle East and Ukraine, when there are economic problems that you've been discussing, it wouldn't help to have that kind of election. But as soon as we elected someone different, there would be immediate calls from the opposition. They don't have a mandate. They haven't faced the electorate. Therefore, we should have a general election. And all of you in the media would say, oh, yes, of course, that's a very good idea.
Yeah, Sam Coates wants to come in second.
Lord Fuchs, what would happen if there was a leadership election? Do you worry that the kind of Corbynite tendency of the Labour Party, which you've spent years fighting against, may drift back into the party if, for instance, Andy Burnham gets the crown and becomes Prime Minister?
Well, I don't think Andy Burnham is in the running at the moment. He's not a member of Parliament, and there's no immediate by-election forecast. And even if there was a by-election, would he win it, given what happened in the local election? So I don't think that arises. But I just worry that a number of Labour MPs, fortunately so far, small number, have not realised the consequences if Keir Starmer resigns.
But look, Keir Starmer's just been roundly rejected by the country. He said he was going to make a speech which he hoped would change things. What was it in the speech, if you did listen to the speech, what was it in the speech that made you think that he is still the right man?
When you say he was roundly rejected by the country, the local elections weren't as bad as predicted. They weren't as bad as 2004 when Tony Blair was Prime Minister, and in 2005 he won a general election. So these midterm local elections are normally bad for the party in power. This morning he was full of, I think, spirit and inspiration and determination. Of course, he isn't spelling everything out because there's a King's speech in 2 days' time. You should know that, Mark, and Sam should know it even more. That's where the policy for the next year is going to be announced. And I think it'll be a radical and positive policy. And I think Keir Starmer should be allowed, and we should wait to see what he's going to say.
So what would you say then this evening to the likes of Wes Streeting and Angela Rayner and, well, you say Andy Burnham couldn't stand at the moment, but he must be thinking about it. What would your message be to those?
Back the leader. He was elected. We have a government with a huge majority thanks to him. He changed the Labour Party. Then he won a huge majority in the general election less than 2 years ago. Stand by him, be loyal and support him. And Wes Streeting's only 43, is it? He can wait, his turn will come. I'm not sure about Angela Rayner and Andy Burnham, but people's ambitions should not let them get carried away. They're falling into the trap that has been set by the media, the right-wing media, controlled by multimillionaires who are tax exiles, and by the opposition parties. We need to be loyal to the Labour Party and loyal to the leadership.
Right, OK, well, look, we're not set trappers, or trap setters, I should say. Trap setters.
Sky? Who on Sky?
We're not trap setters at Sky. But listen, I look forward to the King's speech. Thank you for reminding me about that.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
Good to talk to you. And Sam Coates is here. So, look, Keir Starmer still has support. It's, as he made the point, it's only 50-odd MPs. There are 400 and so. And he thinks he should carry on.
Well, I think if you're in Downing Street, you may be starting to feel quite different. Look, I think right now, with the tally on your screens at 58 and 3 members of the government quitting, I think tonight all eyes are on Wes Streeting. Some of those ministerial aides who have announced their resignation, Joe Morris in particular, who was PPS to Wes Streeting, have links to the Health Secretary. The Health Secretary is the person that benefits the most by jumping on the back of today's chaos and triggering a race straight away. He's not certain to win a contest if it's held now, but it may well be his best chance. Is Wes Streeting going to go over the top tonight or tomorrow? That is the question I am being told is being asked. There are some people who think that that moment may be getting closer and closer. Is Wes Streeting about to enter this contest? Will he do so and break his vow that he wasn't going to challenge the Prime Minister? or is he just going to plough ahead?
Because it would be his best chance.
Because it would be his best chance to have a contest now before Andy Burnham gets in the race in September as an MP, if he can get a seat in Westminster. Look, I think that there's a huge amount swirling. What is definite tonight is that authority is seeping from the Prime Minister one by one. These 58 MPs have called for Keir Starmer to go. Many of them now, since the speech this morning, the direction, the momentum of politics goes in one direction. Tomorrow morning there's a crunch cabinet. It's looking very serious for the Prime Minister.
Right, and how important... So this cabinet meeting in the morning is now, hugely important because we keep hearing the cabinet split. There will be all sorts of discussions going on tonight and then, of course, the meeting tomorrow.
That's right. There's more unity on the idea that Keir Starmer cannot take this government, this Labour Party, into the next election than there is what to do. But I'm afraid for Keir Starmer, even those announcing, saying publicly that Keir Starmer should hang on, think he cannot do so beyond the next election. At some point, the Cabinet is going to force him to go. The question now only is when and how and whether that comes to a head tomorrow and what happens tonight.
Right, and we've got about 45 seconds left, Sam. And as we keep saying, when these things start gaining momentum, it's very hard for Downing Street to stop that momentum.
As Anthony Seldon said, Prime Ministers struggle to walk back from this moment. Those 58 Labour MPs cannot ever unsay what they have said. That remains in perpetuity a problem for Keir Starmer.
Right. Sam, thank you very much indeed. So it is 58 MPs now, many of them having made their decision that Keir Starmer should go after he made the speech earlier today. That was the News Hour. Thank you very much for watching. Coming up, we'll have much more on the pressure piling up on the Prime Minister this evening. 58 Labour MPs now calling on Sir Keir Starmer to go. Real pressure on the Prime Minister. The Cathy Newman Show is coming up next.
I urge you not to look away. If Hamas hands the hostages over, they will end this conflict. The world has been watching. Good to see you again. How are you? Did she say how he was?
The conditions are awful.
The jets were ordered to come back. Historic day here today. How will you respond if India does launch airstrikes?
They'll be allowed to war.
I'm just going to put some body armor on. I'm Yalda Hakim. What's the best thing about being a Sky News presenter? Perfect. Let's bring you some breaking news. Being a Sky News presenter. I began by asking...
Thank you so much.
...trusting us to tell her story. The battle for number 10. Sky News has been given exclusive access. Let me give you a sneak peek. It was the day those present would never forget. Why did you decide to open up and tell your story?
I know I have my doubters, and I know I need to prove them wrong, and I will. I get it. I feel it. And I take responsibility. I'm not going to walk away.
Let's not pretend that he's going to move the dial in any constituency in the north of England with that speech today.
I therefore think it's time for us to look for new leadership.
Was that enough for Keir Starmer to safeguard his job?
Well, no, it's not enough to go out and make a speech, but it is certainly the right thing to have done in this moment. I think it's fair to say this evening that things are now moving quite quickly. It's very febrile and it's very uncertain.
Hello, as you join us, 3 ministerial aides have quit their government jobs and scores of MPs are urging Sir Keir Starmer to stand down. He had 21 minutes to save his premiership, and with every passing minute since, his chances of political survival appear to be dwindling. Just 30 seconds after he opened his mouth, this is how Sir Keir Starmer tried to save his job with a mea culpa about last week's elections.
I get it. I feel it. And I take responsibility. But it's not just about taking responsibility for the results. It's about taking responsibility to explain how, as a political and electoral force, we will be better and do better in the months and years ahead.
Here's the thing, though. He used exactly the same words after last year's local election debacle.
I get it. We were elected in to deliver change. We've begun that. Waiting lists are coming down, 3 million extra appointments. Wages are going up faster than prices, hugely important for people in a cost of living crisis. And interest rates are coming down, which for mortgage holders is hugely important. The message I take away from these results is we must deliver that change even more quickly. We must go even further.
A year on, he's still saying, and I quote, change can't come quickly enough. The problem is dozens of his own MPs, now including ministerial aides, have another change in mind, changing the leader.
I don't think we saw a plan from the Prime Minister this morning in order to implement the kind of change that this country needs, and I therefore think it's time for us to look for new leadership. And I think what that means is the Prime Minister rightly now setting out a timetable and an orderly process for a leadership election.
So after the milestones, the resets, the missions, the slogans, the PM is beset on all sides. Labour supporter, comedian David Baddiel has been chatting to me. He says he's moved to sympathy. Do you almost feel sorry for him then?
Yeah, I sort of do feel sorry for him, yeah.
For his long-suffering backbenchers, though, sympathy is in short supply and patience is running out. Parliamentary private secretaries have tendered their resignations in protest. Now it's down to the Cabinet and his rivals within it to decide whether to act. So a 21-minute speech bought him some time, hours, most likely days, but weeks and months? Possibly not. Well, some are describing this as Team Wes Streeting making their move tonight. Let's go straight to our political editor, Beth Rigby, who's in Downing Street. Beth.
Yes, Kathy. So we picked up earlier that there could be growing coordination after many backbenchers over the weekend and came out and said that the Prime Minister had to go. That has ticked up all day today, with now 58 MPs calling on Keir Starmer to go. But what really tipped it shortly earlier today was when some of the ministerial aides, these are the most junior members of government, came out and resigned. 3 of them resigned. Another did not resign but called on Starmer to go. And this was the beginning, I'm told, of a more coordinated move that started with the backbenchers, moved up to ministerial aides. We understand that there will be more ministerial aid resignations this evening, and I am hearing from sources that it will now be the Cabinet, some Cabinet members going into the Prime Minister and telling him that the game is up. How that happens is quite unclear. One source telling me that they thought they would go in individually, another figure saying that some of them could confront him even at Cabinet tomorrow. But I think what's clear is that now now there is quite a move of pressure now on Keir Starmer, and it moves right up to his cabinet, with some of the senior members of his cabinet telling him that he's lost confidence of the party, he's lost confidence of some of his cabinet ministers. Then he's got to really decide how he responds and reacts to that. Now, up to this moment, he has been absolutely resolute in saying that he would fight on, but if he cannot command the support of his cabinet, he might feel that he's unable to do so.
Well, Beth, I'm sure we'll be back to you later in the programme. This story seems to be developing fast. Thanks so much for that update. Well, Labour peer Ayesha Hazarika, former Conservative Cabinet Minister now with Reform, Nadeem Zahawi, on the sofa tonight alongside our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates. Ayesha, let me start with you. I mean, things do really seem to be snowballing tonight in the last few hours, don't they?
They really have done. And I think everybody was waiting for that speech this morning. You know, there was a lot of pressure put on that speech, and we were told this was going to be the make or break speech. And look, there was a lot of pressure anyway. I think, you know, it would have taken a lot for anyone to have lived up to the expectations. But unfortunately, the Prime Minister just did not meet the moment. It did not feel like this was a big speech that was bristling with really kind of raw, robust honesty and radical honesty about the scale of the challenge and how difficult things were. It sort of felt like a midterm conference speech. There wasn't any big new policy announcements. It didn't feel like it really changed the needle. And I think since that moment, things have moved incredibly quickly. I mean, even as we're sat here now, I'm getting messages from people. It does feel, and this is a phrase you'll remember, it feels like the herd may be moving.
Yeah, well...
that's what I said.
I'm going to get exactly. I'm going to get the latest from Beth in just a few minutes, because this is a minute-by-minute story back in Downing Street. But Nadeem, yeah, the herd moving, is it bringing back sort of pretty horrible memories?
It is pretty horrible.
You had to call for Boris Johnson to quit?
It is awful on him and his family. He's clearly not up to the job. I think Aisha's point about the speech today was so wooden that it just was difficult to watch. And I was the one, when I was Chancellor, that had to go in and see the Prime Minister. Actually,
a day after you became Chancellor, right?
I had to say to him that the herd is stampeding, and I'm afraid there's very little we could do to stop it, and we were trying our best. Very similar in many ways. That you've got the King's Speech coming up. We had a planned economic moment that I was working on to sort of really reset the Premiership, but it was too late, and it feels the same tonight. I just think, he's not up to the job, and in many ways, if you look at what happened in the local elections, there'll be plenty of research on this, but a lot of the passion and the people going out to vote for reform, our big message was, vote reform, get rid of Starmer. And it's clearly where the nation is at.
Well, we'll unpick some of that in just a second. And Sam, I know you've been doing your research. I'm going to come back to you in just a moment. Let's return to Beth in Downing Street, just for a little bit more detail on the role of the Cabinet here. Beth, you were hearing Nadeem there talking about how he'd been Chancellor a day and, he had to go into Boris Johnson and get him to quit. Is there coordination in the Cabinet and between, we were hearing about Wes Streeting's ministerial aid, for example. How coordinated are these moves that we're seeing in the last few hours?
Well, what I was told by two very well-informed sources earlier today was that we should look for the backbenchers agitating. It would then move up to the ministerial aides, and then after that it would move up to the Cabinet and members of the Cabinet, perhaps some of the old guard, the likes of Yvette Cooper or John Healey or maybe Ed Miliband, going in and quietly having a word with the Prime Minister and telling him that this situation is not sustainable. And that is beginning to play out. We've seen the beginning of the ministerial aid resignations. My sources are telling me, one source saying, a minister saying that the Cabinet have all been talking today. Another source is telling me that they expect the Cabinet to go in one by one and have a word with Keir Starmer. A third source is saying that they expect perhaps some of the Cabinet to talk to him at a Cabinet meeting tomorrow morning. And it is all building into a sense of, yes, that it is becoming unsustainable for Keir Starmer. He's had now, I think, 59 of his MPs publicly calling on him to stand down. He's having those ministerial aid resignations. We've already had 3. We should expect some more this evening. And then you have Wes Streeting, the Health Secretary. He has made it clear to the Prime Minister that he would not directly challenge him. But if the dam bursts, if you like, and it becomes really clear that Keir Starmer is going to face a challenge, that he cannot command the confidence of his party, that his cabinet is not united behind him, will it be that Wes Streeting sees this as his chance and he goes for the leadership? It would benefit Wes Streeting to go now, to go early, because the biggest challenger would be Andy Burnham. And Andy Burnham is not a member of Parliament and has not got a clear route back. Now, I was told over the weekend that Andy Burnham does have a seat where he could stand, and it might be in the coming days we hear more from him on that. But for now, he is not in Westminster, and he is not on the pitch or in the game here. So it's really, really febrile. It's really uncertain. And now the big question is whether those cabinet ministers do go in and approach Keir Starmer. But I think part of the issue here is the cabinet is not unified. The cabinet does not have a clear choice of a candidate. They are not uniting around one figure to succeed Keir Starmer, and that means it could get really messy. Keir Starmer says he's not going to go, that he'll fight any challenge. Angela Rayner and the soft left, I don't think, will let Wes Streeting stand uncontested. Andy Burnham is not back in government, and I think that paints for you a sort of sense of the chaos around this and how messy it could get. And now really all eyes are on the cabinet, and do they, looking at these ministerial aids, do they go in, as people are telling me, and quietly tell Keir Starmer that the game is up and that he needs to plan some sort of succession?
Right. And Beth, just briefly, what are you hearing from allies of the Prime Minister? A dwindling bunch, clearly, but, are they saying anything about the kind of state he's in Number 10? Well,
I think what's quite interesting at the moment is, if you think back to February, when all of the Mandelson allegations really burst forth and the Prime Minister was under really acute pressure, and Anas Sarwar, Scottish leader in Labour's Scottish leader, called on his resignation, the cabinet all piled out very soon after Anas Sarwar made the call for the PM's resignation to back him. Full-throated they were in their support, and it just has not felt like that this weekend, and there is not much pushback even now from Downing Street or supportive cabinet members trying to fight off this growing body of MPs and ministerial aides calling for him to go. And I think that is quite telling. Look, you had Peter Carl out this morning. Cathy, I think you spoke to Lisa Nandy. You've had Steve Reid out talking to me this afternoon. So there are cabinet ministers prepared to come out in support of Keir Starmer. But obviously that support is dwindling. I mean, I think what will happen tonight is that they will be desperately hitting the phones, trying to get support. But, it is very, very uncertain tonight. And the noise, really, and the drumbeat saying that he's got to go, that it's not sustainable, that he doesn't have the confidence of the party, it's just getting louder and louder and louder.
Well, Beth, we'll be sure to come back to you. We've got an extended programme tonight, so lots more developments, I'm sure. But thanks very much for now, Beth in Downing Street. So, Aisha, you were sitting listening to that, hearing about Wes Streeting there and the fact that one of his ministerial aides has quit, the Cabinet expected to make their views known to the Prime Minister. Just tell us about what will be going through Wes's mind and whether this is the chance for him to now launch this bid that has been so rumoured for so long.
Well, I think he will be very much thinking, if I don't go now, I might miss my opportunity, because, as you say, Angela Rayner's tax affairs haven't yet been sorted out. It's unclear whether or not she actually wants to go for the top job. But certainly there's a huge amount of support growing for Andy Burnham, I would say, throughout the PLP. And I think that decision to block Andy Burnham from standing in that by-election did go down really, really badly. A lot of people are very angry about that. And there's a lot of people who, even though they might not be natural Andy Burnham supporters, have definitely warmed to the idea. But Beth is right. There is still currently no clear successor. And changing the face at the top of the party is not enough. You know, what's the new vision? What are the policies? You know, what are some of the solutions to the big, deep structural problems that this country face?
But has it gone beyond that tonight? I mean, you're a Labour peer. What are your colleagues saying about whether this is really now terminal for the Prime Minister?
Gosh, so I feel really difficult. I think people do feel it's over. And I say that with an incredibly heavy heart. I'm somebody who really, really supported Keir Starmer, and he took the party from being an absolute wreck, and he brought it into government, something that only 4 Labour leaders have done with a working majority. But he always said, you know, you have to put the country first. It's not just about what the party wants; it's about what the country needs. And personally, I think a lot of people, and I know Nadeem is now a reform person, but there's a lot of people who are really worried about the prospect of a Nigel Farage government. In fact, Keir Starmer alluded to that in his own speech today. And you have to listen to what people are telling you on the doorstep and what the public are telling you. And I've spent so much time over the weekend speaking to MPs, speaking to councillors who lost their seats, people in Scotland and Wales as well. I experienced it myself when I went out on the doorstep. There is such negativity, and some of that I think is quite unfair. I mean, I think some of the vitriol that is levelled against Keir Starmer is not fair and it's not justified.
This is what David Baddiel was saying to me. We were seeing the interview later in the show that, you know, a lot of it is down to sort of vitriol on social media.
Totally, but I do think with a really, really heavy heart, I'm not saying that changing the leader will guarantee that Labour can turn things around, but I think it could give Labour a better shot, but it would be better.
Number 10 says it's it's a return of the psychodrama that, you know, he promised to get rid of.
You say that. The only thing I would say to that is the SNP has just changed their leader twice. They've just won an election. Mark Carney took over from Justin Trudeau and went on to win a big majority, even though it pains me to say it. When Boris Johnson took over from Theresa May, he went on to win. I mean, he did spaff it up the wall quite quickly, to be fair. But so
it's unparliamentary language.
Sorry, apologies.
Let me just bring in Nadeem here, because if they do change the leader now, you know, it looks increasingly likely. Will you be demanding a general election?
Of course we will. Absolutely right. Because whoever comes in won't have a mandate, and we should go to the country. But just picking up on Aisha's point on actually what are the policies, and I think the mistake that Labour are going to make is Starmer is a dead man walking, and it's just a matter of time for him realising, probably hours rather than days. But if they're going to go for Andy Burnham, or tack further left with Angela Rayner, not deal with the small boats, illegal crossings that have reached about 200,000 now.
Well, they're coming down
into the
quite
country.
sharply.
No, hold on a second. No. You're talking about legal
small
migration.
Boats
small boats are up by 13%. You can check the numbers.
But legal migration is coming down massively.
Listen, I'm just saying to you what I think where the nation is at, right? No real economic growth policy.
So small boats is coming down year on year, though, small boats crossing. Sam will be able to fact check on his sitting there.
They haven't come down, right? I mean, this year they're up 13% year on year.
OK, we're going to fact check that and come back to you.
OK. What I'm saying is that whoever takes over, they're going to tack left, which I think will be further from where the country's at. The country wants to make sure that cost of living is dealt with. They won't deal with, Ed Miliband will still be in cabinet, will probably still be pushing net zero, and we will hit them hard, as Richard Tice has been doing.
You cannot say that the whole of the country is right-wing. That's just not...
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
But you're saying if they tack left, Labour is actually losing more support in terms of votes to the Greens and to the left than it is in terms of seats to Reform. And
what Labour
what Labour shouldn't be doing is a kind of knee-jerk swing to the left or the right. It's about having the right combination of policies for the country.
And as Nigel Farage says, it's not about left or right, it's about delivering
just
for the
talked
country,
about tacking to
championing,
the left.
because they will not deal with the net zero madness. They will not deal with the illegal boat crossings. They will not deal with growth. There's no growth in the economy, and that is why whatever happens.
When you were Chancellor for a day, and it was a short period of time, but there was very little growth at that point.
Thank you, Aisha. It was my summer internship.
And it was like bring your friend to work day, basically.
I hear you.
But, legal migration went up. So, it's very easy in opposition to trot out the kind of policy lines and get it, and you've got your script. And in fact,
I've got no script.
I know your script. I spent enough time with you on
your Prime
Thursday
Minister,
night.
you had to have
you've both got no script. It's fine.
I have no script.
And this is one of the reasons why I think people are so worried about what lies ahead, because for a lot of people, there's lots of people that do want a reform government.
Do you think it was a smart idea
There's
today?
a lot of
people.
There's a lot of people who do not want a reform government, and that's everything still to play for. And what I would say as well, look, it is not easy changing a leader. And I take Nadim's point, which is just changing the face at the top isn't the answer. It's about having the right policies, not scaring the bond markets, all of that. I get all of that. But there's a cost to not doing anything. And when you speak to any Democrat now and you look at what's happened in America, so many of them say, I wish we had done something earlier. I wish we had had the guts and the gumption and the sort of foresight to do something. Because what we do not want to do is sort of have a kind of Biden sort of Kamala Harris situation where we just gift it to somebody like Trump or Nigel Farage.
Let me bring in, Sam's been, tapping away on his laptop at the end of the sofa. What have you managed to establish, the last few hours about where the herd is moving, what's happening with the cabinet and so on? Tell us.
So at the moment, all eyes are on Wes Streeting. It's his team that have gone out in the last couple of hours, really, and resigned. We all know that this is his potential moment. This is the point where he has potentially the maximum advantage. His main rival is Andy Burnham. Andy Burnham is not currently an MP. It'll take 6-7 weeks, even if he announced a seat tomorrow, to get into Parliament. So could Wes Streeting, who is vulnerable to a challenge from the soft left of the party, use this window to get somewhere? There's a huge amount of speculation that tonight that is exactly what is going on. To people that say Wes Streeting's team have been silent, yes, but only up to a point. At 10 a.m. on Saturday morning, dropping into our inbox from Wes Streeting's team was a document talking about just how well he had done in the local elections in his area, in Redbridge. Redbridge was an area that was expected, he said, to be challenging in the local elections, but they wanted to make the point that in his locality, unlike in Angela Rayner's, he'd actually bucked the trend. So this idea that they haven't been shadow pitch rolling many of the arguments, I think, isn't right. All across the political spectrum, people are looking, I think, at Wes Streeting, which is just yet another ingredient into tomorrow morning's cabinet meeting. I mean, could we get the spectacle of Wes Streeting walking into cabinet, resigning, and then walking straight out to the cameras? I mean, that would be one hell of a way to announce that you had 81 leaders, 81 backers, and launching a leadership contest.
Just pause 1 second, because we've just had a tweet come in from Anna Turley, Labour Party chair, and it says, I'll just read it out, this difficult moment isn't about giving up, it's about stepping up. I'm proud of Keir Starmer, his record as a Labour PM and his leadership. I support him to deliver the ambition he set out this morning to bring hope and opportunity to the country. Sam, what's your reaction to that and the fact that it's landed just now? What do you make of it?
So Anna Turley is chair of the Labour Party, not a household name, and her tweet, her post on social media, 6 sort of floating freestanding. There aren't messages of support from every single other 25 members of the cabinet. Just one of the newest, most low-profile figures has taken to social media. But where is Yvette Cooper, the Foreign Secretary, who I'm told has cancelled her foreign travel, hunkered down in the Foreign Office to deal with this crisis? Where is Shabana Mahmood, the Home Secretary, not without ambition herself, who has been conspicuously silent over the last 24 hours or so? I could go on, but we know that in private, so many of these cabinet ministers have doubt. Aisha will have heard it from their mouths themselves, and without wishing to give it away, confidences, it's all over the cabinet. It's an open secret.
Aisha?
Look, there's no getting away from it. There is a huge amount of despair and dismay, and I think people knew that themselves because they're picking it up on the doorstep. It's also worth saying that many cabinet ministers are sitting on pretty thin majorities in areas where they are likely to get knocked out at the next general election if things continue the way they're doing. I think it's really difficult for the cabinet as well because obviously there's a certain amount of self-interest involved. Nobody wants to sort of give up their nice job. You know, that's a big factor as well. But I do think a tipping point has come. And they will, particularly those cabinet ministers where they have lost so many councillors. And we talked about this on Thursday night. What people don't realise about councillors, as well as doing important local work, they are the foot soldiers when it comes to a general election campaign. And I think a lot of cabinet ministers will also be looking down the track, and other MPs as well. We saw a real hollowing out of the Labour Party this weekend. And I think, you know, I was speaking to people who had lost, you know, I spoke to a council leader in Barnsley. He'd been leader of Barnsley Council for 30 years. And, you know, he was quite restrained in what he said, but he didn't hold back. You know, he said that Keir Starmer came up on the doorstep, and cabinet ministers know that. But what it all comes back to, as Sam has alluded to, as Beth has alluded to, there isn't one clear person that everybody can get behind. There's not one clear ideology or kind of vision that people can get behind.
Sam, you've been collating all the evidence about who has called for Keir Starmer's resignation. Just talk us through what you found out, who they are, what wings of the party they come from.
So if you look, we are now at 58 Labour MPs who have called for Keir Starmer to go, more than a dozen of them, many more than a dozen over just since his speech this morning. Look at some of the pictures on the wall of people. Now, you've got Catherine West who kicked it all off, but so many of those are, yes, of the hard left. Just look at whether it's Ian Lavery or John Trickett or Rachel Maskell, but plenty of the soft left as well, Simon Offer, who we heard from on Friday. If we just click over to the next page, you can see some of the other names, because then they start moving really across the spectrum. Fred Thomas, 2024 intake, sort of, you would have thought a loyalist until very recently. You look at Clive Betts, he's the most senior MP in the Labour Party in Parliament. You could never in a million years call him one of the usual suspects and a regular rebel. Josh Simons, yes, he left under a cloud, but he was head of Labour Together, the paramilitary organisation wing of Keir Starmer and Morgan McSweeney's project to get Keir Starmer into Downing Street. Chris Curtis, the head of the Growth Group, he is on the right of the Labour Party. So what you have seen is all ages and all ideological factions coming out, and there is no consistency. It's everyone.
And actually, while you've been talking, another has called, Rachel Taylor, MP for North Warwickshire and Bedworth, has called on Sir Keir Starmer to resign, so that takes the total to 59. Aisha, 81 would need to mount a leadership challenge, but it's quite difficult still to shift the Prime Minister, regardless of what you were saying about, you know, there's not... it's now 60, actually, now have called for him to resign, so it's ticking up, isn't it? But I'm not far off that sort of 81 magic figure, but it's not so simple as that, is it?
No, it certainly isn't. I mean, once you get to the 81 number, that is enough to trigger a contest into which the sitting Prime Minister would automatically be on the ballot paper, and then it would be opened up to other candidates that wanted to come forward, and they'd have to get a certain threshold to get onto the ballot paper. And it isn't clear right now. Remember, Andy Burnham is not even on the pitch yet because he is still not an MP. He may not be by the time, if there is a leadership contest. It's still not clear, if it goes out to party members, what party members could do. I mean, there is every chance that Keir Starmer could potentially win this. You know, party members might think, well, actually, you know, he is the guy that got us into power after 14 years.
And he made clear this morning that he would stand in any contest.
And it's worth remembering that when Owen Smith challenged Jeremy Corbyn back in the day, and he, you know, everyone kind of coalesced around him, you know, Jeremy Corbyn still won. So there's still a long way for this to go. The ideal scenario is if the Prime Minister himself says, I will set out a timeline, and there's a more orderly transition, and there isn't a very messy, bruising leadership contest, but we're a long way from that.
Right. Well, earlier I spoke to the Culture Secretary, Lisa Nandy, in the aftermath of the Prime Minister's speech, before the latest batch of calls for Sir Keir to go. Lisa Nandy, was that it? Was that enough for Keir Starmer to safeguard his job?
Well, no, it's not enough to go out and make a speech, but it is certainly the right thing to have done in this moment, to go out and acknowledge the mistakes that have been made, to acknowledge the role that he's personally played in that and the frustration that is quite personal that has been levelled towards him, and to acknowledge that we haven't been big enough to meet the moment and the scale of change that is required for people's lives. I think it was an important step, but as he said rightly, what happens next is most important. So going forwards, what you're going to see from this Labour government is a Prime Minister who will go out and wear his heart on his sleeve, who will show that he is prepared to go out and fight any system that stands in the way of making people's lives better, and take on the big change that is necessary, not just the incremental change, with an urgency and a pace that shows people that we're on their side and that things can get better.
So, Lisa, you're saying it's not enough. So it sounds to me as if he's somewhat on probation with members of the Cabinet.
No, not at all. I'm on your show, Cathy, because I need him to succeed. I want him to succeed. And I'm working very closely with him to make sure that he does. And I think that is a view that actually is reflected across a lot of the Cabinet and a lot of the Parliamentary Labour Party. We've made mistakes in government. That's on all of us. It's right to go out and own that. And he was able to point to successes as well in today's speech, but the recognition that people have waited a long time for their lives to get better and easier, that the levels of frustration that we've been seeing on doorsteps, the length and breadth of this country, about needing a government that is prepared to take the steps that will genuinely turn their lives around. I think it's absolutely right that he's gone out and acknowledged that. And now we set to work to make sure that we deliver on that promise.
One of Keir Starmer's solutions to those problems that you've just set out is to bring the UK closer to the EU. But I wonder why he doesn't make it clearer, explicit even, that he's going to rip up his red lines on rejoining the customs union and the single market. Is that something you would like to see being debated at least in the run-up to the general election, or do you worry that that's a gift to reform?
No, I actually think that's just a sort of fundamental misunderstanding both of the government's position but also of the EU's position as well. I don't think anyone in this country wants to reopen the Brexit debate. We had a referendum. That referendum was won by Leave. Majority of people voted for it. But it has been a real disaster for a lot of people in this country. I talk to any small or medium-sized business in my constituency, and the deal that we got when we left the European Union has erected needless barriers in their way of being able to trade, to provide good jobs, of opportunities for young people. And on security and defence, it's just meant that we're just not in the room often when we're having discussions about how we collectively take on the threats that we face.
But
so
you're
I think the
happy
Prime
with the
Minister
red
is right
lines
to say
remaining?
the answer is a closer relationship with Europe. And look, that's not necessarily the most palatable message for everybody in the country. But one of the things he was saying in this speech today is, I will never lie to you. I will always level with you as a country, and I will not hesitate to do what is right in order to turn around people's lives.
And you're happy with the red lines remaining?
Well, there's no appetite, either from the government, from Europe, or from the public, I think, to start getting into renegotiating things like free movement, single market access. We went round that track for years during the Brexit wars. Right. And this country doesn't need any more division. What it needs is serious politicians who roll up their sleeves and go out and fight for the change that will actually make a difference in people's lives.
Well, some of your colleagues disagree with you on that, but I'm sure you'll be having that debate between now and the election. You talk about serious people, serious politicians. Let's talk about your friend, the Manchester mayor, who Keir Starmer sort of hinted today he wouldn't have a problem if the NEC decided to let Andy Burnham back to Westminster. He wouldn't have a problem with it. Do you still think that Andy Burnham would be an asset in Westminster?
Yeah, I do. I mean, he's an asset as the Mayor of Greater Manchester, and he was as my neighbouring MP in Leith for 7 years when I first got elected. I think he'd be an asset in Westminster too. And I said at the time when the NEC blocked him from standing in Gorton and Denton that I thought that was a mistake. I think you need your strongest team on the pitch, and he is undeniably one of those politicians who goes out and fights for people, and people see it and appreciate it. In the north of England, we remember very much that at the moment when we were most struggling during the pandemic, when the Tory government refused to properly compensate us for that and to treat us fairly like other parts of the country, that he went out and fought for us. And I think that is the sort of politician that we need in these times. I think you saw that from the Prime Minister today, and I think that we need to be a strong and united team. We have a Prime Minister. This is not about trying to swap out the Prime Minister or change the Prime Minister, but I do think we need to stick together as a team, come together as a team, field our strongest players and go out and make that change that people were promised and that we owe it to them to deliver.
So Keir Starmer should have the confidence, really, to welcome Andy Burnham back to Westminster in time?
Well, look, as far as I understand it, and Andy's my mayor, so I speak to him a lot, and I speak to Keir a lot as my Prime Minister, in whose cabinet I serve. As far as I understand it, they speak often and they have a good relationship. So I don't think this is quite as is being characterised in the media. But I've made my view clear. I think having your strongest team is the best approach, and it's an approach that I've seen the Prime Minister take many times before, but it's not up to me. It's up to the Labour's ruling body, the National Executive Committee, to make a decision, even when a vacancy arises for Andy to stand for Parliament.
Well, that's the scene in Downing Street. Looks quiet for now, but we'll keep you updated of any comings and goings. It looks like there might be quite a few comings and goings tomorrow, if not tonight. And you can't but help imagine what's going through the Prime Minister's mind as he perhaps works in his study tonight. But let's speak to the Labour MP and Chair of the Work and Pensions Select Committee, Debbie Abrahams, now. We are now seeing 60 MPs calling for the Prime Minister to quit. Are you going to make it 61?
I already on the BBC on Saturday said that I thought that the Prime Minister should set out an orderly transition. I was giving him to the end of the year, so I'm sorry that I didn't make your 60 on the board there, Cathy. But I've already made that remark.
You were slightly ambiguous, though, at the weekend. I mean, just to be clear, you want the Prime Minister now to set out a timetable for transition to a different leader in the autumn. Can you just be clear about the timing of this?
Yes, I think in order not to spook the markets, to make sure that we can do as much as we can to de-escalate the tensions in the Middle East, it is right that it has to be orderly. It shouldn't be something that's a snap resignation from the Prime Minister. That would be wrong. And he's doing some very good work in that regard. Pardon?
But you want him to make clear now that he is going to be going in the autumn?
Yes, I would like him to make his intention, though, for him to own it, really, to give him some dignity, so that he can set out the transition and to, as I say, to step down in the autumn.
And do you have a replacement in mind? Because, you know, what a lot of people are saying is, well, it's all well and good firing the starting gun on this leadership contest, but actually there's no sort of clear candidate. There are problems with each of the candidates for one reason or another. But do you have someone in mind who would do a better job?
I will sort of make those views known. I think it is right what Lisa was saying before in terms of making sure that Andy does have a route in. We need to make sure that we, as she said, have all the best players on the pitch, and we know that Andy is regarded across the country as somebody that can unify, but also is an outstanding politician and is somebody that people could get behind. So from that point of view, definitely.
So you'd like to see Andy Burnham on the ballot paper for sure in a forthcoming leadership contest?
I would very much like him back in Parliament, and then it's up to my colleagues. I would certainly, if he was there, I would certainly be supporting him.
And I mean, when you listened to the Prime Minister's speech this morning, did that not reassure you that, you know, he said he gets it, he's going to bring change more rapidly?
I have huge regard for the Prime Minister. I know him, and I'm sorry that the decent, honourable man that he is hasn't come across to the public at large. And as I say, he has done some exceptional things, but we have made some mistakes. We made mistakes in the first year, and people haven't forgotten those. And the good things that we have done latterly that are coming through this year, people haven't had time to recognise. And I think, unfortunately, that means that it is very, very difficult to row back from that position. People have made up their mind, they're not listening, they've lost a bit of confidence. And from that point of view, my sights are on 2029, a general election and who we want in power. And I know who I would like to see still in number 10.
Right, OK. So, but I mean, you haven't been clear about who you would like to replace Keir Starmer.
I said that I would, if Andy's in Parliament, I would be supporting.
Right, OK, got it. So, I mean, the point is that if you do switch the leadership now, there will be enormous pressure. We've just heard it on the sofa here in the studio from Nadeem Zahawi, who's now with Reform, was with the Conservatives. There'll be enormous pressure for a general election. So you're not going to have the luxury of waiting until 2029, are you?
Well, I'm sure that whoever does become the new leader, as and when hopefully that the Prime Minister announces his departure, then that would that we would still be standing on the Labour manifesto that we put out in 2024. It's a question for me about that being absolutely clear about our values, making sure that they're sort of front and centre in all that we do. About making sure that we recognise where people are, and I don't think that was done, particularly in the first year. And as I say, the damage around that was done. We really do need to put the country first in all that we do, and I sometimes think that we didn't do that. It wasn't obvious what we were trying to do.
But you mentioned the markets a while back. I mean, Number 10's line is that triggering a leadership contest now, or even in the autumn, ends up just prolonging the psychodrama, and that will unsettle the markets.
So, and that's why it needs to be an orderly transition, Cathy. I listened to Jim O'Neill earlier on, and he was saying that, yes, at the moment they are a little bit jittery, but if something was set out very clearly, and as I say, it was an orderly transition, the markets are also concerned about what could, given where we are from the elections on Thursday, what could be coming down the track. And we need to recognise that and act accordingly.
Debbie Abrahams, thank you very much for joining us with that take. And that does bring our tally here on Sky News to 61 MPs now calling for the Prime Minister to resign. We hadn't initially had Debbie Abrahams on our list because it was slightly ambiguous at the weekend what her position was, but we've now nailed that down. Sam, so there you go, another one.
That's right. And look, I thought that Debbie Abrahams brought up sort of two of the biggest issues for me. First of all, she's talking about an orderly transition after a September contest. It's May, Cathy. That's ages away. We have international conflict, rising inflation, domestic challenges like you haven't seen. We are 36 hours away from a King's speech that presumably goes in the bin if we've got a lame duck Prime Minister at the point which King Charles turns up to deliver it. A sense of drift across the country as the Labour Party battles it out 4 months. Because, by the way, until this is completely concluded, the sniping, the fighting, the factions are only going to increase, not decrease, is extraordinary. The idea that the markets are going to sit back and go, well, I'll just wait for you 40,000 Labour members or 80,000 Labour members to pick between the moderate candidate and the left candidate that's promising more nationalisations, potentially more spending, and we're going to be completely sanguine about it when we don't know who's got control of what, is for the birds. There's a lot of chaos in what is implied in the Labour Party plan.
I want to come back to you on some other bits that Debbie Abrahams got into, but let's bring in Nadeem here, you know, former Chancellor.
Yep.
What do you think the markets would make of another Prime Minister?
Well, the markets have already made the United Kingdom an outlier because of what Rachel Reeves has done in damaging the economy. You look at where borrowing is at.
Well, also the Tories contributed to that.
I don't disagree with you, but actually borrowing was at a lower rate when we got rid of Liz Truss. I think Sam's absolutely right. I don't think the market would look positively on 4 months of chaos. I also think that as the Conservative Party did and trashed the brand, Labour are doing exactly the same. They're trashing it. You know, if you are tonight watching us here at home and you're having to pay your mortgage, pay your utility bills, right, try and hold on to a job, try and get your kids through school, right? All these things, and you're watching Wes Streeting and Andy Burnham and Angela Rayner and a bunch of other MPs doing this, and a Prime Minister who's just not up to the job, right?
Yeah, but Reform quite wants him to stay in post.
Then you are in a very negative place, right? That's the reality. If you're a small business wanting to invest, you won't invest. If you're looking at investing in the UK, you won't invest. It's why we need a general election. All I would say is I think the country will not forgive Labour in the way they're not forgiving the Conservatives. I don't think we disagree on that, Aisha, do we?
Well, they certainly haven't forgiven the Conservatives.
Correct.
They certainly haven't, of which you were a huge part
I don't,
of.
and you and I did this on election night.
We did. But maybe some people didn't see that. But look, you can't have it both ways, because on Thursday night you were saying the public are rejecting Labour, and that is true. The public were rejecting Labour.
That's why we need an election.
Well, hang on a minute. You're not going to get an election because the Labour government, and we went through this on Thursday night, Nadeem. And
Put country before party.
Don't embarrass yourself.
Go for an election.
Do not embarrass yourself
country
again by
before
going
party,
through this, right?
Aisha. Put
You're not
country
even
before party.
in Parliament. You're not even in Parliament. So
Thank you for the insult.
Pipe
I'm gonna
down.
Pipe down.
Thank you for
the insult. The nation is watching. Just like you insulted Reform voters by saying that we're dangerous. No, your leader has. Your Prime Minister said that we're racist and dangerous.
Well,
I'm
going to bring up anti-Semitism in a minute. I've got some tweets to put to you.
The point is, all of this stuff, all of this is... honestly, calm down, right? Basically, none of this, of course, looks great, but what is the definition of insanity? Just carrying on and expecting to get a different result. Many people voted for the Labour Party and they want change. They're really disappointed that they haven't got the change. And for whatever reason, whether it's fair or not, Keir Starmer is not connecting with people on the doorstep. So the decision that, and who knows where this may end up, but I thought that was actually quite a moving interview with Deb. I mean, it wasn't glee and, joy in her voice. She sounded incredibly upset about where things are. And I don't think any Labour MP who has made the decision to come out tonight will have done it with any sort of joy. They'll have done it with an incredibly heavy heart. We always remember that, the elation that we felt just under two years ago. So this is incredibly serious stuff. But ultimately, as Keir Starmer said himself today, we want to be a party in power. And if we think that we are basically staring a defeat down the barrel of the lens, if you don't make the effort to correct in enough time, then people will not forgive you down the track either.
Sam, just to round off on the... Debbie Abrahams is obviously a supporter of Andy Burnham. Lisa Nandy is also a chum of Andy Burnham. Interesting hearing their thoughts. And Debbie Abrahams talking about this sort of long, orderly transition. Obviously, that benefits Andy Burnham, doesn't it? Because he's not in Parliament at the moment. But there is this moment, as Aisha was reflecting on earlier, for Wes Streeting to strike. Do you think, knowing Wes as you do you think he's got the kind of brutality, the sort of sheer... I mean, he said how ambitious he is. He's been public about that. But do you think he's got the guts to do this?
Yes, absolutely yes. I think it's a question of whether it's the right tactics. I think what they will be weighing up is whether it'll work, not whether he wants to have the top job. Like, bluntly, he thinks it's the job he's wanted all his life. He's going to go all out. I think the calculation is not about whether or not he's brave enough. But the challenge for Wes and the challenge for Andy is they will present themselves as different figures in a contest, but they will both have the same almost nil amount of money to spend. Yeah. They will both have the same parliamentary majority with its red lines. They will both be competing to become Prime Minister to serve under a manifesto that hasn't changed just because the Prime Minister has. I am not sure, for all the hope of the Labour Party, for those who are pinning change of Prime Minister on a better future, it is not clear to me much changes.
I think that's a fair point. I think that's a very, very fair point. And as I was saying on Thursday night, just changing the face is not the panacea to all of this. There's a big different, but communication does matter, right? Politics is the art of communication. And if there is somebody who isn't connecting with people and you have a chat, Wes Streeting is a gifted... I'd say out of everyone in politics, he is the most gifted communicator that we have right now.
OK, well, we'll discuss this much more. This programme is being extended for several hours, I think until 10 p.m. So let's now think of something a little bit different but connected, because the build-up to polling day last week was dominated by the anti-Semitic attacks in Golders Green and the response to it from political leaders. And just a little earlier, I spoke to author and comedian David Baddiel. You can watch the full interview where I talked to him about that on YouTube. But given the febrile atmosphere around the Labour Party tonight, he also had some interesting thoughts on the plight of Sir Keir Starmer. I mean, you sort of fell out of love with Labour over anti-Semitism. You've been a long-standing Labour supporter in the past. Could you bring yourself to vote Labour at these elections?
I did vote Labour at these elections, partly because, you know, when faced with the ballot, I thought they still seem the best of a not great bunch, although that's really unfair to particular candidates who I know very little about in my own community.
But the least worst option.
Yeah, I mean... Well, I mean, this is a whole other discussion, but one of the things I think at the moment, which is obviously today with Keir Starmer and all the rest of it, is I think that, again, sorry to harp on about social media, but we also live in a time where a perfectly adequate, I mean, not out the park amazing and not that charismatic, but kind of adequate man who, like, in the 70s would be Jim Callaghan or whatever, and no one would be hating him. They might not be thinking he was great, but no one would think he was the worst thing that ever happened to politics, is considered that. And there are calls for him to go, and everyone's... And I don't know that we can carry on with this, whereby it's a bit like what's happening in football, whereby a manager has to go, and everyone hates them if they haven't had immense success within 5 games or whatever. And culture has got speeded up, is what I'm saying, and also extremed, so that kind of a normal bloke who's OK, who often... or a normal woman who's OK, who often is the person who's going to lead the country, is not good enough anymore.
Do you almost feel sorry for him then?
Yeah, I sort of do feel sorry for him, yeah. I mean, I'm sure he doesn't want my pity. That isn't going to be great for Keir Starmer.
Even though he's an Arsenal fan.
Well, he is an Arsenal fan, so he has no pity from that point of view. But I don't... Keir Starmer, from the point of view of, you know, he has tried to combat anti-Semitism. I know a lot of Jews feel the government hasn't done enough and all that. As I say, for me, it's not something you can fix that easily with a lot of draconian, top-down free speech or, you know, this march can't happen restrictions. I don't think that's the way you do it.
But you talked about people, you know, calling for a manager's head or calling for the Prime Minister's head. Do you think we're in a kind of state of perma-crisis now where essentially Britain is becoming ungovernable? Yeah,
I don't think it's just Britain, though. I mean, I think Britain seems to be... We live in Britain, so we're more aware of it, but I think lots of countries suffer from it because lots of countries are at the behest of social media. The rise of populism is amazing. It's so quick. You know, America is kind of slightly ungovernable, it seems to me. I think Britain used to consider itself like we are a sort of haven of maybe slightly dull stability. Yeah. And we would look at countries like Italy or whatever and think, oh, they're in permanent crisis and constantly having, you know, prime presidents changing or whatever. But now it's not like that here. And I think all these ideas of what Britishness is politically are no longer things that we can expect or as a default.
Well, let's bring in Labour MP for Clapham, Brixton Hill, Bell Rabira-Addy, who said that the Prime Minister must resign. And, Bell, you tweeted earlier that it's clear that the Prime Minister doesn't have a credible plan. He must now set out a timetable for departure. What brought you to that conclusion?
Well, the speech today didn't really have anything new in it. The one thing I would definitely agree on was that we're not going to get further by trying to be any different party. We're going to have to do that by being more Labour. But I think we perhaps have a very different idea of what being more Labour is, given the policies that have come out over the past 2 years and how, you know, the public has reacted to them. But I think what really did it for me was on the day of the election, where a lot of our local candidates, hard-working councillors that have been there for years, some of them, doing a lot in our local communities, some of them were, you know, they were beaten quite badly in terms of the result. And it wasn't through any fault of their own. But on that day, when we should have been talking about them, when we should have been talking about the great work that Labour does when it is in power locally, the message coming from number 10 was, I'm not going anywhere. And I'm sick and tired, I think, and this is what's brought me, I'm sick and tired of us having a constant debate about one man's job, when there are so many things going on right across the country and so many things that our constituents are going through. It's become a distraction and it has to end.
You think he's being selfish?
I think this whole debate is selfish at this point in time. It's clear he's lost the confidence of the PLP, of the country, and without both of those, you can't effectively govern. If the conversation every day is whether or not one man is going to keep his job, then we are not doing what we set out for in government, and this whole melodrama has to come to an end.
I mean, you've never been one of the Prime Minister's biggest fans, is that fair to say?
I think I've never been a fan of the policies that we put out. I've always made it a point...
You're on the left of the party.
I'm on the left of the party, and
Yeah.
I've always made it a point not to be personal. I respect the fact that he was elected as a Prime Minister. I respect the fact that he was elected by the members of our party. That is very,
But have you
very
just
key.
spied your opportunity, is my point?
No, I don't think I have. This is the first time I've said it, but it's because we've been brought to a point where chance after chance has been squandered. We have a huge majority in Parliament. You have to remember that huge majority wasn't actually won by a popular vote. We got 3 million less votes than we did in 2017 and 500,000 less votes than we did in 2019. So we already had an issue, but we had a huge majority for which we have now squandered with mistake after mistake, all of these different U-turns, all these different things that have created a lack of confidence in the country and led to us losing some of our amazing councillors. So the reality of the situation is that it's crunch time and it has to end.
Aisha was saying earlier on the sofa that, the problem is there isn't a clear candidate to replace him. Can you put her right? Do you feel there is someone street?
No, I completely agree. There's not a clear candidate to replace him, which is probably why I haven't said anything sooner. There isn't a clear candidate to replace him, but also the system is flawed. We changed our procedures a while back, our rules as to how somebody could go about becoming the leader of the party, and the threshold has completely changed. In this era of factions, in which unfortunately this particular leadership has brought in, the threshold was doubled. It was doubled, so actually somebody on the left of the party couldn't actually probably put themselves forward to put themselves to the membership. And that makes a massive difference. We know that if you put certain MPs to the membership, perhaps, they might win. And that's been something that has been changed by this particular issue. So it's not
so you want a left-wing candidate? It could be all people of the left standing, if you look at it at the moment, apart from Wes Streeting.
Who is on the left? That would be my question.
You presumably you're enthusiastic about Angela Rayner, possibly.
I'm in the Socialist campaign group, and that's completely different. I think it's very difficult at this moment for us to paint anybody who's been in the cabinet as part of the left, when a lot of people will see them as complicit in what has happened over these past couple of years. So they would have to come with a very, very good argument as to why they should be now viewed as a left candidate.
Let me just bring in Aisha here. It seems inevitable, doesn't it, that the party now is shifting to the left, whoever is Prime Minister, under Keir Starmer, if he stays, or whoever replaces him.
I probably wouldn't see it as a kind of bland left-right thing, because I think it is a mistake just to think about the Labour Party in those terms. In fact, Nigel Farage was saying, it's you shouldn't be looking at politics whether it's left or right. It's basically, what are the big structural problems facing this country? Massively, the economy, cost of living, NHS, immigration, crime, antisocial behaviour, those things that we know. I'm in Bell's constituency. These are the big kind of pressures that people are facing. And it's about the Labour Party, I think, not being afraid about having debate and discussion as well. It isn't that you just stick to one bit of ideology or orthodoxy. It's what are the right policies for different problems facing the country.
Belle, the problem with that is that the markets, as we were talking about earlier, are not going to tolerate a sort of sustained debate about the future of the Labour Party and who should lead it at a time of economic crisis, at a time of, we're at war, we've got the threat from Russia. You haven't got the luxury of having this debate, have you?
No, I don't think we do have the luxury of having this debate, which is why I'm saying something now. I think it's, as it is, a huge distraction, hugely damaging, when those of us who are MPs and those councillors, including those that lost their roles, just want to get on with doing our job. As I said, we have one of the largest majorities ever. There is so much that we could have done, but we have squandered that opportunity with policies that, quite frankly, even our members don't agree with. I'm thinking about, obviously now we've U-turned on the two-child benefit cap. Some MPs lost their the whip because of that. The winter fuel allowance, again, the welfare cuts, and I hear that we're bringing them back. I think about what was said in the speech today, and looking at an outline of what's going to be in the King's speech, and I'm like, has anybody really listened to what people...
he shifted on Europe today, didn't he?
But that's things that we've heard before. Again, there was nothing new. And actually, how much of a difference is it going to make? I thought it was a huge mistake that we left the European Union. I was the only Labour MP to vote completely against the bill. Some of my colleagues abstained, but I was the only one to vote against it. And I believe I was proven right. It has been economically disastrous for our country. So, yes, it seems that those things are right. But in terms of going further and faster on the EU, that doesn't sound like it's happening.
And yeah, so just pause there, because I want to come back to you in a sec to just disentangle some of the things we've been talking about and bring our panellists back in as well. It is now 8 o'clock, if you're just joining us. 3 junior members of the government have resigned, calling for Sir Keir Starmer to stand down as Prime Minister after those crushing election results for the party last week. They're ministerial aides, not cabinet members, but their move adds to the growing pressure on the Prime Minister. Right now, we're up to 63 MPs and counting, calling for him to go. We'll bring you all the latest from Number 10, where an increasingly isolated and lonely Prime Minister is hunkered down at the moment. But let's go back now to Bel Rabira-Adi. You've just come out and said that you are one of those 63 now Labour MPs who are calling for him to resign. Sounds to me, from what you're saying, it's more in sorrow than in anger.
Well, nobody wants a situation where we actually ask for our Prime Minister to resign. We're not near a general election. It's a huge thing for people to do. But the fact that we are debating it at the moment shows how serious it is and how much members of Parliament, Labour members of Parliament, believe that if we don't change course, we're headed for disaster. And some of that disaster showed itself in our local election results. I don't think there's anybody that is enjoying this. I'm certainly not enjoying it. We've faced so many difficulties over the past couple of months convincing people that Labour is still the party for them. This is not fun for anybody, regardless of what wing of the party they were on or whether or not they supported Keir in the first place. This is about our survival. And as I said, when Labour wins, when we put forward those core Labour policies, those ones that have fundamentally changed the country over decades, those are the things that people want to see. When we do that, when Labour win, people win. But at the moment, we are losing.
Give me an example of some of those core Labour policies you would like a new leader to bring in urgently.
Well, for example, I think it's been a mistake that we haven't gone more in on taxing the wealthy. I think nationalisation of some of our public services would definitely be something that people want to see. I think about what's happening with Thames Water at the moment and other public services where people are having to pay through the nose for services that there aren't much competition on, and the government always seem to be bailing out. Things like that. Those are core Labour policies. Right. There are some great things that we have done, but even those are being overshadowed by a debate about whether or not the Prime Minister gets to keep his job.
Nadeem Zahawi, you were former Chancellor. What do you make of what you've just heard about nationalisation and taxing the wealthy higher?
Well, I think just listening to Bel, it sort of feels pretty tragic that Labour's ended up where it's ended up. But, one question I thought of really putting to you, Bel, is Shabana Mahmood, obviously one of the leading candidates, and she's come up with reforms to indefinite leave to remain to try and deal with migration.
Those are not in line with core Labour values, in my personal opinion.
So you'd vote against that?
Absolutely. I would.
Herein lies the problem for Keir Starmer. The reason that he's toast tonight is that the Labour Party just does not prioritise where the nation is at, in my view, and that's the real problem.
So I don't believe that the biggest problem in our country is people that have come here to work in our public services largely overall and who are contributing by paying taxes. I don't believe
But you don't think we should control, shouldn't be automatic that people get indefinite leave to remain?
The thing is, it's never been automatic that people get... I'm not sure how much immigration casework you did when you were a member of...
quite a lot.
I'm not sure how much immigration casework you did when you were a member of Parliament.
I did quite... I was 14 years in Parliament, so...
OK, fair enough. That's more than my 7.
I don't know where...
What I would say is that, quite specifically, there is not this situation where immigration is completely uncontrolled.
And where are you on illegal migration? We're at 200,000 illegal migrants now in the country.
What I'm trying to say... Where
do you think you would be where Shabana is compared to that?
In terms of what they're doing with...
she needs to stamp down...
Thank you.
I'm asking. Forgive me.
Listen, I do understand that we have an issue with people crossing the channel. But the way in which we deal with that is to create safe and legal routes. And if we did that, we wouldn't have the problem we're having at the moment. And that could be by having processing centres on the other side of the channel, something that we have had before. And things such as that. But the idea that we criminalise people once they come here when they're seeking safety, again, is not in line with our core Labour values.
I'm not
ashamed.
You don't see that the Labour Home Secretary as representing what you want?
Not in terms of those immigration policies, absolutely not. I mean, there are more humane ways to deal with immigration. And at the moment, some of the things that are being put forward, as far as I'm concerned, aren't in line with our values. We are not unfair we do not claim to be unfair as a Labour Party in the way in which we deal with people, particularly those who are seeking safety, and particularly those who have a legal right to be here. Those who have indefinite leave to remain have come here through these so-called legal routes that people say they should be coming through. They're doing everything that they are meant to do. They are paying through the nose in terms of fees, and they're being treated like rubbish.
Aisha, let me just bring in Aisha here, because this is where if there is a contest brewing, which it does appear to be, this is where it's going, isn't it, in terms of the heart and soul of the Labour Party and where it stands vis-à-vis the country?
Well, these are big debates that need to be had in the party, and I think we can't shy away from that. And I think, we shouldn't have a situation where I feel as a party we've slightly denuded ourselves of the ability to have nuanced, difficult policy discussions. And if you look at what's happening across the country, yes, in London, Labour has lost votes because people do not like a rabidly sort of harsh immigration policy. But in the north, immigration is a really, really big issue. Right. So Labour is going to have to find a balanced approach to this.
OK. Thank you very much, Bel Ribera Adi, for your contributions tonight. And thank you again to Sofa guests. You're going to stay with us. Of course, we're keeping a close eye on the comings and goings in Downing Street tonight. Our chief political correspondent, John Craig, is there. John, it's all kicking off, really, isn't it?
Yeah, the latest from here is they're sending out for pizzas or some form of takeaway food. The Last Supper, perhaps? No, not quite yet. But obviously there is a mood of crisis here inside 10 Downing Street as these numbers of MPs calling for Sir Keir Starmer to quit creeps towards the magic 81 figure. It's over 60 now, including 4 junior members of the government, the bag carriers, the parliamentary private secretaries. 4 of them have quit. One other has PPSs. One other has criticised the PM, said he should go, but has not yet quit. Let me just recap who they are. Tom Rutland. He's a bag carrier to Environment Secretary Emma Reynolds. Joe Morris, PPS to Wes Streeting. Yes, Wes Streeting, almost certain to enter the race for the Labour leadership if and when there's a contest. Next, Now Shabana Khan, she is a PPS at the Cabinet Office. Melanie Ward, Scottish MP, a PPS to David Lammy, the Deputy Prime Minister. And then Sally Jameson, who is a PPS at the Home Office, has said he should go, but has not yet quit the government. This is it's becoming like, previous resignations, prime ministers forced from office that we've seen so many times over the years. I remember lots of PPSs quitting, for example, going back to when Gordon Brown supporters forced Tony Blair to declare when he was going to go. Just to remind you what happened then, it was October 2006 when a group of Brownite plotters led by Tom Watson met for a curry in a Balti house in Wolverhampton and hatched a plot to force Tony Blair out. How were they rumbled? Well, they signed the visitors' book when they left the restaurant, so we know that they were there. I well remember, I was listening to Beth Rigby a little earlier talking about the Cabinet turning on the Prime Minister one by one. That's what happened to Margaret Thatcher in 1919. Now, the difference was Parliament was sitting then and they all went into the Prime Minister's room in the House of Commons, and one by one, big figures like Kenneth Clarke and others told her the game was up. And so that came, of course, after she'd narrowly won the first ballot in the leadership election. So all eyes, as Beth was saying earlier on what the Cabinet does next. They're due to meet here tomorrow morning. Will they all go in and see the PM before the meeting, or will they confront him at that meeting? But where we are tonight is that the numbers are creeping up towards 81, and some junior members of the government are quitting. The beginning of the end? Well, it looks like it.
Well, thanks very much, John, for that. Sam is still on the sofa here in the studio, along with Nadeem and Aisha. Sam, beginning of the end, is that your take?
I mean, it's starting to feel like the momentum is it's going to be very hard to pull back from that. The Mirror's reporting that Catherine West got her 80 signatories to a plan for a leadership contest in the autumn, by September is her most sort of latest plan. Look, the problem for the Prime Minister is that once you call for him to go, you can't withdraw that call. So, you know, I think at this point he is approaching lame duck status. The point about 81 MPs opposing him is not just that under the rules that's the number who, if they backed a challenger, could take on the Prime Minister. It's also basically the number that if they voted with the opposition would wash away the Labour Party's majority in the Commons. So there's a double significance of there being 80 or more rebels. You just can't get legislation through once 80 MPs or more are doing it. But listen, there's a really weird bit of choreography over the next 48 hours. John Craig, Beth Rigby, absolutely right. Tomorrow morning, the crunch point is the Cabinet meeting. Could there be something seismic that happens at that? But the next day, King Charles comes down the Mall and delivers the King's speech, which is the announcement of the government's agenda for the whole of the next Parliament. Now, that agenda could well be out of date at the moment that the King delivers it. Now, everyone will try and pretend that this is perfectly normal behaviour, but the bottom line is politicians right now could be on course to embarrass the King in a matter of 36 hours by defenestrating a Prime Minister. Now, if the King doesn't deliver the King's speech, then Parliament won't open. So I suspect it'll happen.
But everybody... I've hired my ermine for the day. So...
you might need to unhire it.
Well, exactly. So you have this spectre. But more seriously, you know, that's a moment where the government agenda was meant to be spelled out, but we are then putting ourselves effectively with politics on pause for months while the Labour Party, with the best will in the world, navel-gazes at a point where there's lots and lots of challenges.
Pause for a second, because we've got someone waiting down the line. And just to recap on what Sam was alluding to there, Melanie Ward has resigned as Parliamentary Private Secretary to David Lammy and has called for Sir Keir Starmer to resign as Labour leader. So I think that takes it to 63 Labour MPs now calling for Sir Keir Starmer to resign. We're joined now by the Labour MP Rachel Maskell, who has also called for the Prime Minister to resign previously. Rachel, the issue now, it's snowballing, isn't it? But we were hearing there, you know, we've got the King's speech planned, you've got an economic crisis, there's a war going on, several wars around the world. This is going to spook the markets big time and make the perilous situation we're in even worse.
Well, first of all, it's a very sad day, and it was a devastating night on the 7th of May. And of course, it is really important that we find our way through that. And that's why I have called for not only a mature conversation, we need cool heads at this time. I think we saw the kind of hot heads over the weekend where people were saying we've got to do something, but not quite clear what. But also we need to ensure that there is stability. And the best way to get that stability is to announce a timetable as to how we move forward, how we ensure that we've got that process going forward. But first we need that in-depth conversation to draw our party together to determine what is the right qualities we're looking for, but also the right person who can not only unite our communities but unite our country. That is the task at hand for the forthcoming leadership election, to demonstrate that you actually understand the breadth that is needed. Keir Starmer has been a very narrowing Prime Minister who listens to very few, and I think that has been really the seed of his downfall, is that he hasn't engaged, he's got things wrong, he made the wrong choices, and he still hasn't engaged with his backbenchers. So I think somebody who understands the breadth of our movement is going to be absolutely crucial to take us into this next chapter of Labour's history.
So, Rachel, just name a few people who do have those qualities you're talking about.
I've been talking about Andy Burnham. I recognise he's not in Westminster. We are all having this discussion. We want Andy. How do we do that? He's not in Westminster. He needs a seat. If he needs a seat, then it causes a by-election. It is a challenging situation. That's why we need cool minds, because whoever that is, and we've got a movement of so much talent, whether in Parliament, in the trade unions, and of course mayors and other leaders across the country. And I think we need to get the right person at this time, because the threat before us is that in 3 years' time we could see Nigel Farage walking into Downing Street, and that will be devastating, not only because of the policy tasks he set out, but we know his only interest is himself, and we need a government which is interested in everyone in the country. And of course Labour it's been doing some fantastic things that hasn't kind of reached across: the Renters' Rights Bill, the Employment Rights Bill, and we need more. But today I was listening really carefully to the Prime Minister. The two things I expected was, one, him to talk about the culture of politics. He didn't address that issue, which is the issue on the doorstep, and also the economic orthodoxy, which again didn't come forward, which is really at the root of what a change in government actually means. The Prime Minister didn't step up to the mark today.
I want to come back to the economic orthodoxy, as you put it, but I just also want to just pick you up on what you said about Andy Burnham, because if he quits as Manchester Mayor, there is no guarantee that Labour will put another mayor in place in Manchester. It could well go to reform. And then, of course, he's got to win a by-election. There's no guarantee that he'll win a by-election. I mean, it would just be a mess, wouldn't it?
Difficult, and that's why we need honesty all around, and to ensure that we've got the team, not just the person, that can do things. I think Andy could be serving in perhaps some other capacity if he can't come into Parliament, but let's see what is possible, and therefore rule nothing out at this point. And that's why I don't think we need sudden resignation, timetable tomorrow. I really do think we need cool heads at this time, because what I want to see is a leader to take us forward together.
With your cool head on, you're a big fan of Andy Burnham, clearly. Would you sacrifice your seat for him?
He hasn't got roots in Yorkshire, and I don't think that would be fair. I mean, I really do think, he is so... Manchester is running through his veins, isn't it? So I do think it needs to be over in the northwest, where he is from, where he is rooted, and where he's passionate about.
But there are MPs representing the northwest who are having those conversations tonight about whether one of them could step down for him.
I don't know that detail.
Well, let me just come back to what you said about the economic orthodoxy, because we had Bel Ribeiro-Addy on the show just a few minutes ago talking about the need for higher taxes on the very wealthy. Is that where you're looking for a policy change too?
We have to recognise that we are the second most inequitable country across our world, and that has grown and grown over a period of time. And we look back into like the 1920s and 30s, we were very level pegging with places like Sweden, who made a conscious decision to have a more equitable society. And it's a healthier, happier society as a result of that. So we've gone badly wrong in the decisions made in the past, and that's why we've got to address the inequality, because that's the unfairness people are talking about. It is why some people are struggling in the cost of living, and clearly some people are profiting as well. And that's why we need to look at how we equalise that, how we address some of the gross extractions which are happening, whether it's in housing or in our public services, where people are coming in, they're ripping us off, and to ensure that instead we've got an investment economy where we are seeding growth, and of course making sure that things are under public accountability and public control, because that's how we get the public good element and brings the society together, because we're all working to one thing as opposed to a self-interest, which is really the orthodoxy of Margaret Thatcher. We need to pivot away from that. We've been saying it for a long time.
OK, but
and I
Rachel,
think now is the chance to do that.
Rachel, our borrowing costs are already higher than in Greece. So, we are already on a knife edge with the markets. And, those costs of borrowing are ticking up all the time. We talk about this leadership chaos. We can't afford the luxury of what you're discussing.
It isn't always about putting more money into the system, and I think it's a mistake to think that everything comes from that. But it is about equalising the amount of money that goes in and making sure that everybody pays their way, and that those in need get the support they require. So let's look at a more equal society and use that as our driving force to ensure that we've got communities up and down the country who are benefiting from a government. I certainly know the challenges. We've got the lowest funded local authority inequality, lowest funded health system, and yet some high areas of deprivation in my constituency. That is just not fair. We need to ensure the north to the south, the east to the west is fairly funded, supported, and of course has the injections responsibilities that it needs. But I think we need to see radical devolution to push power out and finances out from the centre, making decisions closer to people. And we need to see a change in the way that government works with Parliament. That relationship has become too dominant by government, meaning that government is not accountable to Parliament in the way that it should be. I believe a lot more scrutiny around pre-legislative processes would enable us to get policy right and have much better laws as well. So there's a lot to be done by a new leader coming in.
Rachel Maskell, thank you very much for joining us. And while we've been speaking, we now have a new tally. 66 Labour MPs have now called for the Prime Minister to resign. The panel, Aisha and Nadeem, are on the sofa. Nadeem, I'm going to come to you about what we just heard about the call for higher taxes on the very wealthy, a fairer society.
I think, look, the markets are unforgiving. To say the bond markets don't matter, as Labour have said, or one particular candidate, Andy Burnham, said in the past. I don't know whether
he didn't quite say that, but yeah.
Whatever, right? Ultimately, and I think, joking aside, and sparing a thought for the King on Wednesday, for the nation watching and thinking that the government agenda, the government's programme for the next Parliament is now in doubt, up in the air, chaos in number 10, this is a problem made in number 10. The Prime Minister now is, lame duck is probably an understatement, needs to put country ahead of party, needs to resign and very quickly go to a general election, in my view, because the alternatives will just spook the market even further. Right? If we wait for Andy Burnham, is another, as Sam reminded us, at least 7 to 8 weeks. That's if he starts tomorrow.
Well, if he can get a seat.
Right, exactly. and then the chaos will continue. That's a very bad place. And if the Prime Minister to be taken at his word that he puts country ahead of party, then he needs to realise that the game is up. It's over for him.
Aisha, you've heard Belrabira Addy and Rachel Maskell there, MPs on the left of the party calling for higher taxes on the very wealthy, a completely different policy agenda, which would take the country veering off to the left, wouldn't it? What's your view?
Well, you're right. They're both from Campaign Socialist Group. Who you haven't had on the show tonight is more people from the other wings of the party, and they haven't sort of come out yet. So I wouldn't extrapolate just two members of the PLP as what everybody wants.
Well, except that Keir Starmer has acknowledged that this morning in his speech. He's got to return Labour to the party of the working people. It's code.
But he also said we shouldn't be an impersonation of reform or the Green Party. We have to do, and also Labour only wins from the centre ground. Labour has never won from being more on the left.
He wasn't sounding very centrist, though, this morning, was he?
Well, he wasn't really sounding very anything this morning. I think that's the problem. I think that's where we're in the problem. I think that's where we're sort of the problem that we're in today. But what I would say, in terms of this left-right thing, we have had for years now people from the right saying this government is so left-wing because you've really cracked down on non-doms, you've put more taxes on business. So I think there's a slight inconsistency. You've put taxes on, you've removed the VAT exemption from private schools. On the one hand, you have people from the right of politics saying, oh my goodness, you're all kind of Marxist. And on the other hand, it's going to swing to the left. I think that the trick is, and I've said this many times before, it is not either a pendulum to the right or to the left. It is coming up with a bespoke policy prescription and perspective that suits and meets the demands of where the country is right now.
Sam, this show's on air for another hour and a half. We're ticking up now, 66 Labour MPs calling for the Prime Minister to resign. I'm wondering if we're going to get to 81 in the next hour and a half.
It feels like there's a coordinated release of names. So on the current trajectory, we'll get very, very close to that. That doesn't trigger anything specific, of course. It's about momentum. 30 of those, Cathy, have happened since the Prime Minister's sort of back me or sack me speech earlier. Seems like it's not entirely back me. 4 of them are government aids. Some of them are linked to Wes Streeting. I just think that the discussion really looking forward to tomorrow morning and the cabinet meeting, and what are those members going to say? I know, because I've had discussions with them, that even some of the cabinet ministers that are publicly backing Keir Starmer do not think he should take the Labour Party into the next election. The public view of some of the most supportive privately is far from that. So I think it is fair to say the cabinet support is really, really waning.
Actually, and for the political anoraks watching tonight, let me just make this point. The political anoraks watching tonight, Melanie Ward, who is David Lammy's PPS, is the Member of Parliament for Cowdenbeath and Kirkcaldy,
which is
Gordon Brown's seat.
But I think, to go back to a point that Sam made earlier about, everything is, you could be in a sort of state of suspended animation. That there's a lot of truth in that. However, Downing Street has been dysfunctional for quite a long time. We have not had a proper chief of staff now in Downing Street for quite some time. We haven't got a proper director of communications at Downing Street. I think that's another, and this is one of the things that Rachel Maskell alluded to. The political operation at Downing Street has been wanting really right from the beginning as well. And, we've had lots of difficult issues like the welfare reform stuff that ended up sort of going nowhere and ended up being this massive U-turn. A lot of people privately have also been pointing to the fact that there is no firepower at Downing Street, and there hasn't been for quite some time.
But the issue, to my mind, Aisha, is that, of course, you're spot on. Nothing's worked for a while, and Downing Street's been half empty. It's one of the curiosities of where we are. But if we have a change of Prime Minister, you are going to get new cabinet ministers in almost every brief, new ministers in almost every brief. They're going to sit down and go, OK, energy policy, take it from the top. Why have we got high energy prices? All the work that has been done over the last few years stops, is reset, and it starts again from scratch.
I suspect Ed Miliband will be staying put.
Maybe he'll be Prime Minister.
But a serious challenge. If Wes Streeting is Prime Minister, I'm not so sure that's true.
I think that is true.
But all of Britain's problems, in that King's speech on Wednesday, there is special educational needs legislation. There is legislation that will be hard to pass through the Commons.
Can I come back to you on that? And I think, because you make a fair chance to come back. The one thing that I would say is the Labour Party, I think, has got actually a lot of really good, talented people. What we have really lacked is a leadership team, including the Prime Minister and the people around him at Downing Street, that have been able to bring this group of people together as a team and to get them to forward. So I think,
why do you think that is?
Because I think it's been very factional.
But then we get to the position where you're changing everything to stay the same.
And quite inexperienced as well.
We are now going to talk to a former Director of Policy for Keir Starmer, so perhaps she can shed some light on this very point. And that is Claire Ainsley, Keir Starmer's former Director of Policy. She now works at the Progressive Policy Institute. Claire, I suspect you were able to hear some of that. Can you shed any light on why this team in Number 10 appears to be so dysfunctional?
Well, as the team alluded to in your studio, there was obviously a major change with the Prime Minister's long-standing Chief of Staff, Morgan McSweeney, exiting the operation over the Mandelson issues. And the Prime Minister has not yet confirmed who that new team will be. So I do think that that is one of the things that has to be resolved as soon as possible, because the parliamentary parties certainly want to have a consistent line of contact. And of course, we and the rest of the public need to make sure that there is a really clear forward plan, whatever comes out of this.
Well, whatever does come out of it, because since we've been speaking, it's now 67 Labour MPs calling for Sir Keir Starmer to resign. So every minute that tally appears to be going up. It's impossible, is it not, or becoming impossible for the Prime Minister to stay?
Well, I don't think that's the case as yet, but today has clearly not been a good day. We've got important days coming up. We've obviously got a cabinet meeting tomorrow, which I think is absolutely critical now. And you've got the King's speech. So I thought that Keir this morning was very candid. I thought he made a really strong case. But as the panel are saying and discussing, some of the policies that were then pointed to didn't quite match up to perhaps some of that mood of change and what he referred to as this change to the status quo that clearly is what the public are hungry for.
I want to come back to policy in just a second, because obviously that was your area of expertise. But if you were in Number 10 now, what would you be advising the Prime Minister at this moment?
Well, the crucial thing is this relationship with the parliamentary party. This drip of names is clearly just doing so much damage to not just the Prime Minister, but I think the Labour Party overall. Look, I don't think that having a leadership challenge or a contest at this point, for all of the reasons that the panel have said, not least, as Sam said, you then have to press reset on a whole load of policy areas that they're already underway with changing. So I don't think it is in the country's interests, but what the team at number 10 need to be focused on is ensuring that they get as much support as possible. And crucially, that cabinet meeting tomorrow really needs to be clear about how they are pulling together as a team, because I think most members of the Labour Party and most people in the country do not want to see an internal Labour Party dispute spill out into a contest.
Sam, you had a question for Claire.
Thank you. Hi, Claire. It's Sam Coates. If there is a change of Prime Minister, how much room for manoeuvre really is there? Do you think that an incoming Prime Minister is bound by the Labour manifesto? Do you think that the incoming Prime Minister is bound by the fiscal rules?
I think they are. I think that, call me old-fashioned, but we did have a general election less than 2 years ago on which the party was elected on its manifesto. And it was also took a stance. It took a stance on fiscal responsibility. It did not take the position that we should be sending borrowing even further. And that has resulted, of course, in some of the decisions that have been so unpopular with elements of the Parliamentary Labour Party. And I'm not surprised, it's difficult times. But I don't think that in our system you can just have a new Prime Minister who declares a mandate from, I'm not sure what, an internal selection. There will be overwhelmingly then a call for there to be a general election to secure that mandate. And I think that is not a path that the party should be going down. Now, clearly there needs to be a course correction. I don't think you can say it's steady as she goes. This is clearly not the terrain we're in. But I don't think that people have then carte blanche to instigate a manifesto of their choosing.
So, Claire, are you now of the view, as I've been asking our guests in the studio tonight, that whatever happens now, the Labour Party will, in policy terms, shift to the left, whether Keir Starmer stays, which looks increasingly unlikely, or whether someone new comes in?
That I think it's likely, because of the politics of the Labour Party, that if there is a change, it is a change leftwards, because that is the pull, that is the pressure. But that is the opposite of what the country needs right now. And what the country needs, and what Keir, I thought, started to outline, was a plan for economic growth. And what will get the economy growing are things that the Labour Party as a party won't necessarily want. It would be things like, reversing the increase on national insurance on employers, holding the minimum wage for young people so we can get recruiting young people again. These are all parts of the picture that actually we need to be considering to get the economy growing, get businesses confident in investing, but they aren't things that the current Labour Party is calling for. So, yes, I agree that the politics make that likely, but I don't think that's the prescription that the country needs right now.
What are the consequences then if the party does shift to the left, as you've just described?
Well, I don't think there is an electoral mandate for the party to shift to the left. As Aisha said, the Labour Party doesn't get elected when it shifts to the left. Keir Starmer is one of only 2 people who have taken the Labour Party from opposition into government in the last nearly 50 years. And I think that MPs have to be thinking very hard tonight about whether they want to throw that out and then impose what would be a mandate from a self-selected group onto the country, or whether they grit their teeth and get on with the course correction that is required to turn this around from where we are.
And Claire, you know Keir Starmer well. How has it come to this point? He won this landslide, as you pointed out. What are the kind of personal and political deficiencies that have meant that we are where we are today?
Well, I think that what he did as opposition leader was take the Labour Party from its 4th election defeat, 26 points behind in the polls, and really steadily over time took it on a course back to the electorate. And the key thing for him about that was he said country first, and he wanted to take the Labour Party back to the people. And he was really hard on the party, and he said it's us that's got to change, not the public. Whereas what's happened, unfortunately, in government is that we've now had a situation where rather than being the kind of master of that destiny, we feel sometimes like we are managers of what's coming in. And we've not been able to hold that line with the party. So I think this is about fundamentally the relationship between the Labour leader, the party and the country. And what we are in it for is for the country and for the people who need a Labour government to serve them, not for what the party's interest might be.
And, you know, I put this question to the Prime Minister when I interviewed him when we launched this show a couple of weeks ago. Well, is it the case, perhaps, that he was a very good lawyer, but he's just not that good as a politician? You know, people say that about him, don't they?
There are lots of things that you could point to and say, well, I wish he was a bit more like this and a bit more like that. And this morning when he spoke, I thought when he opened his speech, he spoke, I thought, quite personally, quite forcefully. And it was that kind of passion that I thought, right, we need to see more of this. So he can do it when the moment requires. But I would also say that it's not as if you get another leader and all of the problems that the country faces suddenly disappear. What we saw in the election last Thursday wasn't just that Labour lost votes to reform. It was that people started voting for multiple parties. And that is what we are seeing all over the world in lots of different developed democracies. So the idea, of course, there are things that you would want kids to do individually differently. But the idea that suddenly some other candidate, we know not what and who, will come along and sweep all of that away with their incredible prowess. Forgive me for being cynical about that. I think it's a really tough job. I think it's tough times for centre-left parties. But I think that facing inwards to the party is the wrong thing at this point.
Well, but, you know, people might say that Angela Rayner, she's got that authenticity. She speaks with guts and conviction. You saw her speaking passionately today. You know, perhaps she's the antidote to Nigel Farage, who's currently sweeping the board and swept the board last week.
There's lots of people, I think, in the Labour Party who I think in the future might make brilliant candidates, and we would see that at the right time. But at the moment, it's guesswork. And I would prefer us to take the electoral mandate we've got and pursue that with the entire cabinet we've got. So this isn't for me just about Keir Starmer. It's about the fact that actually we've got a Home Secretary who is leading on taking difficult decisions on immigration, being much tougher actually than the Conservatives were prepared to be and much more effective. We've got a chance to be holding.
She's hated by the party for that. We heard Bel Rabira-Adi from the left-wing socialist group, you know, basically saying she wasn't doing it in the Labour Party's name.
Well, there will, you know, the Labour Party, as they say, is a broad church and not always a very harmonious church. And clearly there are people who are dissenting who've never agreed with the programme that's been set out. But you've got to say to people who are kind of wavering about this is, are you prepared to just roll the dice and you don't actually know what any of those options are? It is like rolling a dice and you don't know what's on any of those six sides. And I think for the Labour Party, it is absolutely critical now to think really, really deeply about going over the top at this moment, because I don't think that this is the moment for us to be doing that. And I think we will learn the lesson through failure and defeat once again if we do that at this point. There will be a leadership contest at some point in the future. There'll be lots of brilliant, talented people coming forward, and then that can be tested. But right now, we're less than 2 years in. I do not think the public are going to forgive us for doing what the Tories did, which was turf out their leaders pretty freely.
But do you admit there, you said there's going to be a leadership contest at some point, that whatever happens, Keir Starmer will not be leading the party into the general election? Is it right that there is a leadership contest in due course?
There will be a contest at some point, like that's just a fact. You know, he's not going to go on as leader forever. And that's what I see the talent. Well, he said that what he had was a 10-year programme of renewal, and I think what he's indicating is actually the problems that we've got in the country are going to take a very long time to turn around. So I think anybody, to be honest, who starts predicting timescales is just guesswork, basically.
Right.
And at that point, then we should have talented people come through the party. We've also got a new generation of people coming through who are fantastic, who I'd like to see have more room to develop, grow, and think about their ideas for the future. And when that time comes, I'm sure Andrew and other people could be putting their names in. But at this point, we need to be getting behind the cabinet we've got and the plan we've got and make that work But as I say, it does need a course correction because clearly we have to heed the lessons from last Thursday's elections.
Claire Ainsley, thank you very much for joining us. Aisha, stick behind the cabinet we've got. That's
yeah. I mean, it was really interesting. And look, I've got a lot of sympathy for what Claire said, and I think she made a lot of good points. But I go back to the Democrats in America, and actually the organisation that Claire works for does a lot of work with the Democrats as well. And when you speak to Democrats now, they just say all the signs were there. And we were not brave enough to, have proper succession planning. We left it too late to suddenly swap out Joe Biden for Kamala Harris. And you could argue not just America, but the whole world is paying a heavy price for what happened there. We all look at, Donald Trump in America, and literally most sensible people are absolutely horrified by what's happened. We are all going to pay a very heavy price for Donald Trump's reckless war with Iran. So there are big consequences, and I do appreciate what Claire was saying.
You see the same thing happening here with Nigel Farage.
Absolutely, and I think Claire's point about, look, there'll be a leadership challenge at some point down the future. What is that after Labour loses the next general election? And that generation of talent she spoke with, the problem is, I think she's right, there are some fantastic members of the PLP who came in 2024. People from brilliant backgrounds, military, diplomatic, business, brilliant backgrounds. They don't get a look in. And it goes back to what Rachel Maskell was saying earlier. There has been, sadly, a culture in Downing Street of not including really good voices and ideas and thoughts from people from across the PLP. What should have been a blessing has turned into a curse because of bad political management, I'm afraid.
Do you think Claire Ainsley's right that you've got to stick to the manifesto and the fiscal rules?
I think that actually there is quite a lot of good stuff in the manifesto. And I think if the Cabinet and the party and the PLP were sensible, they would get somebody in who would not veer madly off to the left or the right. And the fiscal rules are incredibly important. But I will add this to it. The bond markets don't live in isolation in Ivory Tower. The bond markets will be looking at everything, and they know that the world changes. The big thing we have not mentioned policy-wise is defence spending. Whether you sit on the left or the right of the party, defence spending is going to have to go up. This is not a challenge 20 years down the track. The defence challenge is here now. Now, in order to get that defence spending, something is going to have to give. So we are going to be having to have a conversation about, how we fund defence spending.
But isn't the real problem for Keir, and both Sam and Claire, it's almost like a throwaway line that fiscal rules. The 10-year borrowing for this country is at a 20-year high. We're at 5.1%. We got rid of Liz Truss when we got to 4.7%, right? It's insane where we are. There's no growth. This government's not talking about growth, right? Well, people's cost of living, the energy... Hold on, we're an outlier. We're an outlier. Look at the G7. You can't tell me on this show we're all going to sit quietly and accept that the fiscal rules that Rachel Reeves has set are right. The reason he's in trouble is because actually his agenda's not working. It's failing people at home. This obsession of Ed Miliband's on net zero is hurting people.
You've got nothing else to say. How many times have you gone on and on about Ed Miliband? The point
is... Because people feel the pain. No, because you can't bully people into staying quiet about this stuff. People feel the pain in their energy bills. People feel the pain in their cost of living. People feel the pain when they can't get their kids into the right school because of immigration.
Immigrants. Let's blame immigrants for everything. Potholes. Let's blame immigrants for everything. We need to be having a much bigger discussion.
Haranguing now for no reason.
You're the one that's been shouting
I'm
over
not.
me. Yeah,
you just can't. It can't be. I listened to you very carefully, and you talked about the fiscal rules as if they're delivering something decent for the country. They're not. The problem for Keir Starmer is he is not delivering on his agenda, and the left flank of your party is attacking him hard. And that's where he's stuck.
I would honestly take... The thing is, Nadeem, you don't have to be...
I've listened patiently.
You don't have to be just a sort of, talking point for reform. We're trying to have a more nuanced discussion.
I am.
And you should know that better than anybody, having been part of the last government, which absolutely was like a wrecking ball in this country.
We got rid of Liz Truss when the borrowing was at 4.7%. It's at 5.1% today.
And you listen to a lot of economics experts.
Yes.
This country, inflation was heading down. We were heading to probably 2 cuts in interest rates. This war in Iran is going to be absolutely
disastrous. This country is an outlier.
It's
an outlier.
The UK is an outlier, isn't it? That is the case.
The economy has not been good in this country for a long time. I'm the first to admit that. And mistakes were made.
Decisions made by Labour exacerbated the problem.
I have not shied away from that.
And it looks like it's going to be higher taxes not going to help, are they?
To sort of say that everything has been perfect. Far from it. I'm not here to be like comical alley for my party, like this guy is. But his latest party...
Keep the insults coming. Keep the insults coming because...
It's about to get a whole lot worse, though,
It is going to get a whole lot worse. What are we talking about? Because of Donald Trump.
Well, also because you're about to change your leader and shift to the left.
My goodness.
We don't know if we're going to go straight to the left. We don't even know if there's going to be a new leader. But what I would say is mistakes have been made by this government, undoubtedly, and you'd be mad to admit that. And no one, you want an honest conversation,
you mean
right?
Mad tonight?
You've got the winter fuel allowance was a big problem. Personally, I think kind of putting national insurance up on jobs was a mistake. Personally, I think that has not helped growth. But I think we also have to be honest about the external factors that have also affected the economy.
That's a fair point, isn't it?
I don't disagree, but you both have just, I hope I should admit, we're an outlier because of the fragility of the British economy under Rachel Reeves. The problem for Keir Starmer is his agenda has failed, which is why he got punished at the local elections, and now the hard left of his party is attacking him as well because they don't think he's been socialist enough, right? And as Nigel said, it's not about left or right, but it's about what is sensible, what's common sense. If energy bills are too high, let's look at our energy strategy. It's not a good strategy.
OK.
Right?
Sam, just bring us the latest, because 67 Labour MPs now, it has been ticking up. Have we reached a sort of pause, a hiatus? Tell us.
So we've just reached 68. We've got 32 now. Labour MPs have weighed in since the speech, 4 members of the government. Labour MPs actually messaging me while I'm on air. The latest one is actually Matt Bishop. He says that with a heavy heart, he's withdrawing his support on the Prime Minister's leadership. He's a sort of worked in policing, I think on the sort of soft left of the party. On the screen behind us, you can see some of the characters. On the first screen, quite a lot of them from the left, Rachel Maskell, who we spoke to earlier, Nadia Whittome, Richard Bergen, Andy McDonald. So the left is currently visible. But let's look at the next screen with the sort of fresher names on it. And there you have 2024 Intech MPs like Chris Curtis. You've got Catherine McKinnell, who stepped down from government last year. Clive Betts, who's the most senior Labour MP in the House. He came into Parliament in 1992. Gosh, and then here's the very latest while we've been on air. That includes Charlotte Nichols. She, well-regarded MP. She was actually spearheading the rebellion on jury trials for the government. God knows what's happening to policies like that. You couldn't get that through, that sort of thing through with discipline where it is at the moment. Mary Kelly Foy, one of the last to go as well. Debbie Abrahams, who we were speaking to earlier. So the sheer breadth, select committee chairs, the old, the young, the left, the right, the whole spectrum is coming out. And yes, that number is ticking up, 68 on the Sky counter right now.
Well, thank you, Sam. Let's bring in Andrew Lewin, Labour MP for Welwyn Hatfield. Andrew, it's over, isn't it, for the Prime Minister?
Good evening, Kathy. Welcome to your new show on Sky. Look, I don't believe it is over for the Prime Minister, and I'm afraid that my colleagues are regretfully walking into a trap. I know you've got Nadeem Zahawi with you on the sofa. In the last few weeks in the local election campaign, it's been Nigel Farage who's been saying vote reform to get Starmer out. And if we go through with this, we are giving our principal opponent and our most dangerous opponent exactly what he wants. And I think that's a big, big mistake.
Well, let me tell you, just spell out the consequences, because we've been hearing from Nadeem Zahawi, former Chancellor, about the impact on the markets, the fact that, growth is non-existent in this country. It's about to get a whole lot worse, isn't it, if the leader's changed?
Well, look, exactly right. Whenever there have been these wobbles, and sadly there have been a number of wobbles over the last few months, what the markets have said is that they want stability. They want to see Rachel Reeves in number 11 and the Prime Minister in number 10. But I think it's really important that colleagues walk through what the impact of a change of leader would mean. It would mean a contest. There would be no such thing, I'm afraid, as an orderly transition. That's very clear reading the sort of quite different messages that some colleagues have put out tonight. Some are calling for a very quick timetable for a change. Some are calling for this orderly transitions, perhaps with a view to a candidate isn't currently in Parliament. All of that will add to the chaos and the uncertainty. And I don't believe my constituents who I represent in Welland Hatfield want to see that, and nor do millions of supporters, Labour supporters across the country.
Andrew, we've now got 69 Labour MPs calling for the Prime Minister to quit. 4 of those are government, ministerial aides, the most junior rung of the government ladder. 33 of them have come out since the speech this morning that was supposed to rescue the Prime Minister. I mean, that is dire. It's unsustainable, isn't it?
Look, I'm not doubting the gravity of the moment, but we still have a very big choice to make. We can look over the cliff edge and choose to jump, or choose to come back. And I really hope we don't jump, because the stakes are so high. And I understand the sense of frustration and concern from colleagues after such difficult results last week, but I can't see any scenario where walking into a leadership contest that will last weeks is good for the country or good for the Labour Party. People want us to get on and deliver the agenda that we were elected on.
But, I mean, the Prime Minister has walked into this, hasn't he? He had this record landslide. He's squandered it. There's been, I think it's 16 U-turns now. Correct me if I'm wrong. He had one job this morning, which was to set out his vision to relaunch once again after multiple relaunches. He flunked it.
Well, I didn't agree with that characterisation. Let me give you one example. I have been, ever since I was elected in 2024, a passionate advocate for a stronger UK-EU relationship. More than a year ago, I was calling for a youth mobility deal. The Prime Minister was really clear today that he sees this as a big focus for his premiership. I think he's absolutely right, and he's right to do that in a world that's been completely changed since 2024.
And he sat on the fence again today, didn't he? He didn't signal clearly that his red lines on the single market or customs union membership were being torn up or even up for debate in the run-up to the next general election. He sat on the fence. It was a pyramid of waffle, wasn't it?
No, well, I listened carefully to all the questions from the journalists, and actually the Prime Minister was asked, in your manifesto next time around, would you rule out single market or customs union membership? And he said no, but what he's right to do is focus on delivering at the summit, which is just a matter of weeks away, a really important summit, so that we get the youth mobility deal over the line, the SPS deal, which is so important for the agriculture sector, and build from there. And one of the really important things in the UK-EU relationship is we look at the EU perspective on this as well. They want to be dealing with a UK government that is stable and a Prime Minister that they know and who's been rebuilding trust after so much damage was done under the Conservatives.
But, surely the gravity of the moment, as you've put it, you've used that word gravity, called for a really brave approach. The Prime Minister could have signalled very clearly, not just that, in response to a journalist's question, that he wasn't ruling it out, but that he was ruling in a debate on rejoining the customs union and the single market. I mean, let alone the green policy at the moment, which is rejoin the EU.
Well, the language he used was deliver at the summit as a platform to build on in the future. And I've spent a little bit of time with European parliamentarians in Brussels, and they think that is absolutely the right approach. They want to build bridges with us, but they want to do it with a trusted leader in the UK who they know, and they want to do this over time. And there'll be nobody in the PLP, if they're watching this, who has any doubt that I am a proud pro-European, but doing this in a staged way is the right approach, I think.
You came in 2024. Are you disappointed, appalled even by what's unfolded since then?
Look, there are lots of things that we've got right. NHS waiting lists are falling, the minimum wage is up, record year for renewable energy. But of course, we've made mistakes as well. That happens in politics. But I think this is the single biggest test that we have had as an intake in 2024. And I am, choosing to come on your show tonight because I want to repeat my plea to colleagues to think again about this, to back the Prime Minister and get on with delivering on the agenda we were elected.
OK, so spell out to colleagues who are at this very moment considering whether to put pen to paper or, tweet something on X, what are the consequences if they remove the Prime Minister now?
Look, I think the consequences would be a really chaotic period for our party and, more importantly, for the country. There is no doubt that this would be a lengthy a lengthy leadership contest if it was to come to pass. As I said at the outset, we've got people giving statements which indicate very different things. Some of them are hoping that Andy Burnham can return swiftly to the Commons. Others are saying, well, we must deal with this immediately and have a new leader in place. That lack of consistency, even among the people who have called for the Prime Minister to go, and of course that's a minority of the Parliamentary Labour Party, shows how chaotic this would be if we went for it. And just one other thought, Cathy, the situation in Iran and the Middle East is grave. In a matter of weeks, we will be seeing what the new energy price cap is. One of the things this government should be laser focused on is how are we going to support people with their energy bills and accelerate the transition to renewable energy. If we're distracted by a leadership contest, we won't be in a position to do that.
Well, Andrew, we've just had a message in from Catherine West, who obviously went public at the weekend as a sort of stalking horse candidate. She says there are 80 all told, including many public and a smaller number of private in my inbox. She says, tomorrow I will give back the names so people can go public themselves. She says she's spoken to the whips. They're aware of the numbers, just not the names. I mean, this is happening now, isn't it? It's game on for a leadership contest.
Well, of course, look, I'm just learning that news now. But what the Prime Minister has said consistently, if there is a challenge, he will fight it on the basis of the mandate that he has from the British people, and he'll continue to have my support.
And we've just discovered that the numbers that we've collated of MPs who've gone public with calls for the Prime Minister to quit has just ticked up to 70. So it's very close now, the number of MPs publicly who have called for the Prime Minister to quit. Just a final thought, Andrew. You're obviously a supporter of the Prime Minister. What do you think will be going through his head right now in Downing Street?
Look, he will be focused on getting through this period. It's clearly a very important 24 and 48 hours, and I'm sure he's also thinking about the King's speech. One of the things that's so important is that we get to Wednesday with clarity on this situation, hopefully, from my perspective, with the Prime Minister firmly in charge, so he can set out his vision for the country. And I'm sure that that's what he's thinking about now, as well as probably the Spurs game.
Andrew, thank you. Indeed. Well, we just caught a glimpse of the cat in number 10, so or business as usual. Sam's got a question for you. If you wouldn't mind just hanging on, Andrew. Sam.
Andrew, you want the Prime Minister to continue in post, but I don't think even you would deny that he's been weakened by 70-odd Labour MPs calling for him to go. In a week or two, thousands of documents are going to be released in the latest tranche of the Mandelson files. Do you really think that the Prime Minister could withstand a further blow? And it will be a blow, because there'll be embarrassing material in that. Do you really think he could withstand that? Isn't it better to deal with this now?
I mean, obviously, I have no idea what will be in those documents. I've spoken in the House of Commons twice on the Mandelson affair, and if it was the right decision that the humble address passed, and so that all the documents were provided to the ISC, so that everything can be put out in the open. That is absolutely the right thing to do on such a grave subject matter. It's right the Prime Minister committed to it, and right that the government continues to have an approach which is transparent on it. But I don't think, without seeing those papers, there's anything more I could say on that one.
Andrew, thank you very much for bearing with us. Sam, I just want to come back to you, because we were looking at the door of number 10 then. You do sort of wonder what goes through a Prime Minister's mind at this point. He said to us, actually, in what could be one of his last full-length broadcast interviews that he does, if he does end up getting toppled, just a couple of weeks ago, he said the person he'd be listening to as he makes his decision on whether to stay or go would be his wife, Vic. What do you think's going through his mind?
I think he is weighing up the pressure that he is under. He is weighing up whether or not there is an opportunity to go with dignity if such an opportunity exists. Keir Starmer is a proud man. In many ways, he's an enigma. In a curiosity, he doesn't have many political friends, that's well known. He doesn't even really seem to enjoy politics. We do seem to be getting to a tipping point, and a lot of people agree with this, where it looks nearly impossible for him to stay in office. So I think the question is now one, maybe the start of a discussion about legacy, about going with dignity, not looking like you're just simply dragged out by the force of your opponents, but there'll be some need for him to show some. The moment he shows that he understands the position that he's in, I'm sure, and suggests that a timetable for his departure, I'm sure the Labour Party will throw its arms around him and sort of embrace him with love and gratitude the moment that he takes the difficult step of deciding to go and make it as least unpleasant as possible. At the moment, he is sucking up so much pain that surely a bit of his mind will be thinking about that.
Just briefly, Aisha, talking about legacy, there have been appeals to the Prime Minister to think of his legacy as a big whack of spending on defence. Is that something that he could look to do, to sort of elegantly leave?
I think he has certainly made a name for himself on the world stage, particularly in these very difficult times. So I think that's something he absolutely would want to think about. But I think Sam is right. I think it's very febrile at the moment because people are really worried about the next general election. But people have a huge amount of gratitude for what Keir Starmer did. The Labour Party is really bad at winning elections, and he did that. But I do think that, and he would have felt, we all felt this under Jeremy Corbyn as well. And of course, he vanquished Jeremy Corbyn and Corbynism from the party. No one person is bigger than the Labour Party. No one person can be bigger than the Labour Party is a collective, it's a movement, it's something which tries to be in power, it doesn't often get into power, and I think that's something that, you know, he and others will be thinking about.
And we'll continue this conversation in just a second. It is 9 o'clock. This is a special edition of the Cathy Newman Show on Sky News. The breaking news tonight: 4 ministerial aides have quit, urging the Prime Minister to resign. As the minutes have been ticking away tonight, we've been seeing a drip of MPs within his own party calling for Sir Keir Starmer to go. Earlier, he gave a speech designed to try and quell a rebellion. But as we sit here now, it does appear that that speech has failed, with 69 Labour MPs now calling for Sir Keir Starmer to resign. We've been trying to get ourselves inside the Prime Minister's head in Number 10. 2 weeks ago, he told me that he'd be listening to his wife, Vic, about when and whether to go. And we just wonder what conversations are going on behind that door tonight. We are keeping a close eye on the comings and goings in Downing Street. We just caught a glimpse of the cat, for example. Our chief political correspondent, John Craig, is there. John, what's the latest?
Well, the latest is that Larry's just been let back in. He came out to... He came out and had a stroll around to see what we're all up to here.
The big beast of the political jungle, John.
He wants to be back in Number 10, just like the Prime Minister. The latest is that we understand that Catherine West believes she has 80 names already, and there are some who have privately said they're backing her call for a transition or a timetable or whatever. She has, we understand, been in touch with government whips. Of course, the next drama probably is members of the cabinet acting and perhaps leaning on the Prime Minister to go. The Times is reporting that Sir Keir Starmer has been told by Shabana Mahmood, the Home Secretary, and other senior cabinet ministers to consider setting out a timetable for his departure. That Shabana Mahmood is one of at least 3 cabinet ministers to suggest he needs to consider his position, and that he'll be told at the cabinet tomorrow his position is increasingly unsustainable. There are suggestions too that Wes Streeting is preparing to mount his bid for Number 10 now that the number saying that they want the PM to go is 70 or 80. Now, talking to politicians today, backbenchers, ministers and so on, I've been trying to work out what Catherine West's motives are, and there is a view that she is trying to help Wes Streeting by forcing the Prime Minister out early so that a contest takes place before Mr Burnham, Andy Burnham, is back in Parliament. And it does seem tonight, as the dusk settles here, that... of course, all eyes now are on Wes Streeting and see how what he does in the next 12 to 24 hours or so. Andy Burnham must be deeply frustrated that things are moving at this pace because, of course, depending on the timetable that is set out, if it's a long timetable, of course, then he's got time to get into Parliament. But if it's quick, then, of course, his only option really is to fight Arbroath and Broughty Ferry up in Scotland. Labour are only 850 votes behind the SNP there. It's a marginal. So I can't imagine Andy Murray taking the high road up to... Andy Burnham, rather, taking the high road up to Scotland. But in all seriousness, it's grim inside there. The mood must be absolutely dreadful. The Prime Minister must have his head in his hands, as we saw him do in Prime Minister's Questions a week or so ago. And he's surrounded by his closest aides. We haven't seen many politicians here this evening. The only politicians we've seen go into number 10 this evening were John Healey, possibly to discuss a defence summit he's holding tomorrow on Ukraine and other defence issues, and Steve Reed, a loyalist who's been talking to broadcasters this evening. But we did hear actually that they've sent out for takeaway food, pizzas or whatever. They haven't been delivered at the front door, probably gone round the back. But right now, all the Prime Minister's closest aides and no doubt the Chief Whip's involved as well, although he's not here, because, of course, Parliament's not sitting again until Wednesday. They must be really doing the numbers tonight and just seeing how bad it is for the Prime Minister. The number of backbenchers, yes, a lot of the usual suspects. What struck me, so many of the younger MPs, and Cathy, I know you've been talking to them, younger MPs only elected in 2024, won their seats from the Conservatives, who are clearly very, very worried that they're only going to be in Parliament for one term. And some of the older hands have been urging them to calm down and not panic. But there does seem to be a mood of certainly near panic among some of the younger MPs, worried about their futures. And here in number 10, all the signs are that the Prime Minister is being told, look, the game is up. You're going to have to make some sort of announcement, possibly tomorrow or possibly on Wednesday. Don't forget, he's got to face the House of Commons on Wednesday. The debate on the King's speech, of course, will get underway. King's speech Wednesday morning, and then, of course, the big 4, 5, 6 day debate in Parliament led by the Prime Minister. So it really is crunch time for the Prime Minister in there, and it's serious. Beginning of the end game really is looking like the beginning of the end for the Prime Minister.
John, thanks very much for that. And you can only imagine what's going on behind that door. Time running out for the Prime Minister. It appears inevitable that, now as the numbers keep on ticking up minute by minute, really, we're now on 70 MPs who have gone public and called for the Prime Minister to resign. I think it's been shifting around a little bit, some of the numbers. I mean, some of it, there's a bit of double counting maybe going on, but we have established now 70 Labour MPs. Sarah Hall, the latest to call for the Prime Minister to quit. So it has now ticked up to 70. And as John was saying, the Times reporting that Shabana Mahmood, member of the Cabinet, clearly Home Secretary, is reportedly going into the Prime Minister and telling him that he has to set out a timetable, or should consider setting out a timetable for his resignation. Well, we have political commentator Adam Bolton here with us. Adam, you've covered quite a few of these defenestrations in your time. Does it feel like the end game, as John was saying?
I think that the loss of the parliamentary party, I mean, we're now up, aren't we, to more than 1 in 4 backbenchers, probably 1 in 6 of the total parliamentary party now saying the Prime Minister should go. And when things get up to that level, it looks very dangerous. Of course, you have to remember that in this case, there's no instrumentality to force him out. If it gets to 80, a lot of people are talking about that because that would be the number a stalking horse needs. But it's quite clear that there's no challenger who would get that. So the Prime Minister said he's going to stay on. He said he's going to fight the next election and win it. But it seems to me, after his speech today, which was very much an appeal to the party rather than, frankly, than an appeal to the country, that it just hasn't hit home.
Well, I want to bring you in, Aisha, because we're just hearing from union sources that Shabana Mahmood is amongst those saying that Sir Keir Starmer should go. The Home Office hasn't offered any comment, but that does appear a very significant development, doesn't it?
Yeah, this is a big moment when you have a big figure in the cabinet coming out and breaking ranks. You know, the people we've been hearing from have been largely backbenchers. You know, of course, at the beginning it was the Socialist Campaign Group there, the sort of usual suspects. Then it was moving to the more loyalist people like Chris Curtis. For Shabana Mahmood's name to be in the frame now, that is a big, big moment.
And she's a courageous woman.
She is. I mean, we were discussing earlier, I mean, Belle Ribeiro Addy was not terribly complimentary about her, but she is very brave. And I think she is somebody who is doing some of that hard thinking for the Labour Party and having to confront sort of, you know, difficult truths about where the country is and trying to kind of, you know, find a Labour solution to the problems around immigration. Immigration is coming down under Shabana Mahmood as well. But notwithstanding the conversation about immigration, this is a big moment and it points to the bigger undercurrents that it looks like the big crunch point will be the cabinet meeting tomorrow. And the question will be, will other cabinet members look Keir Starmer in the eye and say, enough is enough?
And, you know, Nadine, you have been in that situation as a cabinet minister. You're going into a prime minister. You know the herd has moved, or as Boris Johnson said, and you told that to his face. What was that like, delivering that message to him?
Difficult. And to his credit, he actually used the line in his resignation or in his stepping down.
So you gave him that line?
I went in, I said, look, he said, you know, keep working on the economic plan. I said, Prime Minister, the herd is stampeding and it just feels like it's impossible. And it was a difficult moment. He said, just go back to the Treasury and, you know, let's keep working. And I went back. And then I had another go by writing to him overnight or early in the early hours of the morning to say, look, it's over. And that's when he obviously had already made his mind up. Well, but, I mean, if you follow the logic of what Keir said today, which is, look, you know, I know, you know, I haven't delivered completely, but my policies are the right policies for the country, that it would be chaotic if you replace me, then if he puts country ahead of party, the right thing to do is to call an election now, because if he thinks his policies are the right policies, put it to the country.
OK, and you've made that point several times. Yeah, exactly.
No, but follow the logic. Adam, if he thinks that his policies are the right policies, but his party can't see it,
it is what Labour
would be
called
chaotic
for the Tories
for the country. A fast general election, right? If the country believes him, then he'll win.
Adam,
if it doesn't, then actually we will get back onto the road of stability.
Right, Adam. This is moving a lot faster than people had anticipated. You know, even just a few hours ago, we were all sort of thinking, well, he's, you know, just about made it with the speech. That works in Wes Streeting's favour, doesn't it? Because, you know, a lot of Andy Burnham's supporters have been making the running on this leadership, sort of notional leadership contest. Now, if it is moving that rapidly, the Cabinet goes in tomorrow, tells him to go, that's Wes Streeting's to lose, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it puts Wes Streeting in a much stronger position, which is possibly one of the reasons why he hasn't openly thrown his hat in the ring, because he doesn't want to be seen as the guilty party. But, I mean, I think the fact that Shabana Mahmood appears to be moving, a woman of principle, certainly, but someone who, remember, been lots of reports that the soft left were saying, well, if we get power, first thing we're going to do is sack Shabana Mahmood. So she would be, I would have thought, if she's not going to run herself and she doesn't really look like a Papabile candidate, Wes Streeting would certainly be the most amenable next leader for her. So, you know, I don't think it's a conspiracy, but I think people are working out the arithmetic of how this goes. I mean, remember that, according to our friends in The Times, Ed Miliband actually went to Keir Starmer before the bad results were confirmed and said, look, you should think about naming a timetable. But that was a timetable which seemed designed to accommodate Burnham. So I think that, you know, that is one of the calculations that's going on now in the Labour Party. You know, there are those who want it now because they don't want Burnham, and there are those who want delay because they do want Burnham.
Right. Well, just to reiterate for anyone who's just joined, union sources are telling Sky News that Shabana Mahmood is amongst those saying that Keir Starmer should go. The Home Office hasn't commented on that. It is something that The Times is reporting in tomorrow's newspaper, and that's online now, obviously. So this is a significant development. How does this, Aisha, how does this pan out from now, do you think?
Well, I think there is going to be a lot of kind of confusion and panic over the next sort of 24 hours. I mean, I spoke to a backbencher today who just said, look, we don't really know what to do because it's not in our DNA in the Labour Party to do this. We're really bad at regicide. She used a word that I can't repeat on air in terms of it's a bleep show. We know we're going to lose the next election, but at the same time, we can't carry on like this. At the same time, we don't really know what to do. We don't really know how to do it. We don't really know who to turn to. So I think there is quite a lot of panic. There's definitely a feeling that when people have encountered the doorstep and the public, they're getting a very visceral reaction, which is telling us the Labour Party is deeply, deeply unpopular right now. But at the same time...
Well, worse than that for Keir Starmer. Keir Starmer is deeply unpopular.
Yeah, correct.
Kryptonite,
and that's what
word used.
That's what people are discovering, you know, focus groups are discovering, and that's what MPs are reporting.
Adam, you've covered... How many leadership contests have you covered? Have you totted up?
Depends how many parties you're talking about.
Well, multiple different parties, multiple different leadership
I would
contests.
have thought we're probably up into, well into double figures.
Right, well, so where do you think this goes from here? And at this time of economic crisis and, you know, war going on in several locations around the world, how perilous is this for the country?
Well, it's terribly bad timing, not least because of the King's speech coming up in 2 days' time. My own feeling about this is it's not good for the country, and we've heard from people like Jim and Neil saying, you know, the markets will go crazy, the bond markets will go crazy. There could be something, you know, going very seriously wrong, which is why I think, you know, it needs to be handled very carefully. But
is it
when parties get into this type of position, they don't tend to worry.
Right, there's a momentum that's inescapable.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the Tory party pushed out Margaret Thatcher, you know, when she was going to the first big European meeting after the fall of the Berlin Wall. You know, parties will do this if they think it is in their interests to get rid of people, get rid of a leader. And I think that message has come through, you know, pretty loud and clear. And you know, because although there is the argument about how will the wider public see it, and I have to say all the, you know, my friends abroad are just saying, you know, your country's a basket case, you know, good luck and all the rest of it. But they're already saying that. So in that sense, the question then becomes is how much worse would it be? And from a Labour point of view, if you could get someone who could lead, because I think that is what this is all about in the end. Sir Keir Starmer, whatever good qualities he has, is not a leader. He's not someone who operates politically. He's also not a people person. I mean, that's the thing. A lot of the, you know, some of the people who've been speaking up, take Catherine West, for example, you know, she was sacked from the government for no particularly good reason other than to make room for someone else. Never got a phone call from the Prime Minister.
I know other people in that situation.
Never, and then there are loads and loads of people. So there just isn't that affection for someone who, as you say, they're being told by voters is kryptonite.
And there was that terribly telling anecdote, wasn't there, about the Prime Minister who sort of hunkered down, you know, reading for hours on end, reading and reading, and his aides sort of don't know quite what to make of this. And in a way, you sympathise, because there's a lot to get across as a Prime Minister, isn't there, of course? But it also plays into what you're saying, that he's not got that kind of people person quality that, you know, Tony Blair had or someone like that.
Yeah, and people, apparently, according to the focus groups, they don't trust him. They think he's insincere. They are confused by all the business about him saying, you know, I'm the son of a toolmaker, because to them, Sir Keir Starmer, KC, sounds pretty posh. And so there is not that element of trust in the Prime Minister, in the leader, and that is one of the things that's done.
And just to pick up on that, I think whatever political party you're in, but particularly in Labour politics, you've got to love people. You've got to love the game of politics a bit. You've got to love being in amongst it. You've got to love speaking to people from all different tribes of the party. You've got to be really good at working the tea rooms, sitting down with the brothers and sisters with the trade union movement. You do have to have that skill, and that is very important.
OK, who can best do that then?
Well, I think Angela could do it. I think Wes could do it. I think Andy Burnham could do it. I mean, there could be people that, you know, we're not talking about as well. I think all of them have got the qualities. Well, there could be other people in the PLP. Remember, David Cameron came from nowhere. Everybody thought it was...
Well, and so did Tony Blair and Gordon Brown back in the day. I mean, Adam, is there someone out there who is no one we've mentioned so far?
Well, I do think you need to have a bit of experience in politics generally, and even David Cameron, you know, had worked as a special advisor, whereas Keir Starmer's experience of government was as a civil servant rather than as a politician. I mean, I have to say, I know people talk about Al Khan's, and they used to talk about Dan Jarvis back in the day.
Al Khan,
yeah, everyone loves a soldier, you know. Yeah. But actually, again, does he have the depth of political experience?
And one of the things
it's not just about communication.
Just one of the things that people are just saying is the Keir Starmer thing. Would it be right to get somebody in who wasn't very politically experienced and understood how to manage what is quite a feral beast of the Labour Party?
But, we've been going on about communication, and he's not the greatest communicator on earth, as we saw today. The reality is, Keir Starmer, the reality is none of his policies are working, right? Cost of living is tough. Borrowing is an outlier for this country. All these things, you know, the net zero stuff that he tolerated from Ed Miliband, the way he handled Mandelson, right? All these things are decision-making. Right? And when you're in number 10, it is about that instinct, that the ability to make decisions and to communicate it to the country. Right? When we were in the middle of the sort of, you know, darkest moments of the pandemic, you needed to be really good at making those. And we made terrible errors during that pandemic, and we paid the price for it as a Conservative government. So it's not just about loving the party, loving communicating, loving the trade unions. It's feeling the country's pain and dealing with it.
Yeah, I do think that's right. Certainly, I was at a load of political scientists today looking at the election results, and what was interesting was the issues which they were suggesting were driving people, and obviously the cost of living is one. But the two issues which are not driving people is one, this kind of class politics of talking about working people and you know, which is divisive. The other, frankly, is the war. I mean, you know, Keir Starmer keeps on giving himself a pat on the back for keeping us out of the war, but most people just, you know, shrug about that. They
yeah,
don't...
but it may be a different matter if we'd got involved in the war and they'd seen a sort of blowback from that, as we did after Iraq.
Yeah, but we didn't get involved in the war, and frankly...
That's job. You mean it's job done?
It's not clear to me that...
flip-flopped.
Yeah, no, but it's not clear to me that either Reform UK or the Conservatives would have joined in the bombing. All they would have done would have let the Americans use the bases from the beginning. And I suspect a lot of people wouldn't have had a problem with that.
Regardless of what happens, the citizens in this country are going to pay a heavy price, even though we might not have got involved right at the beginning. There's going to be an economic price.
And Adam, what do you think of the consequences if there's a, you know, Angela Rayner elected, or, you know, Andy Burnham, who've spoken about a much more sort of left-wing policy agenda, higher taxes potentially, you know, not getting the welfare bill under control? We don't know what a new leader might do, but what are the consequences of that shift?
Well, there is a question of what a new leader can do. I mean, they might want to break the fiscal rules, they might want to increase borrowing, but, you know, we saw what happened to Liz Truss, and so someone with a bit more political nous, you know, might not do that. I mean, my own feeling is if they can do it without too much blood on the floor, it can only be good for the Labour Party at this stage, simply because of, fairly or not,
whoever's in charge.
Yeah, the level of unpopularity which Keir Starmer has around him. I mean.
Right.
And you know, it looks as if whoever comes in, maybe not Wes Streeting, but he'll have to make some concessions, will move further to the left. Right. That is where the Labour Party wants to go. I'm far from convinced that's where the country voters want to go, but that's the reality, you know, partly because of the whole Mandelson debacle. There's been this total rejection of New Labour. I mean, New Labour is now a dirty word within the Labour Party.
Yeah.
And frankly, they brought back the second-raters and the Brownites, and that business of Gordon Brown and Harriet Harman, with all due respect, you know.
Your former boss. Adam, thank you very much, as ever, for your analysis. Let's go now to the Labour MP, Graham Stringer. Graham, it's game over for the Prime Minister, is it?
Yes, I think it's been over for some time. It's just, it's been when, not if. Certainly since last Thursday, but before that, he'd been in the last saloon taking us up for some time. In private, he'd lost the support of most of the Labour MPs I talked to. I wouldn't know in absolute numbers. So what has been clear in private for some time is now clear in public.
Well, Graham, I mean, what we've been hearing tonight is that there is this potential move from Shabana Mahmood to tell the Prime Minister that it's time to set out a timetable. That's what we're reporting tonight. Events are moving very rapidly, and that does favour Wes Streeting if he decides to throw his hat in the ring and launch a leadership challenge. Do you agree with that assessment?
I do. I mean, there's two reasons, it seems, to having an orderly process, and one is that the people who wish that Andy Burnham were back in the Parliamentary Labour Party want a long time so that he can get selected and elected. I think that is a bit pie in the sky when you look at the results in the north of England. It's difficult to know where a safe seat would be. It would also leave the back door open for the position of Mayor of Greater Manchester. But there is also the fact that we've had a lot of people's names being put forward, but we've not had much of a policy debate. And I think all the big issues before us, from illegal immigration to the economy, relatively slow improvements in the health service, one can go on through the major issues. We don't know really where any of the potential candidates stand on those very difficult decisions. So we've got to have that debate.
Graham, just finally, would you be willing to sacrifice your seat for Andy Burnham to facilitate that transition?
No, for two reasons. One, I gave a commitment when I was elected to serve the people of Blakely and Middleton South. And two, I don't want Andy to leave his job, which he's doing very well, as the Mayor of Greater Manchester. I really don't want to have to work with what would likely be a reform mayor. So I don't think Andy should leave his post at the moment.
Graham Stringer, thank you very much for joining us. Well, here in the studio is the Labour MP for Warrington North, Charlotte Nichols. Charlotte, thank you very much for coming on the show. I mean, we've had the succession of MPs tonight coming in here down the line saying that the Prime Minister needs to go. Do you agree?
I do, and it's more in sadness than in anger that I say that. I think all of us have wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt, have wanted to give him time to improve, to succeed. But I think he has run out of road, and fundamentally he's not able to meet the political moment for where we are.
And why do you think that is? What's gone wrong here?
I think he could go down in history as being the sort of greatest foreign secretary that we've ever had, but what he hasn't had is the amount of domestic grip that is needed when you're Prime Minister. And it's, you know, we've seen it reflected in the local election results most recently, but actually it's not really been about that for me. It's been about things like the Hillsborough Law, which he gave his personal commitment to, which is deeply important to constituents of mine who are Hillsborough families, people that I know who've been infected by the infected blood scandal. He gave his personal commitment that that legislation was coming forward. And yet, 2 years in, he has not been able to drive that through, despite all of us in the party supporting it and wanting to see that on the statute book.
So things are just not getting done?
Exactly. And it's, you know, we've seen time and time again the manifesto that we were elected on, time being taken away from delivering that by these kind of side issues and things that have kind of come out of nowhere, that no one really asked for, that we've burned through enormous amounts of political capital on, whether it's the Courts and Tribunals Bill, whether it's, you know, winter fuel, whether it's things like, you know, the
Well, all sorts of issues.
The ID cards. I mean, you know, why are we doing these things? And ultimately, it goes back to the decision-making and leadership of Keir Starmer. It's not the party, and it's the party and my constituents that my loyalty is to, not to the Prime Minister.
Nevertheless, we had one of the Prime Minister's allies on earlier in the programme just warning about the chaos that is going to ensue if, as looks likely, you get rid of the Prime Minister who won on a landslide, the verdict to the markets on that decision. I mean, we're entering a whole world of pain, aren't we?
I mean, it's completely uncharted territory, and not least because in the Labour Party we don't have some of the mechanisms for removing a leader that, you know, the Conservative Party do with the 1922 committee and the men in grey coats that come to tell you when your time is up. But that doesn't mean that it isn't the right time to do it. And I think a lot of us have had some misgivings for a while. We have wanted to give him that benefit of the doubt, recognising the instability that we risk causing, but we have reached a point where actually the risk of him continuing in post is, I think, greater than the risk of him going.
Does that scare you, you know, that we are in uncharted territory, as you put it?
In some ways, yes. But in others, I think that if we can agree an orderly transition and a timetable and can have...
does it?
I mean, it can, and this is the thing. I think we can all, around our kind of collective endeavour, around the manifesto we were elected on, we can get together, we can agree something where we can have the discussion that we need to have about the future direction of this government and how we deliver the manifesto and the mandate for change that we were elected on. We can do that in an orderly way.
But how? Who's going to oversee that? I mean, we had Bel Rabira Adi, for example, on our sofa earlier, who was railing against the decisions taken by the Home Secretary, Shabana Mahmood. I mean, there's so many differences of views, different candidates within the party. I just don't understand who's going to ensure that an orderly transition happens.
But this is why we need to have that proper discussion, because ultimately just doing a quick knee-jerk change, you know, a new name above the door isn't going to fundamentally change anything.
How long does it take to have that discussion?
I think it could take, you know, weeks. But again, we need to kind of assess where we are, take a deep breath, have a proper discussion in, you know, as comradely a way as possible. But we cannot continue as we have been.
But I mean, it could take months, couldn't it? And you've got all the time. Cost of borrowing would be soaring. Decisions will not be taken that need to be taken. We could have an attack from Russia in that time.
Well, we have seen in previous circumstances where the Prime Minister has changed in office that this has been able to be done in an orderly way. We saw it when Theresa May stepped aside, for example. That was a transition that was able to take place over a number of months in a, you know, reasonably orderly way. Of course, there will be a period of, you know, potential instability and discussion about what that future looks like. But the status quo cannot continue.
Do you have a candidate in mind?
I mean, I don't. There's, you know, a level of kind of bias in that, you know, Andy Burnham's from my constituency that, you know, of course I'd love to see a Warrington lad in number 10.
He's going to have a struggle getting back,
but he's not currently an MP, and this is the thing, you know, it's
Who's your number 2?
It's not about personalities, it's about let's have a proper discussion and let's decide who is best placed to deliver the manifesto that we came into government on.
Angela Rayner?
Again, let's have that discussion. I'm not tied to a particular candidate.
Charlotte Nichols, thank you very much for joining us here on the sofa. You are watching this special edition of the Cathy Newman Show. Dramatic news tonight coming out of Downing Street. We assume that the Prime Minister is inside pondering his position. We have news of at least one member of the Cabinet having reportedly urged him to set out a timetable for his resignation as the numbers of Labour MPs tick up, 70 now calling for him to quit. So the momentum does appear to be unstoppable. And tomorrow is shaping up to be an extraordinary day. We'll explain why when we come back.
I urge you not to look away. If Hamas hands the hostages over, they will end this conflict. The world has been watching. Good to see you again. How are you? Did she say how he was?
The conditions are awful.
The jets were ordered to come back. Historic day here today. How will you respond if India does launch airstrikes?
They'll be all out to war.
I'm just going to put some body armor on. I'm Yalda Hakim.
The best thing about being a Sky News journalist... Hi, darling.
Beth Rigby, Sky News.
Is being a Sky News journalist. You said to people, I'm not coming back for more, but you have come back for more. Well, let's kick off and make a statement. What can our Prime Minister say to you to not impose tariffs? He's coming out! What more do you need?
We're trying to see as much as we can. We're in an area that's just been reclaimed. Mr. Zuma, Sky News.
People are directly protesting.
The whole neighborhood has rallied around her. It's been impenetrable to journalists over the last 2 years of war in Sudan. I've been waiting for this for 2 years. It doesn't feel like a big homecoming. It was never going to be pretty. War isn't pretty.
Well, welcome back. We've moved studios, you might have noticed, so that Anna Botting can get ready for the wrap, and that is coming up at 10 p.m. tonight. Daily Mirror columnist Kevin Maguire and former Conservative Cabinet Minister Michelle Donnellan will be here to talk about all the day's big stories. I think you can guess what will dominate that discussion. That's coming up right after us here on Sky News at 10 o'clock. Well, let's go back to Sam Coates, our chief political correspondent now, who has been following events all night. And Sam, it's been quite a night, hasn't it? I want to ask you first about Shabana Mahmood and this news that we've broken on the programme tonight about the fact that the Home Secretary is reportedly someone who has gone into the Prime Minister, or at least got in touch with the Prime Minister and said that he should be considering his position. What can you tell us?
Shabana Mahmood, the Home Secretary, told Keir Starmer today that he needed to set out a timetable for his departure. She is the most senior figure that we know of who has gone in to see the Prime Minister in order to tell him that the game is up. Ed Miliband is understood a couple of weeks ago to have done something similar, but with a holder of one of the great offices of state now weighing in and announcing that the Prime Minister's time is up. Look, I think that just pours accelerant on what has been an incredibly difficult day for the Prime Minister. Shabana Mahmood, of course, was the sort of heart, the centrepiece move of the reshuffle last September to shore up his position back then. She was brought in as a tough Home Secretary who was tasked with dealing with immigration, issues like small boats, actually appearing to come under something of a bit of control since she came in. And I think that the fact that she has decided to be amongst those leading the cabinet charge, saying that Keir Starmer's time is basically up in number 10 is hugely, hugely significant. She's been fighting to protect her immigration reforms. That's been a big target of many on the soft left of the Labour Party. But instead of waiting to see what happened to her reforms in the weeks that come, she has come out fighting and done this intervention with Keir Starmer today. Where does that leave him? Well, look, I think the next 24 hours are going to be extremely problematic for Keir Starmer. 70 MPs, according to the Sky tally, have now come out to say to Keir Starmer he should go. He needs to set a timetable for his departure or go immediately. More than 24 of them have come just since the Prime Minister's make or break speech this morning. The effort to shore up his own side does not look to have worked. There are MPs that are fighting to keep Keir Starmer in position. That includes some in the cabinet. We heard from them today. Steve Reid, we heard at tea time. Peter Kyle, we heard first thing in the morning. But I have to say that from left to right of the Labour Party, from old to young, from the newest intake to the oldest intake, there are now representatives from all across the party who say that Keir Starmer's time is up. Many inside government are still hanging on to their jobs, not wanting to be forced into a position where they resign. We've had 4 unpaid members of the government, PPSs as they're known, handing in their notice or saying that the Prime Minister should go. Nobody more senior than that has done so at the moment. But each one of these figures that has called for the Prime Minister to go has passed through a door that they cannot walk back. If Keir Starmer tries to cling on, he will have at least 70, if that stops there this evening, figures on his own side who have made it clear they have no confidence in the Prime Minister. And at that kind of level, it becomes incredibly hard to govern. So something seismic has shifted today. I think you can tell that momentum is drifting away from the Prime Minister. Tonight, I expect he will have something of a dark night of the soul. He will have to ask himself whether he can really withstand the pressure. He will know, he will not be oblivious to the reports of us and others that maybe up to 4 cabinet ministers are telling him and preparing to tell him that the game is up, possibly more than that at this crunch cabinet meeting tomorrow morning. But he also know the possibility of acute political embarrassment. The following day, on Wednesday, is the King's speech. King Charles is travelling down the Mall to Parliament to set out his government's agenda. But what kind of government will be left in place on Wednesday when the monarch turns up in Parliament? There's every chance that it looks like metaphorical rubble when he turns up, if the Prime Minister is forced to concede that he no longer has the authority to keep hold of that job. And with it will go the authority of the very agenda that the monarch sets out. It is a deeply, deeply turbulent and traumatic time for Labour politics. You can see from the body language and from the remarks of many, many Labour MPs that they can barely believe that they're in this position nearly 2 years, barely 2 years on from a landslide general election result, which saw Keir Starmer swept to power after more than a decade of Conservatives in number 10. Yet here we are on the brink of another Prime Minister being slung out of British politics. Is it just the new feature of British politics over the last decade that Prime Ministers barely last 2 or 3 years? Keir Starmer now looks increasingly likely to befall that fate. The question remains, how can he withstand the onslaught coming tomorrow after everything that he's endured today?
Sam, thank you very much for that update. It's been an incredibly long shift for you, and you've already done all of the work on the elections over the weekend, so you never stop. But we're joined now by Kevin Schofield, the political editor at HuffPost UK, and Neil Lawson, who's chair of Compass, centre-left think tank aligned with Labour, and a spokesperson for the Progressive Alliance. And doing a triple shift for us tonight, Aisha Hazarika and Nadeem Zahawi, who are still here. Kevin, let me come to you first. This intervention that we're hearing tonight from the Home Secretary, incredibly significant, isn't it?
Yeah, Cathy, it's hugely significant. I mean, I think it's curtains for Keir Starmer now, to be perfectly frank. I think the writing has been on the wall all day, really. We've had this steady drumbeat of MPs, one after the other, throughout the day, now hitting 70, calling on him to resign. It's now reached a critical mass. I think we've got a cabinet meeting tomorrow morning, I think, at which other cabinet ministers will join in, basically by confronting Keir Starmer with the political reality that his authority has gone, and that he will have to set out a timetable at the very least to say when he will stand down as a Labour leader and obviously the PM.
Neil Lawson, you've been calling for the Prime Minister to consider his position for quite some time now. How on earth do you ensure an orderly transition? How does that work?
Well, the Labour Party is actually quite good at doing this. In the process where Tony Blair said he was going to stand aside for Gordon Brown, that was a 9-month transition in which the country kept functioning, and the party decided in the end that I think only Gordon stood. I think that was the mistake.
Though, isn't it? There was an obvious.
Gordon wasn't.
Neil, there was an obvious candidate to succeed Tony Blair. Then that is not the case this time, is it?
Well, I think there's an obvious candidate to succeed Keir Starmer, and that person is Andy Burnham, because he's the person with the popularity across the whole of the country and in the Labour Party, and the plan to reset. Well, that can be done very quickly. If a vacancy arises, then we move the writ. You can be in Parliament in 3 or 4 weeks, and I urge
Neil,
the Labour Party.
There's no safe Labour seat right now.
Yeah,
we saw that last week.
There are no seats for Labour under Keir Starmer. There are safe seats under if Andy Burnham was to challenge. And look at the Gorton and Denton by-election, which Labour lost earlier in the year to the Greens, and then polls showed convincingly afterwards that Burnham would have comfortably won that seat if Labour had put him forward to do that. So Burnham can win, I think, any seat in the Northwest that Labour currently holds because he has a particular appeal. He's the only politician in the country from all parties who polls positively with the public, and that's particularly strong in the Manchester and Northwest area. So I think Burnham can win a seat, and he can win it on the basis of changing the party, because this isn't just about changing the leader, it has to be about changing the direction of the party and
Neil,
the country, and Burnham can do that.
So what would that look like? What would an Andy Burnham government look like in terms of policy positioning and its whole feeling?
Well, the crucial thing about a Burnham proposition is he links reform of the state and our democracy to the changes that we need in our economy. And what he's done in Manchester and Greater Manchester is to deliver the fastest growing city region in the country, because he's changed the democratic nature of how Greater Manchester operates. He's built a consensus across the progressive parties so that there is agreement over the long term about how they invest in buses, social ownership, vocational training, etc., etc. So he would bring that same approach to the country as a whole and say, look, we work together in order to do the long-term work that's needed. And the great thing about that is it reassures the bond market that Britain is a good place to invest in, and so borrowing becomes cheaper for the government.
Well, Neil, they're going to need quite some reassurance. Let me bring in Aisha Hazarika, who's here in our Change studio, newsroom indeed. Aisha, you've been looking pretty shell-shocked, actually, for a lot of the evening as you check your phone and get some more messages.
Yeah, I mean, it's just coming in thick and fast. But just to pick up on what Neil was saying, Andy Burnham is seen as being a very effective leader in the Northwest. I did a business event a couple of months ago with hundreds of businessmen and women, including many who were Conservative, many were Reform supporters as well. And they were praising him for being able to work in quite a cross-party way. There's a huge amount of energy and dynamism in Manchester and the surrounding area in the Northwest. Growth is going really well. There's a lot of really interesting innovation going on as well. So I do think there's also a sense of optimism in Manchester at the moment. It's a buzzy place. People are really proud to be there. It's got a feel-good factor to it. So I think that is something worth factoring in.
I do think it's kind of striking that your old boss, Harriet Harman, only just went into number 10 with a job. I mean, that could be a short-lived Harman being Chancellor.
I've got to tell you that we did the 7-hour stint for the election night special, and I have to admire Aisha's quick flip to Andy Burnham tonight. That was beautifully done. You were defending Keir Starmer on the night, but anyway.
Hang on, let me defend myself. Let me defend myself.
Wait.
I'm taking no lectures. The night has grifted between so many different parties. Are you kidding me?
Let me make my point. Tonight,
it's all getting a bit tasty here.
Tonight, Shabana Brutus Mahmood has been brutal.
Goodness. I mean,
she
has stuck the dagger in, and I think if the Prime Minister puts country ahead of party, he will call a general election.
That's not going to happen.
We have to call we have to call a general election.
Yeah, you know what? We've talked. I know we've been on air now for nearly 3 hours, and you've made that point several times.
But it's the right point, because to your point, you've challenged every single Labour talking head tonight, is we're about to be plunged into chaos. The only way out of this is to go to the nation and let the nation decide.
Let me put that to Kevin Schofield. Is that going to be the problem for whoever takes over, that there is going to be this clamour for a general election, if indeed Keir Starmer goes, because he is still in number 10 as we speak?
Yeah, undoubtedly, Reform will say that, the Conservatives as well. I think there's no rush. Certainly, if you look at the opinion polls and look at the results last Thursday, there's no rush in the Labour Party, and they don't have to. And there's no constitutional requirement for there to be a general election. But I think there's a very strong moral argument that if you are a Prime Minister coming in less than halfway through a Parliament with a completely different agenda, then I think the case can be made for another general election. But as I say, with opinion polls the way they are, I think Labour would be absolutely crazy to go to the country anytime soon. I think whoever the new Prime Minister is would need to come in, try and turn the country around before even thinking about a general election.
And Neil, I mean, if you went for a general election, Labour would get crucified right now, wouldn't it?
Well, I think, first of all, that the country wants the change it was promised in 2024. It's not been delivered yet. I would like to see someone like Andy Burnham come in and deliver the kind of socio-economic changes that the country wanted. And I think, I think people would, look at that very, very favourably. I think then, we would, if that was to happen, I think you would then think about how soon after that would be appropriate to go to the country, given all the stability that would need to be put in place. But this country is crying out for change, ambition, the kind of thing that was just been talking about in terms of energy, vibrancy, confidence. And you do see that in Manchester, as Aisha was saying. And I think the country could do with a bit of that as well, a bit of the Burnham magic.
Nadine, Burnham magic. I mean, this is the point, that under a new leader, Labour could reanimate, and then Reform's lead in the polls would just evaporate potentially.
Watch the chaos in the bond markets. I think that will precipitate a general election, genuinely.
Unless
Andy Burnham is able to present a growth strategy that is fiscally responsible, that comes away from Ed Miliband's mad position on net zero, that deals with the cost of living, that deals with people's real pain, immigration, then they'll have the same problem all over again. Tonight, by the way, just now, on X, people are vowing to challenge West Streeting if he becomes, from the soft left, they're calling it. They're already threatening that they will challenge West Streeting. It's chaos.
Well, sorry.
So if West Streeting becomes Prime Minister, Labour,
there won't be a seamless handover.
Are saying that they will challenge West Streeting and remove him as Prime Minister.
So, comment on that, Aisha, because, there can't be a sort of orderly transition, can there? There's no coronation possible.
It's very, very difficult to have a sort of an orderly transition. But I think what our dear friend here tonight has shown is that there is the real danger of a reform-led government with our dear friend Nadine in it and things like that. And I think that's one of the reasons.
He could be the next chancellor.
Well, that's exactly a reason why people.
Robert Jenrick is.
Listen, you could try and shove him out, but I think a lot of people will be thinking very seriously tonight. Look, it is heartbreaking. I've just had non-stop messages since I've been on there. People are absolutely devastated across the Labour movement about the fact that less than 2 years in, we're in this position. But the threat of a reform government is so real that it is party, it's country before party for a lot of people.
Give us a flavour of some of those messages.
Those sort of scare tactics is what buried Labour at the local elections. Yeah. Those type of scare tactics. He repeated again in his speech today. That's what I think buried him tonight.
So the kind of messages that people are getting, it's just absolute. People are heartbroken. People are absolutely heartbroken. I think there's a great sense of, I think Charlotte Nichols summed it up, uncharted territory. I think people do feel very anxious. They feel like the status quo is not an option because people are hearing it raw on the doorstep. People have been speaking to councillors, MSP, assembly members all across the country, good people who lost their jobs, not through any fault of their own, but because of the messages coming from Downing Street, and I'm afraid a very toxic reaction to Keir Starmer. Now, I think some of that is unfair and unjustified, and I think a lot of that is on social media, but it is a reality.
And just comment on the Shabana Brutus Mahmood, as Nadeem Zahawi just called her. But, I mean, she who wields the dagger never wears the crown. She knows she will not be in contention.
She's not going to be leader, and she knows
because
that.
Because the party, she's too right-wing for the party.
But just remember, a couple of weeks ago, it was being briefed out that Angela Rayner was saying the price of Angela Rayner coming back into cabinet would be getting rid of Shabana Mahmood. So I think Shabana Mahmood is also, I think she's very, very brave, but she also wants to kind of make sure that her wing of politics is also shored up.
Neil, we're looking at a real shift now to the left, aren't we? That is the reality.
Well, I think what we're looking at and for is a shift to the change that the country wants. They want, a different kind of democracy. They want a different kind of economy. They want real differences in their life, and exactly the kind of thing that the Reform and the Conservatives have been giving the country for the last 20-odd years is massively out of favour. And I go back to...
That's completely contradicts what we saw at the elections last week, where Reform were the victors. So to say that the country wants a shift to the left, it might be true in some seats where the Greens won, but not across the country.
What people want is real change in their lives. They want the cost of living addressed. They want ownership of things like water and energy and rail. These are all kind of progressive ideas, and the country wants that. Reform have dallied with it, but they're not serious about it. A Burnham leadership would be serious about dramatically changing our economy and people's lives and delivering on that. And I think that's why he is the most popular politician in the country, and it's why the Labour Party is now gravitating towards him and recognising that he is the person to take them out of this existential crisis that they've found themselves in after just 2 years and a 165-seat majority. It's a big reset that's now needed, and Burnham can do that.
Kevin, what's your view?
I mean, there's an awful lot of assumptions there that Andy Burnham would definitely get back in. I mean, there's an awful lot of hurdles for Andy Burnham. First of all, he's got to find a seat. He's got to get someone to stand down and trigger a by-election. He's got to be chosen by the NEC. He's got to then fight the by-election, which would be an absolute circus, and then he's got to win it. So I think it's a little bit presumptive, and it's almost taken voters for granted by saying that all Andy has to do is, stand somewhere, and he's inevitably going to become Prime Minister. I mean, I think maybe voters in that particular seat. I get that he's very popular in the Northwest. Absolutely. He'd no doubt be the favourite to win any by-election. But I think it's a little bit, when Labour have had such a hammering at the polls last week, it's a little bit, dare I say, arrogant for Labour just to assume that they can impose Andy Burnham on the country as our next Prime Minister. I mean, I think maybe a little bit of humility might be required.
Kevin, got to leave it there. Kevin Schofield and Neil Lawson, and here in the studio, Aisha Hazarika and Nadeem Zahawi have done a triple shift. It has been an extraordinary evening in so many ways. We're now up to 72 MPs calling for Sir Keir Starmer to go, plus 5 MPs who work in the government have gone. Minute by minute tonight, those numbers have been rising. 36 MPs have quit since the Prime Minister gave that speech earlier. Anna Botting is next with the wrap from me. That's all for tonight.
We're trying to see as much as we can. We're in an area that's just been reclaimed. Mr. Zuma, Sky News. People are directly protesting. The whole neighbourhood has rallied around her. It's been impenetrable to journalists over the last 2 years of war in Sudan. I've been waiting for this for 2 years. It doesn't feel like a big homecoming. It was never going to be pretty. War isn't pretty.
What's the best thing about being a Sky News presenter? Perfect. Let's bring you some breaking news. Being a Sky News presenter. I began by asking...
Thank you so much.
...trusting us to tell her story. The battle for number 10. Sky News has been given exclusive access. Let me give you a sneak peek. It was the day those present would never forget. Why did you decide to open up and tell your story?
Tonight on The Wrap, Keir Starmer's nightmare on Downing Street. It looks like it's all over for the Prime Minister. 70 Labour MPs are demanding that he sets a timetable to quit, including 4 ministerial aides who have walked out of the government. All this after a keynote speech that was designed to shore up his leadership.
I know I have my doubters, and I know I need to prove them wrong, and I will.
Tonight, all eyes are on the Cabinet, which meets here tomorrow morning at 9:30. Tonight, Shabana Mahmood, the Home Secretary, is one of a number of senior Cabinet ministers telling him the game's up. They're also thought to include Yvette Cooper, the Foreign Secretary, and the Deputy Prime Minister, David Lammy.
But who could replace him? Many think Andy Burnham is the leader in waiting, but he's not an MP. Angela Rayner still being investigated by the taxman. And some say Wes Streeting just isn't loved by his own colleagues. Well, we discuss what happens next with the former Conservative Cabinet Minister, Michelle Donnellan, and the Daily Mirror columnist, Kev Mobar. Beth Rigby is also here, working away, it seems.
Working on some breaking news, which I will bring you imminently.
Brilliant. OK, plus a first look at the front pages of tomorrow's newspapers, dominated by talk of the Prime Minister's future. Well, hello, good evening. Former Prime Minister Boris Johnson famously said that at Westminster, the herd instinct is powerful, and when the herd moves, it moves. Well, tonight, it appears the Labour Party is moving against Keir Starmer. Michelle and Kevin, is it the end? Kevin?
I think it's when, not if, and it can happen very quickly at the end.
Michelle?
Yeah, it's a complete downward spiral now. He's in free fall. He's going within the next day or so in terms of announcing that timeline.
You're still writing your copy. Do you want to give me your breaking news after, or do you want to do it now?
Let's do it afterwards.
OK, fine. OK, let's hear then this report.
Starmer loyalists in central London here to rally and raise up a Prime Minister, fighting for his political life as he used a make-or-break early morning speech to try to persuade his MPs not to topple him after a disastrous set of elections.
I know I have my doubters, and I know I need to prove them wrong, and I will.
Starmer acknowledging he's let Labour voters down too.
Truth be told, I'm not sure that they believe that we care. I'm not sure they believe that we see their lives.
Trying to find the passion.
Millions of people held back because the status quo in this country does not work for them. I am fighting for them. We are fighting for them. I am their Prime Minister, and this is their government.
But his pitch for concrete change lacking, with just one clear offer.
I can announce that legislation will be brought forward this week to give the government powers, subject to that public interest test, to take full national ownership of British Steel.
A speech light on policy, heavy on politics. But many of his MPs fear keeping Starmer on will only hand the country to rivals. Back in 2021, when Labour lost hundreds of council seats in the Hartlepool by-election, you thought about resigning as Labour leader, explaining, this is quoting you, "I didn't feel I should be bigger than the party." But these results, this moment, is so much worse than then. You've lost nearly 1,500 councillors, 40 councils, you've lost Wales. Haven't you, for one moment, thought you should step aside in the interests of the party and country? And if you haven't, why haven't you?
What we witnessed with the last government was the chaos of constantly changing leaders. And it cost this country a huge amount. A huge amount. And I'll tell you who paid the price. It was working people. They paid the price of this. They are still paying the price of this. Yes, I acknowledge that we've lost brilliant representatives across the United Kingdom. And I have a responsibility for that. But I also have a responsibility to deliver the change that we were elected and that we promised this country, and I'll deliver on that.
That the pitch, but it wasn't enough for former Minister Catherine West, who wrote to all MPs after Starmer's speech to canvass support for a leadership race. West said she was giving notice to Number 10 and collecting names of Labour MPs to call on the Prime Minister to set a timetable for the election of a new leader in September. As West went over the top, the former Deputy Labour leader setting out demands too. Angela Rayner calling for a return of the popular Greater Manchester Mayor, Andy Burnham.
We as a party have to do better than this. And we can only prove we mean our Labour values by putting the common interest ahead of factionalism. And we can start by accepting that Andy Burnham should never have been blocked. It was a mistake that the leadership of our party should put right.
But as the day wore on, more backbenchers broke cover, calling for Starmer to go.
Starmer is now on very borrowed time, and I do think that there is a need for a leadership challenge.
I don't think we saw a plan from the Prime Minister this morning in order to implement the kind of change that this country needs, and I therefore think it's time for us to look for new leadership.
Some cabinet members still trying to hold the line. Are you 100% confident that Keir Starmer will still be the Prime Minister by the end of this year?
I'm confident he'll still be Prime Minister at the end of this year.
100%.
Absolutely right. Yes, of course I am, because the Labour Party is not the Conservative Party.
But that line getting harder to hold as the drip of backbench dissent turned into a stream of resignations from junior aides, this increasingly looking like a concerted effort to get Starmer out. What began with backbenchers is moving up the ministerial ranks, and I'm hearing tonight that some in the Cabinet are gearing up to tell the Prime Minister to set a timetable for his departure if he cannot command the confidence of his benches. But it's all very uncertain, with Number 10 trying to mount a fight back this evening. There are now over 60 MPs calling publicly for Starmer to set out a plan for his departure. But there's also a quiet majority that don't want a leadership challenge right now. But discipline has completely broken down in the party, and it's hard to see how the Prime Minister now pulls back from this. A Prime Minister that says he will fight on, but will the battle prove too much?
Well, Beth has been almost saying out loud what she's been typing. But anyway, tell us what you learned.
I mean, this is such a fast moving situation. And
I should point out that these are the MPs that have so far asked for, say it is time for him to go, right?
So just to give you a sort of sense of the day, like earlier in the day, a source told me that you were going to see backbench resignations. It was going to be followed by junior aide resignations. That's the bottom rung of the government ladder, the PPSs, the ministerial aides to ministers. They began to tick in, and then the next stage was going to be that the Cabinet were going to go, members of the Cabinet were going to go and tell Keir Starmer that it was time to set out a timetable, and that is what has happened throughout the evening, and what looks a little bit coordinated in terms of the resignations. So where are we tonight? As I understand it, the Prime Minister's been in Number 10 tonight, trying to form a view of where he goes next. I understand that Shabana Mahmood, the Home Secretary, and Yvette Cooper, the Foreign Secretary, have been in to see the Prime Minister to tell him it's time to set out a timetable. I've been told that other Cabinet Ministers, Steve Reid and Pat McFadden, have been saying to the Prime Minister he should fight on. And then David Lammy, the Justice Secretary and a long-term friend of Keir Starmer, and Jonathan Reynolds, the Chief Whip, have been at the Prime Minister's side tonight, inside Number 10, weighing up the options, calling around and trying to work out what the Prime Minister should do. I'm told that David Lammy does not want the Prime Minister to stand down. But interestingly, another ministerial source I spoke to tonight said that David Lammy had been calling around ministers to try and not force them into going public to support Keir Starmer, but rather to understand where they are at. So that's what's been going on in what is a cabinet which you can clearly see there are different views. One cabinet minister has said to me this evening that what's happening is disorderly. And to quote this person, they said, I think the Labour Party is about to put itself out of power for a serious period of time by repeating the mistakes of the Tories. So that is a cabinet minister telling me that in the past few minutes. And as for Keir Starmer, where's Keir Starmer? I'm told that tonight he's weighing up his options. He has a cabinet meeting tomorrow. I understand he has had no contact with Wes Streeting, a would-be challenger, as of this evening, but he will see Wes Streeting clearly at the cabinet tomorrow. So it is very febrile and it's moving very quickly, but it's clear from those conversations between different members of the Cabinet. The Cabinet are not united, but the momentum now for Keir Starmer. I think the issue with this is as a Prime Minister, if you lose the confidence of your backbenchers, even though all of these names here, they're not a majority of his backbenchers, but when you start losing the support of people in these numbers and you lose the confidence of the party, even if you want to carry on, it just becomes unsustainable. So it's a very, very tense and uncertain 24 hours that we're about to go into.
Yeah, I've got lots more questions, but first of all, Michelle, you've lived through this, you know, with a front row seat. Yeah. Does it feel very déjà vu for you, given how many Prime Ministers that the Conservatives lost?
Yeah, it feels very similar to that night where the dam broke, if you like, with Boris Johnson. And we are seeing that momentum, as Beth says, just really snowballing now. And what's happening is all of the MPs that are not up on your board will be getting email after email from their members, from local constituents saying, why are you not up there? And so the pressure just mounts and mounts and mounts so that it just adds to it, and those people
Did you get phone calls, like the ring-arounds clearly happening from the centre of Downing Street now? Would they have been calling you to find out which way you were going to go and all that sort of stuff?
So those calls will happen all the time, like throughout the hours, and then they'll repeat those calls and they'll keep doing it as a litmus test, and they'll report it back to the Prime Minister. The danger is the people round the Prime Minister, whether they're telling him the truth or not, and that's always the danger in these scenarios, because you've got people with a vested interest in obviously him staying in power. And then you've also got people that will be slightly in denial and have bunker syndrome and believe that it's all recoverable. So it depends on whether he's listening to the right people. But obviously, if the Cabinet go in now and tell him to his face how it is, then it'll be hard to ignore that.
So, Kevin, as a, I think, you know, lifelong Labour supporter, hearing that the suggestion...
Tactical voter, please.
Tactical voter?
Voted 6, anyway.
Okay.
Yeah.
For the purposes of this debate, a left-leaning journalist, hearing that, you know, some in the Labour Party think they're about to put themselves out of power, that this is sort of existential for them as a party. Yeah. What is the point of voting for Labour anymore, given what we saw on Thursday and what we've seen over the weekend? You know, how concerned are you about the state of the party?
Yeah, well...
And reflect on what Michelle was saying about...
Well, I think how some MPs feel, and Labour Party members, was summed up by Ian Lavery, a former coal miner, Northumberland MP, who said Keir Hardie formed Labour and another Keir Starmer, who's actually named after Keir Hardie, could end the party. And I think that's where they feel it's existential. But I can go back to resignations. Prime Minister's been forced out all the way to Margaret Thatcher in 1990. I had black hair then. But I just caution, I think this is the end, but I'll just caution that Tony Blair in 2006, the Curry House plot against him, it was a year before he went, but he did give an undertaking he would go. And I do recall in 2009, Gordon Brown suffered 3 cabinet resignations, the Home Secretary, the Work and Pensions Secretary and the Communities Secretary, and he survived. But this feels like the end. And, of course, Keir Starmer will be weighing up. He'll be thinking, who are the loyals and who are the traitors? is what he'll be doing. Who can I have standing by me? Who will be against me? And will those cabinet ministers who want him to go, will they, one, speak out publicly, and two, will they resign? Or are they just going to do it internal pressure? And then there is a whole question of, is it go now? Is it a timetable in September? Because there's a lot of power play here on who do you want to take over. If you want it Wes Streeting, you want to go quick because he's there in Parliament. If you want Angela Rayner or Burnham, who isn't even MP, you want to go longer.
Look, I also think, OK, we should sort of, in a way, deal with what we have, which is it's really uncertain what is going to happen, but it is also very true that the pressure is building, perhaps in an unstoppable way, for the Prime Minister to at least set out a timetable for his departure. But I think you raise a really interesting point here, Kevin, because actually there is a move amongst some of the Streeting supporters, this is what other MPs tell me, to try and make this quite a fast process because that would benefit Wes Streeting. There is a massive group in the parliamentary party that want Andy Burnham back. And I guess my thought of this evening is, if this is forced and they force a quick contest and Andy Burnham cannot join the fray and stand up and fight, what legitimacy does the next Prime Minister have? Because there will be a group in the party that really want Andy Burnham and they're just repeating those issues. I think that that is a real issue, but equally for Wes Streeting and his allies to allow Burnham back in does him in because Burnham will beat Wes Streeting with the members. And this is, if we go back to that cabinet minister that said that this is really chaotic and it could just do a lot of internal damage to the Labour Party, both as a movement but also with the public, you can see why, because it's going to get so messy, potentially.
Let's bring in our chief political correspondent, John Craig, who is outside Downing Street for us. So two thoughts, I guess, really, John, for you, is one, how much is this all in the open? Have you seen some of these cabinet ministers going into Downing Street, or is it via the back door or elsewhere? And secondly, looking ahead to that cabinet meeting tomorrow, you know, how crucial will it be? How awkward will it be? You know, what is likely to happen?
Crucial and awkward, I'm sure. Yes, I've been here since around about 5 o'clock this afternoon. The two cabinet ministers we've seen go in through the front door were, first of all, John Healey, who walked up Downing Street from the Ministry of Defence across Whitehall, and then we saw Steve Reid go in. He arrived in a car, having done some broadcast interviews, including Sky News. Then we did actually also see some government cars go in the side door. They may well have been Shabana Mahmood, who we understand seems to be leading the moves inside the cabinet to force the Prime Minister to set out his timetable. Yvette Cooper's another name mentioned. There are conflicting reports about David Lammy's role. We haven't seen him here, but you can probably see the lights are still burning brightly in 10 Downing Street. Not the bunker exactly, that's the first floor lights, but the Prime Minister is holed up in there, or has been holed up in there with his team, his Downing Street team, clearly trying to fight on. But the writing is on the wall, really. And you've got a senior minister like the Home Secretary telling you the game's up. I mean, like Kevin, I remember back to 1990. On that occasion, November 1990, of course, all the drama was over in Parliament, and minister after minister, they all went in one by one to tell Margaret Thatcher the game was up. And I remember Kenneth Clarke was one of those, and she wrote in her memoirs that he was a candid friend. So we have seen it all before. We've seen resignations that led to Boris Johnson going, but really tomorrow's cabinet meeting is crucial because whether they'll all be asked to sign in blood their loyalty to the PM, that won't work. Clearly, he's beyond that now. And what began with a lot of the usual suspects calling for him to go, and then a lot of the newer MPs. This is the Sky News spreadsheet. What I think is very significant, of the 70 or so names on this spreadsheet, 38 of them are MPs first elected in 2024. And MPs, many of them won their seat from the Conservatives and are clearly worried they're going to lose it at the next general election. So what began with backbenchers And then, of course, we had some parliamentary private secretaries quitting as well. They've been replaced tonight very swiftly by number 10, incidentally. And then, of course, this move by the cabinet, led by the Home Secretary, and probably including the Foreign Secretary as well. And we all already know that it's claimed that Ed Miliband told him a few days ago the game was up. He had to set out a timetable. So everything's going to happen tomorrow morning, no doubt. Tense atmosphere in there in the cabinet room. Wouldn't be surprised if the civil servants are asked to leave the room and it's a political cabinet. It's showdown time, and it's the beginning of the end for Sir Keir Starmer.
John, thank you very much indeed. So showdown time, paint a picture, if you can, of that cabinet meeting tomorrow, because, the roads here are all closed for them to rehearse the King's speech on Wednesday. I mean, the timing of the next couple of days is really quite extraordinary.
I mean, I heard different variants of what might happen. There was a view that cabinet ministers would go in individually, which is what I think we've seen in the past few hours, but also would cabinet ministers say something around the table tomorrow. And certainly Wes Streeting, a would-be contender and challenger, has not spoken to the Prime Minister, and he will see him, he will face him at that table tomorrow. So things could move very quickly. As I said, the Prime Minister and some of his closest cabinet allies, David Lammy and Johnny Reynolds, the Chief Whip, who was before that the Business Secretary, have been in number 10, calling people round. As John was reporting, Steve Reid went in while I was also at Downing Street, and I said, is he going to resign, Steve Reid? And he was like, absolutely not, and in he went. But they've been phoning around and trying to gauge the support from the party. And I think what was striking tonight was back in February, when Anas Sarwar, the Scottish Labour leader, called on the resignation of Keir Starmer, called for it, there was within an hour pretty much the whole cabinet coming out publicly to support the Prime Minister, and it has been a very, very different story today. We've seen 60-plus MPs saying that he should stand down. We've seen that trickle turning into a sort of steady flow of junior ministerial aides calling in for him to go. And now a couple of the cabinet, for sure, have told him to set out a timetable. And as we were just talking about, that's the Shabana Mahmood, Yvette Cooper, and we understand that Ed Miliband has already told him that. Maybe he's told him again tonight. That I do not know. And so what you're seeing is, even if there's a silent majority of MPs in the Parliamentary Labour Party, which I think there are, that don't want this to happen, when as a Prime Minister you are being so publicly challenged by so many of your party, and it's not just in a Wes Streeting base, it is across the party, it simply becomes unsustainable because your authority has gone and then the dam bursts, if you like. And so, one cabinet minister told me tonight that Starmer is weighing up his options and he's going to have a very long night thinking about what he should do. I mean, up until this point, he has been so resolute. Even this morning at that speech saying, I will fight on, I'm not going to plunge the country into chaos. I cannot imagine how frustrated he must feel. I think he must feel so frustrated because he wants to carry on, he wants to serve. He's lost the backing of too many of his own and his party. But I think, as per that cabinet minister that spoke to me earlier and other people that aren't particularly supportive of Keir Starmer, they're very worried about the chaos that this could unleash. And actually, does that just help Labour's political opponents? But I think what's happened is the emotion of those losses and the sort of the grinding dissatisfaction over many months for the Starmer administration, it's just kind of boiled over and it's got a bit out of control.
I think it's been one thing after another, and you can go all the way back to winter fuel, then come up to Mandelson, and then losing 1,400 seats. And you hear the despair from cabinet ministers because a lot of it's become very personal. And they, MPs, councillors, activists, ministers too, here on the doorstep, that Labour voters have turned against the Prime Minister. Fairly or unfairly, they consider him a dud, and they will not consider voting Labour while he is there. So it's become incredibly personal for him, and it overshadows whatever he says are the achievements, lifting 500,000 kids out of poverty. Did that reluctantly, but he's done it. Breakfast clubs, minimum wage rises, NHS getting better, not having the Iran war, whatever you say, it keeps coming back to Keir Starmer. People don't like him. And is Labour salvageable itself? Some cabinet ministers I've spoken to think it is, think the Labour Party brand can be saved, but it has to be under new management, new leadership. And if you have 3 years to make your case, you can. And if you look at the figures behind the reform success of 1,400 plus councillors they gained, Sunderland, Gateshead, South Tyneside, in my backyard. If you look at the figures nationwide, the extrapolation for the share of the poll is only 26, 27%. You would not win a majority on that. They've been falling back in national polls. They were down on last year in those elections. So there are some in Labour who believe if they make the change, as brutal and as bloody as it is, they'll have a fighting chance in 3 years' time.
Honestly, because you are such an expert on the Labour Party, and genuinely, I really want to hear your answer to this, because if Burnham cannot stand in a leadership race now, whoever replaces Starmer, if that is what comes to pass, and we don't know yet, they've got a massive legitimacy issue, haven't they, within the party?
It will look as if they've won an unfair competition because the name on most lips and arguably the most popular in the country, or it's because he's great at Manchester Mayor, he's not tested in the same way you are if you're a cabinet minister, but nevertheless, he's got a popularity and he can reach people that the others can't, then yes, then you're kind of the shadow leader because you knocked out the man who should have been leader because he's not standing in Parliament.
Can I ask a question then? Yeah. Who will drive the timetable? And whose gift is it in, that timetable?
Ultimately, it's in the gift of the National Executive Committee, the governing body on which Starmer this morning had control, but people can melt away very, very quickly. The king is dead, long live the king or queen.
Shabana Mahmood was a clear... I mean, in blocking Andy Burnham from standing in the Gorton and Denton by-election, Shabana, who was the chair, was the person that helped block that, and now she's the person that says Starmer should go.
I think she may have abstained on the formal vote, but it was quite clear she was...
You see, that's why he's an expert.
She was doing the Prime Minister's bidding.
Yeah. So having watched the Conservative Party tear itself apart, we're not yet 2 years into this administration, we're nowhere near 2 years, really, if you think about it. Are you really shocked that Labour has done this to themselves, or the decisions taken by Starmer and Reeves has led to this position so quickly?
Yeah, I think nobody anticipated it was going to go this quickly. And I think what makes it worse is this was meant to be no drama Starmer, wasn't it? And he waxed lyrical about how change was coming. He was going to do things differently. And as soon as he got in, we had the whole big saga about the suits and the glasses and all of that. And then it was just one U-turn after another. I think we're up to 16 now. Then we had the Mandelson stuff. Now we've got this on top of it. So these MPs are feeling really bruised because their inboxes have been battering them. Their constituents, when they've been knocking on the doors, have been angry with them. And they're worried about their seats as well. They've looked at these council elections and they've thought, we're going to lose as well, and we have to do something. And what do they have to do in their mind? They have to get rid of their leader and refresh and renew and pivot in a different direction. And some of them will have held out hope that today's speech would have offered some of the ansers. But I think it's actually made the situation
Keir Starmer will be the 6th Prime Minister to be dumped in 10 years. But he a longer term than Liz Truss, obviously. Rishi Sunak. Boris Johnson only lasted 2.5 years. It was December 2019, then he was gone in the summer of 22. I think politics has changed, and the era where you could stay a long spell has gone. And maybe it's a reflection of social media, instant judgments, pressure, MPs constantly worried about their seats in a way they weren't before.
If I look back on that night when Keir Starmer was elected in July 2024 with a majority of what it was, I can't even remember what it was massive, like 450 plus seats, wasn't it?
172, I think was the majority.
Yes, 450 MPs. A massive majority, nearly tapping on the size of Blair's majorities at the height of New Labour. If you'd said to me 2 years later the Labour Party would be forcing Keir Starmer out of number 10, I would not have believed it. But
OK, we do need to take a break. I know everyone's got their mouth open wanting to speak. Beth, where can someone read what you've been typing throughout this show?
Huh?
Where can people read what you've been typing?
Oh, you can go to our website.
There we go.
I know, it's terrible. I am listening.
No,
I'm just multitasking.
It's what we do. It's what we do. Thank you very much indeed.
I've got to go to bed because
tomorrow.
I got to get to that cabinet.
I know.
Cabinet meeting.
What question are you going to shout? Give us a preview.
God, I'm not.
I'll let you think about it. Beth. Beth, thanks very much indeed. Online for that. More from Beth, obviously, throughout the night. So next up, we'll have a first look at the front pages of tomorrow's newspapers. Back in a moment.
I urge you not to look away. If Hamas hands the hostages over, they will end this conflict. The world has been watching. Good to see you again. How are you? Did she say how he was?
The conditions are awful.
The jets were ordered to come back. Historic day here today. How will you respond if India does launch airstrikes?
They'll be all out to war.
I'm just going to put some body armor on. I'm Yalda Hakim.
Well, let's take a look at the front pages of tomorrow's newspapers, see what reading they make for number 10 Downing Street. There is the Daily Express then, remarking on Sir Keir Starmer's precarious leadership position. The Express has the simple headline, PM on the edge. Here's the Sun's take, Starmer on the brink. And The Guardian, their headline, Starmer's survival on the line as cabinet ministers urge him to quit. According to the Financial Times, Sir Keir's speech earlier today aimed at resetting his premiership instead resulted in more MPs calling for him to go. The Daily Mail says the speech failed dismally and calls the PM a lame duck leader. In a similar vein, the Mirror proclaims rebels turn on Starmer. The Eye describes the Labour Party as being in open revolt against him. And the Daily Telegraph leads with senior cabinet ministers telling Starmer it is time to go. The Star portrays Wes Streeting and Angela Rayner as reality TV traitors, poised to figuratively murder the Prime Minister, while the Metro reports on the PM's attempt to win over Labour colleagues to his left by accelerating the effort to fully renationalise British Steel. Kevin, a clean sweep and very grim reading for number 10. The lights are still on there, as we just saw.
That's right. Maybe the Prime Minister will switch him off when he leaves. That's right. There's a momentum here, and if you look at the papers from the Labour supporting Mirror and the Guardian across to the Express and the Mail, Telegraph, the reporting's almost all the same, because I think there's just one story and the facts are pretty verifiable here, and it's whether you welcome or you don't welcome. But I look at the Mirror. There's no, I write a column now. I have no input, but it's Labour in crisis. It is, and the quote on the front page, number 10 source said of Starmer, "I don't think he's coming back from this." So there are people in Downing Street who their jobs depend on the Prime Minister, I think, just realise the time is up for him, and I think it can happen very quickly. It's been bubbling along for some time, but you get those devastating results. Labour got a real kick in, a hammering at the weekend. They were real votes by real people, and the Prime Minister's name was a reason. It kept coming on doorsteps. It's a reason why Labour's in the state it is now, and it will be quick for him. Or tomorrow's cabinet could end up a very damn squib if he just takes the lead. He's very, very defiant, and then he calls his allies, whoever they are. It's Pat McFadden, Work and Pension, Steve Reid, Environment, whoever else we don't know what John Healey, the Defence Secretary, where he'll put his tanks. But he might call up all the people who'll defend him first, and then the people who would want him to go, the cabinet ministers, then may feel intimidated not to say anything, keep their powder dry in that meeting. We don't know, but it's going to be, it's a make or break cabinet meeting now.
Well, Michelle will have been in cabinet meetings like that when things have been tense for the leadership, and sat there waiting for people to say the first word. Let's look at The Guardian while we're talking about this. Starmer's survival on the line as cabinet ministers urge him to quit. Shabana Mahmood is one of them. Yvette Cooper, we understand, has also put her name to the idea of a timetable. Ed Miliband did it last week, we understand. Sounds like from our political editor, Beth Rigby, David Lammy has been in there, on the phone, phoning round. Talk us through a cabinet like this, then.
Yeah, so I really think there is no coming back from this when you look at these papers, because even if he tried to carry on, he would be, limping on. That is not the position of a powerful leader that's going to turn around a party in trouble. I think that some of the contenders for the leadership will be very careful in this cabinet meeting tomorrow. So you'll have noted that Streeting has been really quiet, and that's because he's got a lot of criticism in the past for being a bit over-eager in terms of his ambition. And it's well-known fact in politics that the knifer never gets the role. And it didn't work out well for Sajid. And so I think that some of them will be quite cautious in what they're saying.
Was he the first one that brought down
He
Boris
was,
Johnson?
yeah. And Rishi was the
followed
second.
by, in quite close quarters,
carefully.
yeah.
So I think some of them will be cautious on what they say tomorrow. They'll be wanting to say stuff that shows that that they have the interests of the country and the party in the right place, but they're not looking vindictive, they're not looking callous. Whereas those that have less leadership ambitions will probably be much more vocal in their nature. But it's really, I think, also what's not happening in what's happening outside of that cabinet meeting that'll be really important, because you will then be having much more frank conversations, because cabinets always leak. They always leak. And so whatever you say in those cabinet meetings, you have to be prepared to be able to see on the front page of a paper.
What's interesting, or I find interesting anyway, is under Labour Party rules, unless they changed recently, you need 20% of MPs to back you, plus 5% of constituencies, but 20% of MPs to back you to stand. That means you get a maximum 5 candidates. But the 3 names that are most mentioned are Andy Burnham, Angela Rayner and Wes Streeting. And of those three names, only one is in the cabinet, and that is Wes Streeting as Health Secretary. Angela Rayner's the backbenchers because of a tax affairs, had to resign as Housing Secretary. And Andy Burnham isn't even an MP. I know others are mentioned. Bridget Phillipson in here, John Healey, Yvette Cooper, Ed Miliband, or I think that's unlikely because he was rejected by the voters in 2015, or Shabana Mahmood herself. But of the three main names, only one will be at that meeting, and I'm sure he will be the one who will most balance his words and judge what he says. Because as you say, if you feel too keen and you're the person plunging the knife in, you often don't get the prize.
I mean, some people have speculated he has already moved incrementally, if you put it that way, because several of Streeting's allies, including his PPS Joe Morris, his constituency neighbour Jaz Athwal, have called for Starmer to go, leading to speculation, of course, that might have been sanctioned by the Health Secretary. Now, at this page, that's not remotely
he's
clear.
Really clever about how he's doing it. I mean, sometimes Streeting can be a bit over clever with the way that he operates in terms of this, but I do think that probably has a coordinated element to it, but he's trying to keep his hands clean. There is a world, though, where Starmer feels the pressure tonight, wants to get ahead of this and actually comes to that cabinet meeting tomorrow with a plan. But when you're Prime Minister, it's very hard to give that up. You know, you're never going to get it again.
It's addictive, is it? This world of politics and power?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's why we saw when all of the Conservative Prime Ministers that were ousted, they were almost dragged out. None of them thought, actually, I'll get ahead of this. But we'll see how much pressure mounts overnight.
Well, this cabinet meeting was really designed. It's on the eve of the state opening of Parliament, setting out the government's programme for the next 12 to 18 months.
Well, to be fair, if the King does stand up on Wednesday, is that dead on delivery, given what's going on?
Some of it will be, but it may be delivered. It's going to be delivered. It may well be delivered by somebody else. But it's an amazing position to be in because. Just say the Prime Minister doesn't announce he's off tomorrow and nobody forces him. He's going to be standing up on Wednesday, unveiling his programme, and the opposition attacks. It's like an own goal. Like you're not going to be here to deliver it. You're a zombie Prime Minister. You'll be gone. It's something that should, for the UK government, any government, should be a real cutting edge and a forceful way of saying this is what we're doing for you. Will be completely destroyed.
Which is devastating for the economy as well, because the lack of stability. I mean, we've already seen the impact today, but that's just going to get worse.
Well, he may play that card. He and Rachel Reeves, the Chancellor,
negative.
You need stability with the bond markets. With me.
Yeah, let's take a look at a couple of other papers then, shall we? Daily Express, first of all, PM on the edge. That is their take on it. Ministerial aides quit as the speech bombs, if you have that. There we go. And The Sun as well. Let's just rattle through some of these if we can. The Sun, Starmer's on the brink. PM told to quit by 3 cabinet ministers. More than 70 MPs join in the Labour mutiny. Clearly that number has been ticking up, potentially in an organised fashion. What did Keir Starmer say about the sort of chaos we've seen in the past? Here he is this morning.
I think what we witnessed with the last government was the chaos of constantly changing leaders. And it cost this country a huge amount. A huge amount. And I'll tell you who paid the price. It was working people. They paid the price of this. They are still paying the price of this. A Labour government will not inflict that on our country again. We were elected with a mandate to change this country because of what had gone before. And that is what we will do. Yes, I acknowledge the frustration. Yes, I acknowledge the results are tough. Yes, I acknowledge that we've lost brilliant representatives across the United Kingdom. And I have a responsibility for that. But I also have a responsibility to deliver the change that we were elected and that we promised this country. And I'll deliver on that.
Well, he said, didn't he, that actually this idea of changing your leader was tested to destruction under the Conservatives, as you know too well. But there are some in support. So let's have a look at some of those loyalists who've spoken out. According to Sky's political correspondent Rob Powell, some Labour MPs within the Parliamentary Labour Party WhatsApp group have expressed a reluctance to change leader. So here are some then among the messages in the group shared with Rob by one MP include, we're better than the Tories, we don't ditch our leader when the going gets tough. Another reads, the instability this leadership contest would cause is too damaging for our economy and my poor constituents. And people need to get a grip and stop panicking. There's also a message which, while not exactly complimentary, could be spun somewhat positively. It simply reads, better the devil we know. Now, that is fascinating, isn't it? Because the fear for some, if you're a centrist Labour member, that the so-called soft left, which feels to some people quite far to the left, would take over. And what would that mean if the voting public is veering towards voting reform? So,
it's unclear. Like you can have a fresh face, but what would that fresh face do in terms of where would they go? They might nationalise steel in Scunthorpe, except the Prime Minister's doing it himself.
But today we've heard about fairness, we've heard about wealth taxes, we've had all the progressive ideas of the left, who basically seem to be veering towards more taxation in order to carry on spending.
It would depend.
It's a slight classic.
Yeah, it would depend who you tax. If you have more taxation, if it's wealthier and higher earners, you could probably sell that. But you'd have to see the programmes that the new faces would come up with. But there's something in all those messages. There is a truth in them, but I think it's too late for this Prime Minister now, because I think the confidence is gone and he does look a lame duck, and I don't think he can ever recover from that. And I do believe, you just talk to many MPs and ministers, that Labour is doomed if they stick with him. And that is it. They've got to gamble, and it is a gamble. It might not work, but the Conservatives made the big mistake in... Well, it worked replacing Theresa May with Boris Johnson in terms of winning a parliamentary majority in 2019, but the big mistake, I think, in 2022 was to have the Liz Truss in have three prime ministers in 3 months. And you always wonder, what if history, looking back, if Johnson had been replaced immediately by Sunak, would the party be in a better position? Well, yes. Might have even been better if it had stuck with Johnson, if he wasn't a liar.
Well,
yeah, you lived through it, yeah.
But I think what's really fascinating about this is that the Conservative Party have always been quite ruthless when it comes down to getting rid of their leaders. But Labour have always had a different philosophy and been very cautious on this, and often stuck with leaders far too long and to their detriment. And now we've almost seen a bit of a culture shift where they are out to almost get him and remove him now. And there is that sense. But I think one of the reasons we've got to where we've got is because of that huge whopping majority. Keir came in with this majority almost believing that it was a personal majority, which was a massive mistake, because I think we can all agree he doesn't have a political antennae. He isn't political in terms of his intuition, and that's led to a lot of the U-turns and messes that he's found himself in. And therefore, he didn't surround himself with the right people to fill that weakness, because there was that false sense of, I've got this massive majority. And it's almost led to this scenario that we're now in.
Well, the Financial Times picks up on the so-called reset speech. Many people suggest that what he said on Friday after the voting, what he said to the weekend papers about being in it for another 8 years, the reset speech, bombing as well. Yeah. So let's listen now to Carl Turner, who is a Labour Party member, no longer a Labour MP since he had the whip removed.
Texted the PM yesterday. We've not spoken much in recent weeks and months because we've had a bit of a fallout, which is fairly public. But I said, look, if you go into the room tomorrow and read from autocue, it's good night. It's good night Vienna, unfortunately, because you've got to speak from the heart. But I suspect what the advisers were saying to him in Downing Street yesterday is, look, the strategy, Prime Minister, is to get you over this week. It's to get Catherine West to drop the idea of challenging.
And he read from autocue. Many people suggested it sounded like a conference speech. We'd heard most of it before. Did it do enough?
No. I think what he said about Europe is probably going to be more significant than anything else. But of course, he announced that British Steel in Scunthorpe will be renationalised. But the question here, and I think it's probably the right policy, he had to clear with the Chinese government that there wasn't going to be a backlash because it's a Chinese firm. But it showed two things. One is he didn't point out that in Port Talbot, where there's another huge steel plant, the government is putting £500 million in to build electric arc furnaces to save that plant, which was losing a lot of money. You've got to make that point. You've just suffered a historic defeat in Wales because people feel in Wales you're not doing a lot for them. Just remind them, because otherwise it looks like, why not Port Talbot when you're looking at Scunthorpe? But the second thing is, why didn't they do this in April last year when they took control and have been picking up the losses of more than £1 million a day? And you could never come up with an investment programme because you didn't own the plant. It's almost a wasted year. And it's kind of, if you look at child poverty, and I think ending the two-child benefit cap was the right thing to do, but he delayed doing it. He didn't want to do it. And then when you do it and you lift 500,000 kids out of poverty, you don't get the credit for it. And I think he's done that again, and all the way through, it's all the U-turns and stumbling. The only one I think he got wrong with the U-turns was on farmers' tax. I think he was in the right position initially.
Let's talk about that, because, you know, if you start to make every different interest group unhappy, you start to lose your electorate. But we'll talk about that after the break. More Papers too.
We've got your Sunday mornings covered. From the front page and the sounds of the streets to the voices of the people who make the major calls and big picture politics beyond Westminster. We'll put you at the heart of our story.
I'm ready. Are you?
Join me, Trevor Phillips, Sunday mornings on Sky News.
An interview that lasted nearly 5 minutes. We talked about Prime Minister Starmer. We talked about the special relationship with who he said. It was a jam-packed interview. I'll tell you what he told me, and I'll explain why you can't hear the call.
I'm Mark Stone, and I'm Sky's correspondent based here in Washington, D.C.
Have you seen what Donald Trump's been up to? In the Rose Garden, in the East Wing.
100 days in and back with the grassroots of this MAGA movement.
It feels a little bit like he's a king, not a president.
He is a king.
I've witnessed the remarkable passion for politics here, but the anger too.
Everything in America feels kind of torn in two right now, and it has been an intense few weeks for Minneapolis.
How many more people have to die? This is not America.
A large and growing protest movement. They're vocal and they're angry.
Are these immigration rates?
Unbelievable we've come to this.
We just arrived in Doha, just ahead of President Trump, and look at that. The horse-backed military and beyond them, the skyline of a city transformed.
There seems to be some sort of a shooting, what appear to be shots fired at the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
What do America's Christian faithful make of the president's pop at the Pope?
The ones that vote for him are going to vote for him through thick and thin.
Before anybody criticizes the Pope, they need to think more than twice.
Mark Stone from Sky News. Will you stop buying Russian energy? Is there any assurance for Palestinian self-determination?
Of course.
It's a big shift by President Trump.
This post of Trump, it's a big shift. It's a big shift. It's very positive.
Sky News, the full story first.
The best thing about being a Sky News journalist... My darling.
Beth Rigby, Sky News.
...is being a Sky News journalist. You said to people, I'm not coming back for more, but you have come back for more.
Well, let's kick off
And make a statement. What can our Prime Minister say to you to not impose tariffs?
He's coming out!
What more do you need?
We're trying to see as much as we can.
We're in an area that's just been reclaimed. Mr. Zuma, Sky News. People are directly protesting.
The whole neighborhood is rallied around her. It's been impenetrable to journalists over the last 2 years of war in Sudan.
I've been waiting for this for 2 years. It doesn't feel like a big homecoming.
It was never going to be pretty. War isn't pretty.
Well, let's hear then from one of those MPs who have put their name to asking for Keir Starmer to step aside. Here is Belle Ribeiro-Addy, MP for Clapham and Brixton Hill, saying it's clear the PM does not have a credible plan. He must now set out a timetable for departure.
It's clear he's lost the confidence of the PLP, of the country, and without both of those, you can't effectively govern. If the conversation every day is whether or not one man is going to keep his job, then we are not doing what we set out for in government, and this whole melodrama has to come to an end.
Why is it all about Sir Keir Starmer, not about Rachel Reeves, given very many of the elements of policy that are being criticised actually came from the door of the Treasury?
Yeah, your point of the Chancellor will have approved most of the proposals, and I think if he goes, she goes. She only stays if he is in place, and I suppose the buck stops at the top. But I don't think many of the MPs or the cabinet ministers who are going in and saying to Keir Starmer, you should quit as PM, would think Rachel Reeves would survive as Chancellor.
No, I mean, the point is, was the tail wagging the dog? I.e., was, Rachel Reeves in the Treasury driving policy? Was it Morgan McSweeney telling him what to do? Was he somebody who actually had a strategy that was taking the country forward?
I think we can. I don't think he had a strategy all along. There was that PMQs of you the other month where he stood up and he said, his great victory and his legacy was gaining power, in effect. Well, no, his victory and his legacy should have been what he actually did when he got into power. And also, I don't think we can say that all the blame lies at Rachel Reeves' door. I'm certainly not a fan of Rachel Reeves. But, however, this is the Prime Minister. He could have sacked Rachel at any point in time. He sanctioned these policies. It wasn't Rachel Reeves that appointed Mandelson. It wasn't Rachel Reeves that took money for suits and other things as well. So I think the blame lies with Starmer, and I've never seen anybody dig the hole deeper than he did today with that speech.
Michelle, Kevin, there's plenty more coming from both of you in the next hour. Cabinet ministers, we have heard, are actively talking to Keir Starmer. Cabinet meeting tomorrow. Will bring you the very latest after this.
What's the best thing about being a Sky News presenter? Perfect. Let's bring you some breaking news. Being a Sky News presenter. I began by asking...
Thank you so much.
...trusting us to tell her story. The battle for number 10. Sky News has been given exclusive access. Let me give you a sneak peek. It was the day those present would never forget. Why did you decide to open up and tell your story?
I urge you not to look away. If Hamas hands the hostages over, they will end this conflict. The world has been watching.
Good to see you again. How are you?
Did she say how he was?
The conditions are awful.
The jets were ordered to come back. Historic day here today. How will you respond if India does launch airstrikes?
They'll be all out to war.
I'm just going to put some body armor on. I'm Yalda Hakim.
Tonight on The Wrap, Keir Starmer's nightmare on Downing Street. It looks like it's all over for the Prime Minister. More than 70 Labour MPs are demanding that he sets a timetable to quit, including 4 ministerial aides who have walked out of the government. All this after a keynote speech that was designed to shore up his leadership.
I know I have my doubters, and I know I need to prove them wrong, and I will.
The Cabinet meets in Downing Street tomorrow morning. The Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood is among his most senior colleagues who have told him to go. But who could replace him? Many think Andy Burnham is the leader in waiting, but he's not an MP. Angela Rayner still being investigated by the taxman, and some say West Streeting just isn't loved by his own colleagues. Well, we're discussing what happens next with the former Conservative Cabinet Minister, Michelle Donnellan, and the Daily Mirror columnist, Kevin Maguire. John Craig will also be in just a moment. First, a look at the front pages too of tomorrow's newspapers, dominated by talk of the Prime Minister's future. Hello, very good evening to you. Kevin, Michelle, welcome to both of you as well. So the former Prime Minister Boris Johnson, if you remember, famously said that at Westminster, the herd instinct is powerful and when the herd moves, it moves. Well, tonight it appears the Labour Party is moving against Keir Starmer, including the Home Secretary and the Foreign Secretary, who have both told him he needs to set a timetable for his departure. Michelle, Kevin, your thoughts then? Is it over, Kevin?
I think Keir Starmer will have to be a political Houdini to survive this. Nothing is ever certain in politics, but it looks like his days are numbered.
Yeah, I think, look, no drama. Starmer has embroiled himself in drama. And the only question now is he going to be dragged out or is he going to gracefully set a timetable himself? But there's no hope that he can recover from this.
Well, it has been an extraordinary day from that speech by Sir Keir Starmer this morning. Let's get the details then. Here's our political editor, Beth Rigby.
Starmer loyalists in central London here to rally and raise up a Prime Minister fighting for his political life as he used a make-or-break early morning speech to try to persuade his MPs not to topple him after a disastrous set of elections.
I know I have my doubters, and I know I need to prove them wrong, and I will.
Starmer acknowledging he's let Labour voters down too.
Truth be told, I'm not sure that they believe that we care. I'm not sure they believe that we see their lives.
Trying to find the passion.
Millions of people held back because the status quo in this country does not work for them. I am fighting for them. We are fighting for them. I am their Prime Minister and this is their government.
But his pitch for concrete change lacking, with just one clear offer.
I can announce that legislation will be brought forward this week to give the government powers, subject to that public interest test, to take full national ownership of British Steel.
A speech light on policy, heavy on politics. But many of his MPs fear keeping Starmer on will only hand the country to rivals. Back in 2021, when Labour lost hundreds of council seats in the Hartlepool by-election, you thought about resigning as Labour leader, explaining, and this is quoting you, "I didn't feel I should be bigger than the party." But these results, this moment, is so much worse than then. You've lost nearly 1,500 councillors, 40 councils, you've lost Wales. Haven't you, for one moment, thought you should step aside in the interests of the party and country? And if you haven't, why haven't you?
What we witnessed with the last government was the chaos of constantly changing leaders. And it cost this country a huge amount. A huge amount. And I'll tell you who paid the price. It was working people. They paid the price of this. They are still paying the price of this. Yes, I acknowledge that we've lost brilliant representatives across the United Kingdom. And I have a responsibility for that. But I also have a responsibility to deliver the change that we were elected and that we promised this country. And I'll deliver on that.
That the pitch, but it wasn't enough for former Minister Catherine West, who wrote to all MPs after Starmer's speech to canvass support for a leadership race. West said she was giving notice to number 10 and collecting names of Labour MPs to call on the Prime Minister to set a timetable for the election of a new leader in September. As West went over the top, the former Deputy Labour leader setting out demands too. Angela Rayner calling for a return of the popular Greater Manchester Mayor, Andy Burnham.
We as a party have to do better than this. And we can only prove we mean our Labour values by putting the common interest ahead of factionalism. And we can start by accepting that Andy Burnham should never have been blocked. It was a mistake that the leadership of our party should put right.
But as the day wore on, more backbenchers broke cover, calling for Starmer to go.
Starmer is now on a very borrowed time, and I do think that there is a need for a leadership challenge.
I don't think we saw a plan from the Prime Minister this morning in order to implement the kind of change that this country needs, and I therefore think it's time for us to look for new leadership.
Some cabinet members still trying to hold the line.
Are you 100% confident that Keir Starmer will still be the Prime Minister by the end of this year?
I'm confident he'll still be Prime Minister at the end of this year.
100%?
Absolutely right. Yes, of course I am, because the Labour Party is not the Conservative Party.
But that line getting harder to hold as the drip of backbench dissent turned into a stream of resignations from junior aides, this increasingly looking like a concerted effort to get Starmer out. What began with backbenchers is moving up the ministerial ranks, and I'm hearing tonight that some in the Cabinet are gearing up to tell the Prime Minister to set a timetable for his departure if he cannot command the confidence of his benches. But it's all very uncertain, with number 10 trying to mount a fight back this evening. There are now over 60 MPs calling publicly for Starmer to set out a plan for his departure. But there's also a quiet majority that don't want a leadership challenge right now. But discipline has completely broken down in the party, and it's hard to see how the Prime Minister now pulls back from this. A Prime Minister that says he will fight on, but will the battle prove too much?
Well, our chief political correspondent, John Craig, is here, just back from Downing Street. Right, where are we at, John? Because the newspapers are full of names. What are you hearing?
Well, the dramatic events tonight, the most dramatic thing tonight is the intervention of senior cabinet ministers. Now, I've been in Downing Street for about 5 or 6 hours, freezing as well. Yeah. And we didn't see Shabana Mahmood go in, but we saw a car go around the side, so I think that was possibly her car. She is the one who has been leading the calls from inside the Cabinet for the Prime Minister to set out an exit timetable. Yvette Cooper also was involved in that. When I was there, we saw John Healey go in, we saw Steve Reid go in, and I'm told that while I was talking to you at 10 o'clock, saw Johnny Reynolds come out behind me. So a lot of senior Cabinet ministers were in there. Now, it's said that we believe that Steve Reid, who I've talked to today, and he's been doing broadcast interviews, he's been the one really making the case for the defence for the Prime Minister, and Pat McFadden, another loyalist, were urging him to fight on. David Lammy's in there, obviously weighing up the options. The lights were burning bright in Downing Street till a short time ago, actually. Real air of mood of crisis in there. They sent out for pizzas or some other takeaway food at one point. Of course, the party tomorrow morning is the Cabinet meeting, Tuesday morning as usual. My goodness, they'll all be looking down at their feet, won't they, some of them, whilst others will probably. I mean, we know that Shabana Mahmood is a gutsy, brave politician. She will have the guts to say to him, to his face, you've got to go, as she has already this evening. And it's all over, really, for him, barring an amazing reversal of his fortunes, because, of course, it was all triggered by Catherine West taking everyone by surprise with her triggering this whole process. We were slightly surprised how quickly they got up to 70 or 80 names. And I'll tell you what struck me as well. 38 of the names.
Well, John, actually, we can see them. So while you're talking, explain who some of these people are. I want to know how many of them are your classic left-wingers as well, for whom Keir Starmer is not their natural bedfellow.
The point I was going to make was, what surprised me a bit was 38 of them were MPs elected in 2024. Quite a lot young, inexperienced MPs, many of them, and many of them who won their seats from the Conservatives in 2024, clearly thinking, oh, my goodness, there's no way I'm going to hold my seat. Quite a few Scots as well, following Anas Sarwar's intervention back in February, when he called for the PM to go, turn around behind, and of course nobody followed him. But now a lot of Scottish Labour MPs are calling for him to go. Who do you want me to pick out then? Out of this lot?
Joe Morris, directly behind you,
yes.
Was Streeting's PPS.
Yes, they've
bag carrier
to replace all the.
I think Hexham. Did he win Hexham? Is he the Hexham MP? I mean, you know.
In fact, that whole top row is PPSs, actually.
Yeah, that's right.
But in terms of Scotland is a case in point, because the number of English seats lost in the council elections was as predicted. Why is this so much worse than, in terms of its atmosphere and mood? Is it because Reform's got the same number of MSPs as Labour has in Scotland? Is it because of the rout in Wales that we saw? I mean, what is the build-up of this?
Labour's taken a kicking in 2 successive local authority elections, did in 2025, did again, and its share of the vote is gone. It was third behind the Conservatives as well as Reform. Hemorrhaging votes on the left of the Green and losing seats and some votes to Reform on the right. And I think it comes back to MPs and ministers. They find people just don't like, they've made up their mind, they don't like the Prime Minister. And they won't give Labour a hearing while he is there. And they think that Reform is a great threat to Labour and the country, but they think it is still beatable. And Nigel Farage is still beatable because his own vote has fallen. The share of the vote fell in these elections compared to the year before, despite all those gains. And they think if they get their act together, they can have a fighting chance, but not with a Prime Minister that, fairly or unfairly, so many people have closed their eyes and ears to and think is, quite frankly, a dud. And that, I think that's why the dam is kind of burst. It was all there, and it's gone. And you're right. I mean, in a way, Catherine West is a very unlikely person to lead the charge. Look, she's a Quaker. She's not somebody who normally shouts about politics. She's more quiet and methodical. But she hears all this too, and so she's put her head up above the parapet.
But I think we can't underestimate the importance that the speech today has played as well.
Flopped.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's dug the hole so deep. Yeah, he tried to look the part, take off the tie, have the shirt a little bit unbuttoned.
Rolled his sleeves up, didn't he?
Yeah, but still read it off an auto cue and still sounded robotic. Also, he was blatantly trying to talk to Labour Party members and the base and trying to pivot to the left. Yet what did he come out with? A closer relationship with the EU in terms of actually the movement of young people, which was already being worked on. The steel announcement that most people think is already happening anyway. So these weren't massive movements and policy that was going to save the day and captivate people and think, golly, this guy gets it, this guy's in touch. In fact, all they thought afterwards is, this guy really doesn't get it. This guy is going to lose our seats.
Should we hear a bit more? Here's the Prime Minister speaking earlier.
I think what we witnessed with the last government was the chaos of constantly changing leaders. And it cost this country a huge amount. A huge amount. And I'll tell you who paid the price. It was working people. They paid the price of this. They are still paying the price of this. A Labour government will not inflict that on our country again. We were elected with a mandate to change this country because of what had gone before. And that is what we will do. Yes, I acknowledge the frustration. Yes, I acknowledge the results are tough. Yes, I acknowledge that we've lost brilliant representatives across the United Kingdom. And I have a responsibility for that. But I also have a responsibility to deliver the change that we were elected and that we promised this country. And I'll deliver on that.
Well, let's have a look at the polls. We saw them briefly, shall we, and discuss them further. You know, certainly when we looked at the national equivalent vote after the elections last week, it would not give Reform a majority, standing on 26%. There's Labour, you know, pretty much neck and neck with the Conservatives. I mean, you know, are the Conservatives confident in over the next 2 or 3 years that they will see a bounce back? And because at the moment, Labour's getting nibbled from absolutely every direction, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, look, the Conservatives are going up, Labour's going down, in effect, on this trajectory. And obviously, the popularity of Kemi is very high in terms of her personal positioning, whereas you've got Keir Starmer, the most unpopular Prime Minister in an exceptionally long time, if not ever, since polls began. So it's a very different scenario. And we've got him in having those devastating results just the other day. How does he recover from that? He couldn't do. Really, that was the kiss of death, to be honest.
So what is it about him? Is it personality? Is it policy? Is it right from the very beginning when they instantly talked about the black hole and how miserable it was and everyone felt miserable, you know, having been relieved 14 years of Tory rule was over, and then it was the winter fuel allowance, and then it was the first budget where we saw national insurance on employers go up, which is now called a jobs. I mean, it's endless errors, multi of them that have been reversed. So is it him or is it the policies that have been taken, do you think, John?
Well, it's both. I mean, bad mistakes. You mentioned winter fuel. That was within the first few weeks of the government after the general election. I mean, I used to think most of the bad errors were made by Rachel Reeves in various budgets, winter fuel and so on. But then, of course, we come to the Mandelson fiasco. Of course, he started to look shifty. And, of course, before that, of course, there was the freebie suits and freebie Taylor Swift tickets, all that sort of stuff. A combination of things, absolute disasters for his poll ratings. Having said that, I do think that Labour MPs have panicked a bit today. I mean, some people will say, oh, Harold Wilson had bad polling results and Blair and other party leaders and Prime Minister had bad polls. I think they have panicked. I've been surprised, actually, how many MPs on your chart there have flocked to back what Catherine West is calling for. And that's clearly spooked them in number 10, and that's why the Cabinet's saying the game's up.
Yeah. I think the fundamental problem for Starmer is that he doesn't have a political antenna. He doesn't have that intuition that you need to be able to recognise whether a policy is going to land well or not and how to roll the pitch. And then the second thing is that he just doesn't command the support of his party because he has been trying to sit on the fence when it comes to, does he go left, does he go right? And we saw that again in this speech today. He's a bit of a fence sitter. And what they need is somebody who's going to inspire people and actually go out and push a policy agenda. But he doesn't have a strategy, does he? If I said to the average man on the street, what does Keir Starmer stand for? What's his vision for the country? I don't think they'd have a clue.
I just say, Michelle, when you said the Conservatives still down on the general election vote, it was slightly up on the last time and lost more than 500 councils, and councils are still going. But I think the seeds of Starmer's blown chance were probably sown when he won the Labour leadership standing on a Corbyn programme, but not Corbyn himself, and then he ditched it all the way long. So you begin to think, what does he stand for? He gets to the general election. He wins a huge majority with only 34% of the popular vote, the lowest winning figure for a majority. And then he gets in, and he is gloomy. And I think that combination at the time of, I'm going to take your winter fuel allowance away if you've got an occupational pension of £20 a week or whatever, and look, I've got all these suits and spectacles, cost next to nothing compared to the 5 million Nigel Farage has taken from a Thai-based crypto tycoon. But nevertheless, he was the Prime Minister, he took it. And then he kind of, what was the vivid vision for the country? He didn't have one. Where was the plan? And the biggest shock, he didn't seem to have a plan. And he's gone through chiefs of staff, he's gone through cabinet secretaries, communication directors. Everyone's been thrown under a bus, and now the bus is coming for him.
And the odd thing about this not having a plan is he had a long enough time. You know, they were in opposition for a long old time to actually get their act together and come in and hit the ground running, and they failed to do that.
And he can point out, and he does point out, and I've seen it in a message to councillors who lost, and he touched on it, they have done things which I think will make a difference for people's lives, whether it's on the NHS, breakfast clubs, childcare, higher minimum wage.
Also done stuff that's
you get he gets no credit for
guys,
it.
wait.
Done for us.
Exactly.
Guys, let's talk about that. Do you mind? Just quickly, if you look at what we can see there, you talked about the people around him and so on. Since he became Prime Minister, by our count, he's either lost or sacked 2 chiefs of staff, no fewer than 4 heads of communications, 2 of his most senior mandarins. Now they're suggesting there's nobody really around him. And in terms of what I said at the beginning about what caused the rot, how quickly the rot came in, you know, the Instamilliary, the £22 billion black hole. The New Statesman is quoting an article it's done with Sadiq Khan today. Every time I hear the Chancellor speak, it's doom and gloom for the last 2 years. People didn't vote for a Labour government for more doom and gloom. And that's what it's felt like for people, isn't it? Anyway, so it loses people. What about who might replace him?
Yeah.
Because if it was easy to replace him, it would have been done by now, wouldn't it? The problem is, it is difficult.
Yeah, I think the best slogan in politics at the moment is Zach Polanski and the Greens, make hope normal again. And that is it. What are you going to do for people to make their lives better? But if you look at the contenders, the 3 names that are most prominently heard: Andy Burnham, not an MP, can't stand; Angela Rayner, who we believe hasn't resolved her HMRC 40,000
and has got
stamp
low
duty
public
issue.
opinion ratings, has she not?
They've fallen since, although when you get a new leader, you just need really now to aim for 30% of the population. You used to aim for 36% to have a chance to get into power. Fragmented politics, 30% will probably get you into power at the next election, which is why Reform and Nigel Farage are just happy to be the biggest significant minority and no longer talk about PR and electoral reform. And then, of course, there's Wes Streeton, the Health Secretary in the Cabinet, who is in a bind. How does he come out publicly? Does he confront the Prime Minister tomorrow at the Cabinet meeting, or is he the one who is seen to be the kind of going back, the Michael Heseltine figure who leads the charge, and then you don't get the prize. Somebody else comes in.
He who wields the dagger never wears the crown. Famous quote.
I really think Wes is going to try and play a blinder tomorrow, and he's going to try and keep it a bit low key until somebody else really goes for it, and then he will come forward, so that he's keeping his powder dry.
Opinion polls put Andy Burnham miles ahead of all the others. And I think he's probably about the most popular politician in the country, if you believe the opinion polls. And he's certainly well ahead of both Streeting and Rayner. But, I mean, is he going to get back into Parliament? I mean, a by-election's a risky thing, isn't it? I mean, we've seen this in history of people losing by-elections. And some people claim there's not many safe seats. In northwest England, Labour didn't do terribly well. I mean, I've been saying he should fight Arbroath and Broughty Ferry, where Stephen Gethins is about to... You're smiling, you don't believe me. I think I'm being a bit facetious.
You talked about Wandsworth and Westminster ahead of the vote last week, and, you know, you were proved to be, on the money there, so there we go.
I still think he would get in if it was a Manchester seat. He is exceptionally popular in that area, and I think if he'd...
Greater Manchester has turned turquoise is the problem.
It has, but he wasn't standing,
Michelle,
was he then?
It's harder for him now than it would have been a couple of months ago because Labour's gone down.
But he's also now the anti-Starmer candidate, isn't he? And even if Starmer has set out a timeline that's long enough for him to come forward, he is seen as potentially the rescuer, and I think he could galvanise those votes locally if he was in the right
Reform would throw a lot of their crypto money at that.
That's the thing to look for in the next 24 hours. How long will the period be? Because you mentioned earlier on, 2006, when there was the Curry plot and all that to get rid of Blair, he made the announcement in September 2006, and he went in was it May or June in 2007?
Yeah, it was a year later, really. Almost a year later.
And the problem with that, though, and I saw this firsthand, is that you just have a government then that is navel-gazing, that is treading water, unable to actually do radical policies and decision-making if there is that long trajectory of time.
Let's talk about steel, shall we? Because obviously that was part of his reset button today, part of his offer. Some people suggesting that, why should anyone in Port Talbot be cheering? Because there were chances to save the steel industry in the UK, and now he's doing it because he's saving his own skin.
Yeah,
is that an unfair assessment, do you think?
The timing is interesting on Scunthorpe because Port Talbot, the government's putting in £500 million into Tata for the new electric arc furnaces, which he should have mentioned and reminded people, given Labour's just taken a hammering in Wales. What have we ever done for Wales? He could have mentioned that, but he didn't. But of course, April last year, they just took over. It was a big move, and Parliament sat on a Monday to put this legislation through. Saturday. Apologies, yeah, and to take control of Scunthorpe because they feared the Chinese owners were going to shut it and run down the furnaces. And it's been costing more than £1 million a day, but it's been no way you could invest in it when you don't own it. And so by nationalising it, they can now invest in it for the future. Now, Scunthorpe's in Lincolnshire, it's a big reform heartland, but they got no credit electorally, we could see, for saving the plant with taking control last April. And now nationalisation is probably the right way to go forward for the investment. But will he get any credit for it at all? Or is it too late? And it's rather like, where is the credit for ending the two-child benefit cap, which is going to lift 500,000 kids out of poverty? But he was against it at the beginning. He didn't want to do it. Yeah, and it's often doing the right thing reluctantly does not get you any credit.
No, absolutely doesn't.
John, what's going to happen?
Well, Cabinet meets tomorrow, 9:30, I think, and I imagine they'll ask the civil servants to leave whilst they have a rather brutal exchange with what they call political cabinet. And I'm sure that people like Shabana Mahmood will repeat the point to him. Look, the time's up. You've got to go. You've got to set out a timetable. And as I say, the key thing to look for is how long that timetable is. I dare say there will... and if they have a really frank discussion, I think there will be supporters who back him, like Pat McFadden and some others. But, oh, my goodness, it's going to be a pretty rancorous cabinet meeting, I think.
Shabana Mahmood is, as well as Home Secretary, is chair of Labour's governing National Executive Committee, which would set out the timetable, but she will be reporting back on the local election results. Lucy Powell will also attend, who is the deputy leader, beat Bridget Phillips, and the Education Secretary, who was backed by Starmer, but she is very close to Andy Burnham.
She was the one who voted to allow him to stand in Gorton and Denton. And it was 8-1.
Her face was very interesting today at the speech. She looked as if she was clapping through gritted teeth. She wasn't that enthusiastic. It was quite telling if you watched her body language today.
Because you must have done it yourself in the past.
You
could tell. No, but you can. You could tell it if you've done it.
Exactly.
OK, well, it's a ... watch this space moment, isn't it? Certainly. We've got lots more on the Prime Minister's future next and a full look at the newspapers as well. John, for the moment, thank you as well.
I urge you not to look away. If Hamas hands the hostages over, they will end this conflict. The world has been watching. Good to see you again. How are you? Did she say how he was?
The conditions are awful.
The jets were ordered to come back. Historic day here today. How will you respond if India does launch airstrikes?
They'll be all out to war.
But I'm just going to put some body armour on. I'm Yalda Hakim.
So it is time to see what is making the front pages of tomorrow's newspapers with Kevin, Michelle and John staying. Sorry, John, I thought you were going, but you're staying. That's great. Anyway, so to the Daily Express, first of all, remarking on Sir Keir Starmer's precarious leadership position, the Express has the simple headline, PM on the edge. Here is the Sun's take then, Starmer's on the brink. And The Guardian, the headline, Starmer's survival on the line as cabinet ministers urge him to quit. That apparent groundswell of cabinet unhappiness is also the main concern for The Telegraph. Cabinet turns on Starmer is the splash for The Times. Similarly, The Mirror proclaims rebels turn on Starmer. The Eye describes the Labour Party as being in open revolt against the PM. The Star portrays Wes Streeting and Angela Rayner as reality TV traitors poised to figuratively murder the Prime Minister. According to the Financial Times, Sir Keir's speech earlier today, aimed at resetting his premiership, instead resulted in more MPs calling for him to go. The Mail says the speech failed dismally and calls the PM a lame duck leader, while the Metro reports on the PM's attempt to win over Labour colleagues to his left by accelerating the effort to fully renationalise British Steel. So let's talk more then, shall we, including specifically from, some political journalists who, it does make interesting reading, doesn't it, people's take. Kitty Donaldson, for example, writing in The Eye, Kevin.
Yeah, I think it's very astute and often gauges the mood really correctly. Just say, look, he just didn't, he failed to lift his MPs and it showed why so many want him to be gone.
Yeah.
Which, you've seen these make-or-break moments, Michelle, for Conservative leaders, Conservative Prime Ministers in the past, and this is a Labour one, and it's almost everybody's right in the same, whether you're left, right or centre. It's the same conclusion from the performance,
yeah. Well,
which isn't a stitch-up. I think it's just looking at the facts and what people are saying and seeing the performance and realising it seems to be the end.
Yeah,
Might he be offered Foreign Secretary by whoever succeeds him? Possibly.
I've heard that raised as a possibility.
I don't think so, because...
He's fallen out with Trump, is that why?
No, because you need a clean start. If this whole move is to reinvent the Labour Party and change tact and gain back those voters, you can't then be carrying with you the old legacy. And today we saw him get it wrong on every count. His charisma wasn't there. He didn't bring some kind of persona. His policies were hollow. This is not a man that's in touch with people or had the strategy and the vision. So you can't put him in a top job.
Whether it happens or not, I know David Cameron was brought back by...
After some time, and it was a very different scenario.
And I'm not sure it worked. But it's the one job you could probably give him because he's got a lot of experience and knows European allies, Zelensky, the Chinese, Trump clearly, that lot. So you could see a role for him, but I don't think it'll happen. He will probably feel so humiliated he'll want to go off and lick his wounds, I would have thought.
I just don't see why
if it happens, if he's ousted.
Yeah, but why would you do it? He's exceptionally unpopular. If your goal is to try and secure that second term, which is looking almost impossible now, why do you stick in the guy that you're trying to get rid of? Because he's so unpopular.
Yeah, but you send the Foreign Secretary out of the country, that's why. They disappear.
Yeah, I think we've cropped actually a very good double-page spread in the Times. I'm going to hold up very briefly, which goes through all the names actually, but on the right-hand side, sleeves rolled up, Keir takes a tame swing and misses. This Tom Peck's political sketch that it just didn't land today, did it? It wasn't enough. It was more of the same. We'd heard it before. He quoted his brother and his sister. His working-class roots again. Didn't quite mention his dad was a toolmaker, but nearly did. I mean, it was familiar stuff, wasn't it?
It was really robotic. It was dull, but there was still the fighting talk, which almost seemed forced. without any substance to win people back. And then you had Rayner obviously doing her speech today as well, where she was really trying to do more of a rallying cry to the left.
The other thing, I think, which backfired horribly for him was some interviews he gave at the weekend when he talked about serving for 10 years, didn't he? A decade of renewal or whatever he said. I think it was The Observer, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And a lot of MPs went,
Boris Johnson did the same and it was gone. Thatcher was a bit going on and on.
Didn't she?
Yeah. Tony Blair to some extent too before he went.
And of course, his move to bring Gordon Brown back has gone down like a lead balloon as well. You know, this is the guy that sold off our gold reserves, and then you brought him back to try and advise in that position.
Gordon Brown survived 3 coup attempts within Labour in 2008, 2009 and January 2010.
Yeah.
But he denied the Conservatives a majority.
When you see a clean sweep set of papers like this, that presumably, you know, everyone at Downing Street's got a telly on in the background, you know, watching all of this, you know, how miserable is it, do you think, when you start to see the, you know, the verdict, if you like, of what used to be Fleet Street's finest?
So I think it's going to be miserable for all of the...
Oh, they've moved, that's why.
I see what you mean. They're still the finest, just not in Fleet Street.
Exactly that, yeah.
The boulevard of broken dreams, as I like to call it.
Yeah.
Whenever this type of saga happens, it is downright miserable for everybody involved and all of the MPs as well, because this is a reflection on your party and your promises that you've made to the general public and your ability to deliver. And none of them at the moment know what is the next move, what's going to actually come next. Are they going to be able to turn this around, or are they going to end up in the same position that, you know, my government did, where then you're tainted by the fact that you've swapped leaders so many times? So this is worrying times for all of them.
But how do they feel in Downing Street and that their jobs are on the line too, which is not something to just dismiss? Well, I look at the Daily Mirror, Lizzie Buchan, the political editor. Number 10 source said to her of Starmer, I don't think he's coming back from this. So it's kind of...
Mirror.
Yeah, that's Number 10.
Yes.
You know, you got to report it, and you can see. I mean, they know what's happening too, and it's how much fight is left in them, or do they just think so many of them have gone, they've been thrown under the buses?
Of course, Margaret Thatcher famously said, we fight on, we fight to win. I think the next day she quit, didn't she?
Yeah. John, you were pointing out that 38 of the 70-ish so far, I mean, some papers are saying it's up to 77, who have asked for him to go, are new Labour MPs of 2024. But for them, the writing's on the wall, is it not? That it's very likely they wouldn't win another election. So what have they got to lose?
Many of them have won seats from the Conservatives, not very big majorities in many cases, and thinking, oh, my goodness, there's no way I'm going to hold my seat.
Yeah. There's the star. You've been murdered with the traitors. Do you think people will feel like they're traitors now, or do you think they're doing it for the good of the party and the country?
Well, I think that's why you've seen this cautiousness by a lot of them not to put their head too much above the parapet and be the knifer. And that's why it was almost, for a short period of time, we were waiting to see who was actually going to force this. And the first resignation was a lowly PPS, which is the very bottom of the ladder. They're not even paid in terms of their roles. But I think it depends on the next stages over the next few days. If one of them really guns for it tomorrow, then obviously they will be viewed as much more of a traitor.
They'll be thinking there are conflicting loyalties. There's loyalty to the Prime Minister, the leader of their party, but there's also loyalty to their party, their constituency, their country, and possibly themselves and their families too, as they work out who will be the best person. But you can see just clearly it's sell Starmer, but who do you buy? And that's what's been saving him for some time, is there's no one head and shoulders who is there that you will say, this is the person we could back and replace him with. Because Burnham, John says, most popular probably in the country.
Polls say, yeah.
He can't even stand at the moment.
Maybe it'll be somebody new. In the terms of the traitors' land, if we look at The Guardian understands that 2 senior cabinet ministers told the Prime Minister he should oversee an orderly transition of power after what happened. We are presuming that is Shabana Mahmood and Yvette Cooper. At least 2 others discussed with Starmer how they should take a responsible, dignified, orderly approach to what might follow, although at least 2 more were defiant, urging him to fight on. We had the names for those as well, did we not?
McFadden and David Lammy, we think.
And Steve Reid as well.
Steve Reid,
Steve Reid as well.
Who was the first person I saw go into Downing Street at about 5-ish, of 5:30, was actually John Healey, who slipped in very quietly, and then Steve Reid arrived in his government car. Of course, we now know that there were far more ministers inside Number 10 than the ones we'd seen going through the front door. But yes, I mean, it does remind me of the night Thatcher went. I know you've mentioned it already, but I remember they all went into her office in the House of Commons one by one, and nearly all of them, apart from the loyalists, who include the man who is now Speaker in the House of Lords, Michael Forsyth, and Michael Fallon and 1 or 2 others. I mean, Michael Forsyth, I think, admits that he cried the night Maggie went. Do you think there'll be any tears for Sir Keir?
Might be from David Lammy, because he's Deputy Prime Minister, so I think that's one of the reasons why he wants to
I don't suppose will be Chancellor under the new leader.
Quite, yeah.
David Lammy, we understand, has been there in Downing Street all day,
but
making phone calls on behalf of him. Wes Streeting, we are being told, is preparing to mount his bid for Number 10. Several of his allies going over the top, including his PPS. One wonders what he said to him. Starmer's loyal ministers, cabinet ministers, believe that Streeting has orchestrated the entire coup, according to Steve Swinford of The Times. As well, one accused Starmer of pushing the party into Nicene warfare. So whether this is coordinated, certainly there was a drip of the 70-plus names that came out. Whether it's been coordinated, who knows?
I don't think he has the ability to coordinate this, because it is on the back of losing more than 1,400 council seats.
And then the other point that Beth Rigby was making is if you rush this and you do not allow time for Andy Burnham to get a parliamentary seat, and as many people pointed out, there are no safe seats for Labour right now, then will the party feel cheated, and will it therefore be a hollow victory for whoever then takes the helm at Number 10?
Yeah. Well, you're setting that person up to fail, aren't you, from the very beginning? And then especially if Burnham does come in afterwards, then you've brought your potential contender in to the scenario. You've got to bring him then into the inner circle, which is easier said than done. So this could certainly lead to a collection of different leaders if they are not careful. They really have to think carefully about who is the next person and how they do this.
But opinions are divided about that.
Well, quite. Yeah.
They can't agree on that.
Yeah, one cabinet minister, it was very close to Wes Streeting, said that the Health Secretary believes Labour wins power very rarely, and so we shouldn't waste it. And of course, Labour's had 7 prime ministers in history. The Conservatives have had 7 since 1990, Thatcher on. Labour's only been in power 35 years, and the 126 it's been formed, and it is rarely in power. And you can see why a lot of figures, not only Streeting but Rayner, Burnham, all that, are thinking we may not get this chance again for some time. And that counts against Starmer.
Only 2 have won from opposition, haven't they? Which is in the last just over 50 years, which is Tony Blair and Keir Starmer, who turned fortunes around in one term from the low under Corbyn, which everyone was incredibly shocked at.
Well, 5 of the 7 have won from opposition. But if you think of it, back in 2019, when Boris Johnson got that big majority for the Conservatives, Labour was written off and then came back through a series of circumstances, the Conservatives kind of destroying themselves. Part of it, because Labour's share of the vote went up to 34%. Jeremy Corbyn got 32 in 2019. It's because the Conservative vote plummeted to 24 from, I think, 44 because of the split on the right. Split on the left, the Greens might do Labour now. But you can see why. I just think politicians don't sit back and look at whoever's Prime Minister in the way they used to in the past and think they can't topple them. I think we're in a different era. It's almost disposable, fast fashion Prime Ministers.
But you're right on that. We've got to be careful that we don't give Starmer all the credit for that massive victory because of the small percentage of the vote and because of the extraordinary circumstances. he almost won by default, really, rather than an active surge. And there was the position that he was starting from was not one in which people had galvanised round him and his ideals and his beliefs or his...
Yeah, although his 34% of the vote for Labour looks huge compared to, Reform's 26, 27% at the moment.
But the Labour won with a big majority, partly because, of course, in a lot of seats, Reform got 6, 7 or 8,000, and it made the difference. It meant Labour were ahead of the Conservatives.
Let's just look at Tim Stanley's column in the Daily Telegraph, shall we? Which is Keir 6.0. I mean, he's had a number of resets, hasn't he? Short circuits at his final abortive attempt to be authentic. And if we go back to what is it about Keir Starmer that resonates on the high street? The fact that he tacked towards Corbyn when he got the leadership, then he tacked away, that it's been meandering in terms of where he wanted to go. Is there a slipperiness to him? Is it his voice? You know, why can't he sound authentic, do you think?
He's kind of lacked a confidence. They used to say, let Tony be Tony or whatever, and there's just been lots of different Keir Starmers, and none of them have been particularly attractive with the electorate. I think it's all that change in your mind. No big plan, no vivid idea of where you're going to take the country.
U-turns, dithering, too many consultations.
Well, of course, U-turns are good, but it means you've made a mistake in the first place.
Well, yeah, and the reality is this chap really a leader? He's not, is he? He comes across as a bit of a middle manager, and there is a limit to how much he can change who he is. And I think it's unreasonable to think that today he was somehow going to wake up and reset everything magically and almost come across as a different person.
But people want change, but people want different change. That's what we're seeing in this fragmentation, the two-party system going, Labour and the Conservatives struggling. So yes, people want change, but no, there's no common, change they want.
Yeah. Well, indeed so, yes. The Matt cartoon, just finally, as if it was Keir Starmer on the podium. That was brilliant. It will be difficult for next week's reset speech to beat it, the paper says. Is it time for Sir Keir to be reset himself? Obviously, all eyes on the Cabinet meeting tomorrow morning. How awkward will it be? Who will come over the top at that? It'll be truly fascinating. Our coverage, of course, continues. Thank you, John. Thank you, Michelle. And thank you, Kevin, for talking us through what has been an extraordinary day in politics once again. We've got the sport next, though. Tottenham Hotspur remain in relegation trouble after being held by Leeds in the Premier League.
We've got your Sunday mornings covered. From the front page and the sounds of the streets to the voices of the people who make the major calls and big picture politics beyond Westminster. We'll put you at the heart of our story.
I'm ready. Are you?
Join me, Trevor Phillips, Sunday mornings on Sky News.
An interview that lasted nearly 5 minutes. We talked about Prime Minister Starmer. We talked about the special relationship with who he said. It was a jam-packed interview. I'll tell you what he told me, and I'll explain why you can't hear the call.
I'm Mark Stone, and I'm Sky's correspondent based here in Washington, D.C.
Have you seen what Donald Trump's been up to? In the Rose Garden, in the East Wing.
100 days in and back with the grassroots of this MAGA movement.
It feels a little bit like he's a king, not a president.
He is a king.
I've witnessed the remarkable passion for politics here, but the anger too.
Everything in America feels kind of torn in two right now, and it has been an intense few weeks for Minneapolis.
How many more people have to die? This is not America.
A large and growing protest movement. They're vocal and they're angry.
Are these immigration rates?
Unbelievable we've come to this.
We just arrived in Doha, just ahead of President Trump, and look at that. The horse-backed military and beyond them, the skyline of a city transformed.
There seems to be some sort of a shooting, what appear to be shots fired at the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
What do America's Christian faithful make of the president's pop at the Pope?
The ones that vote for him are going to vote for him through thick and thin.
Before anybody criticizes the Pope, they need to think
more than twice.
Mark Stone from Sky News. Will you stop buying Russian energy? Is there any assurance for Palestinian self-determination?
Of course.
It's a big shift by President Trump.
This post of Trump, it's a big shift. It's a big shift. It's very positive.
Sky News, the full story first.
The best thing about being a Sky News journalist... Hi, darling.
Beth Rigby, Sky News.
Is being a Sky News journalist. You said to people, I'm not coming back for more, but you have come back for more. Well, let's kick off and make a statement. What can our Prime Minister say to you to not impose tariffs? He's coming out! What more do you need?
What's the best thing about being a Sky News presenter? Perfect. Let's bring you some breaking news. Being a Sky News presenter. I began by asking...
Thank you so much.
...trusting us to tell her story. The battle for number 10. Sky News has been given exclusive access. Let me give you a sneak peek. It was the day those present would never forget. Why did you decide to open up and tell your story? Well, the total of the Sky News tally of those Labour MPs who are calling for Sir Keir Starmer to step aside has now gone up to 73. I know other people have got different figures, but we're keeping a very close tab on it, and 73 is the number we have now got. Let's get the sport now. Here's Mike.
James, can you do a big clap in front of your face? Perfect. OK, mate, in your own time.
One word to describe James Milner.
Legend.
Unique. Consistent.
Dedicated.
Intense.
Brilliant.
He just loves to win.
I think he's everything you'd want to be in a footballer.
The Premier League loves James Milner.
Hi James, congratulations on breaking the all-time Premier League appearance record and how hard it is to keep going. You've done phenomenal, so well done.
To be appreciated by your teammates and appreciate what you give, that's pretty special.
England's future looks healthy, and here at Leeds United's training ground, they reckon they're once again grooming tomorrow's World Cup stars.
The board now are realising that you've got to have your money in your academy, you've got to believe in it, because the spiralling costs of everything within the game, I think you've got to try and bring people through that you've blooded yourself.
Yeah, it was an amazing time, being in the academy, and then you're seeing the likes of those guys come through. I remember Alan Smith scoring his first touchdown for him, he was my hero. From being really young and going with my family, and as a Leeds fan, you know, it was a dream really being at the club and being in the academy of a team you supported.
James had a mentality that you would associate with an older, good professional.
Lucky enough to sign the old YTS back then at Leeds, and then we ended up sharing a room together. It was only Phils and horses, and then I think it was on the old PlayStation. We had a snooker game and we were obviously competitive and trying to get 147.
It was a training session basically, and this young lad got called in, and straight away you're all having a look at him, you know, what's he like, whose team's he going to be on. I would say 10 minutes into him coming over from, I think it might have been under 12s, but how old was he? He's only like 16, wasn't he? He did this one thing straight away, and everyone straight away went, oh, who's this lad here?
Young James Milner's only 16.
Didn't think I was going to get on, and to be fair, Terry gave me the nod to go on. Lee Bowyer passed me a ball with my back to goal, and I tried to pass it back and passed it to Paolo Di Canio, and he put it over the bar, thank God. And just remember Bo afterwards asking, did I have a bet on 4-all? I can't remember too much about being nervous playing against other Premier League players, because for me Leeds were an amazing team, and seeing Wayne Rooney doing what he was doing at that time, that obviously showed you again it was possible and someone else was doing it, and made you even more eager to go and train really well and take your chance when you got it on the pitch.
He's travelled a long way to get in the 6-yard box to finish that off, and I think that is typical.
Let's catch up now with the weather.
Dinner under the stars tonight?
That reminds me of our travel insurance.
You mean All Clear Skies?
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors Sky News Weather.
So a northerly flow will bring cold air and widespread showers this week, but there's still no sign of any substantial rain in the south. England, Wales and the south of Ireland look fine at first tomorrow with a patchy frost out of town. Northern parts, meanwhile, will be breezy with a mix of sunshine and showers. Northern and central parts of the UK will see a scattering of showers running in during the morning, fading in the northwest later on.
All Clear Travel Insurance proudly sponsors Sky News Weather.
So it has certainly been a febrile night at Westminster. Our total of the tally of Labour MPs who are asking for the PM to go has reached 73. We understand the Deputy Prime Minister, David Lammy, and the Chief Whip, Jonathan Reynolds, have been in Downing Street tonight. Our political editor, Beth Rigby, says both the Home Secretary, Shabana Mahmood, and the Foreign Secretary, Yvette Cooper, have told Sir Keir Starmer he should set out a timetable to resign. Cabinet is tomorrow morning. Our coverage, of course, continues through the night, but do stay tuned for that in the morning. See you tomorrow.
I urge you not to look away. If Hamas hands the hostages over, they will end this conflict. The world has been watching. Good to see you again. How are you? Did she say how he was?
The conditions are awful.
The jets were ordered to come back. Historic day here today. How will you respond if India does launch airstrikes?
They'll be allowed to war.
I'm just going to put some body armor on. I'm Yalda Hakim.
We're trying to see as much as we can. We're in an area that's just been reclaimed. Mr. Zuma, Sky News. People are directly protesting. The whole neighborhood has rallied around her. It's been impenetrable to journalists over the last 2 years of war in Sudan. I've been waiting for this for 2 years. It doesn't feel like a big homecoming. It was never going to be pretty. War isn't pretty.
This is Sky News, the headlines. It appears to be over for the Prime Minister, with more than 70 MPs calling on Sir Keir Starmer to resign.
I know I have my doubters, and I know I need to prove them wrong, and I will.
But who could replace him? Many think Andy Burnham is the leader in waiting, but he's not an MP. Angela Rayner and Wes Streeting also have their eyes on the leadership. Plus, Donald Trump warns that the ceasefire with Iran is on life support. Hello and welcome. Well, Keir Starmer's premiership is on the brink this morning, following a wave of government resignations and over 70 MPs publicly calling on him to resign. Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood and Foreign Secretary Yvette Cooper are among those to tap the PM on the shoulder after last week's disastrous election results. But there appears to be a split in Cabinet, with others, including Housing Secretary Steve Reid, urging him to fight on. Well, Sky News understands Sir Keir Starmer is weighing up his options ahead of a vital Cabinet meeting this morning in which he will be fighting for his political survival. It's hard to overstate the utter peril the Prime Minister finds himself in right now. Well, to kick things off, our political editor Beth Rigby has our first report.
Starmer loyalists in central London here to rally and raise up a Prime Minister fighting for his political life as he used a make-or-break early morning speech to try to persuade his MPs not to topple him after a disastrous set of elections.
I know I have my doubters, and I know I need to prove them wrong, and I will.
Starmer acknowledging he's let Labour voters down too.
Truth be told, I'm not sure that they believe that we care. I'm not sure they believe that we see their lives.
Trying to find the passion.
Millions of people held back because the status quo in this country does not work for them. I am fighting for them. We are fighting for them. I am their Prime Minister and this is their government.
But his pitch for concrete change lacking, with just one clear offer.
I can announce that legislation will be brought forward this week to give the government powers, subject to that public interest test, to take full national ownership of British Steel.
A speech light on policy, heavy on politics. But many of his MPs fear keeping Starmer on will only hand the country to rivals. Back in 2021, when Labour lost hundreds of council seats in the Hartlepool by-election, you thought about resigning as Labour leader, explaining, this is quoting you, "I didn't feel I should be bigger than the party." But these results, this moment, is so much worse than then. You've lost nearly 1,500 councillors, 40 councils, you've lost Wales,